It was noon and the living room was suffused with a suffocating tension as if the blood in one's veins had frozen solid. Mom! I saw Suamo dirty your dress, I saw it. Suamo, how dare you frame someone else? It was clearly you who dirted Mom's gown. Two clamorous voices reached his ears. Suamo felt a daze, and when he opened his eyes he saw several familiar faces. Suamo, tell Mom it was really you who dirted it, right? A middle-aged woman dressed in finery and glittering with jewels stared at Suamo with a stern face. What happened to me? Suamo looked around, finding everything terribly familiar. He had lived through this scene before. He had been reborn. Suamo, why are you still silent? Why don't you admit it was you? Suamo, you're becoming more and more annoying. Not only do you hang out with disreputable people, but now you've even dirted Mom's gown. I really don't know what purpose you have in our family. Suamo glanced at the girl speaking, his third sister Sumani, a third-rate actress and owner of several coffee shops. She loved to stand before Suamo speaking arrogantly. The other girl in a white dress, his second sister Su Shuehue, was a university music teacher, always cold as ice toward him. The middle-aged woman was called Xie Bingyan, his biological mother, a pampered aristocratic lady, elegant and refined who loved cleanliness. How did I end up back here? Suamo muttered to himself, quickly realizing his situation. He had been reborn. He had lived through this scene before. His younger brother Sujuinja had carelessly dirted a large part of Xie Bingyan's gown, causing her to be publicly embarrassed when she wore it to a banquet. Frightened, Sujuinja went to his third sister Sumani and together they framed Suamo, forcing him to admit it was his doing. According to the original script, Suamo did not admit it at first and directly told Xie Bingyan it was his brother's doing, but was harshly scolded by Su Shuehue and Sumani. They said that Sujuinja was well-behaved and clever and would never do such a thing. Then Suamo would be punished by his mother with 20 strokes of the ruler, 2 hours of standing and no lunch. Later, after the punishment, Sumani found him and promised that if he admitted to his mother it was his fault, she would take him out for a day in her sports car. Suamo, naive and foolish, agreed. The result was that his mother Xie Bingyan scolded him severely, saying he lacked upbringing, and locked him in his room for 3 days of confinement. Now reliving this scene, Suamo found it absurd. Too absurd. Suamo, how dare you slander Juinja? Juinja is so well-behaved and sensible, how could he do such a thing? It must have been your clumsy hands. Mom! I said Suamo needs strict discipline. He learned all the bad things in the orphanage. Not only is he dishonest, but he also hangs out with disreputable people. If not disciplined, he will become a waste. Third sister Sumani kept chattering, sneering coldly at Suamo. Mother Xie Bingyan frowned at Suamo. Suamo, don't slander others. Just tell Mom honestly, was it you? Don't worry, if you admit it, Mom won't blame you. It was me. Suamo nodded. Xie Bingyan was stunned. Really, you? You dirted Mom's gown? Yes. The 2 holes, I burned them while smoking accidentally. Suamo nodded. You really lack discipline. Hold out your hand. Mother Xie Bingyan suddenly became furious, her previous amiability gone. Suamo did not hesitate and directly extended his hand. I have to teach you a lesson today. Suamo, you are becoming more and more undisciplined and arrogant. Hold your hand up. Xie Bingyan pulled out the ruler and without hesitation smacked it on Sumo's hand. Smack. Smack. Smack, smack, smack. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15, 16. It was absurd. Suamo had never thought it so absurd until he relived it. In the past he thought he could integrate into this family, become a part of it, and have his own parents, sisters and family. He had tried his utmost to earn these things, currying favor with everyone in the family, trembling with caution, meticulous and careful. But how could another family be so easy to integrate into? Suamo was an orphan, grew up in an orphanage until he was 14 when the couple claiming to be his biological parents, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming, found him and said he was their biological son. They showed a paternity test, spoke with certainty, and took him from the orphanage to the Su family mansion. No one understood how much an orphan craved a family, how much an orphan craved parental love and to have his own family. At that time Suamo was like a desert traveler who had been thirsty for a long time, suddenly encountering rain, ecstatic. He eagerly followed these blood-related parents back to the grand mansion, striving to become a part of it. But what he didn't expect was that what awaited him was a hellish resistance. His second sister, third sister, fourth sister, even his parents felt that he had grown up in an orphanage and had picked up many bad habits, dishonest, fond of petty theft, and needed strict discipline. At meals they criticized Suamo for being impolite, unhygienic, and not knowing how to greet people. They forbade Suamo from making friends, saying his classmates were all disreputable people, and forbade him from going out to play so he wouldn't learn bad things. These were still minor matters. Most importantly, there was a younger brother named Sujuinja who was adopted after Suamo went missing and was the apple of everyone's eye. Xie Bingyan and Su Deming had given birth to 6 daughters and 1 son. They had long prayed for a son but were denied until Suemo was born. Later Suemo was lost and Xia Bingyan fainted from grief. So they adopted a son. Over the years all their love was poured into this adopted son, treasuring him, afraid to hold him too tight or drop him. His several sisters doted on this brother, giving him whatever he wanted until Suemo returned to the Su family. Ridiculously, even after their biological son was found, Su Deming and Xia Bingyan didn't like him at all and still thought the adopted son was good and obedient in every way. In comparison to their adopted son, Suemo was almost worthless with terrible grades and was hated in every way. Suemo had once tried his utmost to gain their recognition until the last moment of his previous life, when he died alone in a hospital bed with no one by his side. Only then did he wake up. It turned out that no one wanted him to come home. He was a complete outsider to the Su family. Ridiculously, when he died of a sudden heart attack in the hospital, the family was at home celebrating Su Junche's school entrance banquet in a lively and joyful atmosphere. They knew Suemo was hospitalized and recuperating, but they still celebrated with great fanfare. Until Suemo as a spirit sought his parents and sisters rushed to the hospital upon receiving news of his death and then hastily held his funeral. It was as hasty as burying a stray dog. The most absurd thing was that even as a spirit he hoped to see regret, pity or annoyance in his parents when they received news of his death. Suemo was still their family. Suemo was their biological son. But the cruel truth told him no, there was nothing at all. They were not even willing to announce that one of their sons had died, afraid it would affect the company's stock price, so they handled it hastily. Now the cold ruler struck his palm. 21-22-23. Xia Bingyan struck him a full 30 times before stopping. You are not allowed to eat lunch today. Stand for an hour. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're above the law. You are full of bad habits. Mother Xia Bingyan scolded mercilessly. I understand. Suemo didn't want to argue. He never expected that the family he had so desperately sought was nothing but a castle in the air. All his efforts were in vain. Second sister and third sister don't blame Suemo anymore. Suemo must have dirted mom's gown accidentally. As long as he's more careful next time, it won't happen again. Su Juinja suddenly spoke, then turned to Xia Bingyan. Mom, please forgive Suemo. He can't go hungry. Suemo glanced at him, feeling admiration. He had to admit Su Juinja was truly excellent. If he hadn't lived again, he might still not see his true face. This framing was not the first, but had happened several times. If not for him, his image would not have been so deeply rooted in his parents' and sisters' minds. This Su Juinja was not only good at pleasing his parents and sisters, but also excelled in academic, sports, in almost every aspect. He had even won the Olympic Mathematics Award, which was truly astonishing. In the past, Suemo didn't believe his little brother could be behind it and even considered him a pride. Only after reviewing all the events did he realize that almost everything was because of this brother. The reason naturally was that the Su family was incredibly wealthy. Su Juinja was afraid of being pushed out and losing his inheritance, so he tried every means to drive Suemo away. At this moment, hearing Su Juncha's words, Xia Bingyan nodded, stroked his head and smiled with affection. Juinja is so sensible. Then she looked up, her face cold as frost, and said to Suemo, Suemo, come over and eat quickly. Thank your brother for pleading for you. Get lost. Suemo saw her face change so quickly and didn't want to bother with her anymore. He turned and went back to his room. Suemo, how dare you talk to mom like that? Second sister Su Shuehui immediately frowned and scolded. Suemo ignored her, went back to his room and closed the door. Having lived a second life, he now saw everything with stark clarity in his heart. Suemo no longer harbored the slightest expectation toward the Su family. The motherly love and familial affection he had yearned for were nothing more than castles in the air. He had come to utterly loathe everything about this place and wished only to break free. I have been reborn, and money is not an immediate problem. Once I leave, I will first secure some funds. The college entrance examinations are imminent. I hope I can score a little better this time. And I must also train my body. Suemo had died from a sudden heart attack. Before his death, he had already suffered many sudden attacks. The doctors concluded that excessive overwork had exhausted his heart to the point of collapse. Recalling the past, he remembered how he had tried to ingratiate himself with his three elder sisters in countless ways, cooking for the eldest and second sister in the dead of night, delivering clothes and cosmetics, taking on all the household chores, just to win a single extra glance from them. Yet they cast him aside like worn-out shoes. How despicable he had been, groveling so low. Thinking back on it now, Sumo's cheeks burned with shame. Perhaps in Su Juinja's eyes, all those things he had done to please his three sisters and his mother Xia Bingyan were nothing but laughably childish. The man probably even chuckled over it in the middle of the night. He remembered once worrying that his eldest sister was too busy at work to have time for a meal, so he secretly cooked a bowl of noodles late at night and brought it to her office, only to be driven out on the spot and warned never to step into her office again. When Su Juinja learned of this, he genuinely laughed. Afterward he repeatedly mocked Suemo for bothering the eldest sister and in front of others pretended to persuade her saying Suemo was only thinking of her, urging her to forgive him. Seeing Sumo's foolishness, his heart bloomed with delight to the point that after he stained his mother Siebingyen's dress he dared to conspire with the third sister to frame Suemo for it. It was far from the first time the third sister had falsely accused him. Now that he looked back, all the things he had done to curry favor with his third sister Sumani seemed laughable. It had all been unbearably childish. Train my body, find a place to live, earn more money and sit for the college entrance examinations. Suemo quickly laid out his plan in his mind. In this life he resolved to live for himself. He never again wished to endure such nauseating experiences. He swiftly rummaged through his things, found some cash and counted it, 10,000 yuan in total. Half of this sum came from his part-time jobs and the other half from New Year money and regular allowance. Most of the time he ate at home, rarely bought snacks, scarcely spent on anything, quietly saving it all here. He took out half, hid the remaining half carefully, then opened the door to leave. The family was still eating. A middle-aged man in a shirt and suit trousers sat there. It could be none other than his father Su Deming. His father Su Deming resembled him somewhat. Suemo, are you going out? Seeing him appear, Su Deming frowned and asked. He had likely just heard about what had happened earlier. His expression was exceedingly unpleasant, his face stern and severe. Suemo, your brother already begged your mother to have you come eat. What do you intend to do now? Come eat now. Ha, Dad, he's probably not hungry. He can fill himself with air, the third sister Sumani mocked. Are you going to meet those dubious friends of yours again? The second sister Su Shuehue frowned. She was a university music lecturer, educated and proper, and greatly disliked Sumo's circle of friends, deeming them unworthy. It's none of your business, Suemo replied coldly, heading toward the door. Su Deming excelled at commanding subordinates and looking down from on high with arrogant pride. Suemo did not even glance at him and continued toward the outside. What kind of attitude is that? Su Deming exploded in anger and moved to rush out after him. The others hurried to restrain him, saying, Dad, Suemo is probably just not hungry, he's gone out. Right, he's probably not hungry. Let's ignore him for now and eat. I imagine he's resentful toward Mom. She just hit his palm a moment ago. Why should he resent me? He's full of filthy habits, touching everything with his dirty hands, staining my dress. If I don't discipline him, he'll overturn the heavens. To her, disciplining her child was her duty. Only strict demands could make Suemo amount to something. There was nothing wrong with that in her eyes. Exactly, Mom is right. He's just begging for a lesson, Su Shuehue and Sumani chimed in, secretly delighted. Carrying his money and his ID card, Suemo boarded a bus and soon reached a suburban area. It was already quite far from No. 27 middle school. It took an hour by bus to get there. His funds were limited, he had no choice but to rent a place here. Fortunately he was already 18 and had an ID card. He soon spent 1,000 yuan to rent a small room in a village. Though this place lacked the splendor and glittering luxury of the Su family mansion, it was enough for Suemo. From now on he would live here until he finished the college entrance examinations and could earn a substantial sum. He had once been an orphan and now he already had part-time work. Living alone outside was effortless. He took out pen and paper, busied himself in the room for a while, then cleaned it thoroughly before finally heading back to the Su family mansion. Suemo, you finally came back. Sneaked out to play, did you? When he returned there were quite a few people in the living room. His parents and his second and third sisters were all present, along with a maid Aunt Zhao who was mopping the floor. Young Master Mo, you're back, Aunt Zhao greeted him with a smile. Suemo nodded slightly and headed toward his room. Suemo, stop right there. What kind of attitude is that? Su Deming, seeing him ignore everyone, barked sharply. I'm going back to my room first, we can talk later, Suemo said. Talk about what? What could you possibly say? Why do you never change that rotten temper of yours? What did you mean by ignoring your second and third sisters just now? Where are your manners and courtesy? Su Deming scolded. Suemo merely chuckled, said nothing and continued toward his room. Did you hear me, Suemo? Have you grown so bold you no longer place me in your eyes? Enraged, Su Deming seized a ruler-like rod and lunged at him. Seeing him rush over to strike, Suemo frowned and moved to dodge, but unexpectedly his foot slipped and he crashed heavily to the ground. Young Master Mo. Aunt Zhao cried out in alarm. I'm fine, Suemo said, bracing himself on the table as he stood gesturing for her not to worry. Su Deming had been startled by Sumo's fall, but seeing him stand he decided he was fine and furious swung the ruler at him again. This time Suemo had just gotten to his feet and had no way to avoid it. The heavy ruler smashed directly into his head. Blood spurted forth. Aunt Zhao screamed. Suemo felt a sharp pain in his skull, reached up to touch his head and his fingers came away smeared with crimson blood. Su Deming's second sister Su Shuehue and third sister Sumani were all taken aback. None of them had expected him to be struck until he bled. Yet at that moment Sumo neither rejoiced nor raged. He merely frowned at Su Deming and said coolly, "If you strike me again I will fight you to the death. I mean what I say." "You?" Su Deming had not imagined he would hit him hard enough to draw blood. Seeing the unfamiliar look in his son's eyes, he was momentarily stunned. "Aunt Zhao, bring bandages and call emergency services," he said with a frown. "Stop pretending to be kind to Sumo," replied flatly, unwilling to engage, and headed swiftly toward his room. "Sumo, where are you going? Do you intend to infuriate me to death?" "Sir, I've already called emergency services," Aunt Zhao reported. "Bring him the bandages quickly." "This brat will be the death of me," Su Deming exclaimed, enraged by his repeated defiance. "What has happened here?" At that moment his mother Xia Bingyan and younger brother Su Juinja came back. Mom, Sumo was bleeding. Dad wanted to discipline him and he ran back to his room, the third sister Su Mani explained. "Bleeding? Is he all right?" Xia Bingyan asked in surprise, showing not the slightest concern. "He's fine. Aunt Zhao has already called an ambulance," Su Mani added, frowning, sensing that Sumo's attitude had been somehow off. Just now Sumo had seemed far too distant from them. Even when struck until he bled he had remained motionless. Su Juinja spoke up. "Dad, Mom, don't blame brother. He simply hasn't learned proper etiquette yet. He probably went out to eat earlier. He'll be fine once he comes out." Hearing this, Xia Bingyan stroked Su Juinja's head affectionately and smiled. "Our Juinja is still the most obedient. Juinja, you must teach your brother more in the future. If he does anything wrong you must point it out loudly, understand? He has a whole pile of bad habits. If he isn't disciplined it won't do." Su Juinja, secretly delighted, replied meekly, "Yes, Mom. I'll definitely get along well with brother." Good, Xia Bingyan said, doting on Su Juinja, her face radiant with joy. Sumo stayed in his room for a long time without coming out, which made Su Deming, Su Mani and the others furious. Su Deming strode over and banged on his door. "Su Mo, open the door." "Wait," Su Mo's voice came from inside. "Open it," Su Deming snapped, losing patience and lifting his foot to kick the door in. At the very instant his foot struck, Sumo happened to open the door. The kick crashed into Sumo's body, nearly sending him flying into the room, where he slammed against the table. "Sumo." Su Deming was once again startled. Sumo slowly raised his head, his face deathly pale, but he suppressed the pain, stood up and dragged his suitcase out from the room. "Although few people may care, I still believe it is necessary to make this official, preferably with legal effect," Sumo said calmly as he walked out into the living room. Many people were present in the living room: his mother Xia Bingyan, the second and third sisters, and Su Juinja, as well as Aunt Zhao. "Aunt Zhao can serve as a witness," Sumo said quietly, drawing out a sheet of white paper and handing it to Su Deming. "Young Master Mo, what are you?" Aunt Zhao looked at the suitcase in surprise, not understanding. Su Deming glanced at the sheet, froze for a second, then erupted in fury. "Sumo, what have you written? Have you gone mad?" "I am not mad," Sumo replied with a sigh. "If Mr. Su and Ms. Xia agree, then we can end it here. If you don't agree, we still end it here. I simply believe we need some proof. It will be for the best." "Proof?" Su Deming cursed. "Where did you pick up this nonsense? Who taught you this? Your mother is right, you're full of flaws and refuse to learn anything decent. And now you use this to threaten me. To threaten your mother." Hearing this, Sumo smiled faintly. "Mr. Su, you're mistaken. I have no intention of threatening anyone. I am simply exhausted and do not wish to entangle myself with you any longer. Surely you will agree, Mr. Su. What did he write?" Xia Bingyan asked, walking over. When she read the paper she too flew into a rage. "Sumo, you're insane. Where is the ruler?" Xia Bingyan was nearly beside herself with anger. On the paper was a written agreement to sever the parent-child relationship, detailing many terms and formally declaring the break. Xia Bingyan could not tolerate such a thing. She immediately searched the table for the ruler and saw it lying nearby, still stained with blood. Ignoring this, she snatched it up and swung it towards Sumo. This time Sumo naturally would not let her strike. He reached out and caught the ruler in mid-swing. "Ms. Xia, do you intend to split my head open again?" Sumo stared at Xia Bingyan with a face full of estrangement. "You?" Xia Bingyan had not expected him to dare catch her ruler and was briefly stunned. Then, recovering herself, she flared up again, snatched the broom from Aunt Zhao and swung it at Sumo. Sumo frowned. He could have dodged this blow but chose not to. He simply stood there and let the broom handle crash against his head. The strike was heavy and his head split open once more. Sumo, the others cried out in alarm as they saw him make no attempt to evade. "I have left you some blood, consider it the blood you shed when you bore me. I am returning it to you, to all of you," Sumo said. His head throbbed fiercely, blood already seeping down. He forced himself to remain conscious and continued, I likely still owe the Su family some money. My living expenses over the past 4 years amount to about 30 yuan a day, which comes to more than 40,000. Let's call it 50,000. Then there were gifts, snacks and lodging costs. I'll call that 50,000 as well. Altogether I should owe you 100,000 yuan. You need not worry that I won't repay you. I have already done the math. Within a year I will definitely pay you back. Anxiao, call an ambulance, Su Deming shouted, seeing Su Mo's ghastly pallor and his effort to stay upright. No need. I'm fine, Su Mo answered. Enduring the pain, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his head. His complexion looked somewhat better afterward. This blood I've returned to you first. As for the few pounds of flesh you lost raising me, I cannot repay that right now. When it's converted into cash later I'll repay it altogether. If you truly want flesh, there's no helping it, I can go to the hospital and have the doctor cut off a piece. Rest assured I will not default. Su Mo, have you gone insane? Su Deming gasped. I am not insane, Su Mo replied, fastening the cloth around his head. He lifted his gaze to Xia Bingyan and said, Ms. Xia, mister. Su, sign it. Xia Bingyan had felt a flicker of concern earlier, but once she saw he was all right her worry vanished. Gazing down at the document, her anger flared anew. You truly refuse to submit to discipline. Where did you learn these things? Do you mean to drive your father and me to our graves? I'm simply tired. Don't overthink it, Su Mo sighed. Fine. So today you deliberately set out to anger your father and me. You think our discipline is unfair, don't you? You resent that I made you stand as punishment, kept you from lunch, filled your heart with resentment. You refuse to accept me, believe I have wronged you, is that it? Xia Bingyan asked through gritted teeth. Su Mo remained silent, his face utterly calm. Sign. Then I'll sign. I'll see where you think you can go, how long you can persist in defiance. Seeing his silence, her anger only deepened. Once I sign, you'd better have the courage never to come home again. She seemed to forget that Su Mo had originally been an orphan and had no trouble living outside. My thanks, Ms. Xia, Su Mo said, delighted, and handed her the severance agreement. Seeing the document, Xia Bingyan's heart jolted and clarity returned for an instant, but with everyone watching her she grew ashamed and furious. If you have the nerve, never come back, never show yourself to me again, she shouted. With a rapid flourish she signed her name. Su Mo took the paper back overjoyed and then handed it to Su Deming. Mr. Su Deming, it's your turn. Su Deming, face contorted with anger, said, Su Mo, you truly refuse our discipline. You believe we are too strict, that you are full of flaws. Don. Su Mo interrupted him. Mr. Su Deming, please don't say any more. I do not refuse you. You are all fine, all outstanding. Then what do you mean? Cutting ties. Are you that capable now? Determined to anger your mother and me? Su Deming, upon hearing this, felt he was not in the wrong. As he spoke he suddenly erupted in fury, shouting at Su Mo, you are unruly and full of bad habits. Who taught you to write such things? Su Mo, too lazy to argue, simply handed him a pen. This only enraged Su Deming further, making him tremble with anger. Fine. You unfilial son truly intends to provoke us. Let's see where you can go. Want to sever ties? Then sever them. Without the Su family you are nothing. You'll see how long you can hold out. Su Deming, furious and believing Su Mo was bluffing, did not hesitate to write his name. Su Mo, overjoyed, retrieved the severance document and signed his own name, laughing, one copy for each of us. 2 for you, 1 for me. Goodbye. He took his copy of the severance document, dragged his suitcase and turned to leave. Young Master Mo. Where are you going? Aunt Zhao was shocked. In the Su household he had been closest to her, they often did chores together. Aunt Zhao realized that this time Su Mo was serious. Don't call him. That unfilial son infuriates me. Su Deming roared. Su Mo glanced back and smiled at Aunt Zhao. Don't worry about me, Aunt Zhao. Well, meet again. With that he dragged his suitcase and left the Su mansion without hesitation. The moment he stepped out he felt an immense relief. From now on no more entanglement with the Su family. He could earn money, do what he wanted and live as he pleased. Su Mo felt that all his years of effort devoted to the Su family had been wasted, almost forgetting himself. It was like feeding a dog. As Su Mo vanished with his suitcase, a dead silence fell over the living room of the Su mansion. His second sister Su Shuehui and third sister Su Mani had not expected such an outcome. However, Su Mani still thought Su Mo was bluffing and sneered at this Su Mo trying to scare us into begging him to come back. Ridiculous. He's probably after some benefits. See how he slinks back in shame later. Second sister Su Shuehui also laughed. Manny is right. Su Mo must be trying to gain something. He can't leave the Su family. Back then he practically clawed his way into the Su family. How could he leave so easily? This is just a ploy to pressure us. Third sister Su Manny, pleased with her sister's agreement, immediately turned to Xia Bingyan and Su Deming, smiling. Dad, Mom, don't. In a few days he'll come crawling back. He doesn't have much money, he can't hold out long. Xia Bingyan, initially uneasy, found her daughter's words reasonable and gritted her teeth. If he comes back next time, none of you should pay him any attention. If I don't cure him of his bad habits this time, my name isn't Xia. She then turned to Su Deming. Old Su, your son is beyond help. If we don't discipline him, he'll be completely useless. Su Deming frowned. Mom. I think brother is just angry for now. He'll definitely come back tomorrow. But brother might hate me thinking I took something from him. Otherwise why would he accuse me of burning mom's dress? Su Juinja said, inwardly delighted at Su Mo's departure. Xia Bingyan, seeing her adopted son's obedient demeanor, was overjoyed. She hugged his head and laughed. Our Juinja is truly good, unlike some people who won't listen no matter how you scold or beat them. If he comes back tomorrow, don't give him a good face. We've given him enough face. Does he think he can sever ties just like that? Yes. Su Deming, however, sensed something was off. He stared at the severance document on the table and the bloodstains, feeling a growing unease. At that moment a large pool of blood still stained the living room floor, blood that had dripped from Su Mo. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao fetched a mop to clean it up. She looked at the group of people in the house and let out a heavy sigh. She knew all too well what Su Mo had been through in the Su household recently. He seemed to live in a mansion, but it was like a hell. His parents were indifferent, his sisters disliked him. He tried desperately to please everyone, but it was all in vain. This time young Master Mo's departure was not a momentary impulse but a well-prepared decision. He would probably never return. Su Deming frowned at Aunt Zhao's sigh. That unfilial son won't even bandage his head. Aunt Zhao, tell Uncle Li to follow Su Mo and see where he's staying, whether he needs to go to the hospital. Su Deming, why bother with him? He's just trying to anger us for benefits. If I don't straighten him out this time, my name isn't Xia. Xia Bingyan gnashed her teeth. Mom, don't be angry. You'll hurt yourself. Su Juinja hurriedly comforted her. Good boy, I'm not angry. Xia Bingyan quickly said, then turned to Su Deming, don't you dare interfere. Let him come back tomorrow and I'll teach him a lesson. Su Deming nodded reluctantly, too lazy to think further. In his heart he too believed that Su Mo couldn't leave the Su family. When Su Mo had first been brought back, how groveling he had been. His daughters were all annoyed by him, he was always delivering meals or snacks to one or another. All 6 daughters found him disgusting and suspicious, refusing to eat anything he made. Now suddenly leaving. Not so easy. Su Mo moved his luggage to the rented house, bought a quilt and a mat and spread them on his bed, feeling immensely comfortable. Next, according to plan, he would exercise. Then he would do practice problems. The college entrance exam was 2 months away, approaching fast, and study pressure was high. Though Su Mo wasn't worried about his grades, he had worked hard all these years, he still needed to improve further to avoid any mishap. As for his physical condition, he had been malnourished in the Su mansion, thin as a rake. Now that he had left, he needed to nourish himself to face the coming challenges. When he died of a sudden heart attack, his dear brother Su Juinja had secretly tampered with things, leading directly to his death. Afterward he had existed as a spiritual entity in Shanghai City for 20 years, witnessing countless events and the rise and fall of the Su family. Undoubtedly his dear brother Su Juinja was an incredibly terrifying person. Su Mo had never met anyone more sinister or more patient. Su Juinja had endured for 20 or 30 years. The fact that Su Juinja killed Su Mo was only revealed 20 years later. It was also 20 years after Su Mo's death that he as a spirit finally sought his parents' tears of regret. At that time he felt a sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately by then Su Juinja had already monopolized the Su family fortune, married, had children and lived comfortably, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to reveal the truth about Su Mo's death in front of his parents. Looking back, Su Juinja had stood arrogantly before his parents, detailing the humiliation he had suffered in the Su family over the years, then proudly explained how he had killed Su Mo. At the age of 17 he had realized that Su Mo was a tremendous threat, so he colluded with the other sisters to ostracize. Finally, without anyone's knowledge, he slipped palladium into Su Mo's food, intending to cause palladium poisoning and death. At first he added only a small amount, not daring to use too much, so it showed no effect. Later, after the college entrance exam, he increased the dosage, directly causing Su Mo's palladium poisoning-induced heart attack. The second, third and fourth sisters were unaware of all this. In fact, these sisters had secretly helped him, but they didn't know about Su Juncha's poisoning. Especially the third sister Su Manny, who was very close to Su Juinja and provided him with great help. She even supplied the palladium, though she didn't know what it was used for. It wasn't until 20 years later when Su Juinja confessed that Xie Bingyan and Su Deming learned the truth. Afterwards, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming were enraged to death. Third sister Su Mani, upon learning everything, confronted Su Juinja, who blamed her, saying she was the real killer of Su Mo and the one who caused Xie Bingyan and Su Deming's deaths. Devastated, Su Mani jumped from the 20th floor, committing suicide. Ironically, at that moment Su Mo was a spirit watching it all unfold. After Su Mani jumped for a brief period, she also became a spirit and saw Su Mo staring at them. Su Mo silently watched her, their gazes met in silence. At that time Su Mo should have felt satisfied, watching the Su family members die one after another. Recalling everything he had witnessed as a spirit, Su Mo felt even more that his 4 years in the Su family had been wasted. This year Su Juinja didn't dare use much palladium. He only used it heavily after the college entrance exam, and even then not much. Otherwise the doctor wouldn't have diagnosed me with a critical heart condition. My body should be fine now. I just need to keep exercising. Su Mo took out a mirror to check his head. Finding it not serious, he applied a band-aid. For the next 3 days Su Mo slept soundly. Then he attended classes, exercised as much as possible, and prepared nutritious food to replenish his body. After 3 days of effort, Su Mo's complexion improved significantly, no longer looking so pale. He also went to the hospital for a checkup, confirming his body was fine. Seeing his improved complexion, Su Mo began planning his money-making projects. Having lived a second life, Su Mo knew many ways to make money, but with limited funds he could only start with small projects to accumulate initial capital. If he remembered correctly, a massive storm would hit Shanghai City in a few days, affecting more than a dozen cities and causing billions in losses. After the storm, fishing boats would be unable to go out for a whole month, causing the prices of crabs and shrimp to skyrocket. Su Mo recalled that the price would roughly double. If he could stock up on fresh shrimp and live crabs in the coming days, he would definitely make a fortune when the storm hit. This room is big enough. I don't need much, just to last 5 or 6 days. I can buy a small oxygen pump. I have 8,000 yuan now. 100 for waterproof cloth, 100 for a small oxygen pump, and the rest for fresh shrimp and crabs. I can get seawater easily, just rent a truck and fetch a few barrels from the beach. Su Mo quickly calculated the numbers. He had 8,000 yuan. He set aside 1,000 for food and 1,000 for tools, leaving 6,000 to buy all the crabs and live shrimp. Excluding losses from death and spoilage, he could earn about 5,000 yuan. After this round he would have over 11,000. Not much, but it's simple. With over 10,000 he could consider other ventures. The storm will also ravage fruit trees and bananas. In the first few days people won't react. After the storm the prices of bananas and longans will double overnight. If I time it right, I can turn 10,000 into 20,000. Su Mo finalized his money-making plan. If he had 20,000, things would be simpler. After that, Bitcoin. Su Mo took out a piece of paper, wrote Bitcoin in big letters and circled it. Undoubtedly in the next decade Bitcoin would be the biggest dark horse besides real estate. In 10 years its value would skyrocket from $20 per coin to 65000 USD, an increase of over 3,000 times. Anyone who played with Bitcoin would make a fortune. Su Mo wasn't interested in Bitcoin itself, but he was very interested in making money. If he remembered correctly, this year was 2013 and Bitcoin was around $50 per coin. By the end of the year it would soar to 1200 USD, a yearly increase of over 5800. Even without waiting until the end of the year, just 1 month later its price would rise from $50 to $300, more than 6 times. With 20,000 yuan Su Mo could buy about 2,000 Bitcoins. Selling them after a month would yield a profit of over 100,000 yuan. If he continued to buy after a month he could multiply his money several more times. With proper management he could have a net worth of over 10 million within a year. That was Su Mo's confidence. Without hesitation Su Mo immediately acted on his plan. He bought waterproof cloth and an oxygen pump, rented a small truck, went to the beach to fetch some seawater and filtered it. His small rented room was on the ground floor in the suburbs with a small yard, very convenient. After finishing all preparations Su Mo waited until school was over, then rode his bike to the dock to buy live shrimp and crabs. He selected the most lively ones himself. With only 6,000 yuan he couldn't buy much, but he spent it all purchasing over 300 pounds of crabs and live shrimp. Now just wait for the storm to come. Su Mo looked at the weather forecast, muttering to himself. On the other side, at the Su family mansion, rain poured down in torrents as the storm approached Shanghai City. Xie Bingyan sat in the living room watching the downpour outside, a restless irritation churning within her. Zhao Ma. Uncle Li. Uncle Zhao, what's the result over there? Reporting to Madam. Uncle Li replied, he hasn't found Master Mo. Madam. Uncle Zhao hasn't found him either. After Master Mo left the Su residence, he didn't go to the orphanage. Where did he go? Xia Bingjian's brows shot up in fury. Zhao Ma immediately shook her head. Go to no. 16 middle school. Asked there, did he go to class? Xia Bingyan was nearly driven mad with rage. Su Mo had left the Su residence 5 days ago and there had been no news of him since. The first 3 days were manageable, no one was anxious, believing Su Mo would surely return. But after those 3 days passed, there was no sign of him at all. Over the next 2 days Su Deming sent people out to search, but after a full day they found nothing. Today was the 5th day. Xia Bingyan had instructed Uncle Li and Uncle Zhao to search together. Finding that neither Uncle Li nor Uncle Zhao had reported back, Xia Bingjian's fury erupted. She gritted her teeth and said, when he's found, just see how I'll discipline him. He's gone too far. Absolutely too far. Rage blazed within Xia Bingjian's heart. Madam Master Mo stopped attending no. 16 middle school long ago. After a pause Zhao Ma spoke up. Not at no. 16. Xia Bingyan was taken aback. Then where is he? Master Mo's school is no. 27 middle school. 3 years ago he graduated from junior high and was admitted to no. 27. But Master Mo didn't tell me which class he's in, Zhao Ma said. This. Xia Bingyan was stunned. She distinctly remembered Su Mo's school was no. 16 middle school, a very mediocre junior high where all the students were worthless. How did he get into no. 27. But no. 27 wasn't much better, it was also one of Shanghai City's most average high schools. She fumed. Then go to no. 27 and find him. Bring him back to me. Yes. Zhao Ma hurriedly replied. Xia Bingyan, seething with anger, plopped down onto the sofa. Third child, is Su Mo really studying at no. 27. She thought of a question and turned to look at Su Mani, who was playing on her phone. Su Mani lifted her eyes from her phone briefly. I don't know. Who knows where he studies? You're his sister, you don't know where he studies. Xia Bingjian's anger flared. Su Mani quickly looked up and said, I'm busy with work, when do I have time? Besides, you and Dad don't know, so how would I? Your father and I. Xia Bingyan was choked off. Su Mani shrugged indifferently. Whatever school he's in, just bring him back. He can't just skip class, can he? Hearing this, for some reason Xia Bingyan suddenly recalled the severance of parental relationship document that all three had signed. When he's back he'll have to slap his palms raw. Xia Bingyan fumed inwardly, not giving it much thought. Madam. Uncle Li just sent word that Master Mo has been attending class at no. 27 these past few days. But because the storm is coming, no. 27 has given a 3-day break, there's no school for now. Zhao Ma's voice came through. Then where has he gone? Xia Bingyan raged. No idea. Uncle Li has asked the teachers at no. 27 and none of them know where Master Mo lives. Damn it. Xia Bingyan exploded in fury. Third child, call your eldest sister and ask the others if any of them have received messages or calls from Su Mo. Mom. Why bother with him? He'll come slinking back in a few days. The storm is coming in a couple of days, I bet he'll be back. Su Mani said impatiently. When I tell you to ask, you ask. Why so much talk? Xia Bingyan was agitated. Fine, Su Mani said helplessly, quickly messaging on WeChat. Then she said, I've asked. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister and sixth sister, none of them have heard from him. Call him. Xia Bingyan grew even more irate. Call who? Su Mani was puzzled. Who else? Call Su Mo and tell him to come back. Xia Bingyan ground out through clenched teeth. This. Su Mani faltered. I don't have his number. You don't have his number. Xia Bingyan was astonished. How would I? I don't even have his WeChat. Su Mani said. He used to annoy me on WeChat all the time, so I deleted him. You. Xia Bingyan fumed. Ask your eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister and fifth sister if they have it. Su Mani quickly inquired, then looked up. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister and fifth sister are all the same as me, they don't have it. Sixth sister hasn't replied, she's probably in class. Mom, just call in yourself, why make me do it? Xia Bingyan shot her a glare, grabbed her phone and began scrolling through it. But as she searched, she suddenly froze. Mom, you don't have his WeChat or number either. Su Mani was surprised. I remember. I did once, but... Xia Bingyan's face suddenly turned ghastly. Did he lose his phone? Ah. Back then. Su Man's voice grew guilty. Yes, he lost his phone last year around the end of the year. That's it. I no longer have his number or WeChat. Xia Bingyan said, then turned to Su Mani. By the way, does Su Mo even have a phone? This. Su Mani was also stunned, unsure how to answer. In her memory, aside from the phone he lost, Su Mo never seemed to have used any other phone. Perhaps she had forgotten, but she couldn't recall ever seeing Su Mo with a phone, and they never called him either. Su Mani thought for a moment and said he seems to have an old phone only for calls and texts, not a smartphone, can't install WeChat. How can this be? He has no phone. Xia Bingyan's eyes widened. I don't know if dad or eldest sister bought him one. You'll have to ask them. Maybe they bought him a smartphone. Su Mani replied. Xia Bingyan frowned and immediately called Su Deming without hesitation. Su Deming was at work and was surprised to receive her call. A phone? No, I didn't. He never asked for one, so why would I buy it? What about his old phone? He lost his old phone last year around the end of the year. Didn't you buy him one during the new year? Who would buy him one? I didn't even know he lost his phone. Su Deming said. Xia Bingyan seethed with anger and hung up on him without another word, then called her eldest daughter Su Wanting. Su Wanting the eldest was her first daughter and one of her prides. Now working at the family company, she was in charge of cosmetic sales and served as the president of the Su Corporation. She was usually extremely busy and rarely came home. When she answered the phone, Su Wanting was puzzled. Su Mo's phone. When did he lose it? I didn't know. End of last year. Xia Bingyan ground her teeth. I never bought him one. I didn't even know he had lost his phone. Can't you reach him now? Su Wanting was surprised. He lost his phone and changed his SIM card. His WeChat is gone too, he probably changed it, Xia Bingyan said, then fumed, and he hasn't been home for 5 days. What? Su Mo hasn't been home for 5 days. What happened? Su Wanting was stunned. Xia Bingyan's heart was ablaze with fury. She explained the events of 5 days ago and raged, when he comes back this time he'll beat every last bad habit out of him. How dare he act like this? If I don't discipline him now, he'll be utterly lawless in the future. Su Wanting the eldest was shocked, speechless. She had been at work all these days and had no idea such a thing had happened at home. Now that she heard, she was deeply shaken. Her relationship with Su Mo was fairly decent. He had often come to the company to bring her kanji, but Su Wanting didn't want to see him and had the security guards kick him out. She had been busy with the company's projects these past few days and hadn't had time to go home. She never imagined such a big incident had occurred. What about now? Have you found him? She asked urgently. Uncle Zhao said he went to school yesterday. But because of the storm, school's out and the teachers don't know where he lives either. Xia Bingyan fumed. Su Wanting breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's going to school. As long as he's in class it's fine. But why did he do this? It's because he's rebellious. This unfilial son probably thinks he's grown his wings and can do whatever he wants. He even dared to ruin my gown. What wouldn't he dare to do? Xia Bingyan raged. What do we do now? I don't have his number or any way to contact him. I'll ask others. Xia Bingyan hung up and started calling other people. But as she scrolled through her phone, she suddenly realized she didn't know who to ask. The second, fourth, fifth and sixth daughters all said they didn't have it, and Juinja certainly wouldn't either. As for anyone else, there seemed to be no one. Xia Bingyan scrolled through her phone, growing angrier with each swipe. This unfilial son, he lost his phone and didn't even buy a new one. He clearly didn't care about them at all. She immediately stood up and headed outside. Mom! Where are you going? To No. 27 Middle School. Xia Bingyan snapped, ordering the driver to bring the car. I'll go with you. Su Mani followed her. Xia Bingyan didn't stop her and quickly arrived at No. 27, where they found the school's leadership. Su Mo. Isn't Su Mo an orphan? Does he have parents? This. Xia Bingyan's face turned ugly. After a moment she said, we're his relatives. Would like to ask for his contact information. Where does he live? We do have a contact number, I'll find it for you. But I don't know if it'll go through, the school leader said, retrieving a phone number for Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan snatched the number and dialed it impatiently, only to discover the number had long been overdue and deactivated. She compared it with the contact saved in her own phone and found it was the same number, the one from Su Mo's lost phone. Any other way to reach him? No, just this one. But now that you mention it, Su Mo has relatives. I always thought he was an orphan. The school leader, a middle-aged woman, eyed Xia Bingyan curiously. You're dressed well, you must be quite wealthy. What do you mean? Xia Bingyan stared at the school leader. Nothing. It's good that Su Mo has relatives. But with the storm coming, school's out, so he won't be coming to class. If you want to find him, you'll probably have to wait 3 or 4 days, the middle-aged woman said. She was Sumo's homeroom teacher, Lin Chuyu. When Xia Bingyan heard that she had no other way to contact Su Mo, her face turned ghastly. Without another word, she walked out of the school. When I find him, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. How dare he run away from home? Xia Bingyan's heart burned with rage as she called Su Deming again. Su Deming, are you still at work? Your son is missing, get back here and look for him. Su Deming, already anxious about the approaching storm, received her call and hurried home. Not at school, not anywhere else. He has no phone, no way to reach him. The eldest and second daughters say they don't have his number either. Xia Bingyan glared at Su Deming, her fury boiling over. So what is his number? Where the hell has he gone? Su Manny interjected. Mom. Don't be so angry. In a few days he'll come crawling back. He's just trying to gain leverage by staying away now. Su Deming's face was grim. Did you ask the others? I did. No one has it. He lost his phone, why didn't you buy him a new one? Xia Bingyan huffed at Su Deming. I thought you bought it. How was I supposed to know? Su Deming said quickly. Call the eldest, second, fourth, fifth, sixth and Juinja, tell them all to come home. No. Don't call Juinja yet. He's about to take the college entrance exam and he's under a lot of pressure lately. Don't disturb his focus. Xia Bingyan doted on her adopted son and feared he would be bothered by Su Mo's situation. Over the years, their neglect of Su Mo was not only because of his many faults but also because they were afraid their adopted son would feel like an outsider. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming carefully protected their adopted son's fragile heart, letting him focus on his exams without Su Mo's matters disturbing him. For over a decade before Su Mo's return, Su Juinja had been coddled by the Su family, cherished like a precious gem. That wasn't about to change. Now it was still the same. Xia Bingyan said wearily, call the eldest, second, fourth, fifth and sixth. Tell them to come back as soon as possible. Oh, and if the sixth is too busy with school, she doesn't need to come, her classes are more important. Yes. Su Manny, though displeased, sent messages to her sisters. Before long, the sound of a car pulling into the garage was heard outside the Su mansion. A young woman in a professional business suit walked in. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with a delicate, picturesque face of exquisite refinement. When did Su Mo leave? The professional woman asked coolly as she entered. This was Su Wanting, the eldest daughter of Su Deming and Xia Bingyan. Now a high-level executive in the family business, she was responsible for cosmetic sales and market expansion, always incredibly busy. 5 days ago. Su Manny said. Wait for second sister and fourth and fifth sisters to come back. Sixth sister said school is too busy, she can't make it. Su Wanting glanced at Xia Bingyan and Su Deming, then frowned. Fine. Before long, the roar of a sports car sounded again outside and another young woman drove back. 3 girls alighted from the car, one in a women's suit, one in a white lab coat and the other in a homey dress, elegant and refined. The one in the homey dress was the second sister, Su Shuehui, a university music teacher. The one in the women's suit was the fourth sister, Su Pundi, a meticulous elite lawyer. The one in the white lab coat was the fifth sister, Su Shuang, a surgeon at a hospital. When did you all lose Su Mo's contact information? Did none of you buy him a cell phone? Xia Bingyan asked. No. I deleted his WeChat and contact info around mid-year last year. He used to call me often, disrupting my work. Said the fifth sister, Su Shuang. Me too. Su Shuehui added, around mid-year last year he suddenly showed up while I was out and I almost got seen by people from school, so I deleted him. He would sometimes call me during my classes, I had no choice but to block him. Xia Bingyan was surprised that so many had deleted Su Mo's contact info and WeChat, so she turned to look at the fourth sister. Fourth sister, what about you? Did you delete his WeChat and contact info too? It's not my fault. I'm often in court and he kept messaging me, how could I bear it? Said the fourth sister, Su Pundi, with an innocent look. If I hadn't deleted him, he would probably have kept harassing me just like he did with eldest sister. Exactly. Mom, Su Mo is inhuman. You don't know he once came to my school to find me. What right did he have to look for me? Su Shuehui cursed. If I hadn't deleted him, he wouldn't have stopped. It's great now. He doesn't dare bother us at all. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming frowned at their daughters. Eldest, what about you? You too. Su Wanting, as the eldest sister, actually had a decent relationship with Su Mo. She recalled that when Sumo first returned to the Su residence he often came to chat with her and she treated him well. Xia Bingyan thought Su Wanting wouldn't have deleted him. Su Wanting looked at everyone and hesitated for a moment. Then she said, I didn't delete him but I blocked him. Around the end of last year he came to my company and I had no choice but to have the security guards throw him out. So now no one in the family has his contact info. Xia Bingyan understood and her face darkened. So you don't even know if Sumo has a phone or what his number is? Su Mani muttered, it's not our fault. Who told him to be so annoying? Mom, don't worry, he'll come back dejected in a few days. We can ask him then. But I'm telling you now, I absolutely won't add his WeChat or phone number again to save myself the trouble. Me neither. Me neither, absolutely not. Added the second and fifth sisters. Xia Bingyan sighed and said to Su Wanting, eldest, go with the fourth sister to Sumo's room and see if you can find his contact info. Okay. Su Wanting and the fourth sister Su Pundi had no choice but to head toward Sumo's room. His room was on the second floor of the villa. Eldest sister, what's wrong with Sumo? Cutting ties. It's laughable. Who taught him that? Mocked the fourth sister Su Pundi. Su Wanting glanced at her and frowned. Fourth sister, did you know Sumo lost his phone at the end of last year? Su Pundi was startled then laughed. I knew. But what's that got to do with me? It's not like I lost his phone. You knew and you didn't buy him a new one. Su Wanting stared at her. Why should I? Don't blame me, eldest sister. Mom and Dad didn't buy him one, so why should I? Besides, you didn't buy him one either. Su Pundi looked innocent. Su Wanting sighed. I heard from Mom that 5 days ago Mom and Dad beat him up and broke his head. What? Su Pundi was shocked, her eyes wide. So he's really leaving our home? Su Wanting fell silent, her face grim, and quickly walked to Sumo's room, pushing open the door. When she looked inside she was stunned. Ha! The fourth sister Su Pundi was also surprised. The room was spotless, almost free of clutter. The quilt was folded as neatly as a tofu block, arranged with precision. The room was tiny, only about 6 or 7 square meters, barely enough for a bed, 2 nightstands and a wardrobe. Even that made it feel cramped. Su Wanting hadn't expected Sumo's room to be so small yet so clean, contrary to her impression of him as always being messy. She was puzzled. Fourth sister, when was the last time you came to Sumo's room? Ha! I've never been here, said Su Pundi. It's pretty tidy. Let's search, maybe we'll find his contact info. With that she began rummaging. They opened the wardrobe to find a few clothes hanging inside, nothing else. This shirt. Su Wanting frowned at the clothes in the wardrobe. Fourth sister, did you ever buy Sumo any clothes? Why would I buy him clothes? He doesn't buy me any, said Su Pundi. I think. Su Wanting thought for a moment. I think I bought this one. When he first returned to the Su family I took him and Juinja to buy it. And this one I remember the second sister bought for him also 4 years ago. Su Pundi was surprised. Eldest sister, why are you saying all this? We're looking for his number. I remember these shoes too. The fifth sister bought them. Su Wanting took a pair of shoes from the bottom of the wardrobe, glanced at them and frowned. They're still new, looks like they've never been worn. Ha! Su Pundi was puzzled. You, the third and the sixth sister, never bought him anything, I think, said Su Wanting. She sighed again. Except for the time he came back in these 4 years, we've never bought him anything. The fourth sister Su Pundi was slightly taken aback. Sister, what are you trying to say? He doesn't lack these things. Our Su family has everything. No. He lacks them. He must lack them. Su Wanting paused. Let me call Aunt Xiao to come and see. She should know. Oh. Su Wanting went out to call Aunt Xiao, who arrived quickly. Eldest miss, you called for me. Aunt Xiao, let me ask you, how many changes of clothes does Sumo have in our house? Su Wanting asked. Well. Aunt Xiao looked at them both, hesitating. Seeing her reluctance, Su Wanting pressed on. How many clothes did Sumo take when he left? And did anyone else in the family buy him clothes? Aunt Xiao sighed heavily. Eldest miss, you know everyone dislikes young Master Mo. As servants it's not our place to say much. Young Master Mo barely has any clothes, just 2 sets of school uniforms. What? Su Wanting felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Mo was said to be an orphan who wandered outside for a long time. He never told me he lacked clothes. Besides the 2 school uniforms, he had 2 jackets. He earned those jackets by working part-time outside, secretly afraid to tell the madam for fear of being scolded. Aunt Xiao sighed, glancing inside. But it seems young Master Mo has taken them all now. Su Wanting grew flustered. And shoes? How many pairs did he have? Shoes. Aunt Zhao was surprised. He had one pair which he probably wore. Those shoes had a hole and he sewed it up with a needle and thread. He once borrowed a needle and thread from me. He never mentioned other shoes and I never saw him wear any. Su Wanting was stunned. So he wore those sneakers for 4 years. Probably. But young Master Mo never complained. He said a hole could be fixed. Later he mended them himself and likely still wears them outside. Su Wanting felt as if struck by lightning, again her eyes wide. The fourth sister Su Pundi also frowned, her expression growing serious. She suddenly understood something and quickly searched the room. She found that the clothes and shoes in the room were indeed sparse. There was a pair of sneakers, but they were new, worn only once and then wrapped in plastic wrap by Su Mo, still looking brand new. As for the clothes, most were similar. Su Wanting stood in the room recalling the past 4 years Su Mo had lived here, remembering every detail of her encounters with him. She suddenly felt a chill of bone-deep cold. In these 4 years Mom and Dad probably never bought him anything either. This room is actually a maid's room. We sisters are even worse, you didn't, the second and third sisters certainly didn't, and the fifth even less. Su Wanting took a deep breath, feeling cold all over. So what did he do in our home? The fourth sister Su Pundi walked back and said Mom and Dad must have given him some money to buy things himself. If he didn't buy them, who's to blame? No, Mom and Dad probably didn't give him much. I remember Mom saying she was afraid he'd pick up bad habits and cause trouble outside, so she gave him just enough for meals. Mom even asked Uncle Zhao how much was normal for a child. Uncle Zhao said 500 a month, so Mom gave him 500 a month. Su Wanting paused, taking another deep breath. Mom probably never raised his allowance over the years. Definitely not. The household finance handles the allowances and Mom likely never went to them about it. 500 a month. The fourth sister Su Pundi was also stunned, eyes wide. Really? Mom only gave him 500 a month as allowance. I'll go ask Mom, Su Wanting said, unable to believe it, her heart suddenly racing with anxiety. Combined with the severance agreement Su Mo had produced a few days ago, things seemed far from ordinary. Almost everyone in the family had cut ties with him. She quickly walked out. Wanting, did you find his contact info in the room? Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were already snacking, frowning as they saw them return. Su Wanting looked at her parents, thought for a moment and said no. We searched the room but there's no phone number. Damn it. Is that rebellious son trying to infuriate me? Xia Bingyan erupted in anger. Su Wanting glanced at the fourth sister Su Pundi, then spoke. Mom. In these 4 years how much allowance did you give Su Mo each month? Does he have money to live on outside? Well. Xia Bingyan was still fuming but frowned at the question. Why do you ask? Hasn't he come back yet? I'm just curious if he has any money. How much did you and Dad give him to make him so bold? Su Wanting said. Xia Bingyan frowned, then turned to Su Deming. Su Deming, how much did you give him each month? How much money does he have now? Wasn't it you who gave them their money? Su Deming asked. You handle the household, I handle external matters, we agreed on that. You didn't give him any money. Xia Bingyan was surprised. I have no time to give him money. I'm busy with the company every day, overwhelmed, and never get to manage household affairs. There's a finance department at home, ask them. Su Deming said. Xia Bingyan found it hard to believe Su Deming hadn't given money and fumed. If he had no money, would he dare run away? He must have a lot on him. With that she picked up her phone and made a call. Hello Shaoli, how much does the finance department give each child every month? How much does Su Mo get each month? What? Oh, I see. Are you sure there's no mistake? Surprise flickered across Xia Bingyan's face. No mistake, madam. According to your instructions it's always been 500 a month. It hasn't changed in these years, the voice on the phone said. Oh, I see. Xia Bingyan hung up, frowning. How much? Su Wanting stared at her mother, tension rising in her expression. Xia Bingyan looked at everyone inside. 500. Shaoli said it's been 500 a month for 4 years. I remember saying that I was afraid he'd be reckless with money as a newcomer, so 500 would curb his spending. A collective gasp filled the room. Especially Su Wanting and the fourth sister Su Pundi, whose faces showed shock. 500. Giving him 500 a month. Clearly Su Deming was also taken aback. Xia Bingyan sneered. He's clumsy, full of bad habits, and even has sticky fingers, often stealing. Giving him 500 is already generous. It's enough to keep him from starving. The others exchanged glances and fell silent. The second sister Su Shuehui, the third Su Mani and the fifth Su Shuang all furrowed their brows. The Su family was wealthy. They were never short of money. Every month the children received a generous allowance from the family. For instance, even after starting work, Su Shuang, the fifth daughter, still got 100,000 yuan from home each month for socializing and shopping. The second, third and fourth daughters all received similar amounts. But Su Mo only got 500. The sisters could hardly believe it. Why are you all staring at me? I did it for Su Mo's own good. Some habits must be cultivated from childhood, otherwise he'll grow up useless. Xia Bingyan said. Su Wanting took a deep breath and said, but he's already left now. If he's gone, bring him back. If I don't give him a thorough scolding this time, my name isn't Xia. Xia Bingyan fumed. The third daughter Su Mani laughed and said, I think 500 a month is enough for Su Mo. He's still in high school and doesn't have many expenses. 500 can last him a month. The second daughter Su Shuehui also sounded gleeful, as long as he doesn't starve. Otherwise he'll keep bothering us. Mom was right to give him only 500, he really lacks discipline. Exactly. He has no manners and needs to be disciplined. If he comes back in a few days, none of you should pay him any attention. I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Xia Bingyan said through gritted teeth. But Su Wanting hesitated, then stopped, asking, Mom, how long has it been since you last went into Su Mo's? Why would I go to his room? It's filthy and stinks of the orphanage. Didn't you just go? Xia Bingyan asked. Su Wanting sighed, fourth sister and I just went. We saw a very thin blanket in his room and hardly any clothes. I just asked Aunt Zhao and she said Su Mo only has his school uniform and 2 jackets, he has no other clothes. Oh. Everyone was surprised. I was thinking, if you mom and dad don't give him money to buy clothes, what would he wear if not his school uniform? Su Wanting continued, and it seems he has no other shoes either. Aunt Zhao said his shoes had a hole and he sewed them up himself and kept wearing them. Our Su family. She paused, struggling to say it, but finally added, when did we become this poor? Is the Su family so poor that we can't even afford a pair of shoes? At these words, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were startled. When did this happen? The second daughter Su Shuehui asked in surprise. Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao. Xia Bingyan suddenly called out. Aunt Zhao hurried over. Master, madam. Aunt Zhao, you said Su Mo sewed his shoes with a needle and thread. When? Xia Bingyan stared at her. Aunt Zhao looked at the others, all eyes on her, and quickly said, well. It was about a year ago. Young Master Mo tore a hole in his sneakers while playing basketball. He came back, sewed it up with a needle and thread, and has been wearing them ever since. Xia Bingyan was stunned. She turned abruptly to Su Deming. Su Deming, didn't you buy him shoes? Su Deming frowned. Shouldn't that be your responsibility? Xia Bingyan was speechless. I also remember that I never bought him clothes. Su Wanting suddenly panicked, swallowing hard. Second, third, fifth, have any of you bought Su Mo clothes? And you mom and dad, have you? Well. Su Shuehui was taken aback, then shook her head. Who would buy him anything? He never buys me anything. Su Mani muttered. Neither did I, the fifth daughter Su Shuang added. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming exchanged glances. Did you? No. Su Wanting suddenly understood. After a moment's thought she sighed, we should bring him back first. It should be fine once he's back. Xia Bingyan frowned at Su Wanting. Eldest, what are you trying to say? Su Wanting looked at everyone, all eyes on her, thought for a moment and sighed, I just find it strange. Su Mo has lived in our house for 4 years. The family hasn't given him much money. 500 a month is barely enough to live on. He hasn't bought clothes or shoes. How did he get through these 4 years? He must have clothes. He's light-fingered. He even stole a colleague's phone, said the fifth daughter Su Shuang. Exactly. He also stole my cosmetics. He often goes into mom's room, sleeps in her bed, and ruined her dress. He must have stolen mom's things and sold them for money, added the third daughter Su Mani. Su Wanting looked at the fifth and third daughters and fell silent. She turned to Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were aware of Su Mo's petty thievery. Their daughters had often mentioned him taking their things. But that didn't seem to be the point. Let's bring him back first. Well, understand once he's back, Su Deming said. Su Wanting glanced at her father and sighed inwardly. It was clear that her parents hadn't yet realized the real problem. What Su Wanting wanted to say wasn't about petty theft, it was that Su Mo had probably never even had enough to eat, and the Su family might not have had proper clothes, blankets or shoes. In the Su family he had been abused. Yes, abused. Su Wanting recalled the many times she had seen Su Mo in the Su household over the past 4 years, and the more she thought about it the more she felt her suspicions were confirmed. When Su Mo first arrived at the Su family he was timid, cautious and fearful, not even daring to greet strangers. Mother Xia Bingyan often scolded him for being rude. Later, after he became a little more familiar, he would often seek them out. Back then Su Wanting was busy with work and didn't have time to deal with this suddenly appearing younger brother, so she had the security guard drive him away. Su Wanting actually knew that Su Mo was not welcome in the Su family. Not only she but the other sisters were also well aware. On their WeChat group they often shared Su Mo's embarrassing stories, saying what funny and disgusting things this younger brother had done. Even videos and texts of the second sister Su Shuehui and the third sister Su Mani scolding him would occasionally be shared in their WeChat group, making the sisters laugh heartily. Su Wanting also knew that her parents disliked the son as well and were very strict with him. They would hit, scold, make him stand for punishment or lock him in confinement. Last year they even confined Su Mo to his room for 3 days without letting him out. The times he was made to stand for punishment were countless. Su Wanting had never thought much about these things before, but now that she suddenly recalled them she felt suffocated and horrified. She immediately turned to Aunt Zhao and said, "Aunt Zhao, come over here. I have something to ask you." "Oh, okay." Aunt Zhao hurriedly followed her. Perhaps in Su Mo's heart the Su family was a terrifying prison. Not only were there no family members who liked him, but he was also often punished. Su Wanting had once heard that he liked to sneak into his mother Xia Bingyan's room furtively and even sleep in her bed, which was considered disgusting. When the other sisters found out they tattled to their mother. When Xia Bingyan found out she flew into a rage and punished him several times. Whether it was because one punishment was too severe he stopped daring to sleep in his mother's room. These incidents haven't occurred in the past year. As for whether Su Mo still sneaks into his mother's room, that might still happen. Su Wanting remembered that 6 months ago the third sister had posted a video saying she again caught Su Mo sneaking into their mother's room. Whether he was stealing anything was another matter. Mother Xia Bingyan also never said she had lost anything valuable. Now the eldest daughter Su Wanting wanted to ask Aunt Zhao why this was the case. As far as she knew, Aunt Zhao had a relatively good relationship with Su Mo, being the person in the entire Su family who was kindest to him. It was ridiculous to think about these people. These sisters were all his family, his biological sisters, yet in the end they couldn't compare to an outsider who treated him well. Aunt Zhao didn't know what Su Wanting wanted to talk to her about and felt a little uneasy. She followed Su Wanting to the living room on the 3rd floor. There was another living room here and Su Wanting's room was nearby. Aunt Zhao, after Su Mo lost his phone, did he ever ask the family for a new one? Su Wanting asked, gesturing for Aunt Zhao to sit down. Aunt Zhao shook her head and sighed. Young Master Mo never mentioned it, but he did buy a phone himself. He bought one. Do you know his phone number? Su Wanting stared at her. Aunt Zhao shook her head. Young Master Mo rarely calls home and doesn't contact me much either. This past year he's been busy supposedly preparing for the college entrance exam. Su Wanting frowned. When did he start attending? No. 27 middle school. Did Mom and Dad ever go? Madam and the young ladies are busy too, so they never went. Young Master Mo was admitted to no. 27 middle school 3 years ago. Madam should have known he was studying there, but when she heard that the school was very mediocre she didn't want to go. She had Uncle Lee take him to register and later she forgot that he was studying there. Aunt Zhao explained. Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart and her breath quickened. It felt as if her heart had been abruptly squeezed. After a moment she continued, Aunt Zhao, does Su Mo often go into my mother's room? And into the rooms of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th sisters? Well. Aunt Zhao sighed and nodded. This was precisely why the Su family was so disgusted with Su Mo. Especially his sneaking into Xia Bingyan's room and sleeping in her bed, which made Xia Bingyan furious. Xia Bingyan had always been particular about cleanliness and order and was very fastidious. How could she allow anyone to touch her things? Su Mo was crossing a line. Did he steal anything? Su Wanting asked again when she saw Aunt Zhao nod. Well, it's hard to say. Aunt Zhao seemed reluctant to speak carelessly and quickly said, Miss, you'd have to ask young Master Mo or Madam about that. I don't know much about it. Su Wanting frowned and stared at her. Aunt Zhao was silent for a moment before saying, young Master Mo did take some of Madam's clothes once? It was discovered by the second young lady who made him return them and told Madam. Madam punished him by making him stand outside all night. Su Wanting was stunned. She remembered that incident. It happened 3 years ago. Su Mo had sneaked into Xia Bingyan's room, taken some clothes from the wardrobe and was caught red-handed by the second sister Su Shuehui, who reported it to their mother. Xia Bingyan flew into a rage, not only struck his palm but also made him stand for punishment and denied him food. Su Wanting remembered that Xia Bingyan had thrown the clothes into the trash after retrieving them. Su Wanting frowned. Had Su Mo really stolen? She thought for a moment and then asked Aunt Zhao, why do you think Suemo stole things? Especially Mom's clothes. Well. Aunt Zhao paused and fell silent. What's wrong? Does Aunt Zhao know something? Su Wanting saw her reluctance to speak and also felt that Sumo's nasty habit was hard to tolerate. Particularly for someone like Mother Xie Bingyan who was meticulous, neat and clean, it was even more unacceptable. No wonder Mother threw the clothes into the trash after retrieving them. Miss, why are you asking all this? Young Master Mo should come back. Aunt Zhao looked at her with concern. Is that so? You think so? Su Wanting stared at her. Because young Master Mo doesn't have much money. Madam and Master haven't given him any. Even the old Madam and old Master never gave him money when they visited during the New Year. Young Master Mo has no money, so he'll definitely come back, Aunt Zhao said. Su Wanting frowned. That's not a reason. Mom and Dad are already furious. It won't help if he comes back, he'll probably get a thorough scolding. Aunt Zhao fell silent. Su Wanting looked at her. I recall he stole Mom's clothes 3 times and was caught each time. This time he ruined Mom's dress again. Does Suemo really have some kind of strange obsession? Su Wanting suddenly realized she didn't understand this younger brother at all and wanted to find out if he was what she thought. If he was like the other sisters said, then there was nothing more to say. Bad habits were hard to break and needed strict supervision. But if not? Su Wanting felt a nagging doubt. Why would Suemo steal such things? Why specifically Mom's clothes? Aunt Zhao looked at Su Wanting, who was silent, then turned to look downstairs. After hesitating for a moment she said, Miss, if I tell you this, please don't tell anyone else or they'll blame me. Oh. What is it? Su Wanting was surprised. Seeing Aunt Zhao's cautious expression, she quickly added, Aunt Zhao, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Alas, Miss, actually you all know what young Master Mo is like. You're just pretending not to know. Deep down you all understand, but you haven't fully realized it. Su Wanting was puzzled. Miss, young Master Mo used to be. Aunt Zhao paused, struggling to look at Su Wanting. An orphan. Young Master Mo was an orphan. This. Su Wanting frowned. We know that. No, Miss, you don't know. Orphans are different from normal people. I don't know much about orphans either, but they are indeed very different from normal people. When young Master Mo first came to the Su family, he was timid and fearful. I don't know the reason, but if you want to understand what young Master Mo was thinking, I think you should visit the orphanage he used to stay in. Su Wanting was stunned. Orphans are different. She pondered these words. Zhao Ma sighed. The Su family has no one who treats young Master Mo well. In truth, even we servants feel that it's better for him to leave. The master and mistress don't really welcome him. With another sigh, Zhao Ma turned and left. Su Wanting's delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes widening. Orphan. Different. Suddenly a thought struck her and her breathing quickened. A possibility emerged in her mind, a possibility that sent chills down her spine. Zhao Ma, which orphanage did Suemo live in before? I want to go see, she asked hurriedly, her breath short. Chengdong Orphanage. It's not far. Zhao Ma replied. I'll go check. Su Wanting rushed downstairs, her eyes suddenly reddening. A disturbing feeling crept into her heart and she dared not believe her own guess was true. If it were, it would be truly terrifying. This family. They are too dreadful. Zhao Ma watched Su Wanting descend the stairs, a heavy sigh escaping her. The Su family has no one who sees clearly. This young lady. Young Master Mo, I don't know if I can help you at all. Boss, where are you going? Xia Bingyan and Su Mani asked, seeing Su Wanting rush out the door. I'm going out for a bit. Su Wanting said no more, immediately starting the sports car and heading east. The storm had arrived and the wind was fierce, but driving was still manageable. Chengdong Orphanage was not far, about an hour's drive. Su Wanting stopped at a supermarket to buy some things, then continued on to the orphanage. The orphanage was very shabby, located in a rather remote area with a foul smell wafting from nearby garbage dumps. Who are you looking for? Asked the gatekeeper. I'm looking for the dean. I brought some food and gifts. Su Wanting said quickly. The old man, upon seeing this, hurriedly opened the gate for her. The dean of the orphanage was a kind-looking middle-aged woman. As the storm was approaching, she was busy coaxing the orphans to sleep. Seeing Su Wanting bring gifts, she was overjoyed and immediately received her. Su Wanting handed her a red envelope and said, Dean Zhao, this is a donation for the orphanage. I hope you'll accept it. Thank you, thank you. Dean Zhao beamed. Su Wanting looked up at the nearby rooms and asked, Dean Zhao, how many orphans are there here? Over 30 now, most are without parents. 3 were adopted a few days ago, Dean Zhao said with a smile. What do you do, Miss Su? What made you think of donating to our orphanage? Su Wanting looked at her and said, I came to ask you something, Dean. Do you still remember Su Mo? Su Mo. Dean Zhao was surprised. Su Mo from 4 years ago, do you remember him? Su Wanting asked. Oh. Yes, I remember. Su Mo, that thin small boy. Dean Zhao recalled, smiling. I remember him, a very well-behaved child. But wasn't he taken back by his parents? I heard he found his parents. Su Wanting nodded. I wanted to ask Dean Zhao, what do the orphans here usually do? Do they study? Of course they study. We have teachers here to teach them, Dean Zhao said, looking at the children in the distance. But there are a few crybabies here who cry often. Oh. Why do they cry? Su Wanting asked, surprised. Why else? They miss their mom and dad. Dean Zhao gave a helpless smile. It's a common thing. If one starts crying, the whole roomful of children will cry too. They're all children without parents. Some were abandoned by their parents several times, crying day and night. I just managed to calm a few down, or else the whole room would be in tears. Su Wanting's body trembled violently, her eyes wide. They cry. Of course they cry. Dean Zhao said helplessly, if one cries, all the others join in. It's heartbreaking to hear. Our teachers and volunteers all say they can't bear the children's cries. But we can't stop them. They just miss their parents, miss their families. Children without parents are like drifting duckweed. Su Wanting trembled all over. Suddenly she heard a commotion from the next room. Several children were fighting. Dean Zhao glanced over inside, fighting again. Probably one child's toy was snatched. That tattered doll was given to her by her mother. She treasures it like a gem and can only sleep holding it. But the other children like to take it from her. This is... Su Wanting stared at the scene before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. You're a relative of Su Mo, aren't you? Dean Zhao looked at Su Wanting. That child Su Mo was a good kid. He often helped the other children, but he used to cry a lot too. He was afraid of the dark, would hide alone in a room and wail, and dared not go back to his room when it got dark. He had no sense of security. Now that he's found his parents, he must be very happy. Su Wanting didn't know how she got back to her sports car. Her breathing was rapid, nearly suffocating. Every hair on her body stood on end, a chill creeping down her spine. Her mind was in a daze. Over the years, managing the family business had exposed her to many things, but she had never encountered anything like this. Dean Zhao said he was afraid of the dark, had no sense of security, often cried alone. That was understandable, since most orphans were like that, sensitive, timid and weak. When Su Mo first returned to the Su family, he was the same way, which made his parents dislike him. But he would sneak into his parents' room and sleep on their bed. Su Wanting couldn't believe such a thing had happened. She thought she might have been overthinking earlier, but now... Tears streamed from her eyes, falling uncontrollably. Actually, Su Wanting had known that Su Mo secretly went to his mother's room, but at the time she hadn't realized what it meant and hadn't bothered with it. But now, looking back, she felt as if her heart were being squeezed, nearly suffocating. Perhaps he just wanted just a little sense of security. Maybe just a tiny bit. Whether it was sneaking into his mother's room to sleep or taking her clothes, he was only trying to find even a sliver of security. Perhaps his mother's clothes carried her scent, just like the orphans fighting over a tattered doll. In Su Wanting's memory, she had never seen Xia Bingyan or Su Deming embrace him. Not once. The reason he only dared to sneak in instead of going openly was that the family didn't acknowledge his existence. Even his mother Xia Bingyan was reluctant to touch him. Tears kept streaming from her eyes, blurring Su Wanting's vision. Although she wasn't sure if her guess was correct, reflecting on the past 4 years, Su Wanting felt she had figured out most of it. Su Wanting didn't know how she made it back to the Su family villa. She drove aimlessly, arriving in a daze. Tears still flowed as she recalled the past 4 years. Her parents were in the living room watching TV, but her second, fourth and fifth sisters were gone, leaving only her third sister Su Mani. Boss, where did you go? Xia Bingyan noticed Su Wanting's strange expression as she walked back in a daze. Mom, Su Mo. Su Wanting opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly didn't know how to say it. Poof. Just mentioning him makes me angry. Uncle Zhao and Uncle Li have contacted the police to look for him. After all the fuss he caused, I'll have to slap him a few times. Xia Bingyan was still angry. Go to your room and rest. The storm is coming, no need to go to work. Su Wanting opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, heading toward her room. Suddenly she stopped and saw Su Mani lounging on the sofa watching TV. She pulled her. Mani, come with me. Ha! Big sis, what's up? Su Mani was surprised. Come here. Su Wanting glared at her coldly. Su Mani, seeing that, dared not argue. She was most afraid of her elder sister's anger, so she obediently followed Su Wanting upstairs. Once on the third floor, Su Wanting held out her hand. "Give me Su Mo's phone." "Ha!" Su Manny was startled. "Give it to me." Su Wanting glared at her angrily. Su Manny was flustered. She glanced downstairs to make sure her parents hadn't heard, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Big sis, how did you know I had Su Mo's phone?" She tried to explain, but seeing Su Wanting's cold stare she grew afraid and quickly said, all right. I'll give it to you. But in telling you, I didn't mean to hide his phone." "Who told him to be so disgusting?" Su Wanting's breath quickened and she nearly felt suffocated, but she managed to hold back. In fact, she had long known that Su Manny had hidden Su Mo's phone. At the end of last year, the family went on a trip and many things happened. Su Mo's phone went missing and he couldn't contact them. He walked a long way home and eventually the police brought him back. During the trip, Su Manny had secretly hidden Su Mo's phone so he couldn't reach the family, making him think he had lost it. Now no one in the family knew that Su Mo still had a phone. Thinking of this, Su Wanting's eyes reddened again. Su Manny quickly went to her room and brought out a phone. "Here. It's here. But don't tell Mom or she'll blame me." Su Wanting glared at her fiercely and snatched the phone. Su Wanting suddenly realized that living in this family might be a terrifying thing. Perhaps even a chilling one. Take the messages in the sisters' WeChat group, some words could suffocate you. Su Wanting hadn't thought much of it before, but now she realized she had been part of it. She remembered one day last year when she was busy with a company project and had no time to eat. Her younger brother Su Mo, knowing this, cooked some porridge and took a taxi to deliver it to her office. That time Su Wanting was shocked and furious. She immediately had the security guard throw him out. Before that incident, every time Su Mo saw her, his eyes would light up and he would walk over with a smile. He would either help her carry things or ask if she was tired or hungry. Su Wanting found it annoying and ignored him. This went on for over 3 years. Su Mo acted the same way almost every time he saw her, until that day, after which he never sought her out again. Later, when he looked at her, there was only fear in his eyes. Su Wanting had felt relieved back then, thinking she could finally be rid of this troublesome brother and focus on her work. Now looking back, she had been part of it too. They say the eldest sister is like a mother. She had failed in her duty too. Su Wanting felt tears threatening to spill again. She quickly sniffled, took the phone to her room and examined it. The phone was locked and she didn't know the password. She wanted to go out and have someone unlock it, but the storm outside had grown fierce, making it dangerous to go out. Su Wanting had no choice but to put the phone aside for now, waiting for the storm to pass. Su Mo sat in his rented room watching the storm approach while doing practice exams. The college entrance exam was near and he didn't want to lose. He had to do well this time, aiming for a top-tier university and a scholarship. Having been reborn, he had made a detailed plan for himself, determined not to live a mediocre life. He would do as many practice tests as possible now. As he was busy, his phone rang. Someone was calling. Su Mo picked it up and saw it was his classmate Tang Lei, a friend from the orphanage. They had lived together in the orphanage and later both entered No. 27 middle school. Besides Tang Lei, Su Mo had a few other childhood friends also studying at No. 27 middle school with whom he had a close bond. However, after Su Mo found his parents, they forbade him from playing with these friends, so over the past 4 years they had gradually drifted apart. Now, after being reborn, Su Mo had reconnected with them in the past few days. "Su Mo, you said that with the storm coming the prices of fresh shrimp and live crabs will go up, is that true?" Tang Lei asked immediately when Su Mo answered the call. He was also an orphan, very poor, usually working part-time to support himself, scrimping on food and clothes, washing dishes every day to earn a living. Su Mo, having a way to make money, had informed them so they could join in. "That's right. Prices will definitely rise, probably more than double. From 20 yuan per caddy to over 40 yuan. Su Mo said. "I figure the storm will cause many fish and shrimp ponds to overflow, killing the fish and shrimp, so prices will go up." "Su Mo, are you sure?" A clear voice came through, a girl's voice. A slender tall girl with a high ponytail came to Su Mo's mind and he immediately said, "Exactly. The moment the storm stops tomorrow, the prices will likely rise. Guanxi, just wait and see." The girl, overjoyed, replied, "Su Mo, we trust you. Honestly, I think the prices will go up too. The storm is just too fierce." This girl was Gu Wanqi, a friend from his orphanage days. They had all been admitted to the 27th middle school together. In their childhood they had depended on each other, living as one family, sharing a bond that ran deep. Later, when Su Mo was found by his parents, the other three had been envious, crying in each other's arms for a while. Now that Su Mo had reconnected with them, they were all deeply moved. "Just hold on. Keep studying for now. I figure the storm won't ease until tomorrow afternoon." The day after we can go check the prices on live shrimp and crabs. Make sure to keep oxygen flowing, don't let the shrimp and crabs die. Su Mo instructed. Gu Huanqi chuckled, relax Su Mo, we treasure them dearly. We can't bear to lose a single one. Tang Lei Ban Zhuang and I each put in 3,000 yuan. Just take good care of them. Wait until the day after. Su Mo said with a smile. All right. Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei and another girl named Li Banzhuang lived together. They studied for college, toiled side by side and sustained each other, relying on one another. If Su Mo hadn't been reclaimed by his parents, he would likely have been with them. But he was taken back. Now being able to help them brought him joy. He set aside those thoughts and continued grinding through his exercises, determined to finish all the papers the teacher had assigned today, tackle new ones tomorrow and sell the live shrimp and crabs the day after. His schedule was tight, he had to seize every moment. Meanwhile at the Su residence, a police officer addressed Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Mr. Su, Mrs. Xia, we've obtained the surveillance footage. After Su Mo left the neighborhood with his suitcase, he seemed to take the 956 bus to the outskirts. In the living room, hearing that the police had arrived, the eldest daughter Su Wanning hurried out of her room. The outskirts. Everyone was taken aback. Yes. He got off at Bin Road and then there was no trace. We don't have surveillance from that area yet. With the storm now we might need 2 or 3 days, the officer said. What would he be doing in the outskirts? Isn't that just countryside? Xia Bingyan asked. Su Mo seemed very certain without a hint of hesitation. It looks like he had planned to go to the outskirts all along. Here is the footage, take a look. Su Wanning leaned in to watch and sure enough she saw a video of Su Mo boarding the bus still wearing his old sneakers and school uniform. Mom, doesn't Su Mo have a car and a driver? Su Wanning looked at Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Xia Bingyan replied, what would he need a driver for? He can just ride his bike to school. But Su Wanting hesitated. Juanja has his own driver and car specifically for school pickups. Why doesn't Su Mo? Xia Bingyan's face twisted with irritation. If he could get into the city's top high school, he'd have one too. But he didn't, so how dare he ask for such things? Su Wanting fell silent, a pang of sorrow tightening in her chest. She knew she was complicit in this. He's probably gone to the suburbs to find those shady friends of his. I knew he'd be in touch with that worthless bunch. Xia Bingyan ground her teeth, then turned to glare at Su Deming. Su Deming, if you don't rein in your son, it'll be too late. He's completely ruined. Su Deming said coldly, when he gets back, lock him up for a few days. Let him reflect on his actions. This ungrateful brat has grown lawless. Su Wanting couldn't sit still any longer, a suffocating weight pressed on her heart. She stood up and retreated to her room. It would be 3 more days before they learned where Su Mo had gone. For now he seemed safe, which brought some relief to Su Wanting. The storm continued to rage, halting the police's work. Su Wanting had no time to go to the office or get her phone repaired, she could only wait at home. Now that they knew Su Mo was alright, the household felt a bit more at ease. Xia Bingyan had the housekeeper Zhao Ma prepare some snacks. The family lounged in the living room, munching and watching TV, utterly relaxed. On the other side, Su Mo was juggling caring for the crabs and shrimp while doing his homework, busier than ever. Time slipped by quietly and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his meticulous care over those 2 days, only 2 or 3 of Su Mo's crabs and shrimp had died. Then he saw a news report on his phone. The coastal storm had destroyed numerous fish and shrimp farms with estimated losses in the billions. Su Mo's heart leaped, he knew his opportunity had arrived. He couldn't stay put any longer. Bracing against the strong winds, he rushed to the seafood market to check the prices of live crabs and shrimp. The storm had passed and most people were venturing out again. The roads were littered with fallen trees, a scene of utter disarray. But when Su Mo reached the market, he was overjoyed. Su Mo! Su Mo! Several voices called out to him. Turning around, he saw 3 familiar faces. Who else could it be but Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei and Li Banzhuang? Gu Huanqi was tall and slender with delicate features, a ponytail, a simple blouse and a few acne spots on her face, very plain. Li Banzhuang was slightly shorter, petite and delicate with a baby face, dressed just as simply. They were all children of poverty. Tang Lei had dark skin, a sunny boy with a certain handsomeness. They had likely already scouted the seafood market, their faces alight with excitement. I've asked around, the prices have shot up. At least doubled. From 20 yuan to 43 per caddy. A lot of fishing boats and shrimp ponds were destroyed. This time we can make some money. The teenagers looked at Su Mo, their spirits soaring. Su Mo's heart swelled with happiness and he quickly grinned. Let's set up our stalls right away. 1 person per market. Huanqi, you take the Huandong market, Tang Lei the Xiuhua Road market, Banzhuang the Tiangu Road market. We'll each handle one market and sell these live shrimp and crabs as fast as we can. All right. Their long years as orphans had seasoned them. Doing business came naturally like second nature. They quickly split up and began selling the live shrimp and crabs. They didn't have stalls, but they could set up outside the markets. Occasionally someone would come to chase them off, but it was no big deal, they'd just move somewhere else. As orphans they had no pride to bruise and feared no one scolding. Suemo jumped into action, pulling out his 300 caddies of live shrimp and crabs. He couldn't carry it all at once, his body was still weak, thin and malnourished, but he could make several trips. He figured he wouldn't sell it all on the first day anyway, it would take 3 or 4 days to clear out. Sumo threw himself into his work. Meanwhile Su Wanning grew anxious as the storm began to subside. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming however had already stopped worrying. Su Juanjia had returned home and the household was filled with harmony. Besides, the police had said Suemo was likely fine, which only made them more complacent. Standing on the third floor, Su Wanning looked down at the living room where her parents and siblings were chatting and snacking, their laughter ringing out. A sharp pang stabbed through her heart. Even with Suemo still missing, they could laugh like that. Su Wanning pushed aside her feelings, pulled out her phone and made a call. Hello. Xiao Su, take Xiaoan to the police station to check on my brother's case. Yes, my other brother. The police are already looking into it at Qingning Precinct. Go ask them to investigate and notify me the moment there's news. Understood. Having instructed her bodyguards to contact the police, Su Wanting made another call, summoning her secretary. She handed over her phone, asking her to have the password cracked. She needed to know what kind of person Suemo truly was. For 4 years she, as his elder sister, had never really understood him. After giving her orders, Su Wanning waited for a while. She glanced at her parents and siblings still playing around downstairs, unable to bear the sight, and turned away. A moment later a call came in. Ting Jia, the police found Suemo, but what? Su Wanting's breath quickened, fearing the worst. Ting Jia, you should come to the police station and see for yourself. Suemo seems fine. The female bodyguard, sensing her anxiety, quickly reassured her. Su Wanting couldn't sit still any longer. She dashed out, got into her car and drove to the station. Soon she arrived where her 2 female bodyguards were waiting. The police quickly showed them the video footage. Su Wanting took one look, her face freezing, eyes widening. In an instant she covered her mouth, her eyes turning red. He's at the Anchi Road Market. He's still there now. You can find him there, the veteran officer said. A wave of bitter sorrow surged through Su Wanning's nose. Without a word she swiftly left the station, started her car and drove to the Anchi Road Market. The market was bustling with people, making parking impossible. Su Wanting had to find a parking spot first, then headed toward the market with her 2 bodyguards. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, she had never set foot in a place like this. Once inside, her head spun. Garbage was everywhere, chaos reigned, dead fish and shrimp lay scattered and flies buzzed all around. Because the storm had just passed, the market was piled with leaves and debris, sticky, wet and nauseating. The stench of rotting fish hit her and Su Wanting nearly gagged. Ting Jia, are you all right? The bodyguard asked, knowing she had never been in such an environment. Su Wanting, a pampered heiress, had all her meals prepared by the housekeeper and groceries supplied by the supermarket. She had never had a reason to come here. And now it was filthy, wet and utterly disgusting. One step could land her in a mess of grime. The smell hit her and Su Wanting felt her face go pale, her stomach churning. The fishy odor was unbearable. She quickly pulled out a tissue, pressed it to her nose and mouth and stepped inside. Fresh live shrimp, fresh live crabs. 42 yuan a caddy, 42. Get them while they last or they'll be gone. Auntie, you want 3 caddies. Sir, you want some live shrimp. Come quick, come quick. They won't last long. Suemo, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, held a scale weighing out crabs and shrimp for customers. The rain was still falling, the storm not yet fully spent, leaving the market slippery and wet. His hair and clothes were speckled with grime. Come on, come on. Live shrimp, live crabs. Suemo continued hawking to passers-by, eager to sell off his stock. Su Wanting, covering her nose, walked over. Ma'am. Suemo looked up and paused for a moment. Su Wanting stared at him. Suemo recognized her, frowning slightly, wondering what she was doing here. He ignored her, seeing other customers gathering, and quickly put on a smile. Auntie wants some live crabs. Guaranteed fresh. Only 42 yuan a caddy, a steal. Give me 2 caddies. Coming right up, Auntie. These crabs are all plump, look how heavy each one is. Suemo beamed. Today he had brought out over 80 caddies of live shrimp and crabs and they were nearly sold out. He had already recouped most of his costs, the rest could be sold tomorrow morning. He was the only one selling live shrimp and crabs in the market today, so they moved fast. After selling the last 2 caddies of live crabs, Suemo immediately packed up, ready to leave. Su Mo. Seeing him ignore her, Su Wanning's eyes reddened and she called out urgently. She couldn't bear to imagine him working in a place like this. Su Mo looked up. What are you doing here? He asked flatly, continuing to pack. Not even a single big sister. The word stung Su Wanning's heart. She pressed on. We've been looking for you. Looking for me? What for? I'm busy. Su Mo said, loading his goods onto a small cart, planning to take the bus home. He still had live shrimp and crabs at home that needed feeding. Su Mo, you've been gone for 6 or 7 days. Mom and Dad are worried sick. Don't we have a right to look for you? First, come home with me. Seeing him about to leave, Su Wanning rushed over and grabbed his hand. Su Mo pulled away, freeing himself with a laugh. Miss Su, what are you doing? I'm very busy right now. I don't have time for this. Go back where you came from. Su Mo, where are you going? Su Wanning blocked his path as he started to drag his cart away. I'm taking the bus. Unlike you. Su Mo said coolly. Move aside, I'm in a hurry. Su Mo, you're not going anywhere. Come home first and explain everything to Mom and Dad. Su Wanting stood in his way. Su Mo looked at her and let out a bitter laugh. Miss Su, what are you on about? Do I have parents? No. Explain what? Besides, since you found me here, you must already know everything. Why are you stopping me? I don't know everything yet, and neither do Mom and Dad. They're all looking for you. Su Wanting said urgently. Looking for me? Su Mo found it absurd. Miss Su, don't you feel ashamed saying that? Forget it, I'm tired. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm leaving. Su Mo, seeing him determined to go, she grabbed him again. But as she tugged, he seemed to stumble and she pulled him down until he collapsed. Su Wanting gasped in alarm. Su Mo. She looked closely and saw him lying unconscious on the ground. Su Mo, what's wrong? Ambulance. Ambulance. The female bodyguard rushed over. Seeing him, they were startled and quickly called for an ambulance. Not long after, Su Mo was taken to the hospital and several doctors hurried in to diagnose him. Su Wanning hadn't expected Su Mo to faint. Her face pale, she waited anxiously outside the ward. At that moment she felt nothing but a chill in her heart. After a long while, the doctor who had been diagnosing came out. Who is the patient's family? I am. Su Wanning quickly stepped forward. The doctor glanced at her, frowned and said, nothing major but plenty of minor issues. Inflammation in the head, unhealed wounds. Underweight, severe malnutrition, anemia, and heart problems as well. Are you his sister? Su Wanting was stunned. She hadn't expected Su Mo to have so many problems. When he was at the Su family, he never mentioned having so many issues. I am. Su Wanning felt tears streaming down. She never imagined Su Mo could be so frail and suffer from so many illnesses. This younger brother of yours probably doesn't know how to take care of himself. The wound on his head is from 6 or 7 days ago and is now infected. Frailness and malnutrition go without saying. Let him eat more nutritious food to replenish his blood and energy, otherwise he'll faint from anemia again. As for his heart, it needs even more care, insufficient blood production. The doctor continued, handing her a form. Sign here. Su Wanning looked it over carefully, tears in her eyes, and signed her name. Seeing her sign, the doctor took the form and left. Su Wanning quickly pushed open the door and entered the ward. But as she went in, she found Su Mo already awake, packing his things to leave. Su Mo, you're awake. Su Wanting was overjoyed. Su Mo turned to glance at her, said nothing, and continued packing. Seeing his calm expression, Su Wanning felt a pang of pain. She vividly remembered how Su Mo used to light up every time he saw her, as if gazing at a celebrity idol, his eyes full of admiration. Back then he was like a little lapdog, crowding around her, bringing her food, carrying her things, desperately trying to please her. Every time he saw her, he was extremely excited and happy. But now his face was lifeless. Su Mo, where are you going? The doctor said you need to rest. Su Wanting hastened to say. Su Mo finished packing, turned to look at her and said, thank you for bringing me to the hospital. I just saw the bill. The medicine and diagnostic fees total 1,500 yuan. With it he pulled out 1,500 yuan from his wallet, handed it to her and said, here is the medical fee. Keep it. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. There's no need to come looking for me. Goodbye. Su Mo. Su Wanting was startled and quickly blocked his way, not letting him leave. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come back. Where are you going? Su Mo sneered. Miss Su, what are you doing? Why do you keep stopping me? I don't understand why you're here. Come home with me first. Su Wanting urged, trying to take his hand. Forget it. Suemo brushed her hand away and laughed. What would I go back for? So your bodyguard can beat me up. Or so your family can punish me, lock me up and not let me eat. Miss Su, be kind. Evil will be repaid with evil. Su Wanting froze, her heart racing. It's not that there's no retribution, but the time hasn't come. When the time comes, you'll get what you deserve. Suemo smiled at her, then stepped past her and walked out of the ward. His words sent a chill of terror through Su Wanting's spine. When she saw Suemo leave, she suddenly snapped out of it and hurried after him. Suemo, what are you talking about? I'm your eldest sister. Stop right there. Suemo looked back and laughed. You're not going to call your female bodyguard to hit me again, are you? Let me tell you, this is a hospital. I have nothing to do with you anymore. If you dare let your people touch me again, I'll fight you. He dropped his smile and glared at her fiercely. Su Wanting felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, every hair on her body standing on end. Suemo at this moment seemed terrifyingly different. She stood frozen. Suemo, I was just asking you to come home. I'm your eldest sister. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come home. Don't be so hypocritical. Don't you know, or don't I know? Who are you pretending for? You don't think you can fool me again this time, do you? Suemo looked at her with a mocking smile. I never fooled you. I'm your eldest sister. How could I fool you? Su Wanting was shocked. Oh. You didn't fool me. Suemo laughed and glanced at the female bodyguard behind her. Right, you didn't fool me, you just openly mocked me. If I go back this time, I'll probably be filmed again and posted in the WeChat group for your friends to laugh at. Su Wanting, evil will be repaid with evil. If it hasn't happened yet, it's only because the time hasn't come. You want to escape retribution. Su Wanting was greatly alarmed. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Get lost. Suemo was too tired to talk to her. Seeing that she wasn't blocking him, he picked up his things and walked out of the hospital, heading home quickly. At home there were still over 200 pounds of live shrimp and crabs. In the afternoon market he needed to buy more and try to sell 150 pounds today. Su Wanting stood there stunned. Her body trembled, her face deathly pale. She hadn't expected Suemo to know about their sister's WeChat group. Nor had she expected Suemo to be so cold and direct. They had indeed mocked him in the group and even played tricks on him. For example, the third sister, Sumani, had hidden his phone. And she herself had done it once too. She vividly remembered 2 years ago when her younger brother Sujuinja was playing with fire in the yard and set the grapevines, their parents' favorites, ablaze. Terrified, Sujuinja asked her for help, telling her to pin the blame on Suemo. Su Wanting had no choice but to go to Suemo and ask him to take the blame. Back then Suemo didn't agree at first and remained silent. Later Su Wanting promised to take him to visit the company, saying it would help both her and her brother, so Suemo happily agreed. In the end their parents gave Suemo a severe beating and made him stand for 2 hours. When it was over, Suemo happily went to her and said he was fine. Su Wanting thought he was pathetic and found it amusing. She filmed the scene and posted it in the WeChat group for her sisters to watch. Unsurprisingly, they all burst into laughter. At that moment Su Wanting felt her entire body shaking, her hands and feet icy cold as if all the blood in her veins had frozen. Every hair on her body stood on end. So he knew. Suemo soon left the hospital and took the bus home. Su Wanting didn't follow him, which made him happy. Suemo, the price of live shrimp and crabs has gone up. Today we sold everything. Haha, Suemo, you're amazing. Your prediction was spot on. On the way Suemo received calls from Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi, feeling delighted. Next he would continue to make money, earn big and build his fortune. He quickly got busy. Su Wanting didn't know how she made it back home from the hospital. She felt as if she had frozen solid. As the CEO of the family company, a graduate of a prestigious university, she was always rational and logical, methodical in her work, decisive and not prone to emotional impulses. But when had she become like this? Was it when the third sister Sumani posted the first video about Suemo in the sisters group? Or was it because of something else? Or perhaps she subconsciously never regarded Suemo as her real brother, but merely as someone to toy with and mock at will. She hadn't even realized that she had never taken him seriously, including the times he brought her food, always smiling and beaming at her. Su Wanting had always seen him as a burden, someone she wanted to get rid of. Even if she occasionally teased or laughed at him, it seemed fine. But now she felt nothing but cold. Bitter cold, piercing to the bone. Su Wanting walked back to the Su family mansion in a daze. At that moment Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were still chatting and watching TV in the living room. The second sister Su Shuehui, the third sister Su Mani and their younger brother Su Juinja were all there. The fourth and fifth sisters had probably gone back to work as they were busy. Their son had been missing for 7 or 8 days, yet Father Su Deming and Mother Xia Bingyan didn't seem the least bit worried, calm and unhurt. Su Wanting suddenly wondered what Su Mo's place in the Su family really was. A sense of unreality washed over her. It's not that there's no retribution, but the time hasn't come. When the time comes, everything will be repaid. She recalled Su Mo's words. Wanting, where did you go? The storm isn't over yet. Seeing her return, Xia Bingyan turned around and asked. Su Wanting looked at them, opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly her phone rang. CEO Su, we've cracked the phone. Should we deliver it to you? Send it over. I'll be waiting at home. Okay, CEO Su, wait for me. Su Wanting hung up, took a deep breath and held back the tears welling in her eyes. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. I'll go to my room and rest. Wanting, are you okay? Her father, seeing her pale face, asked worriedly. I'm fine. Su Wanting declined his concern and went upstairs to rest. The secretary soon delivered the phone. It was Su Mo's phone. But Su Mo no longer used it. The third sister Su Mani had hidden it, and he had changed his WeChat and phone number. Su Wanting returned to her room, composed herself briefly and took out the phone, intending to open it. But suddenly she stopped, afraid to open it. She feared seeing something she dreaded. If she wasn't mistaken, this phone should contain many records. After a moment of silence, Su Wanting finally wiped away her tears, took a deep breath and opened the phone to examine its contents. There were many photos, all of them or their parents. There were also pictures of the Su family mansion, luxury cars and the family company. There were also a few family portraits. Su Mani probably hadn't opened the phone after taking it, everything was still intact. Su Wanting scrolled through and found WeChat messages. She looked at them, then imported the records into her laptop to read the chat history from the beginning. As the eldest sister, she wanted to understand Su Mo as much as possible, to know everything about him, to understand why he insisted on leaving the Su family. Only by reading all these records could she fully grasp Su Mo's experiences over the past 4 years. There was a lot of information in the phone, photos, documents, study materials and some chat logs. Quite a few chat logs. As a highly educated person, Su Wanting knew that snooping through someone's chat history was extremely rude, but at this moment she couldn't afford to care. She just wanted to understand. Su Wanting quickly flipped through several pages of documents without finding anything useful. But soon she saw something that made her body tremble. Tang Lei, this is my eldest sister Su Wanting. Pretty, isn't she? Attached was a photo of her at the company. That photo was displayed on the wall of honors in the living room, along with photos of the second sister Su Shuehui, the third sister Su Mani and others. Su Mo had taken a photo of hers alone and sent it to his friend. Su Wanting continued reading. I heard my eldest sister graduated from Tsinghua University and studied abroad for a year at MIT. Do you know about MIT? I've heard this university is incredibly famous. My eldest sister is a top student from Tsinghua and MIT. She is well educated and extremely knowledgeable. I just found out. I asked Zhao Ma and she told me. Zhao Ma is our family's maid. She said my eldest sister has always been outstanding since she was a child, with excellent grades, one of the most brilliant people. Look at this award certificate. My eldest sister got it in high school. She ranked first in liberal arts and second in science. Su Wanting held her breath and checked the timestamp of the record. She found that it was sent 4 years ago, when Su Mo had just arrived at the Su family and was still unfamiliar with them. And also, my eldest sister was among the top 100 in the provincial college entrance exam and was the top scorer in mathematics. Zhao Ma just told me. Huanqi, do you know? This is my eldest sister. She's managing the family business and is the CEO of the company. Huanqi, look, this is a photo of my eldest sister shaking hands with Deputy Mayor Li. This is my eldest sister receiving the Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Award. I heard from Zhao Ma that there are countless suitors for my eldest sister. They could line up from the east end of the city to the west end. This whole row of award certificates, they're all from when my eldest sister was in school. Haha, Tang Lei Huanqi, look how many there are. There's first place in geography, first place in mathematics, 3 good student, outstanding youth of the city. Apparently my eldest sister has been extremely smart and outstanding since she was a child. Huanqi, I've never met anyone as remarkable as my eldest sister. If only I could be 1/10, no, even 100th as good as her. Whimpered reading this, Su Wanting suddenly covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, blurring her vision. This. How could this be? Impossible. Su Mo had never told her any of this. He had never asked her about these things. At that moment, Su Wanting felt her entire body trembling, desperately covering her mouth to prevent herself from sobbing. Tears blurred her vision, streaming down her delicate face. She suddenly dared not look down, for she did not know what else she might see. Su Wanting knew what she had done over the past 4 years. Now recalling it, everything was crystal clear, unmistakable. Tang Lei and Huanqi were likely Su Mo's friends from the orphanage. Su Wanting remembered him introducing them once. Upon hearing Su Mo say this, Huanqi became very interested and pressed for more details. Su Wanting forcefully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued reading below. This is the 3rd time I've seen my eldest sister. I only found out how amazing she is after asking Jiama. Huanqi, my eldest sister, is truly incredible. She graduated from Tsinghua in Peking, then studied at MIT, and after returning to China she became a young entrepreneur. At such a young age no one can compare to her. She even shook hands with the vice mayor and vice governor. Look. This is a photo of my sister shaking hands. I found it online and it's been published in the newspaper. Tang Lei, this is a news article about my eldest sister in the newspaper. Look, there's so much written about her. I've read it so many times that I can recite it. Wow. Su Wanting could no longer hold back. Tears burst forth, blurring her vision, making it impossible for her to see the text above clearly. She quickly pulled out a tissue, carefully wiped her eyes to restore her vision. But tears kept streaming out and she felt that such a situation was unbearable. I never imagined my eldest sister could be so amazing. It's astonishing. We can't even catch up to her no matter how hard we try. Huanqi Banzwang, do you know? I just heard all this from Zhao Ma. She also thinks my eldest sister is probably the most incredible person in the world. Today I went to my eldest sister's company. Huanqi Banzwang, look. This is my eldest sister's company. She is the boss of this company. Attached were several photos of the company's lobby. In the company lobby there were many photos, one of which was of her. Su Mo seemed to have walked over and taken a few pictures, then sent them to his friends. Huanqi, look. It says executive president on it. My eldest sister is the executive president of this company. I heard it has over 1,000 employees. When he sent this message he must have been filled with pride. His 3 friends all sensed his smugness and felt quite contemptuous of him. I want to go see my eldest sister. See if she's at work. I heard from Zhao Ma that my eldest sister has been working overtime a lot lately and forgets to eat. I'll go up and check. Su Wanting remembered that time Su Mo came to her company. Naturally he couldn't get up. He was stopped by the security guard who wouldn't let him. Su Mo was a bit angry and told the guard he was her brother, asking to be let up, but the guard refused and mocked him. In the end he didn't make it into the company. The female bodyguard Xiao Su told Su Wanting about it. Too bad I couldn't go up and see my sister at work. The security guard stopped me. But don't worry, next time I'll definitely get in. I just need to tell my eldest sister. Su Mo seemed very regretful about not being able to go up. Then he spoke again with reluctance. I think in the future I want to work in a company like this too. I want to go in and see. Tang Lei, as long as we work hard we can definitely work in a company like this. We might never be as outstanding as my eldest sister, but if we could reach 1/10 of her level or even 100th, that would be great. Haha, you admire your sister so much, but are you good to her? Tang Lei replied with a laughing emoji. Of course. I will definitely be good to my eldest sister. You can rest assured. I think there is no one more incredible than my eldest sister in this world. Oh right. I also heard something big. My eldest sister seemed to have landed a huge order yesterday. My mom and dad know about it and everyone at home is very happy and celebrating. From today on my eldest sister is my idol. Seeing this, Su Wanting felt tears like a string of pearls blur her vision once again. I want to go to my eldest sister's company again. Zhao Ma said my eldest sister has gastroenteritis and often gets stomachaches. I'll cook some porridge and bring it to her. It will definitely cure her gastroenteritis. Su Wanting remembered these events. The first time Su Mo went to her company he failed and was kicked out by the security guard. The second time he went he called her. She was at work very busy and irritable. When she saw him coming with something she became even more annoyed, took the porridge he brought and had the security guard escort him away. In the end she didn't even drink the porridge, it was thrown away by the secretary. It wasn't that she forgot to drink it but that she didn't dare to, not knowing what was in it. My eldest sister will definitely get better if she drinks my porridge. As long as she doesn't have gastroenteritis that would be great. My eldest sister works too hard. I heard from Zhao Ma that she works overtime every day, it's so hard. I feel so sorry for my eldest sister. He failed to go upstairs again, seeming a bit regretful but still very happy. He probably didn't know that Su Wanting never touched the porridge he made. Not even once had she opened it. This message was sent 3 days later when Su Mo happily told Gu Huanqi that she had come home. My eldest sister is back. She hasn't been home for 3 days. She's still as beautiful as ever. Huanqi, look, she's back. Huanqi, do you know? I just heard that my eldest sister has been busy with the factory these days. I heard her factory is going to expand and products are already being sold abroad. They need to hire another 1,000 employees. That'll be 2,000 employees in total. My parents' third sister and fourth sister were all overjoyed when they heard. I think I was right, my eldest sister is truly the most incredible person in the world. No one can compare to my eldest sister. Su Wanting covered her mouth, tears streaming out again. But my eldest sister's gastroenteritis hasn't healed yet. I need to cook another pot of porridge for her. I haven't seen her for 3 days and I feel she's lost so much weight. I need to make it up to her. Su Wanting remembered this time. She was at work again and when she heard he was coming she was impatient and had the secretary bring him upstairs. Once Suemo was allowed upstairs he was overjoyed, looking around left and right like a country bumpkin entering a grand palace full of envy and admiration. Perhaps in his eyes everyone who worked in such a building was among the best in the world, so he took many photos and sent them to his friends to show off. I made it in. I entered my eldest sister's company. Tang Lei Huanqi, look. So this is how employees of the world's greatest companies work. There's so much stuff here. I heard they have snacks and even a gym. Such a company is so bright and clean. Huanqi Banzwang, if I could work in a company like this in the future I'd die happy. I'm going to see my eldest sister now. She is the boss of this company. Su Wanting remembered. The first time he entered her company his eyes were shining. He had probably never been in such a company before. This was his first time upstairs. At that time when Su Wanting heard about it from her secretary she didn't think much of it and even blamed him for insisting on coming, which she felt diminished her dignity and authority. It was after that time that Su Wanting forbade him from coming to her company again. Su Wanting's head suddenly felt heavy as she recalled what she had done that time. From the first time he came up, the only time he ever entered her office, Su Wanting felt disgusted and repulsed by him. When he came to the company for the 4th time Su Wanting had the security guard throw him out. That time Su Mo seemed not to believe that Su Wanting would have him thrown out and he got into a conflict with the security guard. Su Wanting sent a female bodyguard to beat him up. After that Su Mo didn't dare to go up again. That time Su Mo had also brought a pot of pork rib porridge, but due to the conflict the porridge was spilled all over the floor. Later the security guard reported that Su Mo sat outside the company for a long while, then came back to clean up the mess and silently left her company. At that time Su Wanting didn't think much of it, she just felt it was good to have him driven away so he wouldn't disturb her at work. But now thinking back, what kind of feelings must Su Mo have been carrying when he left? By then he probably already knew clearly that she would not allow him upstairs. Su Wanting felt she couldn't stop her tears. Suddenly she couldn't think. She just felt that if she put herself in his shoes she would probably be utterly despairing. Today is eldest sister's birthday. I heard from third sister that she's coming home to celebrate. Great, I get to see her again. Tang Lei Huanqi, come with me to pick out a gift. This is the first birthday I've been able to celebrate with her. I didn't even know when her previous birthdays were. Tang Lei Huanqi says baby's breath is better, not a music box or a puppet doll. I think Huanqi is right, let's go with baby's breath. This is my first time giving a gift to my eldest sister, so I have to pick the best. She will definitely like this gift. This baby's breath is so beautiful. A photo appeared. Su Wanting's expression froze, a faint memory surfaced in her mind. But then she continued reading below and her expression froze again. Eldest sister threw away the baby's breath. I found it in the trash and picked it up. So she doesn't like it after all. Su Mo seemed very regretful. Wow, Su Wanting remembered. That day on her birthday Su Mo had indeed given her a gift. But Su Mo was so timid and hesitant that she found it very off-putting. When she opened it, it was a crystal ball with baby's breath inside, very cheap looking, so she casually tossed it into the trash bin. She remembered that she threw it away behind his back, not letting him see. But the next day did Su Mo see it in the trash. Su Wanting suddenly remembered something, tears streaming non-stop. She quickly rushed out the door, ran upstairs to the 2nd floor and soon arrived at Su Mo's room. Bam! She pushed the door open and searched the cabinet and indeed found a crystal ball with baby's breath inside. Su Wanting breathed heavily, her fingers trembling in disbelief. She carefully opened the crystal ball and saw a greeting card on it. Happy birthday to my eldest sister. May you be happy every day with a smile blooming like a flower and a life as beautiful as poetry and painting. Your younger brother Su Mo. Su Wanting recalled that birthday day when Su Mo timidly took out the gift and carefully handed it to her. After the security guard incident, Su Mo had become quite afraid of her and didn't dare to get close. He was full of embarrassment when presenting the gift. Su Wanting had never thought this gift would hold any special meaning, so she threw it into the trash after just a glance. In the end Sumo even picked it up and kept it in the bottom drawer. Su Wanting never knew she could be such a jerk. How did Sumo find out she had thrown away the gift he carefully chose? How did he retrieve it? And why did he treasure it like a precious gem? Su Wanting didn't know what feelings Sumo had while doing all these things. She was a top student, graduated from a prestigious university, and in the eyes of others she had always been one of the best and most outstanding people since childhood. She had always been intelligent, wise and rational, so much so that running a large company came easily to her. But she never imagined that someone as excellent as herself could have done such terrible, despicable things. Yes. She felt that everything, all of it, was simply too horrifying. She could hardly imagine what Sumo was feeling at that time. My eldest sister is my idol. My eldest sister is the most powerful and outstanding person. I want to study hard and work hard just like my eldest sister. If I could be even 1/10 as good as her, no 100th, that would be wonderful. I could never match up to her no matter how hard I try. Tang Lei Huanqi, look. These are all my eldest sister's awards. So many that I can't even finish reading them. My eldest sister is truly amazing. At that time Sumo's eyes were filled with light when he looked at her. He was as excited as if seeing his idol, unable to contain himself, full of admiration. Su Wanting now recalled that every time before Sumo would be very excited to see her running over quickly to help her carry things and greeting her promptly. After that Su Wanting only found it troublesome. But gradually Sumo's gaze when he saw her changed from admiration and excitement to fear until he left home and disappeared from her life. And just now when she went to see him there was no trace of excitement in his eyes, only a calmness as lifeless as death. The look he gave her was just like looking at an ordinary stranger. She could have been his idol. She could have been a light in his life. He was once an orphan who had never met anyone like her. He had once admired and looked up to her immensely, constantly vowing to become someone like her, to be even 1% as good as she was. But what did she do? Su Wanting, evil brings its own retribution. It's not that there is no retribution, but that the time has not yet come. You will definitely get what you deserve. Wow. Su Wanting had already collapsed onto the bed sobbing. She could no longer hold back her voice. She never knew Sumo could be so despairing. She was no longer his idol but had become the executioner who killed him. Cheers! A burst of laughter erupted from the rental room. After a long day's work everyone was thrilled, gathering together to celebrate. The storm was nearing its end and many people had already come out to move about. Sumo and Tang Lei along with others had sold live shrimp and crabs at noon, then went out for another round in the afternoon. Now they had sold more than half, leaving only a small portion. The costs had long been recovered and everything left was pure profit. This time each of them could earn several thousand yuan. Sumo, it was your brilliant idea. The prices really did go up and we've hit the jackpot. Tang Lei exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. We can actually make money this time. I invested 3,000 and can earn over 6,000. Gu Huanqi was also thrilled. Since she was a high school student she dressed very plainly without makeup, her face bare, and wore her school uniform. She stood gracefully. I made money too. Li Banzwang also smiled. This time we all made money. Sumo said joyfully, it's not over yet. I just checked the news and apparently the storm has severely damaged the longan, lychee and banana crops. Especially bananas, lots of banana groves have fallen. Tomorrow let's go to the wholesale market and buy a large quantity of bananas. I predict that within 4 or 5 days banana prices will more than double. Double again. Tang Lei was astonished. Exactly. It's sure to double. With that profit we can solve our urgent problems. Huanqi and Banzwang, you two can stop working in the cafeteria, wait until after the college entrance exam. Tang Lei, you don't have to wash dishes anymore either. We have enough money to get through these months. Well, think of other ways to make money after the exams. Sumo smiled. The three of them were thrilled upon hearing this. But Sumo, are you really not going back to the Su family? Gu Huanqi suddenly looked at him with concern. He used to be so proud of everything about the Su family, the most outstanding sister, the most excellent parents and their wealth with plenty to eat and wear. Why would he run away? Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei and the others, all orphans, had once envied Sumo immensely, thinking he was too smug. But now it seemed that Sumo's life in the Su family wasn't so great after all. I'm not going back. Sumo said. As for the reason, don't ask for now. Let's focus on making money in the college entrance exam. Gu Huanqi looked at him with a touch of sympathy. Sumo, you still have us. Yes, Sumo, you still have us. Tang Lei laughed heartily. Sumo chuckled. Haha, right. I still have you. Blood relatives. They mean nothing. Come on, let's celebrate today and drink to our heart's content. After we finish, well, keep making money tomorrow. All right. The three of them were incredibly excited, drinking together, cooking together, doing practice problems together, and working together. Suemo still remembered that in his past life after his death 20 years had passed and he had witnessed the fates of Tang Lei Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang. For a long time after Sumo's death, Tang Lei Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang had visited his grave many times. Through their own efforts, the three of them later achieved great success, each living a remarkable life. Gu Huanqi in particular got into a prestigious university and eventually became an elite lawyer renowned nationwide. Even Li Banzwang, who fared the worst among them, became an excellent teacher dedicated to educating others and living a very stable life. These orphans yearned for safety and stability, and their fates were all quite similar. And now what they wanted most was to make a name for themselves. After eating and drinking their fill, the four of them took out exam papers and worked on practice problems together. Without family support, the three of them had only average grades, not as good as Sumo's. However, having been reborn, Suemo recalled the college entrance exam from his previous life, so helping them improve their scores was no big challenge. Now that he had time, he could tutor them. Suemo, you have the best grades. With your guidance, we should be able to do better on the exam. Tang Lei smiled. Right. It's great to have you here. Li Banzwang also smiled. But Suemo, won't this affect your studies? Gu Huanqi looked a bit worried. Suemo laughed. It won't. Well, study together, take the college entrance exam together, and go to university together. I've decided that as long as we're together, no one can stop us. Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei, and Li Banzwang exchanged glances. They secretly wondered what Suemo had experienced in the Su family that made him this way. In truth, all three of them knew that Suemo hadn't lived well in the Su family. Though the Su family was wealthy, they wouldn't give him a single cent, and he lived in extreme frugality and stinginess. They claimed to be his biological parents, but they treated their adopted son far better than they treated him. Back then he was either beaten or scolded in the Su family. Now Suemo had probably finally come to terms with it. Seeing him return, Gu Huanqi and the others were deeply moved. After all, the four of them had been each other's only family for a long time. When Suemo was reunited with his parents, the three of them had been heartbroken for a long while. If you think about it, their fates were quite similar. Except for Li Banzwang, the other three were all abandoned by their parents. Tang Lei in particular was abandoned as an infant, almost bitten to death by wild dogs and left in a trash can. Gu Huanqi was abandoned by her parents at the age of 3 because of their preference for sons over daughters. Only Li Banzwang became an orphan after her parents passed away when she was young. There were too many chat records to read through at once, and Su Wanting didn't dare to continue. Because she searched and found that there were countless more records afterward. There were even diary status updates and moments written by Suemo on his phone. Since he had changed his number, Suemo had left all of these behind without deleting them. Su Wanting searched for her own name and found many records, with one below that read, "Big sister took me on an outing." Su Wanting didn't dare to read further. She clearly remembered what happened that day. Su Wanting had taken him out only once along with her younger brother Sujuanja. Suemo had been extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly. She took a deep breath, tremblingly pulled out her own phone and called her second sister, Su Xuehue. "Xuehue, come to my room. I need to talk to you." Su Xuehue was the second child, a university music teacher, a pianist, and a musician. She had composed her own songs, released her own album, and was somewhat famous. She had also written songs for the third sister, Su Mani. Su Xuehue was also a top student, having studied abroad, and was highly knowledgeable. After returning from abroad, she became a music teacher at a key university. Su Wanting didn't know how Su Xuehue viewed this matter. She needed to know Su Zuhui's opinion. She wanted to know how Su Xuehue treated this blood-related brother. Su Wanting now desperately wanted to understand thoroughly what kind of hellish life Suemo had endured in the Su family over these 4 years. Su Wanting did not immediately share the chat records and diary with the others, because the others might also scoff and dismiss it. Especially the third sister, Su Mani, who would probably continue to mock him. Suemo had long become one of the laughingstocks among the sisters. Thinking about it seriously, Su Wanting felt a chill run through her body. They were all highly educated. Each of them was extremely knowledgeable, highly cultured, highly educated, and high income. How could they have been foolish about this? Perhaps they simply never took it seriously. Su Xuehue had just returned home from school and didn't know why Su Wanting was looking for her, so she hurried to her big sister. With the storm approaching, Su Xuehue wasn't very busy. She had been taking it easy these past few days as music classes at school were relatively few. Su Xuehue had several close girlfriends, and she had been spending time with them, drinking tea, shopping, and buying luxury goods. Today, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming seemed not to have contacted the police to look for Su Mo. Probably out of concern for Su Juanja, who was at home. They didn't want to affect him and didn't go looking. The whole family carefully coddled Su Juncha's sensitive and fragile heart, afraid he would feel like an outsider. Su Wanting watched her parents and sisters chatting and laughing downstairs, a cold feeling settling in her heart until her second sister Su Xuehue arrived. "Big sister, you called for me?" Su Xuehue asked. "Come in first." Su Wanting saw her dressed exquisitely with light makeup, wearing a beautiful chiffon dress, and couldn't help but sigh softly. In contrast to their elegance and beauty, Su Mo could only be in the filthy market selling his live crabs, enduring the stench of the fish market. They were blood-related siblings, yet one was in heaven, the other on earth. Su Wanting didn't know how the world had come to this, only feeling a stifling frustration in her heart that was hard to vent. She was a part of it too. Seeing her eyes red and swollen, Su Xuehue was a bit surprised and quickly walked in. "Sis, what's wrong? Have you been crying?" Su Wanting shook her head. "Sit down. Let's talk." Su Xuehue didn't know what her big sister wanted to discuss and felt a bit nervous. At home she might not fear her parents, they rarely hit her, but she couldn't help but fear her big sister. The authority of the eldest sister was not something she could resist. "Big sister, what do you want to talk about?" Su Xuehue asked cautiously. "Nothing much. I just want to ask you, 7 days ago, was it really Su Mo who dirted Mom's dress?" Su Wanting asked. "This?" Su Xuehue was startled. "Don't hide it from me. The third sister already told me." Su Wanting sniffled. Su Mo had no reason to dirty Mom's dress, let alone such a large stain. "I know what happened." "Speak. Who really dirted it?" Su Xuehue looked flustered, not knowing how to answer, but seeing Su Wanting's serious expression, she knew she had to respond. She could only smile bitterly. "It was Juinja. He went to the third sister and the third sister came to me." "So you framed Su Mo?" Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart. "It's not my fault. Who told him to always go into Mom's room? And big sister, you don't think Mom doesn't know who really dirted it, do you?" Su Xuehue argued. Su Wanting's body trembled violently, her eyes wide. "Mom must know. Even if she didn't know, she could guess." Su Xuehue shrugged. "So it's not our fault. Who knew he would be so petty as to run away from home?" Su Wanting's tears almost burst forth, her face a mask of disbelief. She suddenly understood the source of the suffocating atmosphere in this family. "Big sister, are you okay?" Su Xuehue asked hurriedly when she saw Su Wanting's eyes redden. "I'm fine." Su Wanting sniffled, wiping her eyes with a tissue. "Xuehue, tell me, is Su Mo our biological brother?" "This?" Su Xuehue was surprised. "He should be. Dad and Mom have done the test several times. 2 years ago they were still a bit suspicious and tested again, and after that they had no doubts. They tested many times. They tested 2 years ago too." Su Wanting didn't know about this. "Yes." Su Xuehue nodded. "Dad and Mom said Su Mo didn't look like them or us sisters. So they did the test. I saw the report, 100. Hearing this, Su Wanting found it even harder to understand. But after thinking, she seemed to grasp something. Perhaps they simply thought Su Mo was a piece of mud that couldn't be propped up. No wonder they didn't want to go to Su Mo's school, they thought it was embarrassing. No wonder they didn't want to give him a personal car and driver, they thought it was embarrassing. And no wonder they didn't want to take Su Mo out, again they thought it was embarrassing. Su Wanting sniffled, her heart aching. The matter wasn't over yet. "Sis, why are you asking all this?" Su Xuehue asked cautiously, seeing Su Wanting's unusual mood. "I went to the police at noon and had them find Su Mo. Su Mo is selling live crabs at the market to make money. He hasn't gone missing," Su Wanting said. "Ah." Su Xuehue gasped. "I also went to the Qingdong orphanage, the one Su Mo used to stay at, and saw many orphans there." Su Wanting continued. "Those little orphans without parents and without support would fight over a broken doll, getting bruised and crying loudly. The older ones bullied the younger ones and the taller ones bullied the shorter ones." Su Xuehue was stunned, not understanding what Su Wanting meant. She quickly asked, "Su Mo is selling live crabs. Why? What do you think?" Su Wanting looked at her. Su Xuehue fell silent. "Xuehue, you graduated from Nanda with honors and studied at Harvard. You must have learned psychology. You majored in music, read many stories, and understood many people's lives. But have you ever understood the life of an orphan? Have you ever understood their psychological changes?" Su Wanting stared at her. Su Zuhui's eyes widened slightly. "Orphans. There are many in the orphanage." "Yes, there are many in the orphanage. We all know that there are many orphans in the orphanage. We also know that Su Mo grew up in the orphanage and was once an orphan." Su Wanting took a deep breath. Even though he has many shortcomings and bad habits, it's only because he was an orphan without parents, with no one to shield him from the wind and rain. He had to live like a cockroach or else he wouldn't survive. Then he shouldn't steal. He stole so many things. Su Xuehue said. Su Wanting chuckled. Xuehue, how much monthly allowance do you get at home? What's your salary? Well, 120,000. I know. Su Wanting looked at her with a smile. Your salary is 20,000 a month excluding other benefits. But did you hear what Mom said? She only gives Suemo 500 yuan a month. Just 500. Are we the Su family short of money? Su Xuehue actually had no idea that Sumo's allowance was so meager, merely 500 yuan. When she heard Xie Bingyan mention it a few days ago, she was startled. She had assumed Xie Bingyan gave Suemo a considerable amount. How could she have imagined it was so little? I asked the third sister over the years. It seems you haven't bought him many clothes or shoes. I asked all the younger siblings, most of them didn't either. The third sister even said Suemo doesn't sell to me, so why should I sell to him? Su Wanting sniffled, her heart aching. He only has 500 a month, not enough for food. How can you expect him to sell? Su Xuehue frowned. Xuehue, you're part of it too. Su Wanting suddenly gritted her teeth. Big sister, what exactly are you trying to do? I don't quite understand. Su Xuehue looked at her solemnly. Can't you understand? Or are you unwilling to understand? Su Wanting wept as she sneered. These 4 years Suemo might have been worse off in our home than in an orphanage. Do you understand? Ah. Su Xuehue was shocked. Xuehue, what was Suemo like when he first met you? Did he go to your school? Su Wanting continued. Su Xuehue paused, recalling. He came a few times, taking a special trip to the school to find me. Once he even sneaked into the classroom wanting to listen to my lecture, but other students discovered him and kicked him out. Su Wanting nearly choked. Did they hit him? Yes, once I think. Su Wanting recalled. The students at school did it, but not hard, just a slap on the head, and they drove him away. Big sister, you don't know how disgusting Suemo was. He sneaked in to listen to my class and everyone at school thought he was my boyfriend. It was terrifying. Su Wanting felt her whole body tremble, never expecting that Su Wanting had encountered such a thing too. Fortunately, nothing serious came of it that time. The school students drove him away and that was it. Afterward he didn't dare come to my school anymore. Su Xuehue continued. Then she looked cautiously at Su Wanting. Big sister, why are you asking all this? Aren't these things already known? Su Wanting fell silent, her heart filled with sorrow. She wiped her tears, frantically unable to contain herself, and quickly grabbed a tissue to continue. Suemo was selling live crabs at the market. He must be short on money and wants to earn some pocket change, Su Wanting said, sniffing. Ah. Su Xuehue was surprised. You won't give him money? I won't either. Neither will the third, fourth, or fifth sisters. Mom won't and Dad is too busy with work. Su Wanting took a deep breath. Then what is Suemo in our family? Why did he come to our home? Well. You just said Mom and Dad had verified it several times. He's our blood-related brother, our biological brother. But what is he? Su Xuehue was stunned, her eyes widening slightly. He went to rest in Mom's room to sleep. Have you never done that before? Haven't I? Haven't the third, fourth, fifth, sixth sisters and you, Inja? Why is it that when he does it you all find it disgusting? Why do Mom and Dad also find it disgusting? In our home, is he even considered a person? What is he exactly? Panic surged in Su Zuhui's expression, her eyes wide. She didn't know how to answer Su Wanting's question. In fact, even as they grew older and reached adulthood, they occasionally begged to sleep with their mother. Especially the sixth sister Su Yuechan, who was still in university and would sometimes have to sleep with Xie Bingyan to feel secure when she came home for holidays. Yet Suemo was even younger, just 18 and only 14 when he was first brought back. I went to see the director of the eastern suburb orphanage. Some children there were abandoned by their parents, some lost both parents. They never experienced a mother's love, never saw their parents their whole lives. Suemo should consider himself lucky to have been found at 14. But he is also unfortunate. All of you, including me, never treated him as a human being. Even our parents didn't treat him as one. Why, Xuehue? Why is it like this? Isn't he our blood brother? Suemo finished over a dozen practice test papers. Having lived 20 years as a spirit in his previous life, everything was still vivid in his memory. Now he grasped various knowledge points with ease, effortlessly. The next day, like Tang Lei and the others, he went to sell live crabs and fresh shrimp. Compared to the first day, the second day was easier to sell. By the second day, the storm had completely passed and most people were out and about. With the experience from the first day, he and Tang Lei brought out all the stock of live crabs and fresh shrimp to sell. It wasn't much, just over 100 Gene, and they sold out in a single morning. Let's go. Well, head to the wholesale market to buy Longdan lychees and bananas. Especially bananas. The price will rise from 1 yuan per Gene to 250 per Gene. We can rent a small warehouse at the wholesale market and stockpile 20,000 Gene. Alright. Having made a hefty profit from this wave, Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi along with the other two trusted Sumo. They immediately arranged to rent a vehicle and a warehouse for a few days, stockpiling 20,000 Gene of bananas. Renting the vehicle cost 1,000, the warehouse another 1,000 with only a short-term lease of 7 days. The rest of the money went entirely into buying bananas in Longdan. They didn't hire help, the four of them loaded the goods themselves. Though they were sore and exhausted by the end of the day, seeing the warehouse filled with bananas in Longdan lifted their spirits greatly. I checked the market, prices are indeed rising. They went up right after we finished buying the 20,000 Gene. Tang Lei said excitedly. This is just the beginning. The increase will be even sharper. The survey data on the storm will come out in a few days. Once it does, the damage will be most severe for banana and Longdan trees. Then the price of bananas will skyrocket. Sumo analyzed. So we wait a few days. Yes. Let's go back to class first. I estimate that in 3 to 5 days the banana price will peak and then we can sell, Sumo said with a smile. Good. The three were thrilled. Next, Sumo practiced problems, exercised, practiced problems, and continued exercising. He was somewhat malnourished and needed to recover. The college entrance exam was approaching, so time was tight and every moment counted. Worried about theft of the bananas, Sumo temporarily stopped staying at the rented room. Instead, he discussed with Tang Lei and they took turns sleeping in the warehouse to guard it. If any rats or thieves came, they would drive them away. Each would take a day off to watch over the bananas in Longdan. Su Xuehue didn't remember how she left her elder sister's room. Her sister had said many things and finally handed her a medical record. So many things she had never anticipated. I went to the market to find him and Sumo looked so frail that he collapsed at the slightest pull. I had no choice but to take him to the hospital. The hospital did a full body checkup and the results were far beyond my expectations: anemia, weakness, severe malnutrition, and even heart problems. As she said this, tears welled in Su Wanning's eyes. Our Su family is not short of food or clothing. I never imagined Sumo's health could be so poor. Xuehue, did you know about this? Su Xuehue took the medical record, glanced at it, and shook her head solemnly. He never told me. Before, we all assumed. Assumed what? Su Wanting asked. Su Xuehue sighed. Actually, big sister, we all know. We used to think Sumo wanted to take Juncha's things. And his personality was just so unlikable. We didn't really do anything to him. Su Wanning laughed bitterly. Xuehue, with the things in that group chat of yours. You didn't do anything to him. Su Xuehue froze. The things in the group chat, those. She stared intently at Su Wanting. Su Wanting sighed. That's right. Sumo knows about the group chat. He knows you were mocking him. He even knows you were ridiculing him, playing tricks on him, framing him and disgusting him. He knows all of it. That's why he left home. Su Zuhui's body trembled, a look of utter shock flashing across her face. How is that possible? Who told him? Su Xuehue asked incredulously. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place, Su Wanting sniffled. Xuehue, you're a top student. You know that rumors can kill a person. You've learned so much, where did it all go? And me as the eldest sister, where did I go wrong? Do you know what Sumo said to me when I went to see him today? What did he say? Su Xuehue was surprised. He said Su Wanting evil reaps its reward. If not now, then when the time comes. We all of us will surely face retribution. Yes, there will definitely be retribution. Su Zuhui's eyes widened. I already guessed how Sumo spent these 4 years at our home. We all know it in our hearts, but no one wanted to say it out loud, Su Wanning said. I haven't told the third sister or the others yet. The third sister has a sharp tongue and never says anything. I keep wondering, why are we so polite to strangers yet so harsh to our own family, our own blood brother? So cruel. So ruthless. So cold-blooded. Yes, cold-blooded. Su Wanting stared at her. I can't think of a harsher word. Whether it's because of Juinja or mom and dad, it's all cold-bloodedness. Panic seized Su Zuhui's expression. Recalling her actions over the past 4 years, she took out her phone and opened the group chat to browse the messages. The records were indeed numerous, most of them mocking Sumo. There were also messages from a few days ago where Sumani posted about Sumo being punished. It was clearly Juinja who ruined mom's dress, yet she and the third sister Sumani conspired to frame Sumo. Even when Sumo was punished and beaten until he bled, none of them felt any guilt. When had she, a cultured university teacher, become like this? When did framing someone become something she did without guilt, finding it amusing instead? Su Xuehue fell into a dead silence. And this, Su Wanting said, pointing at the computer screen. Remember at the end of last year when the whole family went on a trip and Su Mo lost his phone? Yes, Su Xuehue nodded. At that time we couldn't reach Su Mo and Juinja had a high fever, so we all went to the hospital with Juinja. Since we couldn't contact Su Mo, we left him behind at the scenic spot. Do you remember? Su Wanting continued. I remember. Su Xuehue nearly choked. She clearly remembered the incident at the end of last year. They had even mocked him in the sisters' group chat. At that time Su Mo, unable to find them, panicked and had little money on him. He walked alone onto the highway, intending to go home on foot. It was said he walked for 3 or 4 hours, covering more than 20 kilometers. Later when they returned home they only remembered that Su Mo hadn't come back. Xia Bingyan then notified the police, who found him and brought him home. When Su Mo returned home he smiled and apologized for getting lost, saying he was sorry for making the family worry. He apologized to everyone. The police said he had walked alone in the dark for 3 or 4 hours, which was very dangerous. At that time the third sister mocked him as foolish and posted it in the group chat. It was the third sister who hid his phone, Su Wanting said. Su Xuehue was startled. The third sister hid his phone. That's right. I got it from the third sister. It's right here, Su Wanting said. Su Xuehue fell silent. I also found a lot of material on it: diaries, social media posts and chat records with friends. I've organized some of it, including yours. Take a look, Su Wanting said. This phone was hidden by the third sister at the end of last year. It had a password and was never opened. I had someone crack it yesterday, Su Wanting continued. This is... Su Xuehue was surprised. These are Sumo's chat records with friends. And a few diary entries all about you, Su Wanting said. Su Xuehue froze, hurriedly glancing inside. Once she looked, this is my second sister. Beautiful, isn't she? She's as pretty as my eldest sister. She graduated from Nanda University and is now a music teacher at Shanghai University. My second sister has even released a music album. Look, this is her album. It sounds so good. Just one glance and Su Xuehue was stunned. Her face changed drastically. Sister, this. Su Xuehue looked at Su Wanting. There's a lot more inside. Take a good look, Su Wanting said, sniffing, her eyes reddening again. Su Zuhui's fingers trembled. She suddenly dared not look at the contents. In her heart she already guessed what was inside, and she found it hard to believe. She suddenly lacked the courage to read on. Back then the way Su Mo looked at her and them was filled with radiance and excitement. How could they not know? Otherwise he wouldn't have secretly sneaked into her university to sit in on her classes. Su Xuehue had indeed released a few albums, self-funded, gaining some renown as a musician. Su Mo, somehow learning of this, had downloaded them onto his phone to listen in secret. Su Xuehue had seen his phone before. Now with her elder sister bringing this up, she didn't know how to respond. Is Su Mo in poor health? She asked her sister. Su Wanting nodded. Severe anemia, chronic malnutrition. There are also issues with his heart's blood supply. The police said he had rented a house on the outskirts in a rural slum, likely to earn a living by selling live crabs and shrimp. How did he? Su Xuehue swallowed. How did he come up with that? I don't know. I've sent Xiao Su to investigate. The price of live crabs and shrimp has been skyrocketing these past few days. Probably for that reason he wanted to make some money to live on, Su Wanting said softly. Su Xuehue fell silent, finding the whole situation hard to accept. When had their Su family ever lacked money? Did he really have to resort to such business? But then she recalled that their mother Xia Bingyan only gave him 500 yuan a month for living expenses. That was suffocating. She said no more, asked her sister to send the information to her phone, and left her sister's room. Back in her own room, Su Xuehue still couldn't muster the courage to open her phone and read the chat logs. She lay stiffly on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mind suddenly became a chaotic mess, unable to process the situation with any normal logic. The deeper she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. What had they actually done? Su Mo had been missing for several days now. The household seemed undisturbed. High school had started its new term. Su Juinja returned to school. It was only then that Xia Bingyan and Su Deming seemed to remember they had another child who was missing and hastily contacted the police. When Su Juinja came home, they didn't even dare to mention Su Mo's name. The police replied, informing them of Su Wanting's handling of the matter. Xia Bingyan was slightly surprised and immediately sought out Su Wanting. Eldest. What's going on? You found Su Mo yesterday. Su Wanting looked at her parents as they came to inquire, a trace of sorrow rising in her heart. She nodded. He wasn't missing. I found him. He just moved out to live elsewhere. Moved out? Where could he move to? That ungrateful wretch is driving me mad. He actually dares to stay outside for 6 or 7 days without coming home. Xia Bingyan fumed. Su Wanting said Su Mo rented a room in a slum on the outskirts and moved there. He probably won't come back. What? Xia Bingyan raged. His wings are hardened. He wants to fly solo. Su Wanting sighed. Mom. Have you ever been to Su Mo's school to look for him? Do you know that he's actually ill and not very healthy? Oh. Xia Bingyan was taken aback. This is the hospital record. He collapsed outside yesterday. I took him to the hospital and the examination revealed this. Su Wanting looked at her parents. The doctor said he has anemia, severe malnutrition, is underweight and frail. There's a problem with his heart's blood production. He also had a head wound and pneumonia. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were shocked and quickly took the medical record. This. Su Deming's expression turned grave. Dad. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the company. I have a lot to do and need to go to the office first. Su Wanting said. She now found it hard to tell her parents about Su Mo's situation, feeling it was too difficult to speak of. Even if she did, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming would probably think Su Mo was being dramatic or faking illness. This had happened more than once before. Su Mo had left the Su family not because of her nor because of Su Shuehui, but most likely because of Su Juinja, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Especially Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. That was the main reason. If they didn't realize it, nothing else would matter. It might be better to let Su Mo live on his own. It would save him some torment and punishment. If Su Mo came back, he might be made to stand as punishment or locked up by Xia Bingyan. Su Wanting soon left the house. The storm outside had passed and the sun was shining brightly. Su Wanting took a deep breath of the bright sunlight, feeling a little warmer. She needed to see Su Mo, and as soon as possible. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming watched her leave, slightly puzzled, and looked at the medical record in their hands. Xia Bingyan, what's going on? How did Su Mo become malnourished? Su Deming asked with a frown. How should I know? Xia Bingyan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Ma. Zhao Ma. Come here. Madam. You called for me. Zhao Ma hurried over. Zhao Ma. What's wrong with Su Mo? Does he often skip meals? How can the doctor say he's malnourished? Xia Bingyan stared at the nanny. Well. Zhao Ma faltered and fell silent. Zhao Ma, look. It says clearly here, anemia, malnutrition. Hasn't Su Mo had any blood-nourishing food? Xia Bingyan asked. Zhao Ma glanced at it and quickly said, Madam, you know that when the family eats they usually don't call young Master Mo down. Sometimes they forget to call him, and if young Master Mo is doing homework and forgets to come down, he just doesn't eat. What? Xia Bingyan was shocked. It seems for the past few months young Master Mo hasn't really eaten downstairs. When he's hungry he just goes to the kitchen and makes himself some noodles. Madam and the master don't allow him to eat snacks, so young Master Mo doesn't dare to eat any either. Zhao Ma sighed. Young Master Mo also has no pocket money and doesn't dare to eat out much, so that's probably the reason. He hasn't come down to eat. Xia Bingyan stared at Zhao Ma, incredulous. Zhao Ma smiled bitterly. The third miss, the fourth miss, they rarely call young Master Mo. If young Master Mo is around they usually take their bowls to eat elsewhere, unwilling to sit at the same table as him. Gradually young Master Mo didn't dare to eat with them anymore. For the past few months young Master Mo probably hasn't come down to eat, he's just eaten noodles by himself. How can this be? He doesn't eat every day. Only noodles. I clearly remember him coming down. Xia Bingyan found it hard to believe. Zhao Ma said it seems that a few months ago Madam punished young Master Mo by forbidding him from eating. After that he never came down to eat again. If Madam remembers him coming down, it must have been a few months ago. Xia Bingyan's breathing became rapid and she turned to look at Su Deming. Su Deming frowned, his expression grim. Call Uncle Li over and bring me the surveillance footage. I want to see which day he didn't come down to the dining room to eat. Xia Bingyan said angrily. Yes. Zhao Ma soon fetched Uncle Li. Uncle Li came over quickly. Madam, you called for me. Uncle Li immediately found the surveillance footage from the dining room during meal times. I want to see from which day Su Mo stopped coming down to eat. Xia Bingyan asked. Uncle Li looked at the two of them, slightly surprised, then nodded. All right. Please wait a moment, Madam and Master. Xia Bingyan's breathing was rapid, her eyes blazing with fury. That insolent wretch dared to skip meals, utterly lawless and lacking discipline. She immediately glared at Su Deming and shouted, "Su Deming, this child is completely ruined. He's so grown up and still needs to be called to eat. Can't he come down on his own? Su Deming, he needs a good lesson or hell become a complete waste." Su Deming said nothing, looking at the medical record in his hand, lost in thought. The surveillance footage was soon retrieved by Uncle Li and sent to their tablet. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming hurriedly looked at it. "Master, Madam, for the past 3 months we haven't seen young Master Mo come down to eat. He's been making noodles in the kitchen himself or secretly eating leftovers from others in the fridge. He never sits at the table," Uncle Li said. "What?" Xia Bingyan was shocked. "This is footage of young Master Mo sneaking leftovers. It must be around 11 at night he gets hungry and sneaks downstairs to eat. He doesn't dare to turn on the lights, so it's a bit blurry," Uncle Li said. "And this one, he's frying noodles in the kitchen himself. The leftovers are also what others left behind." Xia Bingyan was shocked. "Why does he do that?" "Well," Uncle Li hesitated. "Zhao Ma should know. It's probably because the third miss and the fourth miss don't like eating with young Master Mo and rarely call him. Besides, if young Master Juanjie is home, he comes down even less. Young Master Mo usually handles it himself." Xia Bingyan fell silent, staring fixedly at the screen, the fury in her eyes growing stronger. "What does he want? Why doesn't he come down? The third and fourth dislike him, but he can still come down. What does this have to do with Juanjie? Who told him not to eat?" She was furious. Uncle Li said, "I remember Madam once told him he wasn't allowed to eat. Young Master Mo probably thought he was never allowed to eat at the table again, so he stopped coming down." Xia Bingyan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. "Did I say something like that?" Uncle Li dared not say more and remained silent. "Madam, this is the last recording of young Master Mo eating at the dining table. It seems young Master Mo picked up a chicken drumstick, but it fell on the table. He tried to pick it up again to eat, but Madam and the young missus flew into a rage and drove him away." Uncle Li found a recording and handed it to her. After that, young Master Mo never came down to eat again. Xia Bingyan glanced at it and was slightly startled. Since the surveillance had no sound, she couldn't hear what was said, but she could see herself and her daughters erupting in anger, loudly scolding Su Mo, making him stand as punishment and forbidding him from eating. Su Mo stood to the side, punished, not daring to move. What did I say back then? Xia Bingyan couldn't quite remember. Uncle Li glanced at Zhao Ma, hesitating. "I can't recall." "You tell me." Xia Bingyan frowned. "That day Madam said that if this bad habit wasn't corrected, young Master Mo would never be allowed to eat here again. After young Master Mo finished his punishment, he went back upstairs," Uncle Li said. Xia Bingyan was taken aback. "I said something like that, Madam. Young Master Mo indeed never came down again. He probably took it seriously and only dared to eat secretly in the kitchen. The other young misses didn't call him down to eat either. That might be the reason for young Master Mo's malnutrition," Zhao Ma quickly added. Then she added, "Madam and Master should still take young Master Mo out to see a doctor. After all, young Master Mo hasn't been home for many days." Xia Bingyan truly couldn't recall saying that. She thought for a moment, then sneered. "Even so, he deserves it. Su Deming, come out with me." Su Deming frowned. "Where to?" "Where else? To the school to find him. I want to see where he's been gallivanting these past few days." Xia Bingyan gritted her teeth. Su Deming frowned. "Do you know which school and which class he's in?" "You don't know, but I do." Xia Bingyan snapped. "He skips meals all day. Who is he trying to impress? This time I'll teach him a good lesson. If I don't, he'll be utterly lawless." With that, Xia Bingyan packed up and left. Su Deming, seeing this, had no choice but to follow her to the No. 27 High School. This is the school No. 27 High School. The most worthless school in all of Shanghai City. All the students here are useless, not a single good one, Xia Bingyan said at the school gate. Su Deming, look, your precious son attends a school like this. Su Deming glanced at it, dissatisfied. Which class is he in? Let's go in and ask. Xia Bingyan didn't know which class Su Mo was in either, so they had to go in and ask the school administration. The administrators were surprised to see them and called over Su Mo's homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu. "Are you relatives of Su Mo?" Homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu asked in surprise. "Yes." "Where is Su Mo? Please call him over, I need to see him." Xia Bingyan got straight to the point. "Sorry." Sumo asked for leave today and isn't at school. He seems to have gone out for something. Lin Chuyu said. Gone out? Where did he go? Xia Bingyan erupted in fury upon hearing this. He must be out gallivanting. I knew he wasn't learning anything good skipping his studies and not attending school. Lin Chuyu looked at them frowning. I don't know where he went either. We can't reach him right now. Come back and check tomorrow. Did he come to class yesterday? Xia Bingyan asked. He did. But he asked for leave today. What relation are you to him? Didn't you know he wasn't at school? Lin Chuyu was curious about their identity. Let's go find the police. Xia Bingyan didn't want to explain, feeling embarrassed, and immediately left with Su Deming. The police might not be able to find him right now either. We might have to wait until tomorrow. Call the eldest, she definitely knows where he is. Su Deming said. Xia Bingyan was only filled with rage and didn't hesitate. She immediately took out her phone and called Su Wanting. Eldest, where has Sumo run off to? Which suburb is he in? Su Wanting was also on her way to find Sumo. Yesterday she had gotten his address from the police and had just driven to where he was staying. But when she arrived she found that Sumo wasn't there. He wasn't at school either. Where had he gone? Hearing Xia Bingyan's question, Su Wanting quickly replied, Mom, Dad, don't look for Sumo for now. Let me try to find him first. If I don't find him, he'll think he can do whatever he wants. Xia Bingyan fumed. How many days has he been away from home? What is he doing out there? Upon hearing this, Su Wanting sighed. Mom. Have you forgotten? You've already signed the severance agreement. What? Xia Bingyan roared in anger. Both you and Dad signed it. And Sumo seems to have taken it seriously. Su Wanting patiently explained to her. And Mom, you haven't forgotten, have you? Sumo was an orphan before he grew up in an orphanage. Xia Bingyan fumed. What are you trying to say? Just because he signed it, does he think he can defy heaven? Su Wanting, let me tell you, even if I signed it, he won't escape my grasp. Mom, what exactly do you want? You don't give him food, you don't give him clothes, not even pocket money. What do you want by bringing him home? Su Wanting couldn't help but say, are you trying to trap him in the Su family until he dies? Xia Bingyan was enraged. What are you saying? The doctor already said Sumo is malnourished. In our Su family he doesn't get to eat, nor can he afford to eat. I don't understand why you want him back home. Su Wanting spoke, still unable to bear exposing her true nature. He is your own brother, of course he must come home. Should we let him continue wandering outside? He's young and full of bad habits. If not strictly controlled, he will become lawless in the future. Su Wanting, I tell you, he's not going anywhere. He has to stay in our Su family. Xia Bingyan raged this time. He's been away from home for so long, he's thoroughly angered me. If he dares to come back, you'll skin him alive. Hearing this, Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart. She never expected Xia Bingyan to think this way. In the past she might have found it natural. But now she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, sending shivers down her spine. Mom, how could you? Su Wanting took a deep breath, feeling tears welling up in her eyes. Why do you hate him so much? What has he done to make you hate him this much? To the point of wanting him dead? What nonsense are you talking about? He's your brother. I'm doing this for his own good. Xia Bingyan roared. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Did Sumo tell you? I'm telling you, Su Wanting, those bad habits of his must be eradicated. Su Wanting found it absurd, tears streaming down her face. Mom. Then you've succeeded. He's not coming home anymore. With that she hung up the phone. Xia Bingyan was furious. Su Deming, your eldest daughter has gone too far. She dared to hang up on me. She's getting lawless too. Su Deming asked, didn't she say where Sumo is? No. I'll call the second one. Xia Bingyan, burning with rage, didn't hesitate. She directly called the second daughter, Su Xuehue. At home, Su Xuehue was still hesitating whether to look at the messages on her phone. She felt she lacked the courage and couldn't bear it. When Xia Bingyan called, she was flipping through other books. Second child, do you know where Sumo has gone? Startled, Su Xuehue quickly said, I don't know. Ask eldest sister, she might know. What's gotten into your eldest sister? She actually dared to hang up on me. Xia Bingyan was livid. Eldest sister hung up on you? Su Xuehue was shocked and quickly said, Mom, don't be angry first. Maybe eldest sister had something else to do. Well, find out when she comes back. You immediately notify your eldest sister and tell her to come home at once. Xia Bingyan ordered angrily. Yes. I'll notify her right away. With that, Su Xuehue quickly called Su Wanting. Sis, why did you hang up on mom? She's furious. Su Shuevue said. Su Wanting sniffled. Second child, have you read the chat messages? No. I didn't dare to. Says Su Mo. Su Shuevue hesitated. Read it and then talk to me. Su Wanting said. Sis, don't hang up first. Mom wants you to come home immediately. Su Shuevue urged. Got it. Su Wanting hung up. Su Mo was still missing. No one knew where he had gone. Su Wanting was at a loss. She sniffled, took out her phone and checked the records again. There was a post with many albums and photos. It was posted by Su Mo on his QQ. It read, eldest sister took me out. Beneath the post were many photos. Su Wanting had no idea when Su Mo had taken them, as she had no memory of it. He had captioned each photo. Eldest sister took me to the park. Eldest sister said she was afraid to ride the roller coaster. The ice cream eldest sister bought me. Eldest sister. Eldest sister. Su Wanting remembered that ice cream. Back then, to treat everyone fairly and avoid making Sujuinja feel left out, she had taken both Su Mo and Sujuinja out. She had originally bought the ice cream for Sujuinja, but he suddenly didn't want it, so she handed it to Su Mo. Su Mo accepted it as if it were a treasure, overjoyed. Su Wanting recalled that before taking the ice cream he had even excitedly wiped his sweaty hands on his clothes. At the time she frowned, finding it unhygienic and disgusting. Yet despite that, Su Mo took it with immense joy. All the photos in that post were of her or related to her. Su Wanting remembered that during that outing they hadn't even finished exploring. Sujuinja seemed bored and went home halfway. She also made an excuse about being busy with work and went home, telling Su Mo to take a taxi back by himself. At the time Su Wanting thought nothing of it. But now looking back, her heart clenched, making it hard to breathe. At the Young Entrepreneur Representative event, eldest sister will give a speech on stage. In watching from below. Suddenly Su Wanting scrolled to another post also about her. Beautiful, intelligent eldest sister. Forever noble, forever excellent, forever beautiful. The eldest sister I admire in my heart. Su Wanting's eyes reddened again. She quickly crouched down, covering her mouth, tears uncontrollably streaming down. She remembered that speech. It was at a meeting in a small town. It was an open-air event where many could attend. The speakers were young entrepreneur representatives like her. Due to the Su family and its business connections, Su Wanting was invited to shake hands with some bosses and officials, then share her entrepreneurial story and experiences. Logically, Su Mo shouldn't have been able to take photos at such an event, but Su Wanting didn't know how he managed to be there, capturing many pictures and even attending the meeting. Su Mo had never once mentioned such things to her. She had once been his pride, his admiration, his inspiration. Just one outing with him made him ecstatic. She had once been the brightest light in his life, the sister he desperately wanted to catch up to, the object of his unwavering admiration. And what had she done? Su Wanting, you'll get what you deserve. Woo woo. Su Wanting couldn't hold back and wept again. Tears poured down like rain. The price increase of bananas and longans was very noticeable. The investigation report on this storm would soon be released, and many places had suffered severe damage. Along the southeastern coast, vast banana plantations had fallen, and the trend of rising banana prices was already evident. Fearing that their goods in the warehouse might be stolen, Su Mo, Tang Lei and the other two each took a day off to guard it. As orphans they were experienced with theft and wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Besides, they had only rented the warehouse for 7 days. After that they had to return it. They also needed to clean it up. Su Mo used a sprayer to water the bananas in the warehouse, afraid they would get too hot and ripen. If one banana ripened, the rest would too, causing them huge losses. Su Mo banana prices have gone. They're now 1.5 yuan per jean. As Su Mo worked, Tang Lei rushed over excitedly. Su Mo turned around. Don't you have class? Why are you here? Hey. How could I sit still at a time like this? I saw nothing was wrong, so I came to check. Tang Lei grinned sheepishly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the huge stock of bananas. There were over 2,000 jean here. At 1 yuan per jean they had invested 2,000 yuan, hoping to turn it into 4,000 and make a big profit. Su Mo smiled. 1.5 yuan per jean isn't the limit yet. It might rise to 2 yuan or even 2.5 yuan. Can it reach 3 yuan per jean? Li Banzwang asked excitedly. Su Mo shook his head, reaching 2.5 yuan per jean would already be great. The retail price is only 3 yuan per jean. And we need to sell them quickly. Bananas can't be stored for too long. They'll go bad. 2.5 yuan per jean is still good. Tang Lei said excitedly, running over to water the bananas with Su Mo. These bananas needed to be watered every other day or they would ripen. Soon Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang also arrived. They had been staying in the warehouse these days, reluctant to leave. Their entire fortune was here. The four of them endured the mosquitoes in the warehouse, lit lamps, and did their homework together, reminiscent of their orphanage days, quite heartwarming. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang also cooked, preparing 6 dishes for the four of them to share. They had been dependent on each other for a long time. Having grown up as orphans, they deeply cherished this bond, which was why none of them had left. In his past life, long after Sumo's death, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang had visited his grave. They became sworn siblings, supporting each other until they each started their own families, never parting. Their feelings were pure, untainted by anything. Sumo now watched Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang busily doing their homework and couldn't help but sigh. From now on I will never admire anyone again. Never worship anyone. They're just a pretty shell. Who knows if they're a beast in human form. He didn't dwell on it and opened his own textbook to do homework. Over the next 2 days Sumo rarely went to class. He either attended morning classes and took afternoons off. His homeroom teacher Lin Shuyu noticed his frequent absences and approached him to ask about the situation. In fact, Sumo was a prized student at No. 27 Middle School, among the best, ranking in the top 200 in Shanghai City. No. 27 Middle School had always treated Sumo as a key student. With the recent continuous issues, Lin Shuyu was very worried. She also informed him about Xie Bingyan and Su Deming's visit. Sumo, if you need any help from the school, just say the word. Don't wear yourself out. Rest assured, as long as it's not illegal, the school is on your side. If there's anything you dare not say, you can also talk to me privately. The college entrance exam is coming soon. No matter what, don't let it affect your studies. Lin Shuyu said solemnly. Sumo quickly replied, thank you, Teacher Lin. I've been quite busy recently with many things happening. The people who came yesterday weren't my family or relatives, they were my enemies. Please, next time they come, could the school help keep them away? Enemies? They want to harm you? Lin Shuyu was shocked. It seems so. Sumo nodded with a smile. But don't worry, Teacher Lin, they can't do anything. In short, they are not my family. I've been an orphan since I was little with no family. Please help me keep them out. Lin Shuyu also sensed something off about Xie Bingyan and Su Deming and quickly said, you should have told me earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have let them into the school. Thank you, teacher. Also, if they come looking for trouble again, please tell them I'm not at school. They'll seriously disrupt my classes and studies. Sumo said. Okay. He'll immediately notify the school leaders and security to make sure they don't get in. Lin Shuyu cherished Sumo greatly. Sumo's grades were among the best at No. 27 Middle School, and few seniors this year could compare to him. Lin Shuyu naturally worried about him being disturbed and affecting his exam results. Sumo couldn't be bothered with it and continued dealing with his bananas and longans. After 2 days, reports of the disaster's impact spread everywhere, with photos of destroyed banana and longan plantations appearing online. The internet was filled with lamentation. Just as Sumo had predicted, banana prices soared, rising to 1.8 yuan per jean in just 1 day. Longan prices also climbed from 3.5 yuan per jean to 5.2 yuan per jean, slightly faster than bananas. Hearing such news, everyone was naturally thrilled. Amid the busyness, someone came looking for him, Su Wanting. Sumo didn't even glance and directly had the school security chase her away. She had brought Su Shuewei along, but Sumo refused to see them, simply having the school inform them he wasn't there. As for the later arrival of Xie Bingyan, Sumo couldn't care less. Lin Shuyu called him and Sumo had the school turn them all away. There was nothing worth seeing. He didn't understand what they meant by coming to find him. Sumo waited for a day and finally the price of bananas reached 2 yuan and 30 cents per kilogram, causing several people to become restless. It's 2 yuan and 30 cents now, which has more than doubled. The price is about right. Tang Lei said excitedly with a smile. Sumo, should we sell now? Gu Huanqi fixed her gaze on Sumo. Although the banana price had not yet reached his anticipated peak of 2 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram, it was already sufficient for now. The peak price requires exceptionally good bananas. Their bananas had been stored for several days and they might not be able to sell at such a high price. Market opportunities are fleeting and one must seize them to make significant profits. Sell. Sell everything. Sumo waved his hand decisively. Alright, let's sell. I'll head to the wholesale market. I'll contact the boss and I'll arrange for the vehicle. With a single command, everyone was excited and began to busily prepare. Having more people makes tasks easier. None of them were indecisive, they were always swift and resolute in their actions with strong execution. With over 20,000 kilograms of bananas, they quickly contacted the boss at the wholesale market. The banana boss, aware of the rising prices, immediately dispatched a 9-meter-long truck to collect them. "You bought these bananas 5 days ago." The banana boss seemed to remember this batch. At that time, Suemo and 3 others went to the wholesale market to purchase, seeking out several bosses. Because they were all dressed in school uniforms and looked relatively young, they attracted significant attention in the banana market. "Indeed. Purchased 5 days ago. We've kept them here for these days. Don't worry, boss, we've been watering the bananas daily and they are very well preserved," Suemo said with a smile. The boss immediately gave them a thumbs up, looking impressed. "Impressive. You all are remarkable." Tang Lei and Gu Wanqi laughed upon seeing this. Because of this event, their reputation began to spread in the wholesale market. It's rare for several high school students to make tens of thousands of yuan in the blink of an eye, so even the boss as well as the landlord who rented a warehouse to Suemo and the others were quite impressed. Selling bananas was straightforward. They simply carried them out in baskets and weighed them. They had accumulated a total of 23,000 kilograms along with over 1,000 kilograms of longan, enough for them to make a hefty profit. Once all the bananas and longan were sold, they looked at the cash in their hands, unable to contain their excitement. "We made money. We made a lot of money. We made a fortune. We don't have to worry about the exam fees anymore. Let's get some dishes and celebrate. Suemo, you contributed the most, so you should take a larger share," Li Banzwang said with a smile. Suemo replied, "How can that be? I'm not lacking in this little money. We should divide according to our contributions. Whoever invested more takes more." Tang Lei laughed, saying, "Suemo Banzwang is right. You contributed the most this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made this much money. You should take a bit more." Gu Wanqi also laughed, saying, "That's right, Suemo will share 1/10 of the profit with you. The rest is for us and we're already satisfied." Suemo chuckled, "My investment is much more than yours. I put in over 10,000 yuan. Don't overthink it, you all keep your money first." The others, hearing this, stopped persuading him and laughed. "What about next time? Suemo, what should we do next? Now we already have capital." Suemo smiled, "Of course there will be a next time, but we need to focus on studying first. The college entrance examination is coming soon. We must do well." "All right." After living a second life, Suemo naturally had many money-making tips. There were many things to invest in. Although Bitcoin is a top priority, Suemo knows very well that someone like him is unlikely to make big money in Bitcoin. It's obvious that Bitcoin is being manipulated behind the scenes, and Suemo won't put all his hopes on Bitcoin. Invest in real industry, open an online store, create mobile games, invest in real estate, and also create news information, do headlines, and invest in MiHoYo. This year is 2013 and real estate is gradually rising. With the popularity of smartphones, many games have shifted to mobile platforms. This year marks one of the explosive moments for mobile games, where countless mobile game developers can make significant profits. Suemo, being a high school student, doesn't know much about software development, so it's unlikely for him to create games, but he can invest in stocks to make money, not just Bitcoin. Once he has a substantial amount of money, he can invest in some real industries, owning his own company and business. Suemo temporarily didn't share this with Tang Lei and Gu Wanqi, fearing it would affect their exam preparation. After getting some money, he spent 2,000 yuan to buy himself a laptop. He began to register on Huobi and opened a securities account, letting the money start to snowball. This year Huobi was not yet banned and Bitcoin was still quite cheap. It wasn't difficult to buy. In just one day, Suemo received his first Bitcoin on Huobi. Bitcoin is stored locally. Huobi is merely a trading platform. As long as it's purchased and protected well, it belongs to him. Moreover, Bitcoin's price does not rise continuously, it fluctuates, rising and falling like a roller coaster. Just that in the long term it has been rising. Therefore, as long as Suemo can effectively leverage these price increases and decreases, he can continuously profit from the price differences, making a fortune. Having not found Suemo for 3 days, Su Wanting was a bit anxious. They went to the school to search, but the school said they were not Sumo's sisters or relatives. Suemo had always been an orphan, which surprised Su Wanting even more. Turning to Xia Bingyan, she coldly laughed. If he's not at school, then where could he be? Xia Bingyan avoided answering this question, likely out of negligence or unwillingness to acknowledge her relationship with Suemo. Recalling her grandparents had always said it was because of her negligence that Suemo was taken away and sent to live in an orphan. Over the years, her grandparents had blamed Xia Bingyan, having had big quarrels with her. Xia Bingyan probably harbored a lot of pent-up frustration. Later, after finding Suemo, although they were very happy for the first few days, gradually Xia Bingyan became worried about the impact on Sujuanja, so she didn't dare to engage with Suemo much. Perhaps in her heart the excellent, tall and handsome Sujuanja was her biological son, whom she had always cherished, afraid of him falling or melting in her mouth. While Suemo was just a foundling. Actually, Su Wanting had been like this before as well. Compared to the outstanding and polite Sujuanja, Suemo indeed seemed to have nothing going for him. Most of the sisters in the family preferred Su Juinja finding Su Mo dirty and worthless. If it weren't for Su Wanting having seen some records, she probably wouldn't have realized Su Mo's situation in the Su family. Even for living expenses, Xia Bingyan was unwilling to give him much, let alone let him benefit from the Su family's connections. Including herself, Su Wanting felt it was nearly impossible for Su Mo to gain any favor from the Su family. At that moment, Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart. Without being able to find Su Mo at school, she had no choice but to contact the police for help. Meanwhile, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming had other matters to attend to and had to leave first. Xia Bingyan still remembered that Su Mo was her biological son, and before leaving she instructed Su Wanting to inform her once Su Mo was found. Su Wanting felt suffocated. Su Mo had been missing for over 10 days and he hadn't returned home for 10 days. What could be more important than finding Su Mo? Su Wanting knew that Xia Bingyan was probably out shopping for cosmetics with some wealthy women. She often did this. Sister, where could Su Mo be? Su Xuehue asked, having come along with her. I don't know. We'll wait for the police's footage. Su Wanting said, feeling that she could only wait. Su Mo should have been at school, but the school no longer allowed them in, fearing they would disturb the students. Su Mo didn't acknowledge them as family, telling the school he was an orphan with no family or relatives, and the school accepted this. Just now his homeroom teacher Lin Shuyu spoke to them. I don't remember Su Mo having family. In the records, Su Mo has always been an orphan. Why are you pretending to be his family? You are not allowed to enter the school, and you are especially not allowed to disturb our students' classes. I've already said it, Su Mo is an orphan, please don't be unreasonable. Xia Bingyan still wanted to argue with Lin Shuyu, but Su Wanting hurriedly stopped her. For now they could only wait for news about Su Mo. The police indeed quickly found some information, and a stout officer approached them with video footage and investigation results. Su Mo, this high school student, is quite impressive. The stout officer remarked, we just went out to inquire and it said he rented a large warehouse near the East City wholesale market to stockpile bananas in Longan. In recent days he and his friends had been keeping an eye on their bananas in Longan. In the last few days the price of Longan has skyrocketed and they made a significant profit, likely earning tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? Su Xuehue exclaimed in surprise. The stout officer nodded, saying, indeed. The bosses over there all said he bought bananas for 1 yuan and sold them for over 2 after the storm. He probably foresaw the storm and guessed that banana prices would rise, so he quickly bought some. I must say today's high school students are truly impressive. Su Xuehue was astonished. Where is he now? Su Wanting asked. They just finished selling the bananas in Longan and are on their way back to school. The stout officer said, wait at the school gate, you should be able to see him. Su Wanting thanked him. The stout officer waved it off politely and turned to leave. Sister Su Mo has a keen eye. He actually dared to hoard bananas for profit. Is what the police said true? Su Xuehue asked. Since the police said so, it's mostly true. Su Wanting replied, by the way, did you check those records? I haven't looked. Su Xuehue said somewhat guiltily, I'll check in a few days. There's too much in there. Xuehue, you know, right? Su Wanting looked at her. Su Xuehue was taken aback. He used to admire you a lot. He idolized you, didn't he? Su Wanting breathed rapidly. Su Xuehue didn't know how to respond to this question. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, as Su Mo once secretly attended her music class and proudly introduced her to his friends. He used to act like a devoted puppy, adoring and admiring her, while Su Xuehue at that time only felt annoyance and trouble. She didn't dare to look at those chat records because she was afraid of seeing things she couldn't bear. Regardless, Su Mo is still our biological brother, our blood relative. Su Wanting looked at her and said, as for the others, I won't pursue it for now. You're his second sister, you should understand. Su Xuehue felt anxious inside, then I'll go back and check. Su Wanting glared at her but said no more, waiting at the gate of No. 27 Middle School for Su Mo's return. Having made a lot of money today, Su Mo and Tang Lei were all very happy, and the group went to the pedestrian street to buy a pair of shoes and a set of clothes. They hadn't had the money to buy clothes and shoes for a long time, so this time they decided to be a bit extravagant. The 4 of them walked toward No. 27 Middle School, intending to return to class. Just as they arrived at the school gate, Su Mo saw a sports car parked at the side. It seemed that upon seeing him, 2 tall noble girls with their hair tied in buns got out of the sports car. Su Mo frowned, feeling a wave of nausea. What were they here for again? Banzwang, Tang Lei, you guys head back to school first. I'll return later. After some thought, Su Mo turned to Tang Lei and the others. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi understood immediately. All right. But Su Mo, make sure to come back to class quickly. Sure. Su Mo nodded. Upon seeing Suamo, Su Wanting felt a surge of joy and hurriedly approached with Su Shuehui. Suamo, where have you been these past few days? Su Wanting shouted, quickly stopping Suamo, who seemed to want to bypass them and return to school. We've been looking for you these days. You need to come home with us first. Su Shuehui also insisted, looking at Suamo. Suamo looked at his beautiful second sister, thought for a moment, took out his backpack, opened it and searched inside, pulling out an old-fashioned tape recorder and some tapes, handing them to Su Shuehui. I think your repeated visits to No. 27 middle school aren't for anything else. It should be for this. It's also true that I shouldn't keep this, he said, stuffing it into Su Shuehui's hands. Take it back. Su Shuehui glanced at it, surprised. Suamo, we're not here for this. You need to come home with us first. Not for this. Suamo sneered. It's just a tape recorder and a few tapes. I don't need it. I should have nothing to do with you now. Su Shuehui was astonished. The old-fashioned tape recorder and the tapes were given to Suamo by Xie Bingyan shortly after he returned to the Su family. At that time Su Shuehui was very reluctant when it was given, as it was her cherished old recorder and tapes filled with her songs. Su Shuehui had complained for a long time in front of Xie Bingyan and Suamo. For 2 years Su Shuehui had always wanted to reclaim this old tape recorder, fearing that Suamo would not cherish these antiques and might even damage it. She had forced Suamo many times, both openly and secretly. Now that Suamo returned it to her, Su Shuehui suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Suamo, I'm sorry. Su Wanting's eyes reddened as she attempted to speak. Stop. Suamo hastily interrupted her. Don't come here with your crocodile I know what you two want. You want to use me to curry favor with Su Juanja. That's impossible. I'm telling you, Su Wanting, Su Shuehui, you'd better never appear before me again. Otherwise you will eventually face retribution. Suamo, how can you say that? Su Shuehui was shocked. How should I say it? Beg you on my knees. My beautiful second Miss Su. Suamo stared at her coldly. Don't tell me you think I've lost my memory. This isn't your first time trying to gain favor with Su Juanja, is it? You. Su Shuehui was startled. I haven't. We just want you to come back. Come home with us first. Come home with you. Suamo suddenly laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss Su Shuehui, have you lost your mind? Or do you have no brain at all? Why should I go home with you? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, I haven't forgotten a single thing your Su family has done. Don't think this will pass so easily. Su Wanting was startled. Suamo, we really came to call you home. Mom and Dad are looking for you. You'd better come back with us. Suamo stared at Su Wanting. Su Wanting, you will face retribution. Su Wanting was taken aback, instantly frozen. Having said that, Suamo was unwilling to say more. He stepped past them and walked ahead. Suamo. Su Shuehui was furious. Mom and Dad are already angry. How dare you leave? They want you to come home first. Suamo glanced back at her and laughed. Let me tell you, Su Shuehui, I've been an orphan since I was a child. I've got nothing to lose. If the Su family dares to bully me, I'm not afraid to spill blood. You listen to me and remember this well. I am an orphan. My family is all dead, completely wiped out. They died 18 years ago, all of them. Su Zuhui's body trembled violently, her eyes instantly widening. Don't bother me if you have nothing important. The more you come, the more retribution you'll face. You can't escape the cycle of fate. Suamo finished and turned to leave. Su Wanting's face turned pale and she didn't dare to stop him. Her body quivered. Su Zuhui's expression also changed drastically. Suamo quickly entered the school. The two of them couldn't go and they only felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't even know how they got back to the car. Both of them fell into a dead silence, feeling the air around them grow icy cold. Neither of them had expected Suamo to speak like that, so harsh, so extreme, so full of hatred. Was this really the same submissive younger brother they once knew in the Su family? They still remembered how Suamo used to be in the Su household, always smiling, always fawning. Even when scolded by their mother Xiebingyan, he would still chuckle and tell them he was fine. They recalled last year when the family had managed to go on a trip together. Because of the third sister, Sumani, Sumo's phone was hidden and he couldn't contact anyone. They had agreed to wait at the scenic spot's entrance, but when Sujuanja suddenly fell ill, the family abandoned Suemo and rushed to take Sujuanja to the hospital, leaving him behind without a single person waiting for him. At that time he had walked more than 10 kilometers trying to make his way back. When the police brought him back, he still smiled and told everyone he was fine, that he had gotten lost, and he apologized for worrying them. Back then the sisters had mocked him. Now he was practically cursing them out. How desperate must he be to say that his entire family was already dead? Su Wanting didn't dare to think about it. Sis Sumo seems. Su Zuhui's expression was strained. So unfamiliar. Su Wanting sniffled. Are you going back on your own or should I drop you off? Ha! We're not going in to find him. Su Shuehui was surprised. What's there to find after all this? I have things to do, I need to go to the company. Su Wanting felt agitated and didn't want to talk. Su Shuehui fell silent as well. Su Wanting said take a look at the records. No matter what, just take a look yourself. With it she started the car, first dropping Su Shuehui off at home, then driving herself to the office. She hadn't finished reading all the records either. The further she went, the more horrifying Su Mo's writing seemed, making her afraid to continue. Letting Su Shuehui read them was probably fine. Su Shuehui stood at the entrance of the Su family villa watching Su Wanting drive away, a sense of panic rising in her heart. She understood more or less what her elder sister had mentioned, but she found it hard to accept all at once. And just now Su Mo's words had completely shocked her. He was practically cursing them all to die. This wasn't like siblings at all. It was more like enemies. At least Su Mo now regarded them as enemies. Su Shuehui returned home. No one was there. Her parents had gone out and the third sister, Su Manning, an actress and singer, was away on her schedule. She went to her room and lay down on the bed to rest for a while, but the agitation in her heart was unbearable. So she took out her phone and opened the messages Su Wanting had sent her. There was quite a lot of content already organized by Su Wanting and forwarded to her. Su Shuehui had glanced at it yesterday but hadn't dared to continue reading. She couldn't accept it. But now she had to force herself to read through it carefully. Perhaps they were indeed cold-blooded. Or maybe they just couldn't accept such a younger brother. This is my second sister, Su Shuehui, a university music teacher. My second sister has released a music album. Tang Lei, I'll send it to you. Listen to it. These are songs my second sister wrote herself. A song for the family. Su Shuehui knew that song. It was called Warm Harbor. The lyrics spoke of home as the only harbor full of warmth and tenderness. The world is vast but home is small and love is the only support. She had written it at the age of 19 with family as the theme. After its release it had received little response. She had no idea how Su Mo had found it and even shared it with a friend. Second sister likes glutinous rice balls. Second sister likes collecting postcards. Second sister likes pretty dresses. Second sister also likes cake. Today I mopped the floor but it was too slippery and almost made second sister fall. I really deserve to die. The last line was followed by several crying emojis. Su Shuehui froze, remembering that incident. Back then Su Mo had volunteered to help the maid with housework. He was mopping the living room floor when she came downstairs, slipped and nearly fell, her face turning pale with fright. Su Shuehui saw that the culprit was Su Mo and flew into a rage. She immediately called him over and scolded him sarcastically, saying that since he liked mopping so much he should mop the entire villa from top to bottom. If he didn't finish he wasn't allowed to rest. At the time Su Shuehui had only spoken in anger, but Su Mo seemed to take it seriously. After she finished speaking she hurried off to school. About 5 or 6 days later the fourth brother sent a video to the group chat saying that Su Mo had indeed mopped the entire building. The fourth and fifth brothers had mocked Su Mo for being so eager, saying he was probably trying to curry favor with Xie Bingyan and Su Deming, which made the sisters look down on him even more. Apparently after finishing, Su Mo's face was pale, he was sweating and he could only lie in bed to rest, falling asleep without eating. At that time Su Shuehui didn't think much of it, she just thought he deserved it. She also didn't bother to explain to the fourth and fifth brothers that it was her demand. Now Su Shuehui took a deep breath, her face pale. She continued reading. Second sister's car is so beautiful. I think it's called a Porsche. Attached were several photos of the Porsche. But the angles of these photos were rather awkward, most were taken from upstairs quite far from the Porsche, as if he didn't dare to get close. Second sister drove out to class. Second sister drove home, her car was splashed with mud. Second sister told elder sister that her car wasn't driving well and she wanted to change it. Second sister scratched her car, she scratched someone else's. There was so much more information above. Su Shuehui almost choked. She knew that Su Mo really liked that car. She dared not look any further, a wave of panic surging within her heart. It felt as if someone had dealt a heavy blow to her chest, nearly suffocating her. She quickly flipped open her phone and dialed Su Wanting. Sis, I've seen part of that message. Is it the same for you? Su Wanting seemed to be busy. After receiving her call she hesitated for a moment. Su Wanting replied. Sis, this shouldn't be my fault. It's all because of him. Su Shuehui trembled uncontrollably, not daring to continue trying to make excuses. Because of what? Su Wanting said. Because he was an orphan. Because he used to live like a cockroach, scrounging for food in a stinking gutter. Or because he didn't deserve to be our brother. That he was destined to be an orphan forever. Su Shuehui was shocked. Sis, I never thought that. Look how dirty he used to be. Shuehui, his family is truly all dead. Including you and me, we are already dead. Su Shuehui was greatly startled. What he said wasn't wrong. He is an orphan, always has been. I'll send you my records, take a look too. Su Wanting continued. I didn't know he used to admire you so much. Admire me too, or rather worship you. He must have once deeply revered you. Su Wanting went on. You said he secretly attended your class without telling you and was thrown out by your students. You said he found many of your songs and shared them with his friends. Shuehui, you were once the pride of his heart, the object of his wild admiration. But unfortunately, you are also dead now. In his heart we are all dead. On the cryptocurrency exchange, Suemo bought 200 bitcoins at a price of 120 yuan each, then sold them at 160 yuan. At that time the bitcoin price was about $20 equivalent to 120 yuan. In just one day bitcoin suddenly rose from $20 to $25, an increase of 25%. Sumo's 200 coins sold for a total of 32000 yuan, netting him a profit of 7 or 8,000 yuan. Now bitcoin had dropped and he expected it to fall to around $21, at which point he could buy the dip again. Making money with bitcoin was easy, like a snowball rolling larger and larger. As long as he maintained control and didn't get caught up, he could accumulate enough capital to start his own business. With money he could continuously pursue ventures, invest in real estate, the internet industry and the physical sector. Suemo was well aware of how formidable the Su family was. The cosmetics company controlled by Su Wanting alone had a market value of over 10 billion yuan and was a listed company. And Su Deming's jewelry company was equally valuable, worth tens of billions, not to mention the various large and small family businesses. They were far beyond what an ordinary family could compare to. Therefore Suemo would need to exert tremendous effort to catch up with them. Additionally, Suemo understood very well how terrifying Su Juinja was. He was by no means just an ordinary high school student. In truth, he had excellent grades, superior intelligence and a profound mind far surpassing ordinary people. In his past life Suemo had existed as a spirit for 20 years and had never encountered someone as fearsome as Su Juinja. After taking control of the family business he swiftly forced several sisters to their deaths, consolidated power and managed the company with an iron fist, rapidly expanding it into a 100 billion yuan behemoth. Suemo certainly did not underestimate this opponent. Su Wanting came to him seemingly with guilt, but Suemo knew very well that this meant nothing. Su Wanting had never realized that Su Juncha's existence was a significant problem. This man was extremely terrifying. He had framed Suemo many times but always conspired with others, rarely plotting alone. He knew that if he were caught framing others repeatedly it would provoke resentment, so he did it sparingly. Su Juinja was also clear about where his strengths lay. He knew that as long as Suemo behaved badly enough, even without his intervention Suemo wouldn't threaten his position. He only needed to study hard, excel and ingratiate himself with Xie Bingyan, and no one could force him out of the Su family. The 6 sisters would continue to dote on him and sympathize with him. Even if Suemo returned they would still think Su Juinja was their most outstanding brother. Thus it was unrealistic for Suemo to confront him now. Suemo no longer wanted any connection with the Su family, but if he could humiliate them he would be more than happy to see it. So for now his goal was to earn enough money and improve his college entrance exam scores as much as possible. He wanted to become the top scorer in the exam. He remembered that in his past life Su Juinja was the top science student in Xiahai City, ranking within the top 30 overall. Suemo set higher standards for himself. This life he would claim the top science spot and rank within the top 20 overall. Only by achieving this result could he enter his desired university and further pursue his entrepreneurial goals. The path was extremely difficult, but that was fine. He remembered the exam questions. Even if some memories were fuzzy he could just practice relentlessly. At home Suemo watched as Bitcoin continued to fall and initiated his next purchase plan. Now with over 30,000 yuan in hand he could buy even more next time. Bitcoin fluctuated rapidly, sometimes experiencing sharp drops or surges. He just needed to remain patient. After finishing these tasks Suemo slung his backpack over his shoulder and strolled leisurely to class. But as he arrived at the school gate he suddenly noticed 2 familiar cars parked there. Suemo frowned as he saw Su Wanting, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming step out of the cars. 2 bodyguards followed behind them. Suemo! Su Wanting called out to him. But Suemo didn't even glance at them, walking past her toward the school gate. Sumo, stop right there. You're getting more and more outrageous, not even greeting us. Xia Bingyan was furious when she saw Sumo ignoring her. Yet Sumo acted as if he hadn't heard and continued forward. Xiao Lu, stop him. Xia Bingyan snapped. Yes. A bodyguard quickly moved to block Sumo. Unable to leave, Sumo turned back to glare at Xia Bingyan and the others, his expression as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He immediately said to Su Wanting, you brought them here, didn't you? Su Wanting was taken aback, her eyes instantly reddening. Sumo, how dare you call your eldest sister by her full name? Where have you been for the past 10 days? Xia Bingyan raged, striding directly toward him. Seeing that she was about to slap him, Sumo didn't hesitate. He immediately put down his backpack, reached in and pulled out a dagger. Sumo, what are you doing? Su Deming and Su Wanting were shocked and rushed over. I don't know why you've come. From the looks of it, you want to slap me. Sumo gripped the dagger, staring intently at the three of them and telling you my life is worthless. If I die, I die. But none of you will get off easy. At worst, I'll trade my one life for your three. You dare. Xia Bingyan was enraged. There's nothing I don't dare. If you make a move, I'll make a move too. Sumo said coldly. Xia Bingyan was stunned when she saw Sumo draw the dagger, finding it hard to believe. She had indeed intended to come over and slap him for his disobedience, and the bodyguard had already stopped him from leaving. But who would have thought Sumo would pull out a dagger and point it directly at her? Xia Bingyan erupted in fury. Sumo, you treat me like this? Like this to your mother? My mother? Are you worthy? What kind of person are you? You think you deserve to be my mother? Sumo spat contemptuously. I don't want to tangle with you. You'd better leave now. Xia Bingyan was livid. You unfilial brat. How dare you speak to me like that? You're infuriating me. You have no manners. I have no manners. I'm an orphan, always have been. My entire family of over a dozen people died 18 years ago. What are you people? How dare you pretend to be my mother? Sumo shouted back angrily. You'd better leave now. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Sumo, how dare you speak like that? I am your father. Su Deming also became furious upon hearing this. Sumo looked at Su Deming and laughed, pulling out a few sheets of paper from his backpack and handing them over for them to see clearly. Mr. Su Deming, I advise you to be kind. I won't bring up the past. You signed these yourselves, aren't you going to acknowledge it? Su Deming was stunned as he looked at the paper in Sumo's hand. I don't care why you came to know. 27 Middle School. You'd better not come to bother me. I have nothing to do with you, nothing to do with this family. Sumo said coldly. Xia Bingyan was furious. You unfilial brat, you're trying to anger me. Are you trying to drive me mad? Xia Bingyan was grinding her teeth in rage. Anger you to death? Wouldn't that be even better? I'm telling you, if you dare bully me or let your bodyguard stop me, I won't be polite either. I'm alone, a barefoot man who fears no one with shoes. I wouldn't hesitate to cut you. Xia Bingyan was shocked by his words and raged. Sumo, do you know what you're saying? You unfilial brat, how dare you? How dare you take out a knife? That depends on whether you bully me. Xia Bingyan, you've hit me more than once or twice. I've had enough. Sumo stared at her coldly. There won't be a next time, never again. From now on, if you dare touch me again, I won't hesitate to cut you. I mean what I say. Are you trying to anger me to death? Xia Bingyan thundered. Who's angering whom? Sumo retorted even more furiously. In telling you, none of you will have an easy time. None of you will escape. I can't take revenge on you now because I'm not strong enough. But when I am, you all just wait. The humiliation and mockery I've endured for 4 years, I'll repay 100-fold. Su Wanting's body trembled violently. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Woo, she nearly sobbed aloud. Su Deming was also shocked by this. When had he ever seen Sumo like this? Before, Sumo had been submissive, timid and cowardly in the Su household. He would comply with any request from family and friends. Even when punished by Xia Bingyan or slapped by the daughters, he dared not speak out or resist. Sometimes Xia Bingyan would even forbid him from eating for an entire afternoon. But now Sumo had suddenly turned hostile, uttering such harsh and cold-blooded words, leaving Su Deming both shocked and angered. As for Xia Bingyan, she was even more stunned, but what infuriated her more was Sumo daring to speak to her like that. To her, Sumo pointing a knife at her was a severe provocation of her authority, a test of her patience. She could not tolerate such a thing happening. Sumo, do you know what you're saying? Xia Bingyan's expression turned cold as she glared at him through gritted teeth. Of course I do. Suemo stared back at her without fear. Not only do I know it very well. I clearly know that all of you are my enemies. All the humiliation and mockery I've suffered these 4 years are because of you. Xia Bingyan, you won't have an easy time. You will get your retribution. I can't take revenge on you now, but one day someone will. Su Deming couldn't hold back any longer. He strode over intending to slap Suemo across the face, but Suemo swung the knife at him. Su Deming quickly pulled his hand back. I know what you want to do. But it won't happen. I won't tolerate it. Suemo stared at Su Deming. If you dare to strike, I want mine to fight to the death. Su Deming withdrew his hand, his expression turning icy. Suemo, do you think your wings are strong enough to fly alone? Ha! Fly alone. What if I do? What if I don't? What help or resources have I ever received from your family? Don't be naive, mister. Su Deming. In your home I couldn't even get a proper meal. Suemo let out a bitter laugh as he saw him pull his hand back. Su Deming was stunned, recalling that Suemo had never come downstairs for meals. Of course. I do owe you a few pounds of meat in the living expenses from these years. But don't worry, I'll pay you back soon. As for those few pounds of meat, if you want them back, I can go to the hospital and have the doctors cut them off for you. Suemo let out another bitter laugh. But if you want to continue humiliating, mocking and playing tricks on me, then all you'll get is rivers of blood. Suemo, have you lost your mind? I am your mother. Xia Bingyan raged. To hell with you. Suemo sneered. Don't think I don't know. In the entire Su family you are the most vicious. You my mother. Pa. What a joke. Xia Bingyan was enraged and wanted to curse at Suemo, but Su Wanning quickly stopped her. Enough. Mom, stop for now. Suemo put the knife away. Suemo looked at Su Wanning and smiled. Coming to claim credit, are you? You're pretty good at seizing the opportunity. Su Wanting, I've never seen you so eager to take credit before. Su Wanting's body trembled. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Go back to where you came from. A wealthy family. What a load of nonsense. Suemo spat, picked up his backpack from the ground and turned to leave. The bodyguard moved to stop him again. Xia Bingyan shouted angrily, let him go. Suemo then walked toward the school gate. As he entered the school, he looked back once, blinked, and a hint of mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He quickly disappeared into the school grounds. I'm furious. Furious. That ungrateful wretch. Back in the sedan, Xia Bingyan raged uncontrollably. Su Deming's eyes also blazed with anger. Sumo's insolent words, directly calling them by their names, had truly enraged Su Deming. This was a grave affront to his authority. Su Deming, your son is finished, completely finished. He has degenerated into a good-for-nothing. Xia Bingyan shouted loudly. Disloyal, unjust, unfilial, and daring to wield a knife, he has become a thorough scoundrel. Su Deming remained silent, his heart seething with fury. I will cut off his living expenses and make him come crawling back to me. He thinks his wings are strong enough to fly solo. I tell you that is absolutely impossible. Xia Bingyan roared with blazing anger. Hearing this, Su Deming suddenly calmed down and sneered, cut off his living expenses. A mere 500 yuan a month. Xia Bingyan fumed, I won't give him a single cent. Let me see where he can go. How dare he be so rebellious? Not only will I cut off his expenses, but if he doesn't admit his mistakes, I won't allow him to eat. I will cancel his bus pass, cut off all his supplies, and make it crystal clear to him that without our Su family he is nothing. As she spoke, she grew more bitter, gnashing her teeth. I want to see how he comes back to beg me then. Su Wanning sat in the back of the car listening and felt nothing but sorrow in her heart. Xia Bingyan probably didn't know that Suemo had already earned tens of thousands of yuan in the past few days, enough to sustain him for a long time. Eldest, call the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th immediately and tell them no one is allowed to give Suemo any money. I want to see how he survives outside without money. Xia Bingyan turned back and shouted angrily. Mom! We've never given Suemo any money. The 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all despise Suemo, they wouldn't give him a cent. Su Wanting spoke up. Good. That's best. Xia Bingyan seemed slightly relieved, but then raged again. Then where did his living expenses come from these past few days? He must have stolen things from home. Call Aunt Zhao and Uncle Li immediately and ask if anything is missing from the house. If something is indeed lost, I'll make him pay. Su Wanting sniffled. Mom! If Suemo really did take something from home, what would you do? What would I do? I'll make him pay. Xia Bingyan gritted her teeth. This ungrateful wretch is driving me insane. No manners, refuses to be disciplined. If I don't teach him a lesson now, he'll think he can get away with anything. This time I will subdue him no matter what. Su Wanting's heart turned cold upon hearing this, unsure whether she should call Aunt Zhao and Uncle Li. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I'll call Xiao Li right now. The more Xia Bingyan spoke, the angrier she became. She immediately took out her phone and dialed. Hello Xiao Li. Cut off Su Mo's living expenses. I won't give him a single cent, let's see how he survives. Madam Su Mo gets 500 yuan a month. Should I really stop it? Xiao Li asked in surprise. Why are you talking nonsense? I said cut it all off. Xia Bingyan snapped. Yes madam. Xiao Li quickly replied. Still unsatisfied, Xia Bingyan fumed, go home immediately. I'll have Aunt Zhao and Uncle Li search the house to see what's missing. I refuse to believe I can't control him. Yes. The driver acknowledged and quickly drove back to the Su family villa. Aunt Zhao, Uncle Li immediately search every room and see how many things Su Mo has taken. How much money does he have on his card? I'll freeze all of it. Xia Bingyan raged. Yes. Though shocked by Xia Bingyan's actions, Aunt Zhao and Uncle Li had no choice but to search the house. Have the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth said how much he stole? Xia Bingyan turned to Su Wanting and asked. Su Wanting sighed. The third one mentioned losing a ring worth about 50 or 60,000 yuan before. Good, this is infuriating. Xia Bingyan thundered. Uncle Li, find the surveillance footage of Su Mo stealing things immediately. I need evidence to hand over to the police. Mom, you want to turn Su Mo over to the police? Su Wanting was shocked. Su Deming was also surprised. Xia Bingyan, what are you doing? Xia Bingyan retorted angrily, if I don't handle it this way, he'll still dare to point a knife at me. If I don't discipline him now, he'll only get worse. But you can't hand him over to the police. If he's found guilty, Su Mo could go to prison. Su Wanting quickly stopped her. Mom, Su Mo was wrong today, but you can't do this. Xia Bingyan fumed, look at what he did to us today. This ungrateful wretch dared to point a knife at us. How can I tolerate such lawlessness? Su Deming said, regardless, we can't hand him over to the police for now. This is a family matter, how can we casually involve the police? Then find the footage first. I want evidence of his theft. I want to see where he can hide. Xia Bingyan fumed. Su Deming nodded in agreement and instructed Uncle Li. Su Mo had indeed angered them greatly this time. Daring to point a knife at his parents, Su Deming felt his authority severely challenged. If he didn't discipline Su Mo, the hatred in his heart would not subside. He wanted to see how someone who habitually stole from home could talk about independence or flying solo. Su Wanting watched them, feeling nothing but deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Uncle Li quickly got to work, heading to the computer room to search the surveillance footage. Due to the large size of the house, there were numerous cameras both inside and outside for security, some of the most advanced in the world. Without authorization from Su Deming and Xia Bingyan, no one could view the footage. Now with their permission, Uncle Li soon retrieved the recordings. After reviewing them, he hesitated. Master, Madam, we didn't find footage of young Master Mo stealing valuables, but we did find videos of him sneaking downstairs late at night to eat snacks and things. What? No footage? How can there be no footage? Xia Bingyan stared at Uncle Li. Master, Madam, to protect privacy, there are fewer cameras indoors and more outdoors. Young Master Mo did go to your rooms a few times, but he only took clothes, not valuables, Uncle Li said. You may need to check if any valuables are missing. Hearing this, Xia Bingyan fumed, I knew he stole things. Su Deming, let's go check our room. Su Deming also wanted to see what Su Mo had taken from home to be so arrogant. He nodded and followed Xia Bingyan to inventory their belongings. Their family was in the jewelry business, so there were many jewels at home. In Xia Bingyan and Su Deming's cabinets there were numerous pieces of jewelry. After taking stock, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were stunned. Nothing missing. I don't believe it. Bring me the list, I'll check it again. Yes. They quickly cross-referenced with the list and found that all the jewelry and necklaces were intact, leaving them gnashing their teeth. Whose things did he steal then? A thought struck Xia Bingyan and she looked up at Su Wanting. Eldest, immediately notify the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth to see who has lost something. I want to know how much money Su Mo has stolen from home. Su Wanting felt even more sorrowful. Sniffling, she said, the third said she lost a ring worth 30,000 yuan. The fourth and others haven't mentioned anything. What about you? Xia Bingyan stared at her. Su Wanting shook her head. Not me either. And Mom, there's no proof that Su Mo took the ring the third lost. She might have accidentally misplaced it outside. Damn it. Also, the police investigated Su Mo yesterday. It seems he made quite a bit of money during the recent storm. Su Wanting thought for a moment and decided to say this anyway. How did he make money? Xia Bingyan, unable to find evidence, grew increasingly furious. He resold live shrimp and crabs at the market. Apparently he bought them before the storm and waited for the prices to surge after it. He made nearly double his investment. I estimate he earned tens of thousands of yuan. Also, a few days ago he and his friend hoarded bananas in Longan. The police said the prices of those fruits more than doubled and Su Mo profited from the price difference, making another tens of thousands. What? Both Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were shocked. In their minds, Su Mo had always been a hopeless piece of mud, incapable of earning money. He couldn't even compare to Su Wanting and Su Xuehui, let alone the youngest Su Juanjia. And now he could make money through reselling. This is from the police investigation. There are also some recordings. During the storm he didn't disappear but ran around making money. Su Wanting explained patiently. Xia Bingyan paused, then sneered, "No wonder he was so bold just now, daring to point a knife at your father and me. He's made some money, so his back is straight and he thinks his wings are strong enough to fly solo. Mom, Su Mo might be serious this time. He doesn't plan to come back home." Su Wanting sniffled. Where can he go if he doesn't come back? He's made a few tens of thousands and thinks he's amazing. I tell you, without our Su family he's nothing. Xia Bingyan fumed, gnashing her teeth. He'll come back with his tail between his legs sooner or later. This time it'll make him completely obedient. Wanting, is there anything else you know? Su Deming calmed down and frowned at Su Wanting. Su Wanting glanced at her father, paused briefly, then shook her head. Nothing else. Su Deming frowned. His instincts told him Su Wanting was hiding something, but since she wasn't willing to say, he didn't press further for now. By the way, where is Su Mo staying now? Has he rented a house? Xia Bingyan suddenly thought of something. Su Wanting nodded. He rented a house in the suburbs. Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Xia Bingyan immediately called out. Madam, you called me. Uncle Li approached. Xia Bingyan fumed. Take Xiao Li and the others to the suburbs immediately. Contact the police and find the house Su Mo rented. I want him to have no place to live. Uncle Li hesitated and looked at Su Deming. Su Deming also seemed uncertain. Uncle Li quickly said, Madam, young Master Mo. He paused, then continued, young Master Mo has the college entrance exam in 2 months. If he has nowhere to stay, it might affect his exams. Wouldn't that be bad? College entrance exam. What can he achieve in that? He's a waste. What kind of university could he get into? I want him to regret this. Xia Bingyan snapped. Uncle Li quickly looked at Su Deming, who remained silent, apparently agreeing with Xia Bingyan. After thinking it over, Uncle Li finally sighed. Master, Madam, eldest miss, you might not know young Master Mo's grades. Actually, his grades are quite good, no worse than young Master Junchia's. What? The three were stunned. Su Wanting quickly looked at Uncle Li. Uncle Li, do you know Su Mo's grades? Eldest miss, young Master Mo has been studying very hard since high school, so his grades have always been quite good. He is one of the top students at No. 27 middle school, ranking in the top 200 in Xiahai City. It's just that you, Master, Madam, and the eldest miss never asked about it. Uncle Li said with a sigh. Su Wanting's eyes widened in disbelief. When did this start? Since the second year of high school. Uncle Li continued. Hearing this, Su Wanting quickly ran outside. Eldest, where are you going? I'm going to Su Mo's school to ask. Su Wanting's breath quickened. She couldn't bear to stay home. She immediately went out and got into her car. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were also surprised by Su Mo's good grades. Uncle Li, is this true or false? Su Mo can rank in the top 200 in Xiahai City. It might be even better in the past month. If you don't believe me, go to No. 27 middle school and ask. Young Master Mo's grades have always been good. Uncle Li said. Let's go ask. Xia Bingyan didn't believe it and immediately went out with Su Deming. The driver quickly arrived and took them to No. 27 middle school. Su Wanting had just arrived as well and soon found the school's administrators. Su Mo. Isn't he an orphan? Who are you people? Why are you pretending to be his relatives? The administrator at No. 27 middle school looked at the three of them with suspicion. Xia Bingyan said, that's none of your business. I want to know how Su Mo's grades are. Su Mo. He's one of the top students at our school. But to avoid disturbing his college entrance exam preparations, I'm afraid we can't disclose specifics. The administrator spoke. Why can't you disclose it? It's just a lousy grade, what's there to hide? Xia Bingyan fumed. Or is there something shady about it? What could be shady? Who are you people? Why do you want to know his grades? His mother. Xia Bingyan snapped. The administrator was taken aback. Su Mo has parents. Wasn't he always an orphan? I heard he grew up in an orphanage. The administrator scrutinized them. Seeing their opulent attire so unlike ordinary folk, he grew even more puzzled. You're so well dressed and you claim to be Su Mo's family. Don't joke. Su Mo used to have no winter clothes and could only wear his school uniform every day. I heard he often didn't have enough to eat. Some teachers at the school would invite him to their homes for meals, like teacher Lin Shuyu, who invited him over many times. He eats at his teacher's house. Su Wanting was shocked. The administrator nodded. Su Mo has excellent grades, he's a very outstanding child. But his family was poor and he was an orphan. When the teachers heard about it, they felt sorry for him and invited him to eat. Since you're his family and dressed so nicely, why didn't you feed him? Are you imposters? Su Wanting, Xia Bingyan and the others were speechless, their faces turning extremely ugly. I don't care what you do. You'd better not disturb Su Mo's studies. His college entrance exam is approaching and no disturbance is allowed. Besides, he told me he has no family. He said his family died 18 years ago. Don't come to the school to find him anymore. The school leader, seeing them silent, darkened his face and said. Xia Bingyan angrily retorted, if you don't tell me, you'll call the police. Then call the police. The school leader, already convinced she was an imposter, couldn't be bothered with her. Furious, Xia Bingyan immediately stepped out to contact the police. For a family of their stature, contacting the police was simple. Soon several officers arrived to handle the matter. Su Mo indeed has excellent grades, ranking among the top in No. 27 high school, exceptionally outstanding. However, he is frail and often faints from anemia, which worries the teachers greatly. His scores could place him in the top 200 of Shanghai City. With a good performance, he might even become the top scorer. He is a key student we are nurturing, expected to enter prestigious universities like Tsinghua, Peking or Fudan. When the police arrived to inquire, the leader didn't hold back. Swish. At these words, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were both taken aback. But I don't think you are his parents or family. If you were his parents, how could you not know his grades? Su Mo was already among the top students since his first and second year of high school. I've always heard that Su Mo is an orphan without parents. The school leader remained suspicious of the three. Get out. Xia Bingyan, unable to listen further, strode out of the office. Thank you, teacher. Su Wanting quickly followed Xia Bingyan and the others out. Even if his grades are good, so what? He dared to draw a knife on us, that's utter rebellion. Xia Bingyan, still furious after leaving, said good grades mean nothing. This time I'll make him obedient. Su Wanting remained silent, unsure what to say. Let's go home. Notify the second, third, fourth and the others, absolutely no more money for Su Mo. It'll make him utterly unable to stay outside. Xia Bingyan could not vent her anger. Su Wanting glanced at her father, Su Deming. Su Deming also said good grades don't mean much. Su Mo indeed lacks discipline, daring to draw a knife on his own parents. What else is he capable of? Let's go back first. Find a way to discipline him. Su Wanting had hoped her father would make the right choice, but hearing his words she didn't know what to do. Sometimes prejudice can truly kill a person. Xia Bingyan would never admit her mistake. She could never be wrong. Second sister likes glutinous rice balls. I made glutinous rice balls for her. I hope she'll let me touch her car, it's so cool. Second sister doesn't like the rice balls, she threw them in the trash. Su Wanting and the others were busy outside. Su Xuehui had returned to her dormitory, took out her phone and checked the records. Su Xuehui remembered the glutinous rice balls. Su Mo had brought them to her several times, but she never wanted to eat them and threw them all in the trash. She didn't know how Su Mo had seen it, but he seemed to have picked them back. Back then Su Xuehui had heard that Su Mo went to Big Sister's office to harass her, which disgusted her, so she refused to eat his food. Now looking back, Su Xuehui felt nothing but pain. I heard second sister's new song Tang Lei. My second sister wrote a new song called The Sea That Listens to the Tide. Tang Lei Huanxi, if only we could reach such heights as my second sister. I think my second sister and my big sister are both among the best. They are truly outstanding. Su Xuehui could imagine that when Su Mo sent that message his heart must have been full of light. Actually back then Su Xuehui detested him. She felt he was dirty, and whenever he approached her she would scold him away. Eventually he seemed to dare not come near, only secretly watching her. As for the car, needless to say he never dared to approach it again. Su Xuehui felt her eyes redden and she couldn't help wiping them. Tears seemed unstoppable. She called Su Wanting again. Sis, what did Su Mo actually do? Su Wanting had just finished working and returned to the company. Hearing this, she said, Shuewei, Mom and Dad went to find Su Mo, but he didn't acknowledge them. He pulled out a dagger and pointed it at Mom and Dad. They were furious. Ah. Su Shuewei was shocked. When did this happen? Just now. Su Wanting said. Also at No. 27 High School, no one knows Su Mo has parents or family. Almost all the leaders and teachers think he is an orphan without parents, without food or clothes. When he couldn't eat at home, he went to eat at the teachers' homes. According to teachers at No. 27, Su Mo has fainted from hunger several times. Ah. Su Shuewei was taken aback. So these past few days I've been thinking, what exactly is Su Mo in our family? Why did he come to our home? Is our home his home? Su Wanting said flatly. I don't know. I haven't asked the third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. Maybe the third did even worse things, not inferior to you. I still can't figure out why this all happened. You'd better think about it too. Su Shuewei fell silent, sniffled, and said he always wanted to touch my car, but I never let him. I know. Once he secretly washed my car. I didn't want him to touch it, so I slapped him. He was terrified, panicked, and at a loss. Su Shuewei continued, her eyes reddening. I know that too. Another time I had a birthday party at home with my close friends and told him not to come back. I made him stay outside for most of the night. It was pouring rain and freezing cold. He never came home. Later I heard from Aunt Zhao that he had a fever for a whole day and night before recovering. Su Shuewei said. Su Wanting paused for a moment, then said, a few days ago we checked the surveillance footage. Su Mo hasn't eaten with us for a long time. It seems like 3 or 4 months. Mom and Dad never realized he didn't come downstairs for meals. So what does he count as in our family? Su Zuhui's tears welled up. Exactly what does he count as? Su Wanting murmured to herself, not understanding. The price of Bitcoin surged again. Su Mo had purchased over 200, nearly 300 Bitcoins and sold them all. This time he made a profit of about 20%. In just 2 days his assets reached 40,000. He originally wanted to bring Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi along to make money together, but after thinking it over he felt he couldn't explain the Bitcoin issue, so he didn't involve them. Su Mo also didn't want Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi to become too obsessed with Bitcoin. The college entrance exam was approaching and studying was the top priority. After selling this batch, the price of Bitcoin began to drop. Su Mo estimated the decline and planned to buy again. If nothing unexpected happened, Bitcoin would experience a surge in the coming days. This surge could yield a profit of over 80%. As long as he invested all his money, he could make another big fortune. So Su Mo was very busy constantly trading Bitcoin and monitoring the market. Otherwise he was doing practice tests and reviewing questions with no time to spare. For the second monthly exam approaching, the college entrance exam, Su Mo gave it his all. Recently he had done a massive amount of practice and reviewed all the knowledge points. Thus the monthly exam was a breeze, very easy. Su Mo ranked first in No. 27 High School, achieving perfect scores in 3 subjects. When the results of the last monthly exam came out, Su Mo's reputation soared. A crowd of classmates congratulated him. Su Mo was also delighted. He calculated the exam questions again in his mind and continued reviewing. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye 3 more days passed. During these 3 days Su Mo continued trading Bitcoin, growing his assets from 40,000 to 80,000. As he had predicted, there was indeed a big surge in Bitcoin over these few days, rising by 80% in just 3 days. Seeing this momentum, Su Mo knew Bitcoin was about to fall, so he immediately cleared his holdings, waiting for the decline. Next, Bitcoin would hit its lowest point, dropping below 20 per coin to just 18. The entire market would be bloodbath, with countless people crying out in pain. But Su Mo knew this decline was only temporary. After the drop, Bitcoin would rise again. International capital was harvesting the funds of Bitcoin users, exploiting the gambling mentality of some people to swing the scythe repeatedly. Su Mo only needed to wait for the price to hit rock bottom and then buy again. With money in hand, he felt no panic. Compared to a few months ago, he now had more capital to buy more Bitcoins. Su Mo had already planned to do more things and was conceiving a new project. This project needed to be fast, precise, and stable. And it had to make big money. Su Mo also had to take the college entrance exam. There was only a little over a month left, so time was very tight. However, after the exam they would have plenty of time to spare. Su Mo didn't intend to waste that time, so he planned to team up with Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang to launch a feasible project. My current funds are 80,000. If I operate well, I expect to make the first million in a month. By the time the college entrance exam ends, my funds should reach about 3 million. Then I can do something big. Investing in real estate won't work, 3 million is too little. Investing in mobile games won't either, many people are already doing it. The mobile game industry has exploded in recent years with fierce competition, it's too hard to get in. That's not our track. Another project, investing in new energy vehicles. It's predictable that new energy vehicles will explode in the next 10 years. After Tesla is introduced to China, countless new energy vehicle companies will emerge. This year is 2013, it will be a golden opportunity for new energy vehicles. However, to succeed in new energy vehicles you need hundreds of millions or even billions. With just 3 million I can't even make a splash. What can I do to make money quickly? Preferably fast, scalable, and able to reach a market value of over 5 billion in 1 or 2 years. Suemo thought at home for a while, crossing out some projects that were not feasible for now. They were all high school students and some projects would require too much energy to pursue. They didn't have that kind of time. He could only choose a project that didn't consume too much energy yet could make big money. Got it. Suemo suddenly thought of a project and was overjoyed. He wrote down 4 big characters. Bike sharing. Undoubtedly in 2013 bike sharing was a very novel project. It was one that could ignite the future and allow Suemo to quickly amass a large sum of money. At that time Shanghai City already had shared bikes, but they were led by the government. There were relatively few private enterprises and most shared bikes were public. With the rapid development of mobile internet, bike sharing would only appear in large numbers the following year, 2014. For example, the famous Mobike and Ofo bikes didn't appear until after 2014. Before that, no one believed the bike sharing project could succeed. Bike sharing isn't just about writing fees, it's also about deposit collection. You can get a large amount of deposits. A shared bike can cost as little as 200 or 300 yuan, but a user's deposit can be as high as 299 yuan. As long as you have deposits in hand, money keeps flowing in. Whether investing in real estate or Bitcoin, you can make a fortune. Also, with money you can follow the trend and invest in new energy vehicles. Suemo was excited. He quickly circled the bike sharing project and began to focus on it. Shanghai City was an international metropolis with a highly educated population. There were over 60 universities in the city with a huge number of college students. In recent years mobile internet had developed rapidly and conditions were already very mature. Launching a bike sharing project was not a big problem. If suitable, he could expand vigorously, seek investment, find angel investors, and grow quickly. With that, the college entrance exam is coming soon. We need money to go to university, we can't just drift along. I estimate we'll need at least 10,000 yuan per month for tuition. So after the exam we need to save and earn as much as possible. Suemo, just say what you want to say. He'll follow you. Tang Lei stared at Suemo. Yes, Suemo, we're with you. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang also nodded, knowing why Suemo had called them. Suemo smiled. I do have a money-making idea. But this project is quite special. Most people might not think much of it. We might suffer some losses, but once it succeeds we'll make a fortune. What project? Tang Lei asked eagerly. Suemo, we each only have about 10,000 yuan now. Can we do it? Li Banzwang asked. We can do it. I have money, and with over a month to plan I expect to come up with about 3 million. Suemo said. I called you all here because I want to do it together. Let's make money together. Suemo, tell us. What project? We trust you. Yes, we trust you. Gu Huanqi also said. Alright, I'll tell you. This project is called bike sharing. Suemo smiled. Well, launch a bike sharing project in Shanghai City, allowing people to ride and promoting green travel. Bike sharing. The three were surprised. Yes. I've thought it through. Hey Race, how it works, we introduce bikes. We calculated that each bike costs about 300 yuan to manufacture. To use our bikes, users need to pay a deposit of 299 yuan. After paying the deposit they can ride. The fee is about 1 yuan per kilometer. As our user base grows, we'll have a continuous stream of income from riding fees and deposits. Suemo smiled. Because it's cheap and convenient, we can expand to the whole of Shanghai City. Once the project succeeds, we can find angel investors. The three were stunned. Tang Lei asked Suemo, can this project work? What if someone rides away with the bike? We can deduct their deposit. We won't lose much. Besides, I've calculated Shanghai City has many universities and a lot of high-quality people. Most people won't steal bikes. The city also has many surveillance cameras, so bike theft is rare. Suemo smiled. If we run this project well, we can succeed. We can get a large sum of money quickly. Tang Lei frowned. What if no one uses it? Then we'd lose money, right? How could no one use it? Tang Lei, if you go to the market and don't want to take a taxi and you see a bike nearby, would you use it? It's almost free, just 1 yuan per kilometer. Would you use it or not? Su Mo stared at him. Tang Lei opened his mouth speechless. This project does have some risks. For example, if someone steals our bike, we lose a few hundred yuan. Or if city management confiscates our bikes, we also lose. But as long as we are convenient, we can make it work. Losing a few dozen bikes doesn't hurt us much. The main thing is that our service benefits the citizens and everyone. Su Mo continued, smiling at the group. Once users pay enough deposits, we can snowball, growing bigger and bigger until we cover the entire Shanghai city. Li Banzwang frowned. Su Mo, the deposits need to be refunded, right? Of course they need to be refunded. But as long as we have scale, generally not many people will ask for refunds. As long as they use our bikes, they need the deposit. Without it, they can't ride. So if they use it, they won't return the deposit. Su Mo smiled. Once we reach a certain scale and find angel investors, we won't have to worry about deposits anymore. By then each of us will have a lot of money. Hearing this, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi and the others were stirred with excitement. None of them, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi or Su Mo, truly understood the shared bicycle business, nor did they have a clear concept of it. However, it didn't matter as long as Su Mo understood. After all, the investment capital would most likely come from him. The three of them had little to contribute. They only needed to follow Su Mo's lead to swiftly expand the shared bicycle project. Of course, before launching the shared bicycle, some pilot tests and surveys were necessary. To avoid excessive losses, they needed to select densely populated areas and regions with a high concentration of well-educated individuals for the trials. Su Mo quickly identified a suitable area, the vicinity of universities and technology enterprises. Some bicycles could be deployed at the gates of these universities. For the first batch, Su Mo planned to release no more than 5,000 bicycles. If the results were favorable and users paid substantial deposits, they could increase the number. University students were generally receptive to new concepts. Su Mo, along with Tang Lei and the others, soon located 6 or 7 suitable areas. The next step was to find a bicycle supplier and customize the bikes. This required prior coordination so that once the funds were in place, they could directly procure the bicycles. Finally, they needed to register a company, hire a couple of programmers, and develop the app to get started. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. While Su Mo and the trio were busy, they also kept an eye on the Bitcoin market. As he had anticipated, within just 3 days the price of Bitcoin plummeted again, wiping out a vast amount of capital and causing countless people to wail in despair. Malice toward Bitcoin had already spread in the market, with many people launching attacks on it, claiming it had no value. Under these circumstances, Bitcoin crashed once more. Without hesitation, Su Mo plunged in, investing 80,000 yuan, waiting for Bitcoin to rebound. He waited another 3 days and sure enough, Bitcoin's price rose again, even higher than before. Sensing the momentum, Su Mo decided it was time and sold everything. With this move, he earned nearly 60,000 yuan, bringing his capital to 140,000. Over the next month, Su Mo replicated his previous operations. Buy low, sell high. His assets rapidly increased from 140,000 to 180,000, then 230,000, 350,000, 470,000, 620,000, 810,000, and finally 1,300,000. When he saw his funds had surpassed 1 million, Su Mo's confidence soared and he continued to trade further, growing his capital. On the other side, as the college entrance exam approached, the Su family had not bothered him much over the past month. Only Su Wanting had visited twice, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming hadn't come. However, Su Mo had already learned that Xie Bingyan and Su Deming had cut off his bank card and funds. A cold sneer curled his lips. That day after school, Su Mo spotted Su Wanting at the school gate. She was driving in Audi. He didn't know why she had come and didn't care, turning to leave. But Su Wanting got out of the car and blocked his way. She was holding a pot of something. Xiao Mo, she called out softly. Su Mo ignored her, trying to sidestep her. Su Wanting hurriedly stopped him and said, Xiao Mo, wait a moment. He'll just say a few words and leave. I don't understand why you're here. Don't come looking for me if you have nothing important. I think Teacher Lin has already explained the reason to you. Su Mo said coldly. I won't come often, but Xiao Mo, just listen to me for a moment. Let me finish and then it'll go okay. Su Wanting pleaded. Su Mo said nothing, staring at her, waiting to see what nonsense would come out of her mouth. Su Mo, the college entrance exam is approaching and you need to nourish yourself. The doctor also said you are anemic and malnourished. This is porridge I specially made for you to help you recover. Su Wanting gestured with the lunchbox in her hand. Su Mo glanced at it, startled, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Su Wanting's face flushed slightly as she said, remember how you used to make porridge for me? I was always busy with work and never had time to drink it. You used this very lunchbox. This time I made it for you. Sumo laughed dryly. Are you trying to trick me again? What's in there? You wouldn't be trying to poison me, would you? Su Wanting's face changed and she quickly said, how could that be? Why would I want to poison you? I'm just worried about your anemia and malnutrition, afraid it might affect your exam. Stop. Don't bother. Your family is too dirty. Sumo sneered at her. I know what you've been up to, contacting my school, cutting off my living expenses, calling the police and finding out where I live. I know exactly what you want. Su Wanting, I want sit back and wait. Hearing this, Su Wanting turned pale. Xiao Mo, it's all my fault. I never knew how much porridge you had made for me. Enough with the nonsense. I know exactly what you're up to. You want to poison me. No way. Sumo sidestepped her, trying to leave. Su Wanting panicked and grabbed his arm. Xiao Mo, don't go. Listen to me. Let go. Sumo snapped. Su Wanting hurriedly said, just let me explain. I was wrong before, I didn't appreciate your good intentions. I'm sorry, Xiao Mo. I'm just worried about your health. I don't need your concern. Don't cry crocodile tears. Worry about yourselves. Sumo shook off her hand and said coldly. Su Wanting felt her eyes welling up again. Xiao Mo, with your health, can you handle the exam? It's only a month away. I don't need you to worry. I'm perfectly fine. If you have nothing else, get lost. Sumo said impatiently. Xiao Mo, let me take you to my company. You've always wanted to see it, right? I'll show you around. Su Wanting said hastily. Sumo glanced at her and laughed. Su Wanting, you never give up, do you? Even now you still want to trick me and have the guards beat me up. I know how vicious your heart is. Don't even think about it. With that he turned and walked away. Xiao Mo. Su Wanting was stunned. But this time Sumo didn't stop. He walked away quickly, not even glancing back. Su Wanting's eyes instantly reddened. She sniffled tears forcing their way out, feeling both wronged and heartbroken. She watched Sumo disappear around the street corner, then wearily walked back with the lunchbox and sat down in the driver's seat. Sis, I knew it would turn out this way. Don't be sad, Su Shuehui said softly. She was sitting in the back, her face also pale. I'm just worried he won't get enough nutrition. He's about to take the exam. Su Wanting couldn't stop her tears. And he still remembers those things. Su Shuehui sighed. How could he forget so easily? He left home because of all that. Shuehui, you should apologize to him too, right? Su Wanting turned to look at her. Su Shuehui fell silent. I know what you did. If you don't think it's too much, I certainly do. You wouldn't even let him touch your sports car. Su Wanting stared at Su Shuehui. Su Shuehui said nothing, feeling a knot in her chest, unsure how to handle the situation. She used to think Sumo was embarrassing, very embarrassing, and refused to even acknowledge him as her brother. When her friends teased him and ordered him around, she never said a word. Looking back over the past 4 years, Su Shuehui had done far more than just slap her younger brother a few times. When Sumo was in the Su family, he was as humble as dust. Even after being slapped, he still smiled and said he was fine. It was only natural that he remembered these humiliations. Back then, no one in the Su family treated him like a human being. But how could she apologize? Su Wanting was already being harshly criticized. If she went to see Sumo, she feared the scolding would be even more severe. Compared to her eldest sister Su Wanting, her actions were far more excessive. She had once conspired with the third sibling to frame him several times. Seeing her silence, Su Wanting said nothing more. She entered the No. 27 middle school, found Sumo's homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu and handed the porridge to her, asking her to pass it to Sumo. With the college entrance exam approaching, Su Wanting worried he might fall again. Leaving the school, she said nothing else, started the car and drove home. Eat Juinja. Start with this. Mom specially bought this deep sea fish oil for you. It boosts memory. Finish it all. And this ginseng and seahorse stew. You have to finish it too. It relieves fatigue. Your teacher said your grades slipped a bit recently. You didn't do well on this month's exam, probably because you didn't eat well. Take a break and have a good meal for Mom. Replenish yourself. As Su Wanting and Su Shuehui returned home, they saw several people eating in the living room. Xia Bingyan had apparently brewed a large pot of tonic, handing it to Su Juinja and urging him to consume it. These tonics, extremely expensive, were specially sourced from abroad by Xie Bingyan to enhance his memory and fight fatigue. Almost every week Xie Bingyan would have the nanny cook a pot for Su Juinja. In the past, Su Wanting thought it was right for him to have it, as all the sisters had once consumed such things. This time Su Juinja eating it was only natural. But now Xie Bingyan seemed to have forgotten that her other son Su Mo had no food at all in the Su household, let alone such precious tonics. The nanny and the butler said Su Mo used to sneak downstairs to eat leftovers, fearing discovery and reprimand. Watching this now, Su Wanting felt deeply uneasy. Su Xuehue glanced at Su Wanting, saw her reddened eyes, and instantly understood her thoughts. A pang of sorrow struck her heart as well. Eldest sister, second sister, you're back. Su Juinja eating the precious deep-sea fish oil and caviar beamed with joy upon seeing them. Su Wanting took a deep breath, walked in and greeted him. Juinja, how's your exam preparation? Are you confident? Su Juinja smiled. It's fine. I've prepared a lot. I hope to do well. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just stay calm. Xie Bingyan, worried her adopted son was under too much stress, quickly comforted him, her face full of affection. Take it easy. Even if you don't do well, it's fine. Our family doesn't lack a college graduate. I know, Mom. I'll do my best. Su Juinja quickly replied. Xie Bingyan smiled tenderly. Good. You've always been hardworking and excellent. If you're serious, you'll succeed. There's still a month left. You can ask your eldest and second sisters for advice on how to stay calm. Remember, don't get nervous during the exam. Got it. I'll definitely ask them. Su Juinja nodded promptly, looking obedient. Seeing this, Su Wanting felt even more sorrowful. Unable to stay, she immediately headed upstairs. Su Xuehue quickly followed her. Sister, what's wrong? Su Xuehue asked with concern. Su Wanting's eyes reddened as she sniffled. Xuehue, do you think Su Mo is really her biological son? This. Su Xuehue paused. I know Mom makes tonics. You and I have both had them, but Mom seems to have forgotten that Su Mo is also taking the college entrance exam. He doesn't even have food to eat. Su Wanting said sadly. Now she's even cut off his monthly allowance of 500 yuan. Why, Xuehue? Why is this? Su Xuehue felt distressed too. After a moment she said, Sister, Mom prefers Juinja. Look how well behaved he is. I think Mom hates Su Mo even more now since he pointed a knife at her. Of course she despises him. But he's her own flesh and blood. How can she be so biased? Su Wanting's tears fell. I understand Su Mo now. I know where his despair lies. Su Xuehue felt miserable, unsure what to say. And the third sister, Su Mani. She's done even worse. Su Wanting wept as she spoke. Xuehue, do you know what Su Mani did? Su Xuehue looked troubled and sighed. Sister Mani. She's always wanted to drive Su Mo out. That's why she hid his phone. Mani's actions are far more severe than mine. Once she took the sixth sister Su Yuechan Juinja and Su Mo to an amusement park. She deliberately left Su Mo there and only brought Su Yuechan and Juinja back. Just look at what Mani has done. Su Wanting dared not look into Su Mani's deeds. Indeed, as Su Xuehue said, Su Mani's actions were even more despicable and heart-wrenching. She recalled a time when no one was home except Su Mani and Su Mo. Su Mani, feeling unwell, rested in the living room but suddenly developed a high fever, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Alarmed, Su Mo quickly carried her on his back and rushed her to a hospital several kilometers away. Exhausted from the run, he collapsed at the hospital as well. After the doctors saved Su Mani, she immediately cursed Su Mo, accusing him of touching her and dirtying her. She claimed that carrying her for kilometers had worsened her condition. Su Wanting knew something of this. Su Mani had also cursed Su Mo in the group chat, saying he had ruined her image. Mani thinks Su Mo came back to split the family assets and steal things. She caught him sneaking around many times. She even saw Su Mo sneaking into Mom's room. Su Xuehue said. That's probably why Mani hates him so much. Have you told Mani? Su Wanting looked at her. Su Xuehue shook her head. Mani is probably still bloating. She's wanted to drive Su Mo out for a long time. Su Wanting's face stiffened. Thinking of Su Mani's personality, she found it hard to accept. Sister, should we tell Mani? Su Xuehue asked. It's probably useless now. Didn't you say she's still bloating? Su Wanting sniffled. Actually, I think it might be better if Su Mo doesn't come back. Sister. Su Xuehue was shocked. Xuehue, we've wronged him. As the eldest sister I should have been like a mother. I never spoke a fair word for him or did a single thing for him. He wanted to visit my company so many times but I never let him. The security guards even chased him away. Su Xuehue fell silent. And you? Su Wanting stared at her. As the second sister you're just like me. You wouldn't even let him touch your broken down sports car. Su Xuehue didn't know what to say, feeling a suffocating weight in her chest with no way to vent. I don't know what mom and dad are thinking. Let's see how things go. Su Wanting didn't want to say more. The more she spoke the heavier her guilt became. Su Mo was right, they would face retribution, they surely would. Eldest daughter, are you in your room? Xia Binjian's voice came from outside. I'm here. Su Wanting quickly wiped her eyes. With that she went to open the door. Presumably after attending to Su Juinja, Xia Bingyan came over. Su Juinja still needed to work on exam papers. Half a month ago Xia Bingyan had already issued a directive in the family group chat stating that everything at home must prioritize Juncha's college entrance exam. Nothing could be allowed to affect Su Juncha's preparation for the Gaokao, so during this period Xia Bingyan and Su Deming had not mentioned Su Mo's affairs. The adopted son was sensitive to the emergence of the biological child. Both Xia Bingyan and Su Deming did not want Su Juinja to feel like an outsider, so they tried their best to favor him. Mom! Why are you here? Su Wanting quickly went to welcome Xia Bingyan. Xuehue is also here. Perfect, saves me the trouble of looking for you later. Xia Bingyan walked in and saw Su Xuehue nodding approvingly. Mom, Juinja is doing his exam papers. Xia Bingyan nodded, saying with a distressed expression, Juinja has been working very hard lately. Probably distracted by family matters, his chemistry score was a bit low. I told him to calm down and not overthink, to strive for an exceptional performance in the Gaokao. Su Wanting and Su Xuehue exchanged glances but remained silent. Wanting, Xuehue, see if you can take a few more days off this month to tutor your younger brother. Especially you, Xuehue, you're a university professor and have many friends in academia. I heard that several professors from Xiahai University are involved in compiling the Gaokao papers. Can you try to find out some questions? Xia Bingyan looked at Su Xuehue. Su Xuehue immediately replied, Mom, Gaokao questions are not something you can casually inquire about. It's a matter of national security. Just probe their intentions, you don't need to get the exact questions. Once you know the direction you can better tutor Juinja. Xia Bingyan said. Su Xuehue had no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll contact someone and ask. But if I can't find out anything, don't blame me. Also, since you have fewer classes at the university, take a few more days off and come back. Juinja needs your tutoring. Wanting you to put your work aside for now. Juncha's Gaokao this month is the top priority. Xia Bingyan said to Su Wanting. Su Wanting paused for a moment, then asked, Mom, I can tutor Juinja, but what about Su Mo? Xia Bingyan was taken aback. Mom, you haven't forgotten that Su Mo also has to take the Gaokao, have you? Why bring up that defiant child? Every time you mention him I get furious. Xia Bingyan snapped angrily. Mom, you've prepared so many nourishing supplements for Juinja imported from abroad. Shouldn't you prepare some for Su Mo as well? Su Mo's health is also quite poor. Su Wanting urged. Prepare some for him. Does he deserve to eat these things? Wanting, have you seen what he's done? He actually dared to point a knife at me, at your father. Such an act of rebellion. I won't give him a single bite. Xia Bingyan was truly enraged. Su Wanting's face stiffened and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Don't bother with Su Mo. That rebellious child will eventually come crawling back to me. If I don't straighten him out this time, my name isn't Xia. Xia Bingyan said coldly. But if Su Mo doesn't get the supplements and performs poorly, with his grades, even if he does well, where can he go? A lousy school like No. 27 high school. Even if he's first or second, what can he achieve? Can he get into Qingbei University? Into a top 211 university? Xia Bingyan said disdainfully, he's nothing but a heap of mud that can't be propped up. I want to see how he lives outside on his own. Without our family's support he's nothing. Then she turned to Su Wanting and the others, don't blame me for not giving him food. If he were even half as obedient, hardworking and polite as Juinja, I wouldn't let him starve. Look at him now, more arrogant and lawless by the day. Mom, you only gave Su Mo 500 yuan a month. How can that be enough to live on? What's wrong with that? Isn't 500 yuan enough for pocket money? He can eat at home so he won't starve. Besides, with just 500 a month he's already so arrogant and pulled a knife on us. If I gave him more, what would happen? Xia Bingyan fumed. I know he has deep-rooted bad habits. The behaviors he learned at the orphanage need to be cleansed or he'll always be a useless lump of mud. I only scolded him a few times and he gets so stubborn. I've already told your father this time we must teach him a lesson. But you can't gamble with the Gaokao. If Suemo fails, what will become of him? Su Wanting tried to reason. What if he fails? He brought it on himself. Wanting, have you gone to see him again? Xia Bingyan stared at Su Wanting. Su Wanting hesitated, then nodded. I knew you went to him. Otherwise he would have come crawling back long ago. I'm telling you, Su Wanting, don't go see him anymore. I want to see how long he can hold out against me. Xia Bingyan sneered. Su Shuehui quickly interjected. Mom, big sister is worried about Su Mo's Gaokao. You said in the group chat half a month ago that we should prioritize the exams and put everything else aside. Suemo is also taking the Gaokao. Xia Bingyan glared at her sarcastically. With his grades, what can he possibly achieve? Can he pull off a miracle? I've already told you, don't pin your hopes on him. I told you to focus on the Gaokao because I want you to tutor Juinja. Juncha's performance is the most important now. As for Suemo, I have my ways to deal with him. Big sister probably wants to tutor Suemo too, Su Shuehui murmured. Xia Bingyan laughed scornfully, turning to Su Wanting. Why waste your effort? I know what you're worried about. But if Suemo were even half as good as Juinja, I wouldn't be so angry with him. Look at what he's done. He goes off gallivanting alone, not coming home for a whole month. That rebellious child doesn't deserve tutoring. Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart hearing this. Xia Bingyan knew that Suemo actually had decent grades at No. 27 high school, but she still held a deep prejudice against the school, considering it a third-rate institution incapable of producing good students. The school leader's words to her had likely been dismissed as false. Now with the Gaokao approaching, she naturally didn't want these trivial matters to affect Su Juinja, nor did she want Su Wanting to be distracted by Suemo, which would take away time from tutoring Juinja. Sometimes prejudice can truly kill a person. She seemed alive, but in reality she was already dead. Mom is Suemo. Your biological son. After a moment of thought, Su Wanting couldn't help but ask. Xia Bingyan was startled, then replied, I've asked that question myself. Suemo doesn't resemble your father or me nor any of you. But we tested several times and the doctor said it's true. We even did a verification abroad. Since he's biological, then Suemo should also do well in the exams. Su Wanting said with difficulty, then added, otherwise why did you bring him back, Mom? Since he's our flesh and blood, of course we had to bring him back. Could we just leave him to wander the streets? Xia Bingyan snapped. I'm telling you, Su Wanting, Suemo has deep-rooted bad habits. I'm trying to save him and teach him now. If he can't be corrected, he doesn't deserve to be a member of our Su family or enjoy anything we have. And I warn all of you, don't follow his example. If he doesn't learn to be good, he'll always be a heap of mud. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui fell silent upon hearing this. They didn't know what else to say. Xia Bingyan continued, you two take a few more days off this month and come back every night to tutor Juinja, go over questions with him. Also notify the 3rd, 4th and 5th sisters to come back too. All of you sisters must help Juinja do well. Su Wanting and the others could only nod in agreement. The family was fully mobilized and on high alert for Su Juncha's Gaokao. The entire household was strung tight, afraid he might stumble. Xia Bingyan had started preparations a month ago. But it seemed that almost no one in the family had ever asked about Su Mo's Gaokao. If Suemo hadn't caused such a big scene by running away from home, she and Su Shuehui might never have noticed this issue. Thinking about it seriously, she felt suffocated. Was Suemo really their biological child? The price of Bitcoin surged once again. Suemo swiftly executed a trade netting over 300,000 yuan in a single transaction. His assets rapidly swelled to 1,500,000 yuan. With money in hand, he felt no anxiety. Though the college entrance exam loomed, Suemo still took the materials to register a company. He named it Shanghai Little Monster Co. Ltd. Dedicated to operating the Little Yellow Bike sharing service with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. Once the company was registered and all licenses were obtained, Suemo went to an office building near the No. 27 middle school and rented a room to serve as his startup office. Next came hiring and developing the app. He needed 2 experienced programmers capable of independently building the application. With the exam approaching, Suemo merely informed Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi before heading to the talent market to recruit. The company would not require their management until after the exams. Recruitment went smoothly. Suemo offered a decent salary, 10,000 yuan per month per person, and within just 2 days he found 2 individuals to join the company. Next he focused on the bicycles. Suemo had high demand: smart locks, GPS positioning, robust quality and compliance with standard bicycle specifications. Suemo had already set his sights on a bicycle manufacturer, the Phoenix Bicycle Company. He had contacted them in recent days to gauge the price, but their business manager had yet to reply. Probably seeing Suemo's young age and finding him unreliable, they hesitated about whether to proceed. Suemo planned to finish this round of Bitcoin trading and then pay a deposit to place the order. For the first batch 1,000 bikes would suffice. He didn't intend to deploy too many at once. If the results were good, he would add another 1,000 or even 2,000 or 3,000 until full coverage was achieved. The app needs to be finished quickly. It doesn't need many features, just simple scanning GPS and top-up and withdrawal functions. It must be developed within a month. Once the app is ready, we can print posters for promotion. For the initial rollout of 1,000 bikes, we'll place them all in densely populated areas. Some at university gates, some at subway exits, and others in tech parks. As long as the city inspectors don't confiscate them and others don't steal them, we have a chance to make money. I'm most afraid of theft. Tang lay worried. Don't worry, even if a few go missing, it's no big deal. Our biggest concern should be the city inspectors. But with so many electric bikes on the streets parked haphazardly, parking a few bicycles probably won't attract their attention. By the time they decide to act, will likely have already expanded. Suemo laughed. Gu Huanqi looked at Suemo with a smile. Suemo, aren't you worried about the exam? You still have time to launch these projects. No choice. We're all kids without parents, we're poor, we make money where we can. You all just focus on studying for now. After your exams you can join in and we'll push the bike sharing rollout together. Suemo smiled. Great. The three replied happily, then pulled out their textbooks and continued drilling problems. Meanwhile, Suemo continued pouring substantial funds into Bitcoin, seeking another big profit. He estimated that Bitcoin would keep soaring during this period. In all of 2013, Bitcoin had surged over 200 times. Now it had only risen more than 20-fold. The second half of 2013 he believed would be its true golden era. Suemo wouldn't miss this golden opportunity to make money. Amidst studying and busyness, the homeroom teacher handed him a lunchbox. Suemo glanced at it and tossed it onto his seat, ignoring it. The next day after school, carrying the lunchbox, he walked out of the school gate and spotted a familiar black Audi parked there. As he emerged, Su Wanting stepped out of the Audi again. Seeing her, Suemo felt annoyed. He walked to a trash can and in front of her threw the lunchbox inside. He didn't know why Su Wanting kept coming. This elder sister Suemo no longer held any goodwill for. When he had died alone in the hospital, no one had been by his side. They had all been with Su Juinja. Now Su Wanting came repeatedly, clearly with some scheme. More likely in their group chat they were already laughing, gloating from the sidelines. Seeing him discard her lunchbox in front of her, Su Wanting's expression froze. She forced a smile and approached. Xiaomo, you're done with school. Suemo glanced at her mockingly. Your family is really ridiculous. You won't act without seeing a reward, will you? Xiaomo, I brought you food. This is porridge made by Aunt Zhao and some deep-sea fish oil from home. It can boost memory and fight fatigue. You're about to take the exam, you should eat some. Su Wanting said hurriedly, seeing his disgust. Ha! Fight fatigue. Suemo burst out laughing as if had never heard anything so absurd. Your family is really relentless. What did I do to offend you? Why are you messing with me? I surrender, okay? Su Wanting quickly replied, what offense? I just hope you do well on the exam. Stop. Don't even think about it. I can't afford it. Your family has gone to great lengths to affect my exam. Working so hard, did Su Juinja give you a bonus? Did he pay you a salary? Su Mo interrupted coldly. Xiaomo, this has nothing to do with Juinja. This fish oil was bought from abroad. It can improve memory. Juinja used to take a lot at home and now I'm giving some to you. Su Wanting said. Give me some. Haha, what a joke. A huge joke. Xiaomo, I'm really worried about you. You're about to take the exam, you need to eat this. Su Wanting urged. You really won't act without seeing a reward, will you? Do I have to expose your true face? Su Wanting, do you think I dare not expose your hypocrisy and malice? Su Wanting's face changed drastically. Xiaomo, your sister just wants to nourish your body. Stop. Don't. You think you can trap me? You're not worthy. Su Mo sneered, a trace of mockery curling at his lips. He stepped back, looking at the items in her hands. Deep-sea fish oil. I remember I once had a taste of it, just a tiny sip. And you, my dear elder sister, were truly perfect, you picked it up and poured it all over me. Su Wanting froze, her face instantly turning ashen. You, my dear elder sister, spare me the hypocrisy. I remember it all too clearly. That day you were utterly vicious. Poor and orphan. Such things I can't afford nor do I deserve to eat. I don't know why you keep coming here, but I'll tell you plainly you won't get away with this. You'll get what you deserve. Sumo's gaze turned icy again. Trying to frame me and set me up. No way. Spare me your crocodile tears, they're sickening and disgusting. With that Sumo turned and left. Su Wanting stood frozen, her eyes slightly wide, her body trembling uncontrollably. She hadn't expected Sumo to remember that incident. Breathing rapidly, her eyes reddening, she stared fixedly at Sumo's departing figure, then dejectedly returned to her car. She placed the lunchbox on the passenger seat, her gaze vacant as she watched the bustling crowd outside sinking into a dead silence of self-doubt. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, smearing the makeup on her pretty face. Su Wanting sniffled, her vision blurry. She fumbled in her pocket, pulled out her phone and unlocked it. She scrolled through it and soon found a piece of information. Sumo had indeed eaten the deep-sea fish oil. Just one sip. That time Xia Bingyan had prepared it for Su Wanting. Su Wanting was then chasing a new project, extremely busy with no time to spare. Even at home she was swamped with work. Seeing her haggard and thin, Xia Bingyan had someone prepare some deep-sea fish oil with other supplements for her. She didn't have time to eat it then, so she left it in the fridge. Sumo, returning from playing basketball, felt extremely thirsty and went to the fridge for something to eat. Seeing the fish oil, he took it out and took a sip. Su Wanting happened to come downstairs. Witnessing this, she erupted in fury, poured the fish oil over Sumo's head and berated him harshly. Sumo had only recently returned home after being beaten back from her company by security guards. Su Wanting was then utterly disgusted with him. She remembered pouring the fish oil over Sumo's head. He had been startled, panicked, his face full of fear. "Sis, I am sorry, I shouldn't have drunk this," he had stammered in apology. His face had turned pale with terror. Now Su Wanting felt only cold. An icy chill piercing to the bone. She could barely breathe. She realized she was even worse than Su Shuehui, worse than Su Mani. Even surpassing Xia Bingyan. That day she uttered a torrent of harsh words, the specifics of which she could no longer recall. Now as she read Sumo's post, fragments of memory stirred. Su Wanting suddenly dared not look at these things either. It felt as though her heart was being viciously squeezed, making it impossible to breathe. As the Gokao drew nearer, the entire household grew tense. At Xia Bingyan's command, the third sister Su Mani, the fourth sister Su Pundi, and the fifth sister Su Shuang all rushed back to tutor Su Juinja. Even the sixth sister Su Yuechan, who was still in university, took leave to return home, explaining various problems and key points for the Gaokao to Su Juinja. Su Yuechan was studying in the capital and had been away from home for several months. It was a rare occasion for her to come back. As for Su Wanting and Su Shuehui, they too could not escape tutoring Su Juinja. Xia Bingyan instructed them to set aside their own affairs and do everything possible to help Su Juinja get through this month. With Xia Bingyan's order, the whole family was mobilized, fully armed and on high alert. Delicious food, fine drinks and an abundance of supplements to boost memory, combat fatigue and relieve neurasthenia. The Su family had money, they bought whatever supplements were most effective. To ensure Su Juinja performed well, Xia Bingyan had already spent millions. Shuehui, have your friends found out anything? What topics might appear? Maddie, do your connections in the entertainment industry have any leads on this? Pundi, your friends in the legal circle should also have connections, try to find out as much as you can. And Shuang, you can help Juinja with chemistry. I remember when you studied medicine you had a very thorough understanding of the subject. As for the eldest Wanting, you'll oversee everything. Take charge of Junxia's nutritional balance and sleep schedule. Make sure that in 1 month he is in peak condition, relaxed and ready for the Gaokao. Yes. Su Wanting and the others dared not refuse Xia Bingyan's orders. Mom, I can manage on my own without all the sisters' help. Su Juinja hurriedly said. Manage on your own. The Gaokao is the most important event of your life, you must do well. With your sisters guiding you, you'll see where your weaknesses and shortcomings lie. They can help you fill those gaps. Xia Bingyan said sternly. Hearing this, Su Juinja felt pleased. Thank you, eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth sisters. I'll work even harder and strive to become the top scorer. Xia Bingyan beamed with joy. Our Juinja is the best. Yes, bring home the top scorer title and bring glory to our ancestors. Over at Sumo's side, things were also busy. As the Gaokao approached, he had no time to manage company affairs. Instead, he focused on solving practice problems and tutoring Tang Lei and the other two to help them perform better. In fact, the company's project was progressing quickly. The initial app template and basic functions were already developed, awaiting further debugging and testing. Afterward, they would adjust the template and run tests to see the results. If everything worked well, the app could be launched. For now, he set this matter aside and prepared for the Gaokao. We must ace the Gokao and get into a top 211 university. Yes, we have to do well. The four of them encouraged each other, their eyes shining bright. The Gokao arrived and everyone was extremely tense, racing against time. Around the high school, even crossing the street was done with utmost caution. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Suemo was relatively calm, having gone through this before. He had already recalled most of the questions and answers in his mind, so achieving a good score was almost certain. Perhaps because of his earlier outburst at Su wanting the Su family had not bothered him during this period, allowing him to live happily and comfortably. Time slipped away quietly amidst the busyness, and in the blink of an eye the Gaokao was upon them. To help everyone adjust their mindset, the school gave them a day off the day before the exam to relax. On that day, Suemo, Tang Lei and the other two gathered together, reminiscing about their 18 years of life. They knew clearly that they were people with no future, no family, no relatives, only each other supporting and looking out for one another. This Gaokao was the most important event in their lives, and none of them wanted to fail. Suemo, if we fail, can we go work at the shared bike company? Li Banzwang asked. Suemo smiled. Of course. No matter how you do, you can all come work there. Let's build this shared bike business together, expanded across the board. Gu Wanshi laughed. Suemo, I didn't expect you to be running a company while preparing for the Gaokao. I tested the app yesterday and it felt pretty good. Great. After the Gaokao we can roll it out directly. Suemo said cheerfully. Good. The others were excited. After a day of rest, the Gaokao finally arrived. On that day everyone conserved their energy, bringing their physical condition to its peak. Suemo also prepared himself, aiming to take the exam with the most relaxed attitude. His exam venue was Shanghai No. 6 Middle School. It seemed that most students from No. 27 Middle School were assigned there. When Suemo and his 3 friends arrived at the exam site, they saw a dense crowd of people outside. Many parents were waiting there. Numerous examinees were accompanied by their parents, who wore relaxed expressions and gently reminded their children to do well and not to be nervous. Seeing this scene, it would be a lie to say Suemo and his friends weren't envious, especially Li Banzwang, whose eyes reddened, probably thinking of her own parents. But it didn't matter, they were all orphans hardened by life's battles. Such a small scene, they could handle it alone. When the storm came, no one shielded them from the wind and rain, no one held an umbrella for them, so they could only run forward with all their might. Hurry up, hurry up. Juinja, you must relax, don't be nervous. Your grades have always been good and you've adjusted well these past few days. As long as you stay relaxed, you'll do great. Your second and third sisters have inquired, you've already reviewed the general scope. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just give it your all. Mom, I know. I'll relax. Good. That's my boy. After you finish, well, take you out to have fun. Whatever you want, Mom will buy it for you. Thanks, Mom. In the crowd, Suemo heard these voices and looked up coldly, spotting several familiar faces. Who else could it be but Xie Bingyan, Su Deming and Su Wanting? Indeed, No. 6 Middle School was also Su Junsha's exam venue. Their school No. 2 Middle School shared the same exam location as Sumo's No. 27 Middle School. Having anticipated this, Suemo felt no surprise. He merely glanced once and then resolutely turned away. This scene was all too familiar to him. The Su family had spared no effort to help Su Juinja with the Gaokao fully armed and mobilized. In the month leading up to the exam, they gave him everything he wanted, leaving nothing lacking. Meanwhile, Suemo had almost nothing. None of his 6 sisters were willing to tutor him. He didn't want to experience this discrimination again. His heart had turned to dead water. They would face retribution. And later, indeed, each of them would meet their own downfall. If not for what happened last time, Suemo might still have believed it was his fault, but he simply wasn't good enough, which was why they disliked and rejected him. He had once desperately tried to improve himself to win their favor. But after what transpired, Sumo's hopes were utterly shattered, and he came to know the cruel truth. For over a decade, Su Juinja had been cradled in their hands as if he might break, cherished beyond measure, a favoritism beyond ordinary imagination. They had poured immense effort and energy into Su Juinja, something that could never be easily replaced by his status as their biological child. Even many years after Sumo's death in his past life, this doting affection for Su Juinja remained undiminished. Only when Su Juinja eventually married, had children, and sought to monopolize the family fortune, escalating conflicts with his sisters and sparking a mother-in-law rivalry with Xie Bingyan and Su Deming, leading to a bitter fallout, did he finally lose their favor and lay his cards on the table. Recalling how in his past life he had watched someone be driven to death, someone die of rage, and someone leap from a building to their doom, Suemo felt a sense of grim satisfaction. The resentment in his heart had long dissipated back then. Especially when he met Su Mani's gaze in silence, a wave of vindication washed over Suemo. Where did Su Mani go after she died? Probably to reunite with them. Pushing such thoughts aside, Suemo marshaled every ounce of his focus to throw himself into the college entrance examination. The entrance of Shanghai No. 6 High School was a bustling, lively sea of people and traffic. Countless parents accompanied their sons and daughters to the exam. Most wore grave expressions, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Su Wanning along with the 4th and 5th sisters also came to see Su Juinja off to the exam. With them were Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Xia Bingyan held Su Juncha's hand, urging him not to be nervous and to relax, assuring him that it didn't matter whether he did well or poorly. Though merely words of comfort, the depth of her maternal love was palpable to everyone nearby. Xia Bingyan meticulously checked Su Juncha's stationery and clothes. Only after confirming everything was in order did she let him enter. Let's wait for him in the car. It's just a few hours. Xia Bingyan smiled happily as she watched him go in. Juinja has always been well behaved. I've asked around at No. 1 High School, his grades are good enough for a top university, maybe even to become the top scorer. Su Wanning nodded and was about to return to the car with Xia Bingyan and the others when she suddenly sensed something. She froze, then quickly turned to look back into the school. What's wrong? Xia Bingyan asked in surprise. Nothing, it's nothing. Su Wanting's heart raced. She wondered if she had just seen things. Su Mo, was he here too? Su Wanning had no idea where Su Mo was taking the exam. She had once tried to approach him, but he drove her away and she had heard nothing from him since. But seeing this now, Su Wanning felt a pang of panic. Mom, I'm going to the restroom first, she said after a moment's thought. All right. Don't be long. Xia Bingyan nodded, then returned to the car to chat and snack with the others while waiting for Su Juinja. Su Wanting left the school gate and found a secluded spot. She took out her phone and called her secretary. Shall Su find out which school No. 27 High School is taking their exams at? I need the answer immediately. Got it, Ting Jia. The secretary quickly made inquiries. After a short wait, Su Wanning received a message. Su Wanning glanced at it and her expression changed instantly. Shanghai No. 6 High School together with No. 1 High School. Yes. No. 27 High School and No. 1 High School are both at No. 6 High School, they're not far apart. Secretary Xiao Su replied. I see. Su Wanning hung up, her face pale. What she had seen earlier must indeed have been Su Mo. He had come to No. 27 High School. In truth, no one in the family cared about his exams. Not a single person. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming had placed no hope in him and had even instructed the others not to seek him out. Su Wanting had once thought about making changes, but the events of the past 4 years were still vivid, leaving her unable to think clearly. She constantly wondered how she, a graduate from a prestigious university, a woman of high-quality intelligence and talent, could have ended up like this. Was she too busy? Or had the pressure been too great before? She admitted that the pressure had been immense. She had to care for the livelihoods of over 1,000 employees, never daring to slack off. But she was no ordinary person. No matter what, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, she shouldn't have lost her reason and committed such wrongs. Perhaps it started when she joined Su Manus Group, or when Su Mo first secretly came to her company, or even when she saw him with his dirty hands bringing her a bowl of chicken porridge he had cooked. Su Wanting admitted that he had indeed been a bit dirty when she saw him then. He had been busy in the kitchen for a long time, his hands and feet not clean, nothing like them, the refined young ladies of a distinguished family who never touched a speck of dust. Perhaps that was why the family didn't like him. She herself had once loathed him coming near. My eldest sister is the person I admire most. If I could be even 1/10, no, even 100th as excellent as my eldest sister, that would be wonderful. My sister at work, my sister giving her all, my sister engrossed in handling business. I heard my sister landed another huge order for the company worth 600 or 700 million. The whole family was overjoyed, celebrating. Su Wanting felt her nose sting again. A single tear escaped her eye. She quickly crouched in a corner, took out her phone, opened the messages and continued reading. She hadn't dared to look at them before becoming as timid as Su Shuahui. But today she wanted to see what was inside again. I'm terrible, I drank my sister's fish oil supplements. Those were for her to nourish her body. With how busy she is with work, she really needs the extra nourishment. My sister is so busy with work. She's always busy in the living room, even holding meetings, they're completely swamped. Back then she was so overwhelmed that she had to temporarily move her work home. She held meetings, gave reports and approved documents in the living room, often not finishing until 1 or 2 in the morning. By then she already detested Su Mo and didn't want him anywhere near her. These photos must have been taken by Su Mo from the 2nd floor. At 1 or 2 in the morning, when most people were asleep, Su Mo, seeing her working late into the night with nothing to eat, must have sneaked into the kitchen to cook a pot of porridge and brought it to her. She remembered seeing him walk out with the clay pot porridge in his grubby little hands. Just then Su Wanting, frustrated by an unsolvable work problem, had become extremely irritable. She scolded him for being awake so late and disturbing her work, then took the porridge and dumped it into the trash can. Su Wanting still remembered how after she did that Su Mo flinched, his face turning pale. He hurriedly ran upstairs and never dared to come down again. My sister stays up late every day, she's way too busy. She can't keep this up. Worried about my sister's health. My sister coughed. I heard her coughing. I heard my sister has a fever. I'm so worried. Haha, my sister is truly the most amazing person. My sister succeeded. She finally finished her work. Everyone is cheering. I heard this project will earn 100 million, truly the most remarkable person. Woo woo. Su Wanting could no longer hold back her tears. She sobbed quietly, her nose aching unbearably. She truly was the worst person in the world. The worst sister in the world. Big sister, what are you doing here? Are you alright? Su Pundi, the fourth sister, suddenly found her and asked in surprise. It's nothing. Su Wanting quickly wiped her tears and stood up. I'm glad you're okay. Mom said if you're too busy you can go back to work first. The rest of us will wait for Juinja here. Su Pundi said. Su Wanting looked at her with reddened eyes. Fourth sister, has Mom asked Su Mo? Su Pundi was taken aback. No. Why ask Su Mo? Su Mo is also taking the college entrance exam. Su Wanting said. Su Pundi curled her lips disdainfully. With his grades, what can he possibly achieve? Mom already said we don't need to bother with him. He won't get any decent results anyway, so we might as well focus on Juinja. I heard from the leaders of No. 27 Middle School that Sumo's grades are actually quite good. Su Wanting continued. What good students can No. 27 Middle School produce? Sis, out of over 1,000 students there, it's already impressive if 5 can reach the key university cutoff in a year. Last year only 1 made it. Su Pundi scoffed disdainfully. Even if he hits the key university line, he probably can't get into world-class universities like Tsinghua or Peking. This time Juncha's goal is precisely those top schools. How can Su Mo compare? Juncha's grades are already good enough. Su Wanting fell silent, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Sis, why are you thinking about Su Mo? He's nothing but hopeless mud that can't be plastered on the wall, no need to worry about him at all. Su Pundi said, noticing her expression seemed off. I found out that Su Mo is also taking the exam at this school, Su Wanting said. Ha! Su Pundi was startled. He was just here but he didn't come to see us, Su Wanting continued. Why wouldn't he come see us? Su Pundi asked in confusion. What do you think? Su Wanting shot her a glare and, too weary to say more, turned and walked toward the school gate. Su Pundi was bewildered and quickly followed. So what if he's also taking the exam at No. 6 high school? His grades can't compare to Juncha's, so what's the use? I think he didn't come see us because he's ashamed. Su Wanting said nothing more and returned to her car. She hoped to see Su Mo at the gate of No. 6 high school. Even if no one else wished him well on his exam, she still wanted him to do well. She also wanted to tell him that his eldest sister hadn't forgotten him. Even if she was the worst eldest sister in the world, having made many mistakes and taken many wrong paths, Su Wanting still wanted to tell him that she still wanted to be his role model, that he shouldn't lose hope in her. Su Mo didn't go through the front gate of No. 6 high school. Instead, he chose the back entrance. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the Su family to waste his energy and spirit. Out of sight, out of mind. The exam papers had been distributed. Su Mo glanced through them and knew exactly what to do. A familiar feeling arose within him. Without any hesitation, he immediately began writing furiously, penning down the answers he had practiced thousands of times. Even the essay he had already prepared in his mind and memorized. The morning exam was Chinese, the afternoon was mathematics, followed by physics, English and chemistry. For Su Mo these were all a breeze, requiring no effort at all. He had long memorized the exam questions by heart. The 3 days of the college entrance exam were the most tense and thrilling. After they were over, one could finally relax. For Su Mo there was no pressure. During the exam period he even handled matters related to the shared bicycle project, pushing the development of the app for stress testing and bug testing. The app needed to be tested as soon as possible, otherwise time might run out. There were still some bugs that required extensive adjustments. Additionally, during the exam period Bitcoin's price surged significantly, more than tripling. This brought Bitcoin great fame domestically, with countless people discussing its potential uses and value. Amidst all the skepticism, Su Mo saw immense profits. He didn't hesitate, swiftly reaping the windfall. Over the 3 days of the exam the value of Su Mo's assets reached 3. 5 million yuan, far exceeding his expectations, netting him a substantial profit. With this money, Sumo knew the shared bicycle project could move forward. Next, he needed to place an order with the Phoenix Bicycle Company for the bikes and rent a large warehouse to store them. He had already planned this out beforehand, so executing it posed no problem at all. The price per bicycle was negotiated down to 330 yuan. He had already secured the deal with Phoenix Bicycle. Now Sumo only needed to pay the deposit and production could commence. With money in hand, Sumo didn't hesitate. He withdrew the funds and paid a deposit of 150000 yuan to order the first 1,000 bikes. Now he just needed to wait for the exams to end, then roll out the project. Most of the preparatory work was already in place. The 3 days of the exam passed in a flash. When it was all over, cheers erupted as everyone celebrated their liberation. The class organized a gathering and everyone attended. Sumo went over and hugged his homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu. "I think I did pretty well. I solved most of the problems," he said with a smile. Lin Chuyu was delighted to hear this. Good. It's great that you did well. But Sumo, those people who came a few days ago, they were your sister's family, weren't they? Sumo's expression stiffened. As long as nothing happened to you. If something is wrong, you can always tell your teacher. Whether you've graduated or not, you'll always be my student, Lin Chuyu said with a smile. Sumo also smiled. "Thank you, teacher Lin. But it's fine. They're not my family. My family died off long ago." Lin Chuyu sighed inwardly, knowing it wasn't her place to meddle in family affairs. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the results. The results were expected to be released in about 15 days. Sumo decided to relax with Tang Lei and the others for a couple of days before pushing forward with the shared bicycle project. The four of them went to the seaside together, spending 2 days vacationing by the coast. Afterward, they quickly returned to No. 27 middle school and started working. The app still needs more stress testing, otherwise I'm worried it might crash when user numbers increase. Phoenix Bicycle should deliver the first batch within 7 days. When they arrive, we'll move them to the warehouse together. I've already bought a small truck and hired a driver. We'll need to place the bikes ourselves later. By the way, it'd be best if we all learn to drive during the summer break, otherwise getting around will be a hassle. All right. Sumo had already arranged most of the tasks, now they just needed to proceed step by step. To facilitate better work, Sumo gave each of them a 5% share of the company plus a monthly salary of 6000 yuan so they could work together to grow the venture. With the 3 of them joining, subsequent work progressed very quickly. The preparatory work for the launch was soon completed, leaving only the arrival of the bicycles. The bikes didn't take long either. In just 7 or 8 days they were delivered, all painted yellow and blazoned with the company logo and fitted with smart locks. With the bikes in place, the 4 of them went to inspect them. For novelties like shared bikes, Tang Lei and the others had never seen anything like it, finding them quite innovative. The yellow color is great, very eye-catching. Placed on the streets, they'll be spotted immediately. Gu Wanqi praised, feeling that this project might actually succeed. I'm just worried about theft. These bikes are beautiful and cost over 300 yuan each. If someone steals them, we'll be in big trouble. Tang Lei said. Don't worry, people in Shanghai City aren't that desperate. Let's check each bike for any problems. If there are issues, we'll send them back. If everything's fine, we'll start moving them into the warehouse. All right. Everyone cheered and got to work. During the 3 days of the exam, Su Wanning never saw Sumo. She waited at the gate of No. 6 high school for 3 days, hoping to meet him, but Sumo seemed to have left through the back door. It was clear he knew they were at the front gate and deliberately avoided them. Upon realizing this, Su Wanting felt heartbroken. Su Juinja performed very well. After the exams, he returned home and reviewed his answers. It was said he solved every problem, which greatly boosted his confidence. Upon hearing this, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming were overjoyed, feeling a sense of vindication. In their excitement, they seemed to have forgotten to ask about Sumo's results. These days, Xie Bingyan had been boasting to relatives and friends about Su Juncha's performance, claiming he might become the top science student in Shanghai City. She was immensely proud. It's still our Juinja. This time he is aiming not only at Qingbei but also at the top science student of Shanghai City. After the exam, we went to review with the teachers from No. 1 high school. This time Juncha's score will definitely exceed 620 and the science top student must be our Juinja. Back then it was only Wanning who achieved the highest score in a single subject and no one else did. This time our Juinja is truly bringing honor to our family. Our Juinja is obedient and diligent. When he says to study, he studies. When he says to work hard, he works hard. Just wait for the results to be announced. The top science student will definitely be our Juinja. Hearing Xie Bingyan's words, friends and neighbors couldn't help but feel envious and amazed. I must say the 6 daughters of the Su family are all excellent students, especially the eldest Su Wanting, who was famously a top student and was even recommended to study abroad. Although the others are not as good as Su Wanting, they have all achieved some success in their respective fields. This time Su Juncha's exam results naturally make Xie Bingyan and Su Deming even prouder. Good children must be obedient, attentive and eat well to supplement their studies. Our Juinja has always been obedient since childhood. He might even be better than Wanting. Xie Bingyan was full of pride and others immediately agreed. Congratulations Juinja for achieving another top score in science. The top student in science in Shanghai City has immense value. Congratulations Juinja. Juinja is indeed excellent. Su Juinja originally wanted to be modest, but after the review with several teachers he realized he performed quite well. At this moment he was no longer modest and smiled, saying, "We calculated it and the teachers all said there's no doubt I will be the top student in science. Actually, I still feel a bit anxious. Thank you all." "Haha Juinja, you've worked hard these years, right?" someone laughed. Su Juinja nodded, saying, "Of course it's been hard. For the college entrance exam I almost had to wake up early and study late. You can't achieve good results without putting in effort. I've invested 200 of my energy into it, otherwise I wouldn't have done so well. I told you this child has always been smart and obedient, and it's true. Thanks to my parents' support, otherwise I wouldn't have done so well. Also thanks to my elder sisters, they helped me a lot." Good. Everyone laughed. Seeing that Su Juinja performed well, Su Wanting and Su Shuehui were also very satisfied, feeling that they had not wasted their effort on him this month. However, amidst the joy, Su Wanting couldn't help but think of Su Mo, wondering how he did. She thought he surely couldn't compare to Juinja. No. 27 middle school and no. 1 high school are not on the same level, especially not for a top student in science. Such a prestigious title is definitely not something a student from no. 27 can achieve. During the days of the college entrance exam, Su Wanting did not see Su Mo and felt a bit sad, not knowing how he was doing. Time quietly passed amidst laughter and celebration. During these days, Xie Bingyan took Su Juinja on a trip to Mount Tai. After Su Juinja returned home, Su Deming waved his hand and a sports car was sent to Su Juinja. "Juinja, this is a sports car from Dad. Congratulations on your successful college entrance exam. This is a Porsche 911. Su Deming laughed. Su Juncha's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad. Haha, this summer vacation you can learn to drive. This Porsche is all yours." Su Deming chuckled. Su Juinja was overjoyed, nodding eagerly and trying it out immediately. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui stood on the 3rd floor of the villa feeling envious. "This Porsche is really beautiful. It's prettier than mine." Su Shuehui laughed. Su Wanting glanced at her, thought for a moment and said, "Su Mo has nothing." Su Zuhui's expression froze and the air seemed to solidify. "When the results are announced you should come with me to meet him. Even if he didn't do well, I hope we can stand by his side." Su Wanting sighed. "Sister, is the family too harsh and biased against Su Mo? What do you think?" Su Wanting looked at her. Su Shuehui sighed, saying, "I've reviewed these past years and thought seriously. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to stay here. Although he's not obedient and his grades are poor, he is still our biological brother." Su Wanting looked at her deeply and fell silent. She now clearly understood that they were not good sisters at all. Sometimes they were even harsher and more malicious than Xie Bingyan, almost to the point of being labeled as having done all the bad things. Su Mo probably wouldn't forgive them. Never. Su Wanting's eyes turned slightly red as she walked downstairs. "Sister, where are you going?" "Going downstairs. Juncha's results are about to be announced. Let's see if he can become the top student in science in Shanghai City." Su Wanting suppressed the discomfort in her heart. "Oh." Su Shuehui hurriedly followed her downstairs. The announcement of college entrance exam results is naturally a significant event. Upon hearing the time of the results, almost everyone became tense and rushed to the living room. Su Mani, Su Pundi and even the 5th sister Su Shuang all returned for a visit. A large crowd filled the living room sofas. Xie Bingyan was also very excited, saying, "Come over everyone. Let's carefully check Juncha's results, they will be announced soon." "Okay." Others were excited and all wore smiles. Aunt Zhao brought out some snacks for everyone to eat while waiting. Time passed and soon it was time for the results to be announced. Suddenly everyone became tense, staring intently at the screen. Su Juinja was also nervous as he opened the webpage, entered his number and pulled up his score list. Instantly the scores flashed up. Chinese 141, Mathematics 143, English 142, Physics 66, Chemistry 70, Biology 59, total score 621. Good. Haha, this score is really good. The top spot is confirmed, the top student in science. Everyone looked and couldn't help but rejoice, all becoming excited. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to Juinja. Congratulations. Su Juinja was also extremely happy to see the results, which were close to his estimate. If nothing unexpected happens, he would definitely be the top student in science. Achieving such good results was not his primary goal. His main goal was to surpass everyone, even his elder sister Su, wanting to prove that he was the most outstanding one. So this top student in science was something he was determined to achieve. Let's see if I'm the top student. Su Shuehue smiled. Let's check, hurry up and check. If so, it would truly bring honor to our family. Xia Bingyan laughed. It must be Juinja with such a high score, it's impossible not to be the top student. Su Mani also laughed. Su Juinja was filled with confidence in his heart, as this score was definitely not something an ordinary person could match. This time the top student in science must be him. The news is out, I'll check the news. Su Juinja said with a smile, quickly opening a webpage and searching for the top student in Shanghai City. Soon on the Shanghai City Education website a piece of information was released. Congratulations to Su Mo from No. 27 Middle School with a total score of 651 awarded the title of top student in science in Shanghai City. Swipe. Everyone was stunned for a moment, thinking they had read it wrong, and rubbed their eyes. Su Juncha's expression froze and he quickly closed the webpage and reopened it. Congratulations to Su Mo from No. 27 Middle School with a total score of 651 awarded the title of top student in science in Shanghai City. Congratulations to Su Mo from No. 27 Middle School with a total score of 651 awarded the title of top student in science in Shanghai City. A crushing victory, surpassing the second place by a full 30 points. He scored full marks in 4 subjects, losing only 4 points in Chinese and 5 in biology. A crushing victory. Everyone suddenly fell into silence, doubting whether what they saw was real. They exchanged glances, all stunned. Su Juncha's expression became serious as he hurriedly closed the webpage and refreshed it again, but now more news appeared on the education website and online. Shocking, a student who grew up in an orphanage from No. 27 Middle School has won the title of top student in science in Shanghai City. A genius, achieving full marks in 4 subjects, only losing points in Chinese and biology. Full marks essay The Sad Song of Time has been published. A onsen 30 years occurrence, a student from No. 27 Middle School crushes other key schools in Shanghai City to win the title of top student in science. In the large living room, silence suddenly fell. Everyone couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Now at a glance it was all crushing victories, a gap, and the word genius was very eye-catching. How could this happen? Su Mani was the first to speak, her face filled with shock. Woo! Su Wanting's eyes turned red, unable to hold back her mouth from covering it to stop herself from crying out loud. Seeing this, others fell even more silent. Su Juinja widened his eyes, still unable to accept it. He continued to refresh the webpage, checking the education website and news network again. He couldn't believe this was true, rapidly refreshing it more than 10 times, finding it was still the same. He quickly got up and picked up his phone to call a teacher from No. 1 high school to inquire. We've checked many times, it's indeed a gap. Surpassing the second place by 30 points. He almost scored full marks. There's nothing wrong with the test paper. It is said that the student from No. 27 Middle School has always been very excellent, and there were predictions in the past that he might win the top student in science. This time he must have performed extraordinarily. Hearing this, Su Juinja suddenly felt cold all over. How? How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. There's nothing impossible. We've checked several times, that student from No. 27 Middle School is very outstanding, he performed extraordinarily. Su Juinja was stunned, speechless, and only felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that for a family like the Zus, achieving high scores and getting into Qingbei was nothing, it didn't prove his worth at all. Su Wanting, Su Shuehue and others had all once achieved very high scores. Only by becoming the top student in science could he prove his uniqueness, that no one could replace him. However, now the top spot he had in his grasp was taken away by someone else. And it was taken by that brother whose name he was unwilling to mention. For a moment he found it hard to accept this disparity. Is this Su Mo, the Su Mo? Someone asked in surprise. It was the 4th sister, Su Pundi. The others exchanged glances, at a loss for how to answer, their minds utterly blank. Since when had Su Mo's grades become so impressive? Only Su Wanting's eyes reddened, tears welling up and spilling from the corners of her eyes. Su Shuehue said, I'm afraid it's Su Mo, a devastating landslide victory, surpassing the second place by a full 30 points with perfect scores in 4 subjects. In the past 10 years Shanghai City has probably never seen such a result. Since when did Su Mo's grades become this good? Wasn't he the worst student at No. 27 High school asked the fifth sister Su Shuang. Who told you he was the worst at no? 27. His grades were actually quite decent there. Su Shuehui shot a glance at Su Shuang. No. 27 High school is considered the worst high school in Shanghai City. How could a student from no? 27 ever become the top scorer? Quietly asked the fourth sister Su Pundi, her heart filled with regret. Su Shuehui couldn't explain this either. She walked a few steps forward and said, Juanja, let me. Su Juanja found it hard to accept, inwardly clenching his fist slightly. But at this moment he dared not show too much. He stepped aside slightly to let Su Shuehui operate the computer. Su Shuehui searched on it and said, Mom, Dad, big sister Suemo should be famous now. Many reporters are rushing to know. 27 High school to interview the teachers' leaders and Suemo himself. Should we go take a look? She looked up at Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Neither of them had expected something like this. For a moment they too seemed unable to accept it. Especially Xia Bingyan, whose face turned ashen. How could that unfilial son have done so well? He must have used some trick. Xia Bingyan said darkly. Su Deming frowned. During this period Suemo had not returned home and the relationship with his family was extremely tense. He and Xia Bingyan had planned to ignore him for a while, waiting until after the college entrance exam to deal with him. Unexpectedly Suemo had performed so well in the exam. Remembering how Suemo had called them by their names and even pointed a knife at them, Su Deming could not bear it. But Su Deming remained rational. He said no matter what method he used, a top scorer is a top scorer. Perhaps this Suemo is not the Suemo we know, spoke the third sister Su Mani. How many Suemos are there at no? 27. I don't know. Su Mani shook her head. Su Shuehui glared at her. Then we need to go to no. 27 High school and see. Many reporters are already there for interviews. This is the first time in over a decade that no. 27 has produced a science top scorer. They've made a name for themselves. Let's go and see, Xia Bingyan said coldly. She still couldn't believe that Suemo had become the top scorer, especially with such a landslide victory. It was completely inexplicable. How could a dilapidated school like no. 27 High school produce a top scorer? And thinking of that unfilial son pointing a knife at her only made her angrier. Now the only way to know the truth was to go see for herself. Coincidentally, that unfilial son had been living outside for a long time. Xia Bingyan had decided not to indulge him any longer. This time when she saw him she would make sure he learned his lesson. Only Su Wanting's eyes were red, tears streaming down, blurring her vision. She suddenly realized that she might be deeply guilty. Sister, are you okay? Su Shuehui noticed her unusual state and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Su Wanting sniffled, took out a tissue to wipe her eyes and said, come on, let's go to no. 27 High school too. With that she walked forward, her steps a little unsteady. The results were handed to Suemo and the four of them checked it all, finding it hard to believe. Total score 660 points. Math, Chinese and English each 150 and chemistry, physics and biology each 70. But Suemo had scored 651 points. This score simply stunned them. Tanglei Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang had carefully checked 3 times and found no mistakes. Suemo also received a message from his homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu asking him to return to school. Although Suemo was not particularly surprised by this result, he was still amazed to have achieved such a score. He had originally thought that scoring 630 would be very good, but this score, far surpassing the second place by 30 points, was astonishing. Of course, even so, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Since teacher Lin had called, he would go back to school. Let's head back. The teachers and school leaders are already waiting and other classmates are also at school. Suemo said. Tang Lei laughed. Suemo, this time you're insane. Exactly. Absolutely insane. Gu Wanqi also smiled, her eyes full of admiration. Li Banzwang added with a smile, a total of 651 points. With this score, Qingbei University is a sure thing. Suemo, you truly are far more outstanding than us. Suemo smiled. What's so outstanding about this? Don't think too much, let's go back to school. All right. The four of them hurried toward the school. At the school gate a large crowd had gathered, mostly reporters who had come upon hearing the news along with some parents. It was bustling and lively. At the entrance of no. 27 High School a red banner had been hung high, fluttering in the wind, congratulating Suemo on being the top scorer in the science category of the college entrance exam. Seeing the crowd at the main gate, Suemo and the other 3 didn't enter through the front but instead went through the back gate. Suemo. 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 When they arrived at the classroom, many people were already there and they cheered as Suemo entered. Suemo smiled at them and noticed his homeroom teacher Lin Shuyu was also there. He went over and gave her a hug. Good, good, good. You did very well this time. Very well. We teachers are all amazed. This is a moment of pride. It's the first time in over 30 years since No. 27 High School was founded that we produced a top scorer in Shanghai City. Soon school leaders will come to celebrate with you and there will be media interviews. Be prepared. Suemo smiled. Teacher Lin, can I decline the interview? Why decline? They're already blocking the school gate. You just need to tell your story, talk about how you studied hard. Lin Shuyu laughed. This top scorer also comes with sponsorship, someone might even give you a house. Do you want to accept it? I'll pass on that, Suemo said with a smile. Anyway, when you go to share, make sure to talk more about No. 27 High School. Suemo, the teacher has always believed in you, you've turned out better than anyone. Lin Shuyu smiled. Seeing her like this, Suemo felt warmth in his heart. He had to admit that over the past 3 years teacher Lin had been very kind to him. In the past, when he couldn't eat at home, he would occasionally go to teacher Lin's place to eat. Sumo's excellent results were at least half thanks to her. But a news interview. Suemo laughed inwardly. He wondered what expression the Su family members would have now. During the college entrance exam they had been fully armed and prepared, giving it their all. They would probably find it hard to accept this result. But what did it matter if they didn't? Suemo was eager to see the look on their faces. Without further thought, the school leaders soon arrived, congratulated Suemo and then instructed him on what to say and what not to say during the interview. Many reporters were already gathered outside the school gate. They needed to be sent away quickly. Since the top scorer was here, they might as well let him do an interview first. Suemo was soon pushed out to the school gate. He almost immediately spotted several familiar cars parked at the entrance. He didn't need to think twice to know it was Su Wanting and the others. Their possible arrival didn't surprise him in the slightest, nor did it stir any emotion. Whether they came or not, the result was the same. Reporters quickly placed a microphone in front of him. Compared to the top scorer title, they seemed more interested in his identity as an orphan. So Suemo answered without hesitation, a smile on his face. Yes, as everyone knows, I grew up in an orphanage. My family died long ago, cleanly 18 years ago. Some died of rotten hearts, some of madness, and some just died while living. They all died cleanly, and then I grew up in the orphanage. Thanks to teacher Lin Shuyu from our school, I didn't starve to death. I am grateful to teacher Lin Shuyu. Being an orphan is not a glory, nor is it something to be thankful for. Being an orphan does not represent effort, nor does it represent misery. I've always thought I'm doing just fine. As for my family, some died of rotten hearts, some of madness, and some just died while living. I actually feel it's a fortunate thing. It's precisely because they are all dead that I work even harder to embrace a new life. Don't feel sorry for them. Although they died miserably, only when they are completely gone can they be worthy of this society, worthy of the family, and worthy of me. Today, as the top scorer, I thank no one but my school, my homeroom teacher Lin Shuyu, and my 3 companions from the orphanage. It is you who in my darkest days brought me to where I am now. You are the light in my life. We will continue to strive forward. Whoa! Upon hearing these words, an instant uproar swept through the crowd. Among those who came to see the top scholar were not only reporters but also many parents and passers-by. Especially after learning that Suemo was an orphan, a number of sponsors and advertisers had also arrived. However, his words left them utterly bewildered. How could they not discern the underlying meaning in his words? Yet there was a certain acerbic tone to them. The reporters were somewhat perplexed but chose not to dwell on the issue, instead posing other questions. Suemo, still beaming, answered them all in turn. Wah! From the other side behind the crowd, sobbing broke out. That person covering her mouth let tears fall like a string of pearls streaking down her delicate face. She struggled to suppress her cries, refusing to let the sound escape. Su Xuehui turned to look at Su Wanting, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated Suemo uttering such harsh words. In truth, she had heard equally harsh words before, but none as biting as this. Su Xuehui suddenly realized that the terrible things she had done had inflicted irreparable harm upon Suemo. Bullying. Yes, that was it, bullying, and from family no less, including false accusations and framing. Now Suemo harbored hatred for them, and retaliation was highly likely. Su Xuehui suddenly grasped the horror of the situation. They might have forged a demon aimed at themselves. Sis. Su Xuehui turned back to look at Su Wanting. Su Wanting, covering her mouth, remained silent as tears streamed down. She turned and walked toward the car. Startled, Su Xuehui quickly glanced at Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Indeed, their faces were also. Xia Bingyan in particular was scowling, her eyes blazing with fury. Sumo's words were venomous, a clear curse for them to die soon. How could Xia Bingyan and Su Deming not be enraged when their own son spoke such words to them? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He's done for. Completely ruined. Damn it. Xia Bingyan fumed, unable to bear being cursed by her own flesh and blood. Su Deming. Your son has turned his back on all family. He's so cold-blooded and heartless, if you don't discipline him now he'll be beyond saving. She turned to glare at Su Deming. As the head of the family, Su Deming had always managed the company, his word law in both business and household matters. How could Su Deming tolerate anyone challenging his authority? Even if he gave Su Mo little allowance, a son should not curse his parents and family to an early grave. This was sheer filial impiety and lawlessness. If he cursed them now, what would he do next? Retaliate. Children from orphanages indeed have no upbringing, none of them are any good. No. 27 middle school can't teach anything worthwhile either. We should have transferred him long ago. Xia Bingyan was ablaze with fury. She said to Su Deming, "Su Deming, if you don't discipline him now he'll walk all over us." Su Deming retorted angrily, "Then you go ahead and discipline him." Me. Fine. Just you wait. Xia Bingyan could not stomach such behavior, her eyes blazing with intense anger. This time she would break the ruler over his back. Su Mo was still being interviewed. There were quite a few reporters asking questions. Perhaps Su Mo's remarks or his identity as an orphan were more likely to draw traffic, so the reporters focused on this aspect. Yes. They're all dead. Died of rotten hearts, died of madness, and some died with their eyes wide open. Only after they were all gone could I study earnestly and strive hard. Their deaths were not a disaster for me but a relief. I have always been grateful they died cleanly. Don't mourn for them, heaven's justice is cyclical. The voice carried far, reaching the car. Su Wanting, sitting in the driver's seat, could no longer hold back and wept, her head buried in the steering wheel. Su Xuehui approached, unsure what to say, feeling only an overwhelming anguish. They might have inflicted irreversible damage on Su Mo. Su Xuehui once read a story about an apple farmer who conducted an experiment. During the apple's early development, he inserted a fine silver needle into the fruit to observe its growth. The results were terrifying. Although the needle was tiny and seemingly harmless, every apple pierced by it grew deformed and malformed. In contrast, the unpierced apples were large, round, full, and perfect. Su Xuehui recalled her own actions and felt a deep gnawing pain. My eldest sister is my greatest idol. My role model. Tang Lei, look, this is my eldest sister, noble, beautiful, and immensely talented. She graduated from Qingbei University and was the top scholar in the college entrance exam. Look at my sister's awards, they cover an entire wall. All these are certificates she brought home. Tang Lei Guwanchi, if I could be even a 10th, no 100th, as good as my eldest sister, that would be wonderful. This is the music my second sister composed, it's beautiful and I found it. The university where my second sister teaches, Shanghai University, it's my dream school and she's a professor there. My second sister's sports car is so beautiful. Su Xuehui couldn't help but pull out her phone to check the messages. As each message surfaced, she finally understood the depth of Su Wanting's despair. Back then he wanted to tell the whole world how exceptional his sisters were, how cultured and refined. In truth, she had been avoiding those messages, unable to bear the stark contrast. Even when Su Wanting spoke to her about it, she couldn't bear to dwell on it. But now, with Su Mo suddenly becoming the top scholar and speaking eloquently before the reporters, Su Xuehui finally realized that he had perhaps always looked up to them as role models. Now he had become as outstanding as they were, even more so. Yet something seemed irreparably lost. For a moment Su Xuehui felt an emptiness in her heart, as if a large piece had been gouged out, and an uncontrollable surge of sorrow welled up within her. Sis Su Mo. He hates us so much. What did we do these past 4 years, she asked on the verge of tears. Su Wanting looked up at her through tear-blurred eyes, and seeing her cry too only felt more heartbroken. Su Xuehui, tears glistening, spoke in a voice choked with grief, we killed him with our own hands. He grew up in an orphanage. He was raised in an orphanage since childhood. Suddenly having 6 sisters and an incredibly wealthy family, he must have been overjoyed, thrilled, and immensely proud. He looked at us as if we were beings from the clouds, almost beyond belief. But what did we do? We are all his executioners. Su Wanting, struggling to hold back her sorrow, said, what Su Mo truly wanted wasn't us. Sis. Su Xuehui looked at her. Do you remember how Su Mo used to take Mom's clothes? He often slept in Mom's room, remember? Su Wanting's voice was thick with tears which kept streaming down. Su Xuehui froze, her eyes widening. What he longed for most wasn't us, never us. What he yearned for were parents who could shield him from the storm. He is an orphan. Just an orphan. Su Wanting felt tears surge uncontrollably. Always. Even after he came back to our home he still was. So we all died. Suzuhui's body trembled violently. She turned to see Sumo answering reporters' questions with a radiant smile, repeatedly saying that they were all dead, his face beaming with ease. A chilling dread crept into her heart. This despair, she might never truly comprehend it. Sumo was still answering the reporters' questions. It must be said that an orphan who had no parents becoming the top scorer in the Xia High College entrance examination was a huge sensational story and also very inspiring. Though some people didn't quite understand Sumo's words, it didn't diminish his brilliance. Someone came beating gongs and drums, a real estate developer claiming to gift him a house. Another corporate manager came offering a scholarship of 200,000 yuan and so on. Sumo had no shortage of money lately, so he naturally declined all these gifts. When he returned to school after the interview, his homeroom teacher Lin Chuyu and Gu Wanshi were looking at him with concern. "Sumo, are you okay?" Gu Wanshi asked with a frown. "I'm fine. Great actually. Next we're going to get busy again." Sumo laughed. Tang Lei said, "It's good that you're fine. Busy is just a secondary issue. Well, follow your plan." All right. The shared bicycles were about to be rolled out. Recently they had been debugging and surveying locations and the work was almost done. Now that the exam results were announced, everyone felt relieved, so it was time to start working. Sumo also asked the four of them to sign up for driving lessons. They needed to get their driver's licenses before the summer vacation ended so they could continue working. "Sumo, someone is here to see you." Gu Wanshi suddenly gestured. "Ignore them, let's go." School affairs were done, there was no need to stay any longer. They had relaxed for more than 10 days and needed to finish the final work as soon as possible. During this period, due to the surge in Bitcoin, Sumo's money had also skyrocketed. All his funds had more than doubled, reaching 6 million. This meant he could do more. He had already called Phoenix Bicycle to order another 5,000 bikes, planning to launch them in half a month. With an investment of 6,000 bikes, the initial phase should be sufficient. Those who came were Xia Bingyan and Su Deming and others. Sumo was too lazy to argue with them and followed Tang Lei and the others to leave through the back gate of the 6th middle school. Seeing Sumo turn around and walk away as soon as he saw them, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were stunned for a moment, then burst into rage. "Sumo," they shouted. Sumo glanced back indifferently, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes, then left without hesitation. "Stop!" Xia Bingyan roared, ordering the bodyguards. The bodyguards obeyed and quickly lunged at Sumo. "I'll trouble you, Teacher Lin," Sumo said to Lin Chuyu. Lin Chuyu didn't know what was going on either, but said it's okay. On school grounds they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Well, hold them off." Sumo nodded. Seeing that the school security had already stopped them, he no longer paid attention and left with Tang Lei and the others. Sumo. Just as they came out of the back gate, a black Audi was parked outside. Probably seeing Sumo come out, the car door opened and two stunningly beautiful girls with bun hairstyles stepped out. Who else could it be but Su Wanting and Su Shuehui? Sumo wanted to turn and leave, but they quickly blocked him. "Sumo, wait, let's talk a little," Su Wanting said with red eyes. Sumo looked at them, noticing their dejected expressions, and suddenly laughed. "You're really kind of ridiculous. I don't understand what your real purpose is. Honestly, have I really offended you that much?" Su Wanting and Su Shuehui felt a pang of pain hearing this. "Sumo, we didn't come to talk about this. We just wanted to apologize to you." "We were too," Su Shuehui tried to say. "Stop. Don't come crying crocodile tears to me. I've seen through your true faces and masks." Sumo laughed at them. "I know you hate me, and that's fine, I hate you too. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night dreaming of you dying miserably, all of you rotting from the inside out." Sumo. Su Wanting was shocked. "I know your purpose. You're all here to claim credit. You can't accept the truth. Maybe Xia Bingyan and Su Deming can't accept it either." Sumo laughed. "I saw them at the front gate, furious, looking like they wanted to devour me. I don't think I've ever offended you, so why do you hate me so much?" "Sumo, we don't hate you. We just want to say sorry. It's my fault, big sister's fault. I was immature before." Su Wanting suddenly burst into tears. "Oh." Sumo laughed again. "This is quite an interesting statement. It's the first time I've heard you say this, it's rather novel and unique. But did you bring your recording pen this time? What kind of dirty trick are you trying to pull on me this time?" Su Shuehui felt tears blurring her vision. "Sumo, we really came to apologize. It was all our fault before. We shouldn't have." Sumo suddenly interrupted her. Su Shuehui, do you think this trick can work 3 or 4 times? I've seen your little scheme more than once. Last year you used the same trick to get my recording, didn't you? Su Shuehui froze, her face changing dramatically. A music teacher. A top student studied abroad, high-quality, high-education well-mannered. Suemo clapped and laughed at her. I've never seen anyone's heart so dark. I grew up in an orphanage, I've fought with others, I've drifted from place to place, and I've met countless people. But this kind of blatant frame-up, I've never seen it before. At that time you must have found it amusing and fun. Back then I also found it amusing and fun. But Su Shuehui, aren't you afraid of retribution? Aren't you afraid your heart will rot completely? Su Shuehui was deeply shaken. You're probably not afraid. Suemo laughed. But one day you'll all get your retribution. You can't escape the cycle of reincarnation. Suemo. As they were talking, a furious shout came from a distance. Suemo looked up and saw Xia Bingyan and Su Deming rushing over. Suemo wanted to leave, but after thinking for a moment he turned to Tang Lei and said, Tang Lei, why don't you go back first? I'll be back in a little while. Gu Wanshi was worried. Su Mo, are you okay? You don't have to. I'm fine. Don't worry. Suemo laughed. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Tang Lei said, well, stay with you. No. You go first. I'll handle these matters. Suemo said, not wanting to involve them. Seeing his firm expression, Tang Lei didn't insist. He could only sigh, all right, if anything happens call us. Okay. Suemo nodded. After Tang Lei and the others left, Suemo put his backpack on the ground, opened it and pulled out a large cleaver. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui were startled. Suemo, what are you planning to do? Nothing much. Suemo looked up and smiled faintly. Just trying to make you see reason. Su Wanting's face turned pale. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were already furious, rushing over with the intention of teaching him a lesson. But suddenly they saw Suemo draw a large cleaver and froze on the spot. Xia Bingyan's face turned livid. Suemo, is this how you talk to us? What's that in your hand? If I didn't do this, none of you would talk properly. Let me tell you, I've sharpened this knife for days. Anyone who touches me, I'll slash them. Suemo laughed. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming looked at him, their faces ashen. Suemo, come home with your sister first. Su Wanting pleaded with tears in her eyes, her voice filled with supplication. Suemo looked at her and laughed. Su Wanting, you really never stop trying to harm me. You really need to take out your heart, wash it and air it out. It's already rotten inside, completely black. Su Wanting's body trembled violently. Suemo, how many days have you been out already? Almost 2 months now. The exam is over. Are you going to keep this up forever? Su Deming stared at Suemo. My fault. Is this my fault? Suemo immediately turned to look at him without hesitation. I don't care whose fault it is. Put down the knife and come home with us first. Su Deming raged. Suemo laughed again. Come home with you. What relationship do you have with me? Do you even deserve to tell me to come home with you? Suemo, you. Su Deming was furious. You what? Have you lost your mind? What is our relationship? What relationship does the Su family have with me? Let me tell you, I'm an orphan. My whole family is dead. I have nothing to lose. If you Su family members want to bully me, I'm not afraid to go in with a white blade and come out with a red one. The others' faces changed drastically and they instantly dared not move. Suemo looked at them sneering. See? This works much better. Now everyone can actually listen to what others say, right? Now we can reason, can't we? Suemo, it's all my fault, your sister. Su Wanting said, her eyes brimming with tears. Enough. Save your crocodile tears. Suemo shot her a glance, utterly indifferent. He could guarantee that if he went back with these people now, he would be ridiculed to death and he might never have a chance to turn things around. In his past life he had been toyed with to death like this, and even after he died these people didn't seem particularly sorrowful. If it weren't for Su Juinja confessing everything to the family 20 years later, reminding them that they had a biological brother they had driven to his death, none of them would have gone mad. Seeing them all silent, their faces grim, Suemo couldn't be bothered to say more. He pulled his backpack around and took out a stack of cash. Suemo, you really want to come home with us? You're truly going to strike out on your own? Xia Bingyan stared at him intently. Suemo looked up and saw her dark expression, then laughed. The Su family is really something else. Don't tell me you still think I'd go back to being your dog. Suemo, Xia Bingyan was furious. Stop. Don't call me. Suemo cut her off. I don't want to waste words on you. I've calculated it. 4 years 500 a month. All told I owe you about 100,000. And for this body of mine I'll value it at 200,000. So all in all I should owe you 300,000. That must be the reason you keep coming after me. Suemo picked up the money and in front of Xie Bingyan and Su Deming threw stack after stack onto the ground. 300,000 paid back to you. From now on I don't owe the Su family a single cent. Everything that's mine I'll take, everything that's not I won't touch. Su Deming was stunned, shocked. Where did you get so much money? Suemo laughed. You didn't think I'd starve out here, did you? Come on, I'm the top scholar in the college entrance exams. You don't think the world only has the Su family, do you? The world is a big place. Brother, why don't you just come home with us? Look, mom and dad are already angry. They're not in good health, why keep making them upset? At that moment a voice came through. Suemo listened, then looked up sharply, spotting another person in the crowd. Who else could it be but Su Juinja? He stood right beside Xie Bingyan, having remained silent until now. At this moment he was almost supporting her, his face a mask of sorrow. Suemo laughed again. Juinja, how did you do on the college entrance exams this time? Su Juncha's face paled slightly and he said nothing. Come here. I have something to tell you. Suemo said. Su Juinja frowned. Brother, what do you want to say? Can't you say it from a distance? No. It's a little private talk. If you don't want to hear it, then forget it. Suemo shook his head. Su Juinja exchanged glances with Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. Xie Bingyan said coldly, Juinja, go over and see what this unfilial son wants to say. I'm telling you, Suemo, you'll never step foot in the Su family's door again. You're finished, completely finished. Suemo looked at Xie Bingyan and smiled. On the contrary, I've never been better. Plenty of people are lining up to give me money now. Xie Bingyan's face turned ashen. Su Juinja still hesitated and Su Deming roared, Suemo, if you dare hurt your brother, I'll make you pay. Oh. Protective are we? Suemo chuckled. But don't worry, I won't chop him. I said if anyone messes with me, you'll strike back. If no one does, I won't. Suemo, don't hurt anyone. It's all my fault, your sister. Su Wanting was crying. Suemo glanced at her coldly, feeling only disgust. Still he said nothing more and called to Su Juinja, Juinja, come over here. Su Juinja had no choice but to say, brother, it's all my fault, all my mistake. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have run away from home. Blame me all you want. Don't blame mom or dad, and definitely don't blame our sisters. Enough, enough. I'm not going to argue with you. Suemo heard this and couldn't help but marvel at the man's skill. He had to admit Su Juinja hid his thoughts remarkably well, not something the current Suemo could easily expose. Even if he said it now, it would be meaningless. After all, he had no evidence for many things. These people seemed to cry bitterly, but Suemo knew they were just shedding crocodile tears. They had no idea where the real problem lay. Brother, what do you want to tell me? Su Juinja approached cautiously, afraid Suemo might hurt him with a knife. Suemo hid the blade and smiled, plenty of things. Why are you so scared of me? I'm not going to eat you. First pick up this money. Su Juinja was taken aback and sighed, brother, how can I do that? No matter what, you can't treat mom and dad like this. Just do as I say. Why so much talk? Suemo snapped. Su Juinja glanced back, saw no reaction from Xie Bingyan and Su Deming and bent down to pick up the money. But the moment he lowered his head, Suemo raised his foot and kicked him. Suemo, Su Shuehui exclaimed in shock. Su Juinja was caught completely off guard. With a loud thud, he was sent flying to the ground. Before anyone could react, Suemo pounced on him and slapped him across the face. Slap. Juinja. The others' faces changed dramatically and they rushed forward. Suemo immediately drew his knife and slammed it into the ground with a clang. Anyone who comes closer gets chopped. Neither Xie Bingyan nor Su Deming had expected Suemo to go this far. They were both stunned. Everyone else instinctively stopped in their tracks. Seeing that no one approached, Suemo turned his gaze back to Su Juinja, who had been viciously slapped, and a heavy silence fell. Suemo let him go. Xie Bingyan feared Suemo would hurt Su Juinja with the knife and panic flickered across her face. Suemo glanced at her, his eyes icy cold. Ignoring their reactions, he fixed his gaze on Su Juinja, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Listen up, you little bastard. I know exactly what you're thinking. Very clearly. Don't think you can muddy the waters and get away with it. No way. You bastard, you'll never succeed. Su Juinja saw him raise the knife, his face turning pale with terror. Brother, what are you talking about? You little bastard, you play your part so well. No one in this world could play it better. But a bastard is a bastard, an orphan is an orphan. You and I are the same, both orphans. Suemo stared at him coldly and laughed. Look at them crying as if they're heartbroken, but deep down they know you're a bastard. Su Juncha's expression shifted. They might not know what you're up to, but I do. This isn't over, you little bastard. I'll settle accounts with you slowly, one by one. Remember this, you don't bear the Su name and you're not part of the Su family. They may treat you like family, but in their hearts they know you're just a bastard. I can't kill you now, you little mongrel, but one day someone will. Su Juncha's face turned deathly pale, filled with terror. He could feel the murderous intent in Sumo's heart. Those words were no joke. All of you remember this. Suemo turned to Xia Bingyan and Su Deming. Remember my words. I may not be able to kill this little mongrel now, but one day he will die. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming's faces contorted in shock. Let him go. Su Deming said coldly. I know you're protective, mister. Su Deming. Don't worry, I won't kill him now. This little mongrel may not be your biological son, but he sure holds a high place in your hearts. Suemo looked at Su Deming and laughed. But a mongrel is a mongrel, a beast is a beast. Not being blood related means not being blood related. Suemo suddenly swung his fist and slammed it into Su Juncha's head. Su Juanja let out a sharp cry, blood spurting from his nose. Juanja. Xia Bingyan was horrified. Seeing her about to rush over, Suemo waved his knife. Let him go. What did you do to him? You're the... Xia Bingyan started to roar but then choked, unable to utter the last two words. I'm the mongrel, right? Suemo laughed. Xia Bingyan's face twisted violently. You're absolutely right. I am the mongrel or the beast. Because my parents were. Since they were, so am I. Suemo released. Su Juanja picked up his cleaver and stared coldly at the crowd. I've paid you back. I've said what I needed to say. From now on I don't owe the Su family a single cent. Take this mongrel back, he's your precious treasure after all. Juanja. Xia Bingyan saw Suemo let go and rushed over to help Su Juanja up. Blood streamed from his nose, his face pale and terrified. Doctor, call an ambulance. Xia Bingyan shouted frantically, her face full of fear. Suemo, come home with us. Su Wanting, shocked by the turn of events, pleaded tearfully. Crocodile tears. Su Wanting. I've told you countless times and you still don't get it. Fine, I'm leaving. Suemo gave her a glance, then stepped back, unwilling to argue further. Hurry, call a doctor. Xia Bingyan was in a panic seeing Su Juanja bleeding. Su Wanting wanted to stop Suemo from leaving but hesitated, her hand half raised, and could only let him go. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart, unsure of what to do. It was as if her entire heart was being tightly clenched, leaving her unable to breathe. June 1, 2008, Children's Day. Weather sunny. Tang Lei and I lay on the grass of the school playground, the breeze gentle and the air fresh, a brief respite from laundry duty, stealing a moment of leisure amidst the toils of life. A father and son slowly passed by outside the playground. The father hoisted his son onto his shoulders, making the boy laugh heartily. The father had only one leg and one arm. Tang Lei and I froze, staring intently for a long moment. We saw the son beaming on his father's broad back and couldn't help but marvel. The steepest mountain he would ever climb in life was likely this mountain of a father. And this father, even without an arm and a leg, resolutely carried his son on his shoulders. Tang Lei scrambled up from the grass, staring blankly at the scene, clearly stirred by some memory. Today is Children's Day, the happiest day for many children. Tang Lei has never seen his parents, nor have I. Back then, when we slept together, we often fantasized about what our parents might look like. The more we thought, the more we couldn't sleep. I must have parents too, I just never met them. Tang Lei kept wondering what his parents would be like. What jobs would they have? How would they be? And now I recall that father and son, one missing limbs. I must have parents too. My mother should have big eyes, a tall figure, and be very beautiful, the gentlest and kindest person in the world. I must have parents too. My mother should be around 30, much like Teacher Zhao at the orphanage. She would always speak softly, patiently, and carefully guiding us no matter what mistakes we made. My mother should be the best mother in the world. No one could surpass her. Returning home, Su Shuehui hurried through dinner and retreated to her room. Her phone suddenly rang, a message from her elder sister Su Wanting. Without a word, she simply sent a journal entry, an essay. This was likely a diary Suemo wrote when he was in 8th grade, around 13. Her sister had dug it out from her phone and forwarded it. Her elder sister didn't come home for dinner, excusing herself to go to the office. After Sumo's outburst in front of everyone, no one was happy and the house had fallen into a deathly silence. At the dinner table just now, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming had sat with dark, silent faces, barely suppressing their raging fury. Su Juanja wasn't seriously injured, just a bruised nose from a punch, and returned home after a quick bandage. Su Shuehui had no appetite either. She took a few bites and excused herself to rest in her room. The bastard right. You're absolutely right. I am the bastard or the beast. Because my parents are exactly that. Since they are, so am I. No one expected Sumo to utter such words. They stunned both sisters. It wasn't just Sumo's reaction. Xia Bingyan had been about to lash out. Though she stopped herself before speaking, Su Shuehui and the others knew exactly what she had in mind. And Sumo with unflinching calm had voiced the very words she wanted to say. What depth of despair must that be? Su Shuehui couldn't fathom it. Her elder sister must have been unable to bear it after returning home, so she sent this diary Sumo wrote 5 years ago. That day happened to be Children's Day. Her eyes should be big, her skin fair, her hair soft and long enough to flow freely. Mother would sometimes wear dresses, sometimes t-shirts, but no matter what she wore she would be beautiful. Mother would have a special skill. She could make dumplings, cook noodles, stir-fry, simple homestyle dishes just like Teacher Zhao. When we didn't feel like eating, she would gently remind us that we must have our meals. I don't know if my mother is alive or dead, but I think they must still be in this world. They've turned into stars in the sky. As long as I look up I can see them. Kind, gentle, always smiling, I can almost see her face. I must have a father too. His back is as broad as a mountain, as solid as a mountain. When he stands there he's like a giant, always ready to shield us from the wind and rain. My father should be like that one-armed, one-legged father, strong enough to carry the whole world, to lift the entire earth. But where are you? I can't find you. I've lost my way. Tang Lei talks about his parents, saying he might have seen them once when he was little. Someone secretly came to visit him at the orphanage. He seems to have some memory of it. But I don't. I've never seen them. I don't know what they look like. Are they doing well? Are they healthy? Are they happy? If I could see them just once, even once, I'd gladly die. I've never seen them. But I can imagine them. Among the 4 of us, Banzwang is the luckiest. When her parents passed away she was already older. She still has their photos tucked away in her drawer. Sometimes when she can't sleep at night she takes them out to look. She hides under the covers, secretly turning on the light to look at them. Occasionally I hear Banzwang crying. She misses her parents. And today I miss you too. Mom, Dad, are you both okay? Are you watching me from the sky? I miss you so desperately. Unbearably. I must have older brothers or sisters too. If I had sisters, each one would be beautiful, gentle and kind. My sisters would be like my mother, big eyes, tall, fair-skinned with long hair. They would be the best sisters in the world, sometimes like Teacher Zhao, buying us toys, snacks and clothes. If I had sisters I could draw their portraits. Tang Lei and I lay on the grass and talked for a long time until dusk fell before we left school and returned to the orphanage. Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters, can you see? I'm getting taller. Stronger. I miss you every single day, crazily longing to see you, even if just once, so I can know what you look like. Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters, don't worry. Tang Lei and I have vowed to study hard and grow into useful people. I don't know where you are or if you're still alive. But perhaps one day, if that day comes when I see you, I will tell you with all my heart, I love you and I will love you forever. Sob. Su Shuehui couldn't hold back her tears. She bit down on the blanket, stifling the sound so it wouldn't escape. Tears gushed uncontrollably from her eyes, blurring her vision, flooding like a burst dam that could not be stemmed. Su Shuehui wondered what expression Su Wanning had worn when she read this diary. But she could guess. Su Wanning must have felt terrible. Back then Su Mo had yet to be found. He was still wandering the orphanage, attending school outside. Su Shuehui prided herself on being well-read and knowledgeable, yet she could hardly grasp the longing an orphan feels for parents and family. Everything he did stemmed from that. Recalling the events of the past 4 years combined with this diary, Su Shuehui finally understood it all. Her tears wouldn't stop streaming down her pretty face. In the Su family he had once been as humble as dust, desperately trying to please everyone, especially his eldest sister, whom he idolized, calling her his pride and role model. He had once worshipped his eldest sister fervently. And toward her, Su Shuehui, it was much the same. His past intensity had been unbearable and incomprehensible to them. He would sneak into his mother's room to sleep just to feel even a trace of a parent's presence. He had yearned so desperately for that faint connection. But it's gone. Now there's nothing left. No one expects him home, no one longs to see him. And in his heart there's not a single shred of expectation. I'm the bastard right. You're absolutely right. I am the bastard or the beast. Because my parents are exactly that. Since they are, so am I. Sob. Su Shuehui broke down, completely unable to suppress it any longer. Now she felt that despair viscerally. They were all the culprits. She wept uncontrollably, trembling as she dialed Su Wanting's number. Sis. Su Xuehue could no longer hold back. Su Wanting heard her crying but remained silent, only responding with a faint mmm. Her voice was unmistakably choked with tears. What have we done? How could we have done those things? Why oh why did we? Su Xuehue sobbed. Sis, have you seen it? When did you see it? A few days ago, Su Wanting replied. I never imagined it would come to this, sis. I didn't realize the problem. I knew he was different from us, tainted, but I never truly understood. I had no idea what being an orphan meant. Su Xuehue wept. Wah! I didn't know, I didn't grasp it. I only heard about it, but I never truly comprehended. Neither did I, Su Wanting admitted. But what have we done? Su Xuehue wailed. Su Wanting fell silent, sniffing hard, tears streaming down her face. He wanted to visit my company so many times. He had every right to. He's my brother and that company will one day be partly his. But I never let him in, Su Wanting said, her voice hoarse. The security guard took a dislike to him and knocked him to the ground. He sat there for the longest time before finally leaving. He never came to my company again. He only dared to watch from afar secretly. Wah! Su Xuehue broke down crying. Why didn't I let him in back then? He's our blood brother, he had the right to come and see. He loved that place so much, but never again, never once more. Su Wanting's voice dropped to a low stifled whisper. Su Xuehue couldn't contain her sobs either. That night during the storm I was celebrating my birthday with my best friend in the living room. I knew he was outside afraid to come home. Xuehue, I know about that beat-up sports car of yours. I also know he always wanted to touch it. Su Xuehue wept. But he never dared, not once. He could only hide on the second floor and watch secretly. He thought it was the most beautiful car in the world, the car his second sister drove. He used to sneak into my school, the university, the library. Eventually he would slip into my classroom and secretly attend lectures. I never understood why he did that. I never understood. Why should I have to understand? But I couldn't comprehend what it meant to be an orphan. I couldn't grasp what we meant to him. He yearned so desperately to hold on to even a glimmer of that warmth, but he never could. I had the students throw him out. His proudest second sister, the one he admired most, watched as those students knocked him down and drove him out of the school. Sis, I'm the real devil. Su Wanting said nothing, only sniffled and wept, her breathing heavy. Sis. Why? How did we become like this? Su Xuehue continued. Mom and Dad still don't know. Su Wanting took a breath and said maybe they do know, but they haven't reacted yet, or perhaps they don't want to. Su Xuehue was silent. What's most frightening is the unwillingness to face it, Su Wanting added. Su Xuehue broke down again, overwhelmed by the unbearable weight of it all. Their family, it seemed, was unwilling to acknowledge the truth. They too had been turning a blind eye. Perhaps that was why Su Mo had lost all hope. If there had been even a flicker of expectation left in his heart, he would never have said those words nor run away from home. Now he was the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Even without them he could still surpass everyone. Woo-woo, sis, what should we do? Su Xuehue asked through her tears. Su Wanting shook her head. I don't know either. Let's wait a few days until he calms down, then we'll see. I don't want him to keep wandering alone with no one to turn to. I want to tell him that even if everyone else dislikes him, he still has a sister, a big sister. Even if that big sister was once blind-hearted and wicked, she can still shield him from even the slightest storm. He can still find some comfort and support in this home. Not everyone hates him. Wah! Su Xuehue burst into tears. In a few days, let's wait a few days, Su Wanting said, her voice breaking. She could no longer hold back her sobs and was unwilling to say more. Su Mo celebrated with Tang Lei and the others. They rented a KTV room, inviting a few classmates to sing loudly and revel together. After 3 years of stifling high school life, they were finally liberated. Su Mo had even become the top scorer in Xiahai City. Their teacher came by to join the festivities. Besides Su Mo, Tang Lei, Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang all achieved excellent results, surpassing the key university cutoff. Gu Wanqi scored an impressive 601 points. With such scores, admission to Tsinghua or Peking University was assured. Gu Wanqi planned to apply to Tsinghua. Tang Lei and Li Banzwang had similar scores and all four were well above the threshold. Several other classmates also performed admirably. This year's college entrance exam brought great success to No. 27 High School, making it the biggest winner among all high schools in Xiahai City. The celebration was lively, with school leaders and teachers joining in the joyous atmosphere. Su Mo drank heavily and the group didn't return home until late into the night. Once home still wide awake, they ordered some takeout and continued celebrating with drinks. It had been a long time since they had felt so happy. With the heavy burden lifted from their hearts, no amount of fun or relaxation seemed excessive. Eventually they were too drunk to make it to their rooms and passed out on the sofas. Despite the difference in gender, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang didn't mind. Having no parents, the four had always relied on each other, treating one another as family. After a night of revelry, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang went to the market the next morning to buy groceries. By the time Su Mo and Tang Lei woke up, they had prepared a lavish feast. We need to launch the shared bikes first. The initial batch of 1,000 bikes will arrive in 3 days, followed by the second shipment from Phoenix Bikes. Then we'll roll out all 5,000 bikes at once and see how many people use them and how much deposit we can collect. Su Mo and still worried Li Banzwang said. Me too. If our bikes get stolen, each one costs over 300 yuan. Gu Huanqi added. Don't worry. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I believe the sharing economy will only grow and we need to seize this opportunity, Su Mo said with a smile. Su Mo, if we collect a huge amount in deposits, what then? Having all that money on hand isn't necessarily safe, Tang Lei remarked, ever cautious. If we have millions, even tens of millions, we can just leave it in the bank and earn interest. A 10 million deposit would yield over 30,000 yuan a year in interest alone. Plus we can invest in other ventures. Other investments. Tang Lei frowned. What if we lose money? Then we won't be able to return the deposits. Su Mo chuckled. Don't worry about that. We won't lose anything. It's just a matter of how much we earn. The key is to expand quickly, promote aggressively, and build the sharing industry. Once we reach a certain scale, we'll make a profit. The three exchanged glances. Should we test the waters first with 1,000 bikes? Yes, let's start with 1,000. Tonight we'll distribute the bikes. We've already scouted the spots, 20 bikes per location. All right. The plan had been set long ago, but they had been too busy to act. Now that the exam results were out, there was no reason to hesitate. Su Mo was determined to seize this opportunity decisively, quickly dominate Shanghai City's market and then expand nation. Su Mo knew exactly how powerful the Su family was. The bike-sharing project, if it followed the development path of his past life, was a venture that could generate profits at an astonishing speed. Once it gained traction, its valuation would skyrocket. Even the little yellow bike Ofo was once valued at a staggering $3 billion, equivalent to 28 billion yuan. Not to mention Mobike, another enterprise valued in the tens of billions. These companies achieved such a scale in just a few short years. Su Mo didn't aspire to reach a valuation of tens of billions now. He would be more than satisfied if he could achieve a market capitalization of 5 billion. Once he had the money, he could cash out and pursue even bigger projects. For the first batch of shared bikes, there were 50 locations in total, with 20 bikes deployed at each location, amounting to 1,000 bikes. To avoid trouble, Su Mo and his three companions Tang Lei and the others went out to deploy the bikes at 4 a.m., minimizing the risk of theft. As soon as dawn broke, some office workers and students, upon seeing rows of yellow bikes lining the streets, might pay the deposit and ride away. For better promotion, Su Mo had also printed some flyers and placed them on the bikes. After distributing all the bikes, they would head to subway entrances or bike deployment points to hand out flyers and promote their service. With 1,000 bikes, they would succeed if just 1,000 people paid the deposit. If they could get 2,000 or 3,000 people to pay the deposit, they would start making a profit. Reaching 5,000 depositors would mean substantial earnings. In Sumo's estimation, it was no problem for one bike to attract 5 users. This kind of bike sharing focused on green travel, solving the problem of the last kilometer of the commute, emphasizing convenience and speed. Initially trust might be low, but that didn't matter. As time passed, the number of users would grow and one bike might even attract 10 users without issue. Charging only 1 yuan per kilometer for riding was a bargain that anyone could afford. The 4 of them, panting heavily, unloaded the bikes from the small truck and lined them up along the roadside. Su Mo took out some flyers and placed them in the bike baskets. Let's go. On to the next location. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Su Mo, can this project really work? Gu Huanqi still had her doubts. It will definitely work. And we won't lose much even if it fails. Su Mo said. These nice bikes. Just left by the roadside, it's still worrisome. If someone steals them, we'll be in big trouble. Tang Lei remarked. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. To make money, you need to be bold. Don't worry, the security in Shanghai City is excellent, hardly anyone will steal the bikes. Su Mo chuckled. I hope so. Tang Lei sighed. Without hesitation, they moved on to the next location. They needed to finish distributing bikes to all 50 locations within an hour, then grab breakfast. As dawn broke, the 4 of them would split up. One would go to the subway entrance, another to the entrance of the vegetable market, and the others to a crossroads and the entrance of a large shopping mall to start handing out flyers. For new things to be accepted quickly, flyers were indispensable. Later, once the company was established, they would also need to advertise online. Things had to be done step by step. Second sister, come down and eat. A shout came from outside the door, probably Sue Manny's voice. She had been away for a few days, busy with her schedule, and had likely just returned home in the morning. Sue Manny was a third-rate actress skilled at playing roles like young ladies with excellent poise and considerable fame. She had aspired to work in the entertainment industry since she was young, and with her family's support her career was going smoothly. Sue Shuehue got out of bed and noticed her eyes were slightly swollen. She quickly sat in front of the mirror to apply makeup covering up the dark circles and puffiness. She had talked with Sue wanting late into the night, crying until she could barely sleep. She hadn't realized that over these past few years she had turned into a monster. She couldn't accept this version of herself. After finishing her makeup, Sue Shuehue opened the door and went downstairs. She saw quite a few people already seated in the living room. The fourth sister, Sue Pundi, was there too, along with Su Juinja and Xie Bingyan. Second sister, come and eat quickly or there won't be any left. These are all fresh lobsters. Su Manny called out when she saw her approach. The table was laden with a mountain of food: lobsters, hairy crabs, mostly seafood today, all precious ingredients covering every inch of the table. This was likely the food that Xie Bingyan and Su Deming had prepared a few days ago to celebrate Su Juncha's college entrance exam, meant to nourish his body. Now that the exam results were out, they were probably planning to take Su Juinja abroad for a trip. They had already given him a sports car, a Porsche 911 worth millions. Back in the day, Su Mo would drool just seeing the sports car she drove, not even daring to reach out and touch it. Yet now Su Deming casually bought one for Su Juinja without batting an eye. In the past, Su Shuehue hadn't thought much of it. Su Juinja was naturally well-behaved, had excellent grades, was obedient and outstanding. Everyone in the family liked him. But now Su Shuehue could feel the terrifying despair of it all. Even though Su Mo had many flaws and was indeed hard to like, that didn't justify such blatant favoritism. Perhaps Xie Bingyan and Su Deming didn't see it as favoritism, they simply thought Su Mo was a lost cause. But that made it even more terrifying. They were from a large family with many rules and strict discipline. Su Wanting, Su Shuehue, Su Manny, Su Pundi and Su Shuang, all the sisters had grown up under Xie Bingyan's strict upbringing. There were rules for every aspect of the household. Xie Bingyan, hailing from a prominent family, was a highly disciplined young lady herself. Su Shuehue had personally experienced the severity of her demands on the children. But she seemed completely unaware that Su Mo was different from the other children. Perhaps she did realize it, but only for the first few days after Su Mo was found. Later she likely cast it aside, focusing only on trying to straighten him out. If he didn't correct his ways, he wasn't allowed to eat. If he didn't learn properly, he wasn't allowed to sleep. If he didn't get rid of his minor bad habits, he wasn't allowed to go out. If he failed to meet these standards, he wasn't considered a member of the Su family, wasn't allowed to use anything from the Su family, disgusting, despised. She poured all her love into her adopted son Su Juinja, believing he was perfect in every way. Compared to Su Juinja, Su Mo was wrong in every aspect, an eyesore wherever he went. The kindness of raising outweighed the kindness of giving birth. For Xie Bingyan, perhaps Su Juinja felt more like her own child. This favoritism had been there from the start. Everyone had seen Xie Bingyan dote on her adopted son, and the demands she made of him were never imposed on Su Juinja. In the past, Su Shuehue hadn't realized just how cruel this was to Su Mo. He was as humble as dust, begging for some response, some recognition. But there was none, and no one in the family ever gave him a single shred. Not even a bit. Su Shuehue suspected that Xie Bingyan and Su Deming had never even held him, which led him to sneak into Xie Bingyan's room seeking some comfort. But he didn't know that for Xie Bingyan, who valued cleanliness, this only made her more furious. Sister, come and eat quickly. Fresh lobster. Su Manny said with a smile, waving a large lobster at her. Second sister, time to eat. Su Juinja also called out. Su Shuehue glanced at him. Actually, the events of yesterday had made Su Juinja somewhat embarrassed. Su Mo's words had torn away some people's veils, nearly driving some to fury. But after a night had passed, they seemed to have brushed it aside, acting as if nothing had happened. Su Shuehue felt nothing but sorrow. She walked over and said, Su Mo hasn't come back yet. Can we eat this? At her words, the air instantly froze as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Silence, deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop in the living room. Embarrassment flickered across several faces, especially Su Juncha's. But Su Shuehue ignored the silence and continued, Su Mo is the top scholar. Xie Bingyan's face turned ugly with anger. Why bring him up? Just mentioning him makes me furious. Sister, just forget about Su Mo. We can't do anything if he doesn't come back. Honestly, I think he's fine out there. Su Manny said with a laugh. These lobsters are delicious and very nourishing. Sister, have some. Even if Sumo comes back, I want at him. Su Pundi also pouted. Su Shuehui watched them devouring the food, tearing into the meat with gusto, and her eyes reddened. She used to be just like that. Utterly carefree. There had been many times before when Sumo was punished by Xiebingyan, forbidden to eat, forced to stand and watch the others feast. They would laugh and chat, eating and drinking heartily, even occasionally mocking Sumo without a shred of regard for his presence nearby. Once after everyone had finished eating, she had hypocritically asked Sumo if he was hungry. He just grinned and said, "I'm not hungry, second sister. As long as mom isn't angry, that's all that matters." Are you sure you're not hungry? Not even a little. Not hungry, not hungry. Sumo replied, his face beaming with a smile. Back then Su Shuehui had no idea just how much sorrow and longing lay hidden beneath that smile. She only found it amusing. But now, witnessing this scene, she found she couldn't take another bite. A deluge of memories crashed down upon Su Shuehui, making it hard to breathe. Over these 4 years she could no longer recall the things she had done. Su Shuehui watched Su Pundi, who was still eating ravenously, and suddenly remembered something. She trembled slightly and her heart grew even colder. She recalled a time when Su Pundi had kept a large wolf dog at home. She was playing with it in the living room while the family chatted. When Sumo approached the wolf dog, seemingly catching an unfamiliar scent, lunged at him. Startled and terrified, Sumo instinctively slapped the dog away. Seeing this, Su Pundi flew into a rage. Su Shuehui had been there too, eating. Most of the family was present except for the eldest sister and the youngest. Enraged, Su Pundi forced Sumo to apologize to the wolf dog. They had all watched, grinning, enjoying the spectacle. The wolf dog was clever and endearing after all. No one stopped Su Pundi. Trembling with fear, Sumo had no choice but to apologize to the dog, his face a mask of terror. They were all there. They had all witnessed it. When did Sumo's heart truly die? Now, thinking back to that, Sumo, smiling, fawning, trying so hard to please, Su Shuehui felt as if the very blood in her veins had frozen solid. Such incidents had been commonplace over these 4 years. She, Su Manny, Su Pundi, and the fifth sister, Su Shuang. Why? Why had it happened? Unable to eat any longer, Su Shuehui turned and left. Sis, where are you going? Why aren't you eating? Su Manny called out anxiously. Su Shuehui said nothing. She quickly went outside, found the butler Uncle Lee, and said with red-rimmed eyes, "Uncle Lee, please help me find the living room surveillance footage. I need to see what happened to Sumo in the past." Uncle Lee's face stiffened. "Second miss, this. I know there's footage. Please sort it out and show it to me." Su Shuehui fixed her gaze on Uncle Lee. He was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Second miss, there is indeed quite a bit of footage of young Master Mo. I've already organized it. The eldest miss came to get a copy a few days ago. The eldest sister came for it." Su Shuehui was astonished. Uncle Lee nodded. "The eldest miss took the videos of young Master Mo sneaking down to eat in the middle of the night. There are many of those. Often he couldn't get dinner, so he would endure the hunger and come down to eat in secret. Once the third miss had left a piece of cake in the fridge and he ate it. When she found out the next day, she was furious, searching everywhere and cursing. Young Master Mo was so scared he hid in his room, trembling, afraid to come out." Uncle Lee sighed. "The eldest miss took those videos a few days ago. He was afraid to leave his room." Su Shuehui was shocked. Uncle Lee sighed again. The eldest miss saw him curled up in a corner, secretly watching the commotion downstairs, watching the third miss rage. The third miss was furious, cursing about who had eaten her cake. Young Master Mo knew he would be punished if he went down, so he didn't dare. A piece of cake. Just a piece of cake. What was he so afraid of? Su Shuehui stared at Uncle Lee. "Who knows?" Uncle Lee sighed. He searched on the computer, downloaded the files onto a hard drive and handed it to her. "This is what I sorted out a few days ago. Most of it is footage of young Master Mo. The eldest miss has a backup too." Su Shuehui's body trembled as she took the hard drive with shaking hands. "Just a piece of cake," Su Shuehui murmured, staring at the drive in her hand. He was that afraid. Uncle Lee sighed. Young Master Mo was always cautious. You just never noticed. Young Master Mo knew very well that he didn't truly belong to this family. Su Shuehui said nothing more. With reddened eyes she turned and walked away. She didn't know what her eldest sister had seen that had caused such a drastic change in her. The contents of this hard drive felt almost too much to bear. Yes, Sumo had always been cautious, but they had simply never noticed. They thought it was funny, even when he was forced to apologize to a dog. Returning to the living room, Su Shuehui saw Su Manning and Su Pundi still gorging on lobster-eating meat with greasy mouths. A chill of despair washed over her. Ignoring their call, she quickly went to her room, plugged the hard drive into her computer and opened the videos. She soon found the footage of the wolf dog Su Pundi had adopted. It was indeed large, brought from another home. When Su Mo appeared, the dog lunged at him, nearly biting him. Startled, Su Mo slapped the dog. Seeing this, Su Pundi erupted in thunderous rage, immediately screaming at him. Terror instantly flooded Su Mo's face. He stood there frozen and at a loss, his expression a picture of pure panic. Faced with Su Pundi's fury, he broke out in a cold sweat and finally, trembling, he apologized to the wolf dog. Still unsatisfied, Su Pundi made him stand in a corner for an hour as punishment before letting him go. She had been there. Su Manny had been there. Xia Bingyan had been there too. But not a single person had spoken up. They had only found it amusing, even gloating. That day Su Mo didn't dare come down for dinner, only sneaking down in the dead of night to scavenge leftovers from the fridge. He had been so careful, so cautious, so timid, desperately afraid of being disliked. He had yearned so deeply for their acceptance, yet these sisters had made it painfully clear that he didn't belong. Su Shuehui watched with reddened eyes, feeling as if a heavy stone were crushing her heart. An icy, bone-piercing chill spread through her entire body. He had once been so proud of his sisters. He had once boasted about them. But in the end it had all been a pathetic joke. If Su Wanting hadn't sent her those things, perhaps she would still be living in ignorance. They were all guilty, deserving of condemnation. Sis, I got the videos from Uncle Lee. The ones of Su Mo at our house. Su Shuehui sent a message to Su Wanting. Su Wanting replied, saying nothing else. Sis, actually Manny hated Su Mo the most. She did so many things. And the fourth sister. Su Wanting was silent for a moment before replying, you are the older sister. Su Shuhui's body shook. She understood the meaning behind Su Wanting's words perfectly. She was the older sister, she couldn't blame anyone else. It was all her own fault. We all have rotten hearts. Su Wanting sent another message. They're eating, aren't they? Celebrating in the living room. Su Shuhui's eyes were bloodshot. They're all there now. Is Juunja uncomfortable? Su Wanting asked. Su Shuhui's face froze. After Su Mo had torn away their veil of pretense yesterday, Su Juunja had returned home feeling extremely awkward and somewhat lost. Xia Bingyan had worn a dark scowl the entire time, fuming silently. No one else had been in the mood either. They had all eaten hastily and gone to bed. Everyone knew the truth, but no one was willing to mention it. No one dared. All of Xia Bingyan and Su Deming's love was lavished on their adopted son. Who would dare to bring up that he wasn't their biological child? After Su Mo ruthlessly tore away that veil, the whole family felt lost and unsettled. What did Juunja want? Why did he team up with you and Manny to frame Su Mo? And why did he team up with me? I used to dote on him too. Su Wanting continued. Su Shuehui didn't dare answer that question. Suddenly she sobbed, woo-woo sis, do you remember? That time Su Mo was forced to apologize to a dog. I know. I was there. I was sitting right on the sofa watching. Sis, I just sat there and watched it all happen. I did nothing. Woo-woo sis, when did I become like this? When did I become so cold-blooded? I just watched that video again and I really did nothing. Not a single thing. Su Shuehui couldn't hold back her tears any longer. On the other side, Su Mo took a moment of leisure to visit the hospital and retrieve a medical report. Thank you, doctor. Over a month ago he had undergone some examinations revealing numerous health issues, hypoglycemia, anemia, and impaired cardiac blood production. The doctor had given him some advice for recuperation. Over the past month Su Mo had been exercising and nurturing his health. Now with some free time he underwent another checkup. His condition had improved significantly compared to a month ago. He had gained some weight and looked much more handsome. However, the hypoglycemia and anemia could not be resolved overnight. For the next 2 months Su Mo still needed to focus on recuperation as much as possible. Putting away the report, he headed back to the company. Tang Lei, Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang were still distributing flyers. Before Su Mo arrived they had finished handing them out at the subway entrance. Originally this round was almost over, but with nothing else to do the three decided to distribute more, so they relocated to another spot and continued. Now that they were done they needed to return and assess the results. When Su Mo stepped out of the hospital he noticed someone riding his bicycle at the entrance, very conspicuous. Su Mo, are you okay? Gu Wanqi asked, worried as he returned. I'm fine. Are you all done? Let's grab something to eat then check the results. Su Mo smiled. Li Banzwang exclaimed excitedly. Sumo, someone really did ride it. I saw an auntie ride away on our bike. Is that so? And an office worker also rode one away. Tang Lei laughed. We were handing out flyers nearby and I saw him scan the QR code with his phone. He took the flyer and checked it. Sumo was amused. I saw that too near the hospital. Someone rode it all the way to the hospital entrance. What if some get lost? Gu Wanshi asked with concern. Possibly. So in a couple of days we need to have them retrieved and reorganized. Sumo smiled. Let's eat first, then see the results. Tang Lei said excitedly. Alright, let's eat. The four were filled with anticipation. Sumo cooked a large table of dishes to fill their stomachs. After finishing they rushed to the rented office. 3 people were on duty, programmers hired by Sumo to manage and maintain the app's operation. There was also a server administrator. The 3 were already overwhelmed and it seemed they would need to recruit more people soon. What's the number now? Sumo asked as soon as he entered. Not sure yet, boss. Take a look yourself, one programmer said. Sumo nodded, sat down at his desk and opened the computer. Tang Lei, Gu Wanshi and Li Banzwang immediately crowded around. As the page refreshed a number flashed on the screen: 103. Over 100 people, the 3 exclaimed in surprise. It's still rising. Still refreshing. Sumo held his breath as he watched the data climb. 103, 135, 169, 185, 205, 265. 265. The data finally paused at 265. The 3 exchanged glances, overjoyed. On the first day we already have over 200 users. And we only distributed 1,000 bikes. The acceptance rate. It's so fast. It's not even rush hour yet. Once the evening rush hits it should increase even more. And we need to continue distributing flyers tomorrow, Sumo explained. I think 1,000 bikes are no longer enough, we need to scale up. Gu Wanshi said. That's already in the works. New bikes will arrive in a couple of days and this time there will be more. I've already ordered a 3rd batch of 10,000. Hearing Sumo's words, everyone grew excited. On the first day they had gained over 200 users and collected more than 70,000 yuan in deposits. Although it hadn't yet covered the costs, this was only the first day. As time went on, more people would use the service and the user base would grow. Eventually each bike could easily bring in 1 user. This is viable. As long as our bikes aren't stolen we can do it. Tang Lei calculated excitedly. This project is easy to promote. We've just been testing these past few days. Sumo nodded with a smile. Let's step it up. Tomorrow we continue. No, let's see how many users we get during the evening rush. Can we hit 400? All right. With immense excitement they busied themselves and waited. The data in the app kept refreshing and funds kept flowing into the account. Each bike required a deposit of 298 yuan and only after paying the deposit could it be used. Within an hour the user count reached 280. Seeing this everyone became even more thrilled. Wait. Keep waiting. ITLL increase. The workday is almost over. Li Banzwang smiled. Everyone nodded. Sumo waved his hand and ordered some KFC to be delivered for everyone. They ate in the office while waiting for the data to refresh. Soon it was 6 p.m. As expected, right after 6 p.m. a dozen notifications popped up. Bam bam bam. Users increased by 12. There's more. Gu Wanshi stared at the screen without blinking. With a few more refreshes the user count climbed again. In just 10 minutes over 20 more users had signed up, bringing in 5 or 6,000 yuan in deposits. Of course some people worried about losing their deposit and applied for a refund immediately after riding. The refund rate was about 10%. Even so the project's prospects remained bright. Sumo, you're amazing. This bike sharing thing is definitely going to succeed. It's already working. 320 users. Already 320. 360. Reached 360. 380, another 20 plus users. Still climbing. Hitting 400 users is no problem. Too bad there are quite a few refunds. 50 or 60 people have asked for theirs back. Tang Lei laughed. Refunds don't matter. Next time they use it they'll need to pay the deposit again. As long as they keep using it it's fine. Exactly. So now. Li Banzwang looked at everyone, her eyes burning. Are we successful? Yes. Tang Lei shouted. Sumo smiled halfway there. The long march has just begun and there's still much to do. First, in a couple of days we need to retrieve the bikes. We have to keep the loss rate under 5%. That's the biggest worry now. Gu Huanqi smiled. No worries. We have GPS tracking, just follow the signals. A slightly higher initial loss rate is fine, we can bring it down later. Su Mo smiled. We're already halfway there. Want to celebrate? Haha, sure. Let's celebrate. Everyone cheered, faces beaming with excitement. Without hesitation, Su Mo led the group to the market, bought lobsters and hairy crabs and returned to celebrate together. Now their small company of just 7 people had officially launched. The road ahead was long and arduous. Ting Jie, the report is back. Su Mo went to the hospital. Oh. What were the results? Not very optimistic. Malnutrition persists along with hypoglycemia and anemia. The attending doctor said his heart condition hasn't improved. But compared to a month ago, he's much better. He must have been taking good care of himself. The secretary handed the report to Su Wanting. Su Wanting took it, glanced at it and fell silent. Ting Jie, I'll go back to work now. Go ahead, Su Wanting said, opening the medical report to examine its contents. Su Mo's health had always been problematic. They just didn't know. He had had these issues since his time in the orphanage. Thinking back to just moments ago when the family was still feasting on meat and guzzling wine, Su Mo could only watch from the sidelines and her heart was filled with bitterness. Even if the Su family was impoverished, they would never have fallen to such a state. When had they ever lacked money? Yet in recent years it seemed no one had ever cared. Su Wanting could still find an excuse to bury herself in work, claiming she had no time to think, but she knew that excuses were nothing more than that. She, like Su Xuehue, could no longer find any excuses. Now, holding this medical report and examining the data, she only wanted to tell him that he still had a sister. At least there was one. Even if this sister was hardly reliable and could no longer serve as his idol or object of admiration, he could still rely on her. But Su Mo, it seemed, had grown fearful. After countless hopes dashed, expectations unmet, prayers unanswered, and humiliations endured, he could no longer turn back. Su Wanting's tears fell onto the paper. She wiped them away with her hand and sent a message to Su Xuehue. Xuehue, go find Shu Ying. I need to talk to her. Shu Ying. Su Xuehue seemed to still be hiding in her room. Shu Ying is a doctor. I want her to look at Su Mo's test report. I don't want to deal with family matters for now. Su Wanting said. All right, ill-informed Shu Ying, Su Xuehue replied. The fifth sister, Su Ying, was actually far more educated than the others. A prodigy since childhood, she was a top student and at a young age had already become a chief physician at a leading hospital. But Su Ying was extremely busy, rarely having time to return home. Sometimes even when she did come back, she would have to rush out for an emergency surgery in the middle of the night. Su Ying had once been the person Su Mo was most proud of, the sister he admired most. Many times patients in her hands had been brought back from the brink of death. There were many stories about Su Ying in the family, and compared to her and Su Xuehue, Su Mo actually admired Su Ying. Whenever Su Ying came home, she would be wearing her white coat. To Su Mo, she seemed like a figure from the clouds. When he heard that she could bring people back from the dead, his admiration was beyond measure. However, Su Ying was busy, so busy that she barely had time for him. Of course, being busy might have just been an excuse. Big sister, you're looking for me. Su Ying soon called her back. Fifth sister, didn't you come home today? Su Wanting asked. I had an emergency surgery today and couldn't make it back. What's wrong? Is something going on at home? It's about Su Mo. Su Wanting said, I have Su Mo's medical report here. Can you help me analyze it when you have time? He has some very serious problems. Su Ying was silent for a moment, then said, Su Mo's problems are indeed serious. He really? Really what? Su Wanting said. But I never expected him to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. That caught me completely off guard. Because of the top scorer title, Dad bought Juinja a Porsche 911. Do you think he'll still give it to Juinja? What do you think Dad will buy for Su Mo? This. Su Ying was stunned. I don't think he'll buy anything. Su Wanting said. They really want. Even now that Su Mo is already outstanding, having become the top scorer, they still won't buy anything. Shu Ying, before we could say Su Mo had too many problems and wasn't good enough, so they wouldn't buy anything. But now they can't use that excuse anymore. Su Ying was surprised. Sis, how come you seem particularly concerned about Su Mo all of a sudden? Hearing this, Su Wanting's heart instantly turned cold. Shu Ying, was I indifferent to him before? Who cares about him? Su Ying shrugged. But you're right, if Mom and Dad don't buy him anything, it is indeed a bit excessive. After all, he's a genuine top scorer. And now this situation. They won't buy anything. Su Wanting sniffled. They won't. Su Shuang sensed something off in Su Wanting's tone and was surprised. Sis, I think Su Mo brought this all on himself. He chose to leave home and be independent, so he can't really blame the family. Shuang, do you know? When Su Mo was at home, the family only gave him 500 yuan a month for living expenses. Sometimes when he was at home he couldn't eat at the table, was punished by standing in the corner locked in a room, not allowed to go out, and had to sneak downstairs to eat in the middle of the night. Su Wanting said another time he ate Manna's cake and Manny flew into a rage. I have a test report here, you can take a look. Our family is so rich, but it seems we never gave him a single thing. Su Shuang was stunned. Yesterday at the back gate of the 27th middle school he returned 300,000 yuan to mom and dad. Of that, 300,000,100,000 was for his living expenses over the past 4 years, and the other 200,000 was compensation for mom and dad raising him. From then on he cut ties completely. Su Wanting said Shuang, the Su family never gave him anything. Nothing at all. Not even money for food. Su Shuang fell silent. Come over, Su Wanting said. I'll wait for you. Su Shuang thought for a moment and said, sis, it's because Su Mo was too inferior. He's not inferior. He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam, the top scorer of Shanghai City. Su Wanting shouted, tears welling up. When will you change this mindset? I told you Su Mo is a top scorer. He's always been excellent. At the 27th middle school he was among the best students. He's no worse than anyone. No worse than you, no worse than me. Su Shuang, I'm telling you, Juinja is not the top scorer. Su Shuang was shocked by Su Wanting's agitation. Our family never had any hope for him. All of us sisters, you the third, the fourth, and Shuehui, we all tutored Juinja. We put all our family's effort into it. But what happened? What was the result? Juinja had tons of supplements, but what did Su Mo eat? Who tutored him? Su Wanting continued, I've been to the 27th middle school many times to ask. He's always been very hardworking, but no one cared, no one paid attention. We always thought he was terrible, that the 27th middle school was hopeless. We never bothered to ask, we just assumed. Shuang, you studied political science. Su Shuang was silent for a moment, then said nothing more. Come over. I'll wait for you, Su Wanting said. All right, I'll come over. But. Su Shuang thought for a moment and sighed. Sis, didn't you used to find Su Mo annoying? He once came to my hospital. Hearing this, Su Wanting's tears burst forth. Just come over first, she said, unwilling to discuss it. Su Shuang, noticing her tone, didn't dare to say more and quickly replied, all right. Su Wanting knew that she couldn't change Su Shuang's mindset in a short while. She felt a deep sense of guilt but didn't want to explain too much right now. She was the worst of all the sisters. If not for her, Su Mo wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Su Wanting waited in the office for a while until Su Shuang hurried in, still wearing her white coat. She probably had to go back to work soon. Sis, what's wrong with you and second sister? She just scolded me, Su Shuang said as she entered. Su Wanting didn't want to say much. Take a look at this report. It shows Su Mo's problems. He has severe malnutrition. Last time he fainted at the vegetable market. Su Shuang took the report and glanced at it, slightly surprised. Severe anemia. Underweight, partial loss of hematopoietic function. Su Wanting nodded. And there's more. Su Shuang quickly examined it carefully. Suddenly she noticed something, paused and moved to the window to look more closely. This is a blood test, heavy metals. Su Shuang was stunned. Exceeding the limit. Palladium. Su Wanting was also shocked. What did you say? It's only slight, not serious, but there's something off about this blood test. There are heavy metals, Su Shuang said, looking up at Su Wanting. Sis, with proper care it should be fine. Su Mo just has malnutrition. More blood-nourishing foods and proper rest should fix it. The heavy metal issue is also not severe. With good care it will gradually dilute. Su Wanting frowned. Let me see. She reached out and took the blood test report. Why does he have heavy metal levels exceeding the limit? Who knows? Probably from eating unhealthy things. Didn't you say he sneaks food? Maybe he ate some junk outside, Su Shuang said with a hint of schadenfreude. But it shouldn't be palladium. Palladium is a rare heavy metal. Su Wanting stared at Su Shuang. This? Su Shuang was taken aback. It's not that rare. We have plenty in our lab. Plus palladium is widely used in many electronic components. He probably ate something with it. Su Shuang said. He had nothing to eat at home and was hungry, could he only eat that? Su Wanting said. That could be the case. Su Shuang said. Do you think it's possible? Su Wanting stared at her intently. Well. Su Shuang was stunned into silence. Su Wanting looked at her for a moment then scrutinized the lab report meticulously. Suddenly she said, there's another report from 2 months ago. Where? In my room. Come back with me. Su Wanting said immediately. Oh. But big sis, I still need to return to the hospital. Su Shuang didn't want to waste time on this matter. Su Wanting stared at her, come home with me first. Su Shuang was taken aback, sis, anything is possible with Su Mo. He's so unhealthy, it's perfectly normal for him to have excessive heavy metals. Besides, his levels aren't alarmingly high, with some follow-up care they can be diluted. It won't affect his health. Hearing this, Su Wanting felt a chill in her heart and said coldly, I need to understand why this happened, not be told it's normal. Su Shuang, let me tell you, no matter what, he is still our own brother. Seeing her anger, Su Shuang quickly said, but I still have things to do. When do I have the time? Then he'll come find you at the hospital later. Su Wanting said. Alright. He'll head back to the hospital first, you can come over later, sis. Su Shuang said, truly not wanting to waste too much time on this. Su Wanting felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Without another word, she immediately went home to retrieve the other medical record. Without hesitation, she quickly arrived at Su Shuang's hospital and handed it to her. Su Shuang took the record, glanced at it and pursed her lips. This one is a bit heavier but still mild. With careful care, it'll be fine. Su Mo hasn't been home this month, he's probably already been treated. It started 2 months ago. Su Wanting said. It seems to be from 2 months ago. I don't know what he ate to get palladium poisoning. The toxicity of that stuff is quite terrifying. But mild cases are manageable. Su Shuang explained nonchalantly. Su Wanting held the 2 reports, compared them and fell silent. Sis, I need to get to work. Su Shuang said. Shuang, I know what you're thinking, but tell me, did he ingest this himself? I just looked up what palladium is. Are you telling me he ate it on his own? Su Wanting stared at Su Shuang, her words almost spat out in fury. Su Shuang frowned. If he didn't eat it, how else would he get palladium poisoning? This type of poisoning is extremely rare, it usually doesn't happen unless ingested. I even studied this element before and took some palladium powder home. Suddenly Su Shuang stopped, unable to continue. What's wrong? Su Wanting stared at her. Su Shuang seemed to recall something. Her expression shifted slightly as she quickly picked up the 2 reports to compare them. On the first report, the heavy metal levels were quite pronounced, with palladium toxicity clearly exceeding safe limits. On the second, the levels had dropped significantly, showing only a slight excess. Su Shuang furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave. What's the matter with you? Su Wanting asked, seeing her silence. After a moment of thought, Su Shuang sighed. I remember bringing some palladium powder home for research around mid-last year. It was black, stored in a small glass bottle, and there was very little left. Su Wanting's body trembled. But that powder was so scarce it could barely cause poisoning. Later, when third sister came to visit and found it interesting, I gave it to her. Su Shuang recalled. You gave it to her? Su Wanting could barely contain herself. Su Shuang nodded. I think third sister might have misplaced it and Su Mo found it and accidentally ingested it. But it's fine, his poisoning is mild and can be treated with some care. Su Wanting said nothing, her breath quickening as she stared at the reports in her hands. During this time, Su Mo's transformation had been so drastic that everyone was caught off guard. His departure from home was decisive and resolute, even fierce, a complete reversal from before. He had even cursed them, wishing for their early deaths. Including her, many found it hard to accept this change, leaving even Xie Bingyan and the others unable to react. But now, could this change have a reason? If he had accidentally ingested the palladium, would he ingest it again? Or was it not an accident but someone secretly feeding it to him? At this thought, Su Wanting's entire body went cold. Regardless of the cause, the palladium poisoning was a concrete reality. Shuang, what was Su Mo like at home before? Su Wanting asked. Su Mo at home? Su Shuang was taken aback, then laughed. Sis, why are you asking that? Don't you already know? I want to hear you say it. Su Wanting frowned. Su Mo at home before? Su Shuang thought for a moment and said he was very timid. Very cowardly and also very restrained. He seemed a bit uptight, but sometimes he was clingy, very clingy. You don't know, sis, but I caught him coming to my hospital many times. Didn't you say he also came to your company to bother you? I caught him once before, but he got away. Su Wanting nodded, and now? Su Shuang was stunned into silence. How do you feel now? Honestly, I never imagined he could become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. That was beyond expectations, but the things he said to the media were too vicious. Su Shuang said. It's normal for dad and mom to be angry. Anyone hearing those words would find them vile. I don't understand why he said that. What if? Su Wanting sniffled. What if this palladium poisoning wasn't self-inflicted but someone secretly gave it to him? What do you think? Su Shuang was startled, shocked. Sis, how can you think that? Who would make him eat this? Just tell me, is it possible? Where did that bottle of palladium go? Su Wanting stared at her, nearly shouting. Su Shuang was stunned, her eyes wide. This. It's impossible. Who would make him eat that? It could kill someone. If taken in large amounts, it's fatal. Fatal. Su Wanting stared at her. Of course it's fatal. And the death would be extremely painful. This heavy metal is highly toxic. Su Shuang said hurriedly, her expression panicked. If someone poisoned Su Mo. If someone poisoned him, then someone wants him dead. Su Wanting voiced her unspoken thought. Su Shuang was stunned. Who would poison him? Why would they? I don't believe it. I think he ate it himself. Su Shuang said. Su Wanting fell silent. For a moment she couldn't accept it either. The idea of someone poisoning Su Mo, trying to kill him, was too horrifying. Horrifying enough to send chills down one's spine. Su Mo had endured so much in the Su family: no food, no clothes, framed, punished, ostracized, and now possibly poisoned to death. It was too dark, too terrifying. How could human hearts be so cruel? Even Su Wanting found this unbearable. Did Su Mo know about this? Did he know he had palladium poisoning? Su Wanting wasn't sure. Manny took the palladium. If someone poisoned Su Mo, then Manny is the prime suspect. But others are possible too, including fourth sister Su Pundi, mom Xie Bingyan, and dad Su Deming. Su Wanting didn't say the last name, finding it unlikely. After all, Su Mo was fine at home. There was no reason to poison him. Perhaps he had just accidentally ingested it. Sis, don't overthink it. It must have been an accident. Who would poison him? Su Shuang comforted her. Besides, Su Mo is fine. The heavy metals in his blood have decreased. He just needs some follow-up care. You're also a suspect. Su Wanting turned to stare at her. Su Shuang was startled. Sis, don't say that. I may not like him, but I'd never go that far. If you're going to accuse me, you might as well blame third sister. She hates Su Mo even more. Su Wanting knew that Su Manny hated Su Mo the most, so she seemed the most suspicious. But before confirming if it was poisoning, she needed to determine if Su Mo had ingested it himself. If it was an accident, it wasn't a big deal. But if it wasn't, and someone had indeed poisoned him, trying to kill him, that would be. Su Wanting felt her entire body go cold, as if her blood had frozen. The darkness and horror of human nature were too much for her to bear. With that thought, Su Wanting picked up the medical records and turned to leave. Xuehui, come with me. We need to see Su Mo and confirm a few things. She called Su Xuehui. Su Mo remained unaware of his palladium poisoning, as such medical reports could typically only be analyzed by professional physicians. To others, they would mostly indicate anemia and malnutrition. Su Wanting felt compelled to warn him. But if someone had deliberately administered it to him, she dared not contemplate such a grim possibility. Su Xuehui soon arrived. She had been weeping moments ago, too ashamed to face Su Mo, burdened by guilt. Su Wanting could somewhat understand her turmoil. Yet Su Wanting decided not to bring Su Shuang along, as she too remained a suspect. Let's go. Well, ask Su Mo if he knows. Su Wanting declared. All right. Su Xuehui nodded, her mind unwilling to entertain darker thoughts. The two soon drove to Su Mo's residence. He had been busy learning to drive lately, and Su Wanting had already obtained his address through the police. In truth, Su Mo had been quite occupied these past 2 days. The bike-sharing venture had taken off, with deposits swelling to 500 people. That morning a truckload of 5,000 bicycles arrived. Su Mo, along with Tang Lei and the others, stored and inspected them, preparing for subsequent deployment. Initial promotion posed little challenge, but with increasing numbers they feared trouble from city inspectors. They needed to coordinate with the authorities. For now it was manageable, and they could seek angel investment later. Su Mo did not pin all his hopes on the bike-sharing scheme. Greater ambitions simmered within him. This was merely the starting point. His plan was to secure funds, swiftly secure financing, sell the venture, and reinvest the proceeds into other industries. That was his strategy. But before unfolding these plans, he needed to obtain his driver's license. He tidied his room, opened the door to leave, and suddenly noticed two figures approaching. Suemo paused, glanced back, then reopened the door to find the two women already at his doorstep. I should have checked the almanac before stepping out today. Suemo muttered, indifferent to their purpose. He turned to lock the door. Suemo. Su Wanting called out. Suemo, how are you? Su Shuehue asked, her eyes reddened. What nonsense. Such bad luck. Suemo locked the door and prepared to leave, but Su Wanting hurriedly blocked his path. Suemo, wait. Well, leave after we say a few words. Suemo wanted nothing to do with them. These people were utterly repulsive. He had resolved not to engage with them, yet they persisted in bothering him. Had he not cursed them harshly enough last time? For now he could only hurl insults, lacking the power to retaliate. But if they truly provoked him, a bloody confrontation was not out of the question. Get lost. Suemo said coldly. Suemo, you're not well, you know. Your health needs care. Your sister is very worried about you. Just talk to her for a moment. Su Wanting pleaded. Are you two ever going to stop? Do you think the world revolves around you? What nonsense is this? Get lost. Suemo shouted. Suemo, your sister came to see you. I've wronged you all these years. Just talk to me for a bit and I'll leave right away, okay? Su Wanting said, her eyes reddening. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way before. Just let me say a few words, alright? Suemo laughed bitterly. Su Wanting, who are you crying for? Haven't I exposed your true face enough times? Are you not tired of this charade? You're so disgusting. Suemo, I truly am sorry. Su Wanting's eyes glistened with tears. Seeing Suemo about to leave, she quickly produced a medical report. Suemo, you're unwell, anemic and hypoglycemic. I'm really worried. Sumo's expression darkened. You investigated me. No, I'm just very concerned about your health. Please just talk to me for a moment, okay? Su Wanting begged. Su Shuehue also spoke up. Suemo, I too was ashamed of you in the past. I apologize. My past actions were unforgivable. Suemo sneered, that line is getting old. I've heard it before. It's not even original anymore. You dare to come back bold as ever, knowing I can't do anything to you, right? Suemo, and also your blood has heavy metal poisoning, palladium levels are too high. You might be suffering from palladium poisoning. Su Wanting quickly added. Oh. Suemo glanced at her. Su Wanting hurriedly said, look, this is your blood test report. The palladium level is abnormal. Did you eat something that caused this? Did you ingest it yourself? Suemo fell silent, examining the report. He wondered how she had obtained it. The Su family indeed possessed some influence. Suemo, did you eat random things because you had no food? Do you realize you've been poisoned? Su Shuehue also chimed in, palladium poisoning is terrifying. Once it deepens, life becomes unbearable. What did you eat? Suemo hadn't expected them to discover this. It caught him off guard. He felt no warmth toward these two sisters. Though they had once seemed like celestial maidens, lofty and untouchable, and he had idolized them fervently. But after dying once, he understood their true nature. In his past life, his demise was largely their doing. He turned and walked away without another word. Suemo. Su Wanting cried out, startled, and grabbed his hand. Let go. Suemo roared, yanking his hand away. Suemo, please listen to me. I'm so worried about you. Don't leave just yet. I'll be gone after I finish, okay? Su Wanting sobbed. What do you want to say? How much more do you want to disgust me? Suemo fumed. Su Wanting, isn't this enough for you? Do you really want to play this game? Su Wanting quickly said, I'm not trying to stop you. I just want to understand what's going on. Suemo, I've shown this report to your fifth sister. Everyone is worried now. Worried? Suemo suddenly laughed, his eyes cold and narrowed. What are you worried about? Su Wanting, stop pretending. It's nauseating. Others may not know your true face, but I do. And Su Shuehue, why do you keep coming to me? Su Wanting was taken aback. No, that's not it, Suemo. I just wanted to tell you that you've been poisoned, do you understand? I know I've been poisoned, Su Wanting. How disgusting can you be? Do you think I wouldn't know? Do I need you to remind me? Suemo glared at her. Su Wanting froze, her eyes widening slightly. And Su Shuehue, I warn you both, stay away from me. I want nothing to do with you ever again. Suemo shot a fierce look at Su Shuehue. Suemo, you knew you were poisoned. Su Wanting stared at him in shock. You look surprised. Curious how I found out, aren't you? Suemo sneered. Su Wanting, you're so hypocritical. No, Suemo, that's not what we meant. We just want to know what happened. Tell me, what did you eat? Su Wanting pressed as he tried to leave. Wasn't it you, idol? Didn't you poison me? And you ask me what I ate? Suemo roared angrily. Su Wanting was stunned. How could I have poisoned you? That's impossible. And Su Shuehui. You wanted to kill me too. Suemo glared at her, disgusted by her tears, and turned to leave. Su Wanting hurried after him. Suemo, how could I want to poison you? This must be a misunderstanding. I didn't either, Suemo. What's going on? Su Shuehui sobbed. Move. Suemo said impatiently. Suemo, please explain what happened. I couldn't have poisoned you. Su Wanting begged. Suemo laughed. Su Wanting, you're truly repulsive. You couldn't have poisoned me. You couldn't have wanted me dead. Do I need to expose your true face? Impossible. Su Wanting's eyes widened. 4 months ago you brought a carton of milk home from the company and left it at the bottom of the fridge until it expired. Suemo stared at her, then at Su Shuehui. Then this dear second sister took it out, saw it was expired, and cheerfully said, this milk is expired. No one else wants it. Suemo, you can drink it. What a kind second sister. She gave me expired milk with a bright smile, knowing I had nothing to eat. Back then I was overjoyed, thinking she truly cared for me. I still remember her smug expression. What a merciful, wonderful second sister. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui trembled violently. You haven't forgotten, have you? Have you? You ask who poisoned me. I'll tell you, it was you. You wanted me dead. Are you satisfied now? Got the answer you wanted. Su Wanting and Su Zuhui's faces instantly turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. After speaking, Suemo didn't even glance at them before turning and walking away. He still had things to do. He had already signed up for the second driving test and needed to practice. It would likely take a few days before he could take the exam. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to get his driver's license within half a month. The sharing project had begun to take off. As one of its founders, once it gained momentum, it would create a massive scale effect and cause a huge stir in society. Thus Suemo was highly confident in securing financing. He planned to complete at least 3 rounds of funding, and once they reached a certain scale, the entire company could be sold off. How much money his team would ultimately get depended on their own abilities. Suemo was full of confidence, determined to make the sharing concept a success. As for Su Wanting and Su Shuehui, he couldn't be bothered with them. Though they now wept as if heartbroken, Suemo knew that if he turned back he would be devoured without a trace. In the Su family, not all problems were caused by Su Juanja. In fact, the bigger issues stemmed from Xia Bingyan and his older sisters. Su Juanja was merely one of the catalysts. In his previous life, his sisters and Xia Bingyan bore at least half the responsibility for his poisoning. If not for their negligence, Su Juanja would never have dared to poison him. Especially Xia Bingyan and the third sister Su Mani, they bore the most blame. Now pretending to be innocent and wronged was meaningless. Suemo had long seen through their true faces and showed no mercy. And Suemo wasn't wrong. The milk had indeed been brought home by Su Wanting, and it was Su Shuehui who had told him to drink it. As for the poison inside, Suemo couldn't gather evidence, so how could they? Su Juanja had avoided all surveillance cameras. The power had been cut off at home, and his actions were meticulous and cautious. He would never leave any clues. So Su Wanting's interrogation was pointless. Moreover, even if this matter erupted within the Su family, Suemo didn't believe Xia Bingyan and Su Deming would side with him. That was the most chilling part. Even if it came to light, as long as Suemo was still healthy and hadn't fallen gravely ill, the incident would likely be suppressed by Xia Bingyan, who would forbid anyone from speaking of it. Thus Su Wanting and Su Zuhui's investigation was nothing but a joke. In the past, Suemo might have placed his hopes in them, but now he only felt despair. The best course was to stay far away from them and focus on building his own career. He was already weary of dealing with the Su family. Suemo quickly left the house to meet Tang Lei and the others at the company, then headed to the driving school together. The company was progressing well, and the 4 of them were quite excited. The number of users was steadily increasing, already surpassing 500. With continued promotion, the user base would grow even larger. Suemo was already negotiating with Phoenix Bikes for the 4th and 5th batches of bicycles, 50,000 and 100,000 units respectively. Once these bikes arrived, they could spread like wildfire. Suemo were about to make money. Yes. We're going to make money. Watching Tang Lei and the others brim with excitement, Suemo smiled, casting aside all unpleasantness. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui didn't know how they got back to the car. They were dazed, dejected, and utterly incredulous. Sitting in their seats, they recalled the events. A few months ago, Sue Wanting had indeed brought home a carton of milk, a gift from a client. Unable to finish it, she had stored it in the fridge. As for Su Zuhui's involvement, she wasn't entirely sure. Su Wanting turned to look at her and saw that her face was drained of color, her body trembling. Su Mo's words had clearly pierced her heart. My second sister teaches music at Shanghai University. What an impressive second sister. Su Xuehui hugged her knees, curling up in the chair. It was indeed she who had told Su Mo to drink the expired milk. She had cheerfully urged him to do so, wearing a smug, gloating expression. Su Wanting, reading her expression, had already guessed the truth. She had no energy to speak anymore. After resting for a while, she decided to head home first. Su Wanting hadn't expected that her investigation would lead back to herself. After resting and composing herself, Su Wanting started the car. Big sister, you're back. Seeing her car pull into the parking spot, Su Manny suddenly approached to greet her. Su Wanting nodded and walked toward the living room where Xie Bingyan, Su Juanja, and others were watching TV and chatting, looking completely at ease. In front of them were various tea, snacks, treats, and the latest phones and toys. These were likely gifts from Xie Bingyan to celebrate Su Juncha's success in the college entrance exam. The Apple phones in particular were the newest models, available in 3 colors. Xie Bingyan's favoritism toward this adopted son was ingrained in her very bones. Even her own daughters had never received such affection. Now Su Wanting felt only a deep chill. Xie Bingyan, do you know your own son is being poisoned to death? He's about to be killed. Xie Bingyan and Su Deming were probably completely unaware of Su Mo's poisoning. If she hadn't asked Su Shuang to check the medical records, she wouldn't have known either. It seemed that throughout the entire family, only Su Mo was fully aware that he had been poisoned. Su Wanting suddenly understood the source of his despair. He had been drowning in it all along. Xuehui, I need to find out who actually administered the poison. From what we know now, Manny is the most suspicious. After greeting Xie Bingyan, Su Wanting led Su Xuehui back to her room. Su Xuehui, her eyes red, murmured, Su Mo said it was us. Maybe it was us, but also not us. That milk wasn't poisoned. Even if it was expired, it wouldn't have been toxic. That was just Su Mo's angry words. Su Wanting quickly composed herself. Of course, by making him drink expired milk, you do bear some responsibility. Hearing this, Su Xuehui became even more distressed, feeling a heavy sense of guilt. Manny hates Su Mo the most. She's tried to drive him out of the house many times. She even hid his phone to prevent him from contacting the family. That night, Su Mo was stranded at a scenic spot and had to walk over 10 kilometers on the highway in the dark. Su Wanting's heart ached at the memory. And man has done far more than just that. There are countless other things. Su Xuehui sniffled. And the fourth sister, Su Pundi, is much the same. The incident with apologizing to the dog wasn't the only one. I remember Su Mo was once bitten by a dog and she was furious too. She's also highly suspect. Su Xuehui only felt more sorrow, unable to forgive herself. Su Wanting continued her analysis. Mom Xie Bingyan and Dad Su Deming are also under suspicion. Especially Mom. She's punished Su Mo many times with confinement, standing in corners, or beatings with a ruler. Though it's said that a tiger won't eat its own cub, Mom's reactions have been very abnormal. Su Xuehui glanced at her and said, back then when Su Mo was lost, Mom almost went mad. It wasn't until Juinja was brought home that she recovered. Oh. Su Wanting was taken aback. But Mom liked Juinja the moment she saw him and returned to normal. Over the years, she's doted on him far more than on any of us. I think Mom's behavior is very strange. Su Mo is her biological son after all. It's us. Su Mo said we wanted to poison him. Su Xuehui suddenly burst into tears. Wu Wu, the second sister he admired so much, tried to poison him. Seeing this, Su Wanting felt a chill run through her entire body. Su Mo probably thought they intended to poison him, which was why he treated them with such coldness and hostility. Regardless, if Su Mo were to fall ill from drinking the milk she brought home, Su Wanting would also be implicated. At this thought, Su Wanting felt utterly despairing. She had once been the elder sister Su Mo admired most, the one he had looked up to countless times as the finest person in the world. Yet this very sister had attempted to poison him. Su Mo must have found it unbearable. No wonder he had been cursing them both all along. Regardless of what Su Wanting and the others thought, Su Mo was in excellent spirits. Getting a driver's license was easy. After just a few lessons, he had nearly mastered it, and the second stage of the exam was quite simple. After finishing his driving lessons, Su Mo went with Tang Lei and the others to the East City Orphanage to deliver some food supplies. Today, a group of people had arrived at the East City Orphanage, seemingly doctors from some institution who were providing free medical checkups for the children. When Su Mo and his 4 companions brought the supplies to the orphanage, the place was bustling with activity. Su Mo looked up and noticed a rather attractive female doctor playing with several children. Suemo handed the purchased items over to Director Zhao of the orphanage before leading his group back. 5,000 bicycles had already arrived and the promotion would continue tomorrow morning. Additionally, the 4th and 5th batches of bicycles were already on their way. Suemo and Tang Lei took advantage of their free time to retrieve scattered shared bicycles to prevent them from being lost. Over the past few days, a few bicycles had indeed gone missing, with some people taking them home. However, it was not a major issue. The loss rate was low. Suemo's operations were proceeding smoothly. Before dusk fell, Suemo and his 3 companions had the driver take them to search for scattered bicycles. The bicycles were placed in rather remote locations, making them difficult to find. In the future, he planned to hire some people specifically to collect and organize these bikes. The 4 of them searched over a dozen locations and retrieved more than 20 bicycles. Since the locations were numerous, they temporarily split up. Suemo went alone to the vicinity of a hospital to search for a few bikes. Robbery! Help! Just as he had gathered a few bicycles, urgent shouts rang out behind him. Suemo looked up and saw a man and a woman running toward him. It seemed a man had snatched a woman's bag. The man was faster and had already reached the spot, with the woman chasing behind. As the man was about to rush forward, Suemo acted swiftly. He nudged the bicycle in his hand slightly. The man failed to dodge, collided with the bike and fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! The man cursed in fury and scrambled to his feet. But Suemo had already swung the bicycle at him. The man, afraid to face it, dodged hastily and crashed into a nearby tree. Damn! The man cried out in panic, dropped the bag on the ground and fled. Suemo, noticing the knife in his hand, did not pursue him but quietly retrieved his bicycle. Thank you so much. The woman ran over, witnessing the scene, and said with deep gratitude. It's nothing. You're welcome. Suemo reached out to lift another bicycle. You're the one who donated to the East City orphanage, the woman said, surprised. Suemo glanced at her and was momentarily taken aback. This woman was the doctor who had been at the East City orphanage at noon, presumably providing free medical care for the children. Suemo and his companions had encountered them during their visit. However, they did not know each other and had not spoken. After dropping off the supplies, Suemo exchanged a few words with the director and soon left. He hadn't expected to meet her here. You're the doctor who provided free consultations there, right? We saw you. Thank you for treating those orphans. Suemo said. The female doctor laughed at this. It really is you. I thought you looked familiar. Are you an orphan from the orphanage? Ah. I think I've seen you on TV. I did stay at the orphanage, Suemo said without further explanation. You're the top scorer, aren't you? The top scorer in the college entrance exam for Shanghai City. The doctor seemed to recall realization dawning on her. Director Zhao told us the East City orphanage produced the top scorer. They've been promoting it lately. What's there to promote? Suemo said calmly. Of course it's worth promoting. We heard about it, which is why we went to the East City orphanage for the free clinic. Thank you for retrieving my bag, the doctor said with a grateful smile. Seeing her politeness, Suemo smiled slightly. I should thank you too. The children at the orphanage are like younger siblings to me. You're welcome. The doctor seemed cheerful. By the way, what are you doing? Why are you moving these bicycles? It's a project we started to earn some money, Suemo shrugged and explained. Oh. The doctor named Jiang Pingding seemed curious about him upon learning he was the top scorer, so they chatted for a while before she left. There wasn't much to talk about, just the bicycles, the orphanage and the exam results. They weren't familiar with each other, so they didn't discuss much. Suemo didn't mind. He quickly gathered the bicycles, loaded them onto the small truck and transported them back. Early the next morning he went out with Tang Lei and the others to distribute the bicycles. This time more needed to be placed, adding over 30 new locations. Some spots near hospitals, schools and markets required bicycles. As they worked, the concept of shared bicycles gained wider acceptance and discussion. Advocating green travel. A gift to the earth. Pick up and use anytime, anywhere. Making cycling easier. Open, shared, green, safe. Low carbon travel, easing urban congestion, making cities better. Suemo had already launched these slogans and flyers were still being distributed in greater numbers. With 5,000 bikes this time, the coverage was wider, creating a more significant scale effect. On the very first day of deployment, Sumo's user count surged to over 800, a growth rate that was immensely gratifying. Seeing this number, Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei and the others were thrilled, working even harder and with more passion. Green travel, low carbon travel. Pick up and use anytime, anywhere, open, sharing, green and safe. What's this? What's this? Over the past few days, Suemo had been distributing and collecting bicycles near the hospital. He didn't know where Jiang Pingting kept appearing from, but he had run into her several more times. As the saying goes, first time strangers, second time acquaintances. Jiang Pingting seemed interested in the shared bicycles and came over to ask. Suemo smiled. This is the concept we're promoting. It aims to solve urban traffic congestion, promote green travel and encourage sharing. Jiang Pingting was somewhat moved. Sharing. Exactly. Sharing. These bikes are called shared bikes. You can use them by paying a deposit. Suemo explained with a smile. These streets now have our bikes. We want to address pollution and traffic congestion. Jiang Pingting listened, felt a surge of respect and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Aren't you afraid these bikes on the streets will be stolen? She asked. A bit worried, but it's fine. People aren't that malicious, not many will steal. Even if we lose a few or a dozen, it's not a big deal. Suemo explained. Jiang Pingting felt even more respectful upon hearing this. You're still a high school graduate, right? How did you come up with this? Suemo laughed. I think the concept of sharing is great. If everyone shared what they had, the world would surely become a better place. It doesn't matter who I am, I just want to promote this idea. This statement earned Jiang Pingting's admiration. She smiled. Are all these bikes yours? Do you have your own company? Yes, they're all mine. Suemo nodded with a smile. Our company has 7 or 8 people and is still hiring. In the future we plan to cover the entire Shanghai city with bikes, making the concept of sharing more deeply rooted. Jiang Pingting was stunned, staring at his bikes for a long time, her expression complex. However, she didn't say much and soon returned to work. The hospital where she worked was nearby. Suemo had been there a few times and was quite familiar with the area. Suemo ignored her and continued placing his bikes. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With 5,000 bikes deployed, the user base of the little yellow bikes experienced an explosion. In just one day, the number of users paying deposits increased by over 500. This number greatly energized the 4 of them. We can promote it now. Keep adding more. Yes, yes. Keep adding more. Everyone said excitedly, awaiting the arrival of the third batch of 10,000 bikes. This batch didn't keep them waiting long. Just 4 days later, the bikes were delivered. This time Suemo hired 3 more people to help distribute and collect the bikes. Due to the larger quantity and increased workload, Sumo had to handle many tasks personally. Especially near the hospital where foot traffic was heavy and scattered bikes were numerous. Suemo was responsible for that area, so he had to go there to collect them. Today, while gathering a few bikes, a voice called out from behind Suemo, "What are you doing?" Suemo turned around and frowned. Tisk, why did I run into this nuisance? Bad luck. He looked disgusted, picked up a bike and turned to leave. The woman was stunned, then erupted in anger. Suemo, stop right there. Who else could it be but Su Shuang? The hospital where she worked was also nearby. Suemo naturally ignored her, loaded the bike onto the small truck and had the driver leave. Suemo, seeing that Suemo was ignoring her, Su Shuang stamped her foot in fury. Su Shuang had already discovered Suemo lurking around this area for the 4th time. On the previous occasion she had held herself back from confronting him, but this time she could no longer contain herself. As before, he had once again secretly come to the hospital where she worked, filling Su Shuang with nothing but disgust and irritation. Many times in the past, Sumo had stealthily visited her workplace, seemingly to observe her at work. Once he nearly got spotted by her almost boyfriend, causing some misunderstandings. Su Shuang had tried to catch him, but he always managed to escape. She had previously reported this to their mother Xiebingyan and their eldest sister, who warned Suemo to stay away. Yet to her dismay, he had come again. Was he short on money and looking to ask her for some? He had been away from home for over 2 months and Su Shuang knew he couldn't hold out much longer. His eldest and second sisters wouldn't give him any money, and their mother Xiebingyan was even less likely to. He must have racked his brain and decided to only dare come to her for cash. Watching Su Missouri drive away in a small truck, a sneer curled on Su Shuang's lips. Didn't he claim to be doing so well out there? Didn't he sever ties and sign some disownment paper? Now he's slinking back to the hospital to beg for money. Though Su Shuang had never been kind to Suemo, she couldn't help but feel a schadenfreude at this thought. The whole family was now watching his downfall. They were all waiting to see when he would slink back home in disgrace. His third and fourth sisters, along with their mother, were anticipating it. Just yesterday they had discussed in the group chat how much longer he could last outside. Now Su Shuang felt a sense of vindication. If I catch you, you're dead. How dare you come to my hospital again and disrupt my work? If I catch you, we'll beat you up. Seeing Suemo leave, Su Shuang gritted her teeth in fury and could only turn back inside. Suemo of course paid no heed to Su Shuang. He knew her hospital was nearby but didn't care. The area had heavy foot traffic, making it an ideal spot for parking bicycles, and he wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for what Su Shuang thought, he couldn't care less. Over the next few days he continued to park, collect and transport bicycles in the vicinity. He could have delegated the work to others, but his health was poor and needed exercise and recuperation. So with the intention of getting some physical activity, he handled everything himself. After several consecutive busy days, he felt his physique had strengthened significantly. He ate more, began to build muscle, and even grew a few centimeters taller. During these days he and Tang Lei and the others had been nourishing themselves. They had just turned 18 and were still in their growing years. With proper care they could continue to grow taller. Due to the scorching weather he often stripped off his shirt while loading and unloading bicycles. During this time he encountered Jiang Pingting twice. Once on her way to work she suddenly saw Sumo bare-chested parking bicycles by the roadside and came over to ask a few questions. She seemed intrigued by the novelty of shared bicycles and made some inquiries. Sumo couldn't say much, only sharing his vision. The second time was when she was off work and Sumo happened to be collecting the bicycles. They met again. That time Sumo was also shirtless, exhausted, and sitting on a bicycle to rest, drenched in sweat. Jiang Pingting approached with a bottle of cola. "You top scholar are having a pretty tough time. Isn't it tiring moving these back and forth?" she asked with a curious smile. "With money to earn, what's there to be tired about?" "Not at all. Besides, I'm exercising." Sumo waved off the cola, declining her kindness, and took a gulp from his own flask of tea. "Don't you have parents or family?" Jiang Pingting hesitated before asking. "No. They're all dead," Sumo replied. "So you're earning a living?" Hearing this, Jiang Pingting seemed a bit sympathetic. Seeing him sweaty and out of breath after days of hard work, and knowing he was a top scholar and an orphan, it was hard not to feel for him. Sumo nodded. "If I don't earn, I don't eat." "But when you became the top scholar, didn't people give you things? A car, a house and a scholarship? I heard someone gifted you those," Jiang Pingting said. Sumo glanced at her and smiled. "He who receives gifts has a loose tongue and a short hand." "You didn't take them?" Jiang Pingting was surprised. "Didn't I just say? He who receives gifts has a loose tongue and a short hand. I'm not without the strength to work, why would I need those things?" Sumo shook his head and added, "Are you off work? Want to ride one of my bikes? Just a deposit of 298 yuan and you can take it, fully refundable anytime." Jiang Pingting looked at the bicycle scattered around, a complex expression on her delicate face. "I don't feel like riding right now. I'd rather walk." "Well, no worries then. I've got work to do. Make yourself at home." With that, Sumo continued his tasks. Jiang Pingting watched for a while before turning and leaving. He also encountered Su Shuang twice. Su Shuang, presumably having caught him lurking nearby, again stormed out of her hospital in a rage, ready to confront him. But Sumo knew exactly what she was about and ignored her completely, turning away. This infuriated Su Shuang, nearly causing her to explode on the spot. The second time she finally caught him. Seeing Sumo moving bicycles nearby, she flew into a rage and charged over. Sumo gave her a cold glance and loaded a bike onto the small truck. "Sumo!" Su Shuang gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had caught him multiple times now. What a nuisance. Damn nuisance. Sumo was busy and still had no intention of talking to her. "Sumo, what did you say? Why do you keep coming to my hospital? I'm telling you, if you dare stalk me, I'll make you pay." Su Shuang cursed. "Who do you think you are? Stalk you?" Sumo scoffed. "Sumo, are you playing deaf and dumb with me? What's your purpose in coming to my hospital? I'm telling you, don't even think about getting money from me. Starve to death out there." Su Shuang cursed. "Crazy woman. A damn nuisance wherever she shows up. Tang Lei, let's go." Sumo couldn't be bothered with her. "Sumo, how dare you insult me?" This enraged Su Shuang even more. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going? Explain yourself before you go. Why do you sneak into my hospital? Weren't you the one who wanted to sever ties? Weren't you the one who wished us dead? Now you're slinking back to find me. Who came to find you? What are you worth that I'd bother coming for you?" Sumo didn't hold back and certainly wouldn't indulge her. "If you weren't coming for me, why would you be at my hospital?" Su Shuang glared. "Tang Lei, let's go. This crazy woman has lost her mind. Whenever I see her, I have bad luck for days." Sumo had no desire to engage and turned to leave. "Sumo, dare you leave?" Su Shuang threatened through clenched teeth. But Suemo paid her no mind, got into the truck with Tang Lei and drove off to another location to park bicycles. Seeing this, Su Shuang stomped her foot in fury. With no other recourse, she stormed back to the hospital. Shuang, do you know that high schooler? Back in the office, a female doctor asked her. Who else could it be but Jiang Pingting? She must have been sitting by the window and seen Su Shuang talking to Suemo downstairs. Su Shuang naturally knew Jiang Pingting, a fellow doctor at the hospital. At this question, her face darkened. No. Jiang Pingting smiled in surprise. I thought you knew him. That high schooler is impressive. I heard he's a top scholar in the college entrance exams and an orphan. Su Shuang glanced at her but said nothing. Kids these days are really something much more capable than we were at their age. What were we doing when we graduated high school? Playing, traveling. But he's already out starting a business and earning money. Jiang Pingting said admiringly. And he talks about promoting a sharing concept. It's truly astounding. Shared. Su Shuang's face darkened. Exactly. It's said to promote sharing and common use, placing bikes on the streets for anyone to use just by paying a deposit. Jiang Pingting laughed. They even claim it's green, safe, low-carbon travel, reducing urban traffic congestion and pollution. These high school students have such advanced ideas. Su Shuang fell silent, recalling the bike Suemo had placed, frowning with a grave expression. Pingting, are you talking about that top scholar? He's been busy on these streets recently, said another older female doctor. And Song, you know about it too. Jiang Pingting was surprised. I do. There's a bunch of yellow bikes on the road now. I saw them arranging them on my way to work all over these streets. Their slogan is quite loud, saying pick up and use anytime, anywhere. And Song chuckled. Exactly. That's why they call it sharing. It's about sharing what you own with others. These high schoolers are remarkable, said Jiang Pingting. Su Shuang sneered, isn't this just wasting money? If he leaves his bikes on the streets, won't people just take them? About that I asked too. Maybe that's the genius of it. He said it doesn't matter if a few dozen are stolen, he's prepared for that. Go out and see how many bikes he's deployed. These streets are all covered. Jiang Pingting explained. And also they say his parents are gone and he grew up in an orphanage in the east of the city. He became the top scholar and people offered him houses and money, but he refused everything. These high schoolers' ideas are far ahead of ours. Aunt Song added with a smile, his vision is certainly broad. Those bikes look so nice, I've seen people secretly ride them home. That's why we say he's impressive. He doesn't care if they're stolen. So young yet such a grand vision, truly astonishing. Jiang Pingting was full of admiration. Su Shuang hadn't expected such praise for Suemo, which caught her off guard. After a moment she said coldly, if a few are stolen, hell be broke. And that deposit, isn't it illegal fundraising? Jiang Pingting paused, then laughed, I don't think it's illegal fundraising. After all, the bikes are quite expensive, 300 yuan each, which is normal. Besides, they say you can get your deposit back anytime. On the phone. Exactly. You can get it back on your phone. To ride, just scan the code. I've downloaded their app and it works well. Jiang Pingting smiled. Poof. What's so advanced about this? Isn't it just waste? If all his bikes get stolen, he'll lose everything. Su Shuang glanced and snorted. I wouldn't know. Maybe he has the skill. When we were in high school, did we ever think of such advanced ideas? Even if he fails, this high schooler will be remarkable in the future. Jiang Pingting's face was full of admiration. Su Shuang fell silent, still looking displeased. Suemo was engaging in such wasteful behavior. Where did he get the money? Probably stolen from the Su family. And he claimed he had no money. He had even dared to ignore her earlier. If she caught him, she'd give him a beating. Suemo was busy. After distributing the second and third batches of bikes, he had now deployed 16,000 in total. The effect was astonishing, covering a much larger area, almost the entire Xujiang district of Xiahai City. As the area expanded, users grew rapidly, increasing by several hundred each day. His user count had now reached over 3,500. When Sumo and Tang Lei finished their work, they watched the user numbers and funds flow in. The feeling was exhilarating. 500 new users a day, that's 5,000 in 10 days and 10,000 in 20. We've lost some bikes, but the loss rate is less than 1%. About 30 bikes are missing now. Of those 30, half can be recovered. Including damages, we can estimate the loss rate at about 150 bikes. Even so, our inventory is still massive. Gu Wanqi calculated the loss rate and was pleasantly surprised. What's the deposit refund rate now? Tang Lei held his breath and asked. I calculated it's about 5%. Out of 100 people about 5 choose to refund. But it's temporary, they'll likely pay the deposit again later. Gu Huanqi calculated. This project is quite impressive. Li Banzwang heard this and smiled happily. Indeed, it's impressive. Tang Lei turned to Suemo. Suemo, what about the next batch? How many bikes? Suemo smiled. The next batch is 30,000 and the one after that 50,000. Wow. The three exclaimed. Suemo continued, we're short on manpower. We need vehicles and people for dedicated management and collection. Tomorrow Huanqi, come with me to hire people. Tang Lei and Banzwang continue collecting bikes and retrieve the missing ones as soon as possible. Okay. The operation was expanding rapidly, gradually taking shape. His little yellow bike website also went online. After the next batch of bikes was deployed, Suemo would need to do some promotion and advertising to deepen the concept of sharing. Recently Bitcoin had surged and Suemo still had considerable funds. After this wave his capital had reached the threshold of 10 million. After deducting the money invested in shared bikes he still had over 6 million in hand, so he was far from short of cash. Thus he could start promotions. Suemo, Tang Lei and the others got busy again, arranging bikes, recruiting people, and once hired contacting advertisers to run small-scale ads. Ads began appearing on storefronts and billboards. Green shared. Safe shared. Low carbon shared. Make riding easier. Pick up and use anytime, anywhere. Changing urban congestion, making cities better. Shared bikes, a gift to the earth. Perhaps because the concept was novel, when Suemo deployed 30,000 bikes and started small-scale ads, the effect became even more pronounced. Now the daily user increase had broken through 1,000, peaking at 1,500 per day. Undoubtedly Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi and the others hadn't anticipated this number. When they heard it they were stunned. 1,500 users a day. We've reached that scale. Yes. Our user growth is very fast now. Total users have reached 13,000. Wow. Everyone marveled. Amazing. Truly amazing. 13,000 users. How many bikes have we deployed? 46,000. Next there are 50,000 more on the way. We've already ordered the next batch, even larger, 200,000 at once. Incredible. Too incredible. Riding the trend, even a pig can fly. Moreover, Sumo's investment was substantial, already creating a small-scale sensation. Now most areas of Xujiang district had Sumo's bikes. They would later expand to other districts. Once the next batch of 200,000 bikes was deployed they could seek angel investment. By then many angel investors would likely notice this project and securing angel funding shouldn't be a problem. As Suemo invested, more shared bikes appeared increasingly near the first affiliated hospital of Shanghai. He occasionally went there to arrange bikes and ran into Zhang Pingting again. This female doctor who lives nearby was very interested in his full-scale deployment and advertising. I saw someone steal your bike and ride it home. She said with a gloating laugh. The lock was pried open. Suemo glanced at her calmly. We have a tracking system. Well, retrieve it later. Oh. You can get it back. Zhang Pingting was surprised. Of course. I believe not many will steal bikes. Losing 1 or 2 out of 100 is no big loss for us. Suemo said calmly. Zhang Pingting laughed. You're really calm. I'm worried sick for you. Why worry about me? We're developing well. We've expanded a lot. Now we've deployed tens of thousands of bikes. What's a few losses? Suemo said. You've already deployed tens of thousands. Zhang Pingting exclaimed. Of course. There will be more, hundreds of thousands, even millions possibly. I think we can solve everyone's travel problems. Suemo said. Zhang Pingting was impressed and gave him a thumbs up. You high schoolers are truly amazing. Are you making money doing this? We're still in the red, Suemo said. You're losing money and still doing it. Zhang Pingting didn't understand. Suemo smiled. The more we lose the more we'll earn. So now we're seeking investment and running ads. Zhang Pingting was even more puzzled. You're really bold. You're losing money yet you keep investing like this. Suemo just smiled and didn't answer. Seeing this, Zhang Pingting didn't press further and returned to the hospital office with a complex feeling. Inside, Su Shuang was staring downstairs, her face stern. Shuang, that young man is truly remarkable. No wonder he became the top scholar. He's so impressive. Su Shuang turned sharply. What's so impressive? This sharing thing is amazing. You don't know, I just talked to him. He says he's already deployed tens of thousands of bikes. Such vision and courage are extraordinary. Zhang Pingting was full of awe. Su Shuang, seeing her expression of utter amazement, felt a wave of displeasure. She did not consider this a fortunate turn of events. Indeed, quite impressive. The female doctor beside her chimed in with a smile. Jiang Pingting nodded. Aunt Song went down yesterday as well. Not just me. Even Dean Tang from our hospital made a trip down there. The female doctor called Aunt Song chuckled. That child is truly outstanding, the top scholar of Shanghai City, optimistic and hardworking. The shared bike initiative is also rather remarkable. Yesterday our Dean Tang seemed to take a liking to him, even considering adopting him as a son, but he refused. Upon hearing this, Su Shuang was startled. Dean Tang wanted to adopt him. More than just our Dean Tang. Dean Li from the neighboring research institute also said that if he were willing he would adopt him as a son and support his growth. Both our Dean Tang and Dean Li know he is an orphan and do not want such a talent to be wasted. Aunt Song smiled. Su Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Dean Tang of the first affiliated hospital was no ordinary man. He hailed from the illustrious Tang family of Shanghai City, one of the top 3 powerful clans. He possessed immense knowledge and high prestige. Even the mayor of Shanghai City, upon meeting Dean Tang, would have to respectfully address him as Old Dean. Dean Li of the neighboring institute was even more extraordinary. The institute was a nuclear energy research facility, and Dean Li was a pillar of the nation, holding great power and influence, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. If adopted by either of them, Su Mo would surely soar to great heights. Why? Why do they both want him? Su Shuang was bewildered. Su Mo had no standing in the Su family. The family members disliked him, only his eldest sister had a somewhat normal relationship with him, while the others paid him no mind. In their eyes, Su Mo was synonymous with failure, cowardice and weakness, a poor character, terrible grades, repulsive, and with a habit of petty theft. Yet in Aunt Song's account he had managed to captivate the upright and serious Dean Tang of the first affiliated hospital. This was beyond Su Shuang's expectations. That child is truly exceptional. Aunt Song laughed. Just listen to what Ping Ting says, his philosophy is excellent, with a strong spirit of dedication that is truly astonishing. Moreover, he is not just a top scholar. If he hadn't grown up in an orphanage, he would undoubtedly be a dragon among men. Our Dean Tang, out of admiration for talent, wants to adopt him and give him a helping hand. Su Shuang was dumbfounded again. Jiang Pingting smiled. This guy managed to catch our Dean Tang's attention. He's indeed impressive. Aunt Song chuckled. Our Dean Tang even made a special investigation into his bicycle, truly remarkable. If this concept takes off, it could influence the world, change the world. Then Aunt Song chatted animatedly with Jiang Pingting, showering Su Mo with praise. Su Shuang, initially embarrassed and resistant to hearing these words, listened intently. But as she listened, her astonishment grew. What a pity he's an orphan. Indeed a pity he's an orphan. They concluded with deep regret. Su Shuang frowned, her expression turning grave. Meanwhile, Su Mo had begun drafting a business plan for his first round of financing. The shared bike venture needed angel investment. Without it, scaling up would be difficult. Su Mo could already feel the financial pressure. He needed to complete the plan, quickly find opportunities and secure at least one angel investment. We're short on funds. The initial capital for the shared bikes is nearly depleted. We need at least 50 million in investment. With that 50 million we can cover most of Shanghai City, expanding our scale and achieving greater impact. One problem we face is our youth. Some angel investors may not trust us or be willing to invest. We need to resolve this issue. Su Mo called Tang Lei and the others together to discuss attracting investment. Hearing this, they fell silent. After a moment, Tang Lei said, should we seek investors by sending emails? We can send some, but the success rate is low. We need to think of other ways. Su Mo declared. The others exchanged glances, having no good ideas. Su Mo added, let's take our time. We still have some time. Seize opportunities when they come. First, let's put out the advertisements. All right. The 3 nodded. The search for angel investment was now on the agenda. Without hesitation, Su Mo printed advertisements and began distributing them. The shared bike project was excellent and had already caused a small sensation, potentially attracting the attention of some investors. While he was busy elsewhere, Su Shuang stood by the window and saw Dean Tang from the hospital go down to chat with Su Mo. Right on the roadside outside the hospital. Su Mo was unloading some bikes. A few days ago Su Shuang had paid no attention to these bikes, only fuming that Su Mo dared to come to her hospital to harass. But today she saw not only Dean Tang but also the bikes. Dean Tang seemed to be chatting and laughing with Su Mo. Our Dean Tang went down again. He must really want to adopt that top scholar. Jiang Pingting glanced and smiled. Aunt Song laughed. Our Dean Tang has both power and family background. If adopted, the child would gain a great advantage. He would have to be exceptionally talented for Dean Tang to want to adopt him. Zhang Pingting remarked. An San nodded in agreement. Su Shuang glanced over but said nothing. Adopt. Su Mo was a member of the Su family. He wasn't truly without parents. Nevertheless, she didn't bother to expose this. Seeing that it was almost time to leave work, she packed up and went home for dinner. The atmosphere at home had been odd for the past few days. Su Juncha's failure to become the top scholar seemed to have embarrassed him. The eldest and second sisters were also acting strangely, often with red eyes for reasons unknown. At home, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming still doted on Juinja, showering him with gifts and planning to take him abroad during the summer break to broaden his horizons. When Su Shuang returned home, the house was lively. The eldest, second and third sisters had all come for dinner. Shuang, are you still busy at the hospital? Xia Bingyan suddenly asked her. Do you need to rush to surgery? No. Su Shuang shook her head. Good, since you're not busy. Come home more often if you have time. Can you take a few days off? We're planning a trip abroad. Xia Bingyan said. Su Shuang frowned. Where are we going, Mom? Paris, just 7 or 8 days. If you're free, come along. Xia Bingyan said. And wanting take some time off too. The eldest sister Suwaning glanced and replied, Mom, is Su Mo coming? At this, Xia Bingyan's expression darkened noticeably. Su Shuang noticed her eldest sister steal a glance at their mother and then heard her say, if he doesn't go, is it right for just us to go? What's wrong with that? He doesn't want to come back himself, who can control him? He's beyond discipline now. Xia Bingyan said coldly. Su Wanting frowned. I know you're worried about him. But Su Mo doesn't know the hardships of the outside world. He thinks he can survive without our family, but it'll show him he's nothing. Without our Su family, he can't even take a step in society. Just wait, he'll be back in a few days. Xia Bingyan continued. Su Shuang hesitated, wanting to speak. She was tempted to tell Xia Bingyan about Su Mo's presence at the hospital and that Dean Tang wanted to adopt him. Moreover, Su Mo's shared bike project seemed far from simple. But after thinking it over, she held back. She didn't want to spoil Xia Bingyan's mood. After finishing dinner, Su Shuang suddenly came downstairs and saw her eldest and second sisters furtively searching for something, rummaging through the refrigerator in the dead of night, though she had no idea what they were up to. Su Shuang noticed their cautious expressions and felt a flicker of curiosity, but she refrained from asking further. Xia Bingyan and Su Juinja were planning to travel abroad for a few days, but she likely wouldn't have the time as she had to be on duty and would return to the hospital tomorrow. Over by Su Mo, a middle-aged woman came over to chat. This woman had apparently visited the Chengdong orphanage and happened to run into him outside the hospital, piquing her interest enough to approach and ask a few questions. The Chengdong orphanage had likely been buzzing with talk of him being the top scholar. This middle-aged woman was rather amusingly peculiar. Upon learning he was an orphan, she expressed a desire to adopt him, but Su Mo shook his head and refused. His heart was already scarred and weary. He neither wished nor wanted to get involved in such matters. He felt at ease now, with not a trace of expectation left within him. The middle-aged woman named Tang Jingyi seemed somewhat disappointed by his refusal, yet whenever she passed by she would still exchange a few words with him. The shared bikes had expanded rapidly, spreading across many places. This middle-aged woman knew the bikes belonged to him and was thoroughly intrigued by them. Su Mo naturally no longer felt the need to hide anything. He knew his bike venture faced numerous issues that required solutions, so when she asked, he engaged in conversation with her. Right now our user base is growing incredibly fast, with thousands of new users riding our bikes every day. We've already deployed over 100,000 bikes across the entire Xuzhang district. Our slogan is sharing, and our goal is to alleviate traffic congestion while promoting green travel. If everyone in this world shared something useful, then this world would undoubtedly become a better place. I know this endeavor is arduous and somewhat unrealistic, but we still want to push forward with this philosophy. Of course, we're currently facing many challenges: insufficient funds, difficulty locating bikes, theft, and complaints from city management about bike placement, among other issues. Only by running our operations well can we have a future. As if drawn by his animated discussion, another female physician, Zhang Pingting, approached. She had been appearing occasionally over the past few days. Hearing Su Mo's words, Zhang Pingting chuckled. 100,000 bikes, if you end up losing money you'll be in deep trouble. Su Mo shrugged. That's why we've hired more people to help locate our bikes. But with the increase in staff we've run into major problems. We need to find some angel investors. You're looking for angel investors? Zhang Pingting asked in surprise. Su Mo nodded. Of course. Our bikes are still relatively scarce in Xiahai City. We've only covered the Xuzhang district. We could blanket the entire Xiahai City, but would need at least 50 million in angel investment. Only with sufficient funds can we roll out our bikes more quickly. Zhang Pingting smiled. You're quite remarkable for a top scholar. Are you starting a business? Suemo grinned. It started as a hobby, a way to promote the ideals of sharing and giving, but now it feels like entrepreneurship. Jiang Pingting's expression grew more complicated upon hearing this. The middle-aged woman Tang Jingyi laughed. I think this philosophy is wonderful, sharing, giving, making the world a better place. Your bikes are also affordable. Success shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for your recognition, Antang. In truth, many have criticized us along the way. Suemo chuckled. Criticized, yet you persevered and aimed to grow even stronger. You're a child with ideals and ability, you're bound to succeed. Tang Jingyi's expression was kind. I hope so. But even if we don't succeed, it's okay, at least we tried and made a change. Suemo smiled. Indeed. At least you made the attempt. Tang Jingyi nodded, then without further disrupting his work she took Jiang Pingting back with her. Dean Tang, this top scholar doesn't seem like he's squandering his fortune. Jiang Pingting remarked as they walked back. Tang Jingyi smiled. I made some inquiries a few days ago, this project has a strong chance of success. That child has terrifyingly sharp insight and astonishing boldness. Oh. It can succeed. But didn't he say he's short on funds? Jiang Pingting was puzzled. Being short on funds is only temporary. In truth, many are watching him to see if he can pull it off. Once this sharing philosophy is realized, changing the world would be no small feat. Perhaps the world will become a much better place. Dean Tang smiled. Jiang Pingting fell silent upon hearing this. Dean Tang glanced at her and chuckled. Shouting, you've spoken with him at length, what's your impression of him? Jiang Pingting smiled. He's wonderful. Last time when a thief snatched my bag, he helped me get it back. Oh. Is that so? Tang Jingyi was surprised. Yes. And more than that, I heard from the director of the Chengdong orphanage that he's been frequently visiting the orphanage lately, delivering supplies and donating a considerable sum of money. The orphanage director wanted to use his reputation as a top scholar to solicit donations, and he didn't refuse. Jiang Pingting added. What a good child. Truly a good child. Tang Jingyi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. With that she headed into the hospital. But after a few steps she suddenly stopped as if recalling something and turned back to Jiang Pingting. Shouting, is your Jiang family planning a charity banquet soon? Ha! Jiang Pingting was taken aback. Find a chance to see if you can bring him along. Many people are paying close attention to his project, it's quite promising. Many will attend your banquet, let him seize the opportunity. Tang Jingyi smiled. Jiang Pingting glanced outside and chuckled. Dean, are you really trying to help him? Isn't he unwilling to be adopted by you? Whether he's adopted or not is secondary. I just want to see how he performs, whether he can grasp the chance. Maybe he'll seize it. Tang Jingyi smiled. Jiang Pingting thought for a moment and then laughed. All right. I can take him there. Honestly, I'm curious to see if he can succeed. Good. Tang Jingyi nodded and turned back. Jiang Pingting looked over her shoulder, finding the situation even more intriguing. It was clear that Dean Tang was deeply interested in the sharing project and wanted to lend a hand to accelerate his growth. This orphan top scholar was indeed quite impressive. Suemo soon received news. It was delivered by Jiang Pingting. My family is preparing a charity banquet in a few days and most entrepreneurs will attend. Since you're short on funds, I'm inviting you to come. Jiang Pingting smiled. Do you know about my family? The Jiang family were decent. Suemo understood that Jiang Pingting's background was no ordinary one. She was likely from a major family much like Su Shuang. Only such prominent families could attract entrepreneurs and angel investors. Such a great opportunity. What should I bring? Bring your voice, your microphone, and your business plan. It'll help submit your proposal to a few people and make sure they take it seriously. Jiang Pingting laughed. You can get them to seriously consider it. Suemo was astonished. Of course. But it's only about getting them to look it over carefully. Whether they approve and invest depends entirely on your own skill. Jiang Pingting teased, winking playfully. After all, I can't force anyone to invest, can I? You're my savior. Suemo was overjoyed, nearly hugging her and jumping up. Whoa. Don't. Jiang Pingting laughed. Consider this repayment for helping me retrieve my bag last time. You're quite impressive, kid. We all want to see if you can pull it off. If they seriously review our business plan, we'll succeed. Suemo beamed with joy. Ha! You're quite arrogant, but a bit of arrogance now isn't a bad thing. Anyway, when you go you mustn't be nervous, be full of confidence. Tell them you're a success, that your project is guaranteed to succeed. Project that aura and they'll invest. Got it. He also understood how vast the Zhang family was, appearing to be a rather substantial clan. In truth, the Su family was equally grand. The Su family, renowned jewelers in the industry, possessed a fortune of at least tens of billions, along with a highly prestigious cosmetics company. In Shanghai City, families larger than the Su family could be counted on one hand, perhaps both. Sumo, too lazy to speculate on whom the Zhang family would invite, decided that since he was required to attend, he would simply prepare well. Coincidentally, these days they had already drafted the business plan and were in the process of distributing it. With several consecutive batches of bicycles delivered, Sumo had already deployed over 150000 bikes, attracting more than 600,000 users, with the growth rate accelerating rapidly. At this scale of users, securing 50 million in investment should be feasible. Of course, if they could secure 100 million or even several hundred million, that would be even better. As long as his funds were sufficient, expansion would accelerate even more. Sumo immediately set off with the good news to find Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi, intending to rewrite a new business plan. When Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi and the other two heard that Sumo was invited to the banquet, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Many investors will be there. It's just about meeting people and making an impression. Zhang Pingting can only do so much for us, we have to rely on ourselves to win them over. However, giving us this opportunity is quite good." Sumo smiled. Tang Lei exclaimed excitedly, "Just meeting them in person would be amazing. Even just making an impression is great. How much equity should we offer this time? How much investment do we seek?" Gu Huanqi calculated in her mind. 10% equity in exchange for over 50 million in investment. Once the financing succeeds, the entire project's valuation can reach over 500 million. Sumo smiled. Tang Lei and the others were thrilled. "Can we go higher?" Li Banzwang asked. 10% for 100 million. That depends on the situation. If we're lucky and there's competitive bidding, we can certainly aim higher. For now, we're just estimating 50 million for 10%. Sumo smiled. If we can reach 100 million, that would be amazing. Superb. Let's work hard. Let's redo the business plan first, making it more straightforward and compelling. We need to highlight our strengths and vision. Sumo smiled. Okay. Everyone busied themselves starting to rewrite the business plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Shuang finished work, returned home, bathed, changed clothes, and planned to attend a dinner party. Eventually, Su Deming, Xia Bingyan and Su Juanjia went abroad for a trip, joined by the third sister Su Mani and the fourth sister Su Pundi. The eldest and second sisters were busy with their own affairs and were not at home, leaving only her. According to the eldest sister, when their mother left, she did not inform Su Mo and had no intention of taking him abroad, which stirred considerable resentment. Su Shuang, however, found nothing unusual about it. The family disliked Su Mo. Why would they take him abroad? If he went, Xia Bingyan and the others would certainly not have a good time. As for whether to inform him, it didn't matter. Su Mo wasn't at home anyway. The eldest sister also mentioned that when their mother left, she didn't even ask what Su Mo was doing or where he was. The resentment was deep. Su Shuang thought this was perfectly normal. Sumo's words after his college entrance exams had deeply wounded Xia Bingyan, enraging her. Now her anger had not subsided and she was waiting to see him fail. Why would she bother with him? For Su Shuang, Su Mo had brought all this upon himself. She didn't dwell on it, changed into a beautiful dress and happily went to the banquet. As the fifth daughter of the Su family, Su Shuang was quite well known and held a respectable position in Shanghai City. Her car was a black Bentley worth 2 million, which she drove directly to the Zhang family's estate. This dinner party was hosted by the Zhang family, who were primarily involved in real estate and tobacco. They were quite famous in Shanghai City, not much inferior to the Su family. The invitees included celebrities and entrepreneurs from various circles in Shanghai City, mainly for networking, cooperation and development. Handing her car keys to the security guard, Su Shuang, dressed in a black gown and high heels, gracefully entered the venue hall. There she saw several other socialites and young ladies like herself who had also been invited. Su Shuang knew many of them and, following the servants, quickly went upstairs to exchange pleasantries. She arrived a bit late. The banquet had already begun with a performance underway. She was on the second floor while most people were on the first floor eating and chatting. Zhang Pingting was not around. Su Shuang had no idea where she had gone. Su Shuang didn't bother looking for her. She came mainly to network, meet friends, or perhaps get acquainted with the young talents of Shanghai City and find a wealthy match. Many scions of prominent families would also attend this banquet. After drinking a little with her friends, Su Shuang grew bored and glanced downstairs to watch the performance, but suddenly froze as she saw something. On the first floor, many people were clinking glasses and chatting. Zhang Pingting was leading a young man in a black suit, conversing with several individuals. After a few exchanges, the young man took out a document and handed it out. He seemed to have distributed it to several people, some of whom were chatting while glancing at the document with furrowed brows. Su Shuang's expression hardened. How is he here? The young man in the black suit was none other than Su Mo. Unlike his thin frame 2 months ago, Su Mo had grown noticeably taller and more robust over these 2 months. She had never seen him in a suit before. He used to wear school uniforms every day and was rather slovenly. Now in a suit he exuded a certain heroic aura. Oh. The top scorer. A girl beside her laughed. Jiang Pingting brought him, quite interesting. Interesting how? Su Shuang didn't know why Jiang Pingting had brought Su Mo to such a place, and her face darkened. He's made something quite interesting. He just came by our table. But unfortunately he's an orphan. The girl beside her laughed. Su Shuang frowned. He was just here. Yes, he was. Jiang Pingting brought him up here supposedly looking for investment. Pretty impressive, the girl laughed. I wonder where Jiang Pingting found him. The project he presented is quite good. Apparently he's already invested 10 million and now he's valuing it at 500 million, seeking 50 million in angel investment, another girl added. What? 500 million. Su Shuang was stunned. The girl scoffed. I was shocked too. This young man has some nerve. Su Shuang glanced downstairs and sneered. What project? Can it be valued at 500 million? Isn't he full of hot air? Seeking 50 million in angel investment. Who would invest 50 million in him? I don't know about that. But I think the project is pretty good, the girl laughed. Su Shuang's face was grim. She knew about the bike sharing thing. It was Su Mo's creation. To her it was nothing but a waste of family assets. She simply couldn't understand why Su Mo would do such a thing. She had once wanted to scold him and stop him from squandering, but Su Mo ignored her and would even yell at her, leaving Su Shuang fuming. And now he was here seeking angel investment. Were the investors out of their minds? Would they actually invest in him? Su Shuang grew angry at Jiang Pingting, feeling that she was bringing Su Mo here to make a fool of himself. Maybe this high school student will actually get the investment, the girl beside her laughed. Su Shuang turned and snapped a few broken bicycles. What investment could he possibly get? Those bikes left on the streets for anyone to ride. He'll probably lose his shirt. The girl was taken aback. Shuang, why are you so angry? I've heard people say this project is quite promising. Maybe someone will actually invest. Su Shuang fell silent, utterly convinced that no one would invest in such a worthless project. She felt that Jiang Pingting was colluding with Su Mo to cheat the Su family. Oof. A few broken bikes and he wants investment. Let's see how he handles this. How hell make a fool of himself. If Pingting dares to harm our Su family, you'll make sure she regrets it. Su Shuang fumed inwardly. Meanwhile, Su Mo, under Jiang Pingting's guidance, was distributing the business plan. After discussing the concept of bike sharing with several people, the response was quite positive. Whether it was out of respect for Jiang Pingting or genuine interest, a few investors expressed considerable curiosity. We've already invested 10 million and deployed 150000 bikes across the Xuzhang district. You can see our bikes along the streets there. Our user base is already substantial with 60000 users and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Currently we're gaining 2000 new users per day, and we estimate that within a month we'll reach 100000 users. These users will generate substantial deposits and writing revenue, pushing our valuation to around 500 million. Notably, our growth rate is extremely fast, currently increasing by 300 each month. These figures immediately impressed the investors. Not to mention the investors, even Jiang Pingting was surprised. Su Mo, has your bike sharing operation already grown to this scale? Yes, Su Mo smiled. We're still in the incubation phase, far from our peak. I believe that with capital injection we can scale up to a valuation of 1 billion or even 2 billion. We urgently need investment. Jiang Pingting and the others were stunned, their expressions turning serious as they began to carefully examine Su Mo's business plan. Oof. Squandering. This wasteful fool, let's see how much investment he can get. You'll definitely get nothing and end up humiliated. You think you can succeed in your startup and hold your head high before the Su family? Impossible. Su Shuang watched Su Mo below her, anger growing. She was convinced he would bring shame to the Su family. On the other side, after Su Mo had the opportunity to explain his concept to a few people, they all wore solemn expressions. Perhaps it was Jiang Pingting's capability as a young lady of the Jiang family, or perhaps the novel concept of sharing had caught the attention of some investors. Most of those who could reach this place were talented visionary angel investors. Some owned their own companies while others solely engaged in angel investing. Su Mo had come to the right place. After he presented several ideas consecutively, more people gradually became interested. When Suemo reached a corner of the venue and continued explaining the bike-sharing concept to an investor, a few people quietly gathered around to listen. Seeing this, Jiang Pingting smiled and handed him a small microphone, asking him to speak louder. This allowed even those on the second floor to hear his voice. Please start over. We want to hear exactly what your plan is. Your business proposal is still somewhat rough, it only lists data. Is this data real or fake? You seem young. Are you confident in handling something like this? What are your goals? Several people asked, showing a keen interest in the project. Jiang Pingting turned back and gave Suemo a mischievous glance, wondering if he would be nervous. To her surprise, Suemo remained calm and composed, showing no signs of haste. Jiang Pingting couldn't help but admire him. In such a setting, one must never show stage fright. Confidence and poise were essential, or the investors would never fund the project. Suemo did well. Picking up a proposal, he smiled and said, "All right. Let me start from the beginning and explain our concept. I believe that with our rapid economic development and the increasing number of high-quality talents, the sharing economy will emerge as a natural trend. Sharing is not a new concept, it's merely a new model, a new idea. We are determined to expand this model and promote it to other industries. Bike sharing is not the only option. In the future, there will surely be more shared items such as shared cars, shared electric scooters, shared power banks, shared phones, and so on. We are still in the incubation stage and urgently need partners. The data we have gathered from our initial bike trials is already excellent, proving that this model can develop healthily. During this period, we have deployed 150000 bikes. According to statistics, each bike has been used for an average of 30 hours per month. We charge a starting price of 1.5 yuan per half hour. Each bike generates 1.5 yuan a day. With 150000 bikes, the daily revenue is 225000 yuan. That amounts to 6.75 million yuan in 30 days and 81 million yuan annually. In other words, with this model we can achieve substantial income. Additionally, we collect a deposit of 299 yuan per bike. This deposit can be placed in a bank or invested, creating a new financial strategy that yields significant interest income. The concept of sharing has just begun to emerge. We have identified this trend first and plan to promote it. I believe our future economy will be a sharing economy. If everyone is willing to share their belongings, the future world will undoubtedly become a better place. Hearing these words, the gathered listeners began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Su Shuang, sitting on the second floor, listened with a hint of mockery in her eyes. A person with unclean hands prone to petty theft talking about sharing. How laughable. The girl beside her, however, smiled and said, "I think what he said is quite interesting. This young man has great courage. Indeed, it's bold to place things on the streets. But based on his calculations, it seems feasible. That depends on the theft rate and the loss rate. Without these figures, it's hard to calculate the outcome." The first girl smiled, looking down with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Others fell into contemplation. Below, Suemo seemed to sense their thoughts and smiled again, saying, "Yes, but we must trust the quality of the people in Shanghai. In reality, the loss rate of our bikes is very low. Since deployment, it has been less than 1%. Moreover, our bikes are of good quality with an early damage rate of less than 0.1. This proves that our project has strong potential and can develop healthily. This data, if true, is impressive. A loss rate of less than 1%. Are the people in Shanghai really that virtuous? With cameras everywhere now, it's normal. Few would steal a bike. And that." Some continued to whisper, likely discussing the project's feasibility. Suemo had presented a lot of data. He did so to alleviate some people's concerns. In truth, if not for the need to seize the market and business opportunities, Suemo could have operated slowly without rushing to raise funds. His reason for seeking investment was to expedite the process and capture more market share, giving others a chance. His model was replicable and not a trade secret. Suemo knew that once his reputation grew, many large capital players would enter. Unable to compete with major capital on his own, quickly securing funds through investment was the best choice. He believed that as the first mover, securing investment was likely the only difference was the amount. After Suemo finished speaking, the surrounding people whispered but remained silent for a while. From the second floor, Su Shuang saw Suemo standing alone below, a sneer curling on her lips, convinced that such a wasteful project could never succeed. But suddenly an investor's secretary stood up, walked toward Suemo and Jiang Pingting, and whispered a few words in Sumo's ear. Suemo nodded immediately and walked toward the investor. This action instantly drew the attention of Suemo. Quickly went over and began chatting with the investor. Their voices were too low for those above to hear, and Su Shuang frowned. After a while, someone walked up to the second floor and exclaimed, 150 million. For 10% of the shares. Tunghua Investment has invested. What? Su Shuang was stunned. Zhou Shiming, the head of Tinghua Investment, has invested 150 million for a 10% stake to support their bike-sharing project. The girl repeated. Ah. Su Shuang's face changed dramatically. How is that possible? Someone is investing in this project. She was clearly astonished. This project is great and likely profitable. Others want to invest too, but the highest offer is 150 million. How can this be? How could anyone invest in such a trashy project? Isn't this just throwing money away? Su Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. The data he presented is very real. They've all calculated it. It's indeed a good project. This top scorer in the college entrance exam is very impressive. The girl smiled, looking down. Looks like today's first winner has emerged. Su Shuang was completely stunned. Her eyes were wide, unable to believe it. She hurriedly continued staring below, watching Su Mo and Jiang Pingting chat with the Tinghua investment investor, seemingly reaching a conclusion. 150 million, what boldness! I also think sharing is an excellent project. This young man has keen insight. In the future, sharing might become a new trend. This young man has great ideas and a strong sense of contribution. He's calculated every detail. If he succeeds, it will surely spark a nationwide wave of sharing frenzy sweeping the country. Exactly. This could very well be the next big thing in the internet economy. Hearing the investors below discussing, Su Shuang was completely dumbfounded. These investors were no ordinary people. Each had a background and an uncanny business acumen. Had they sensed the business opportunity in Su Mo's hands? The first investment was 150 million. Heavens! How could this be? Su Mo was just a high school graduate. Su Shuang gasped for breath, unable to believe it. She hurried downstairs to ask around, but the answers were all the same. Zhou Shiming, the head of Tinghua Investment, had indeed invested 150 million in Su Mo to promote bike sharing. That younger brother, once seen by them as a hopeless mess, had gained the favor of most outsiders. In their eyes, a brother full of flaws, sloppy and worthless, was seen by others as such an outstanding existence, even investing 150 million in him without a second thought. Some even wanted to adopt him. How could Su Shuang believe such a thing? She was completely dazed. With the investment secured, the venue buzzed with excitement as many congratulated Su Mo. Su Mo reciprocated gracefully, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Mr. Zhou and everyone for their trust. He proclaimed that the era of internet sharing economy had just begun and his company was confident in expanding the industry, looking forward to future collaborations. The crowd nodded in approval. Su Shuang watched from the second floor as the guests below toasted and engaged in lively discussions. Though Su Mo's speech had concluded, the topic of the internet sharing economy remained fervently debated, with many growing increasingly convinced of its potential. Even the young ladies on the second floor were impressed. Most of them were highly educated and knowledgeable, far from mere ornaments, and they held their own insights on the matter. It truly is a revolutionary economic model. It broadens our thinking. The concept is brilliant, but will it succeed? With such substantial investment, it's bound to spark a trend. It could sweep the nation and even transform the country. That high school student is remarkable. They say he's a genius, a top scholar with unique vision. That's no surprise. I think Zhou Shiming invested more in his courage and vision than his unique insight. Exactly. I agree. The group of friends chattered. Courage and vision. Does Su Mo possess such qualities? Su Shuang doubted it. In her memory, Su Mo had always been timid and meek, in the Su family constantly cautious. Where was the courage and vision? The family disliked him for his cowardice and many flaws. How in the eyes of these friends had he suddenly become a paragon of vision and courage? Su Shuang recalled Jiang Pingting also using those words, which she had dismissed at the time. She didn't go down to see Su Mo, feeling she needed to sort out what she had witnessed and fully understand what this bike sharing was all about. With so many praising it and investors willing to fund it, she couldn't believe such a project could succeed. The banquet ended and Su Shuang bid farewell to return home. The next morning she planned to go to work first, then investigate on the streets and ask Su Mo what was really going on. But as she settled down, An Song brought a newspaper, and on the economic page a striking headline caught her eye. 150 million financing the rise of the internet sharing economy. A large number of shared bikes appear in Xujiang District, Xiaohai City, for public use. Ultimate convenience to alleviate traffic congestion. Several high school graduates from No. 27 high school secure 150 million in investment. Su Shuang was stunned. An Song, this newspaper. An Song smiled. It's the top scholars project. It's in the papers now and surely online too. He's becoming famous. Su Shuang's breath quickened. She immediately turned on her computer and searched the local news network. Sure enough, articles about Su Mo's financing appeared. The concept of a shared internet economy spread online, accompanied by rave reviews from commentators and investors praising this economic model. Bold, daring to think and act. The first to try contributing to a better world. Sharing can bridge distances between people. A new economic model is emerging, founded by the top scorer of Shanghai City's college entrance exam. Su Shuang read carefully, holding her breath in disbelief. This child is truly remarkable. I always said he was a dragon among men. Aunt Son remarked. Su Shuang fell silent, frowning with a grave expression. She flipped through several pages trying to understand more when suddenly her phone rang. Shuang, where are you? Her elder sister's voice came through. Su Shuang was surprised. I'm at work. Sister, are you coming to see me? I need to talk to you. Come over to my place. Can't we discuss it over the phone? No, come over. Take leave and come. Su Wanting sounded urgent. All right, I'll come. Su Shuang wondered what her sister wanted, but she also had things to discuss with her. She wondered if Su Wanting knew about Sumo's financing. If news reached the family, it would be a major event. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming had gone abroad for a few days. By the time they returned, Su Mo might have changed completely. Su Shuang needed to discuss with Su Wanting how to handle this. Regardless, Sumo's 150 million financing was no small matter. This bike-sharing project seemed to be growing rapidly, and she wondered what it would become. Su Shuang soon took leave and arrived at Su Wanting's office. Su Wanting's eyes were red and swollen as if she had been crying, which surprised Su Shuang. You're here. Su Wanting greeted her, then dismissed the secretary and closed the door. Sister, what do you want? Su Shuang asked in surprise. I need to confirm something with you. Su Wanting took a deep breath, her nose seeming to sting as she grabbed a tissue. Su Shuang was taken aback. Sister, why are you crying? Who upset you? It's nothing. After wiping her eyes, Su Wanting sat across from her, staring intently. Shuang, I'm going to ask you something and I want an honest answer. Seeing her sister's serious expression, Su Shuang was alarmed. All right. What do you want to ask? I'll tell you if I know. She hesitated, wondering if she should first mention Sumo's financing. Such a big issue her elder sister needed to know. I ask you, Shuang, why did you poison Sumo? Why did you want to kill him? Su Wanting's voice was cold. Su Shuang was stunned, then shocked. Sister, what are you saying? How could I poison Sumo? You analyzed that Sumo's blood had heavy metal poisoning, palladium poisoning. And palladium is only found in your lab. You also gave a small bottle to Manny. Su Wanting stared at her. The palladium in Sumo's blood came from your lab. Su Shuang's eyes widened as she stood up in disbelief. Didn't he ingest it himself? How could I have poisoned him? Shuang. I know you don't like him and you're close to Juinja, but that's no reason to poison Sumo. What has he ever done to you to make you want to kill him? No matter what, he's our own flesh and blood. Su Wanting began to cry, staring at Su Shuang with a resolute look. Shuang, tell me honestly, why did you poison him? Su Shuang was utterly stunned, trembling. Sister, how can you say that? I couldn't have poisoned him. I analyzed earlier that he ingested it himself. Would you ingest it yourself? That's palladium. Su Wanting snapped. Do you think Sumo's brain is damaged? Doesn't he know it's inedible? But the palladium came from your lab. I checked, even electronic products contain it, but not enough to cause poisoning. Sumo's symptoms are clearly mild poisoning. You wanted to kill him. Su Shuang's eyes widened in terror, her face turning pale. Sister, did Sumo tell you this? Sumo never told anyone he was poisoned. He never told anyone he was being poisoned at home. You were the one who spotted it. Su Wanting glared at her. You immediately saw the heavy metal levels in his blood. And you claim you don't know. I really don't know, sister. How could I poison him? Even if he used to visit my hospital, that's nothing. I have no reason to poison him. No reason. Should I bring up what you've done? Su Wanting slammed a sheet of paper on the desk covered in writing. Take a good look at what you've done. You have no reason to poison Sumo. Now you're the prime suspect. Su Shuang picked up the document in shock and her face went ashen. On such and such date, a colleague's phone went missing at the hospital. Sumo had just brought Su Shuang some porridge and she suspected him of stealing it. She reported it to Xia Bingyan at home. Xia Bingyan was furious and severely punished Sumo, forbidding him from eating and forcing him to pay for the phone. Fearing further punishment, Sumo dared not deny it. He worked part-time for 7 days and borrowed money to buy a replacement phone for Su Shuang. Later the colleague found the phone in an office cabinet. Su Mo hadn't stolen it. Su Shuang never apologized to Su Mo. On such and such date. The list above enumerated many things, all of which were deeds committed by Su Shuang. She had no idea where her eldest sister had gathered such information. After reading through it, Su Shuang felt nothing but shock and disbelief. Among them there was an instance where she brought an admirer home and upon finding Su Mo at home denied he was her brother, claiming he was a servant. Another entry mentioned that she had once slapped Su Mo because he accidentally soiled her dress. Between siblings such matters were usually trivial, but now that the eldest sister had brought them up they took on a grave significance. Su Mo had been poisoned. Someone was trying to kill him. Su Shuang could not believe anyone would do such a thing. She quickly looked up at Su Wanting and said, "Sis, I did those things, but I swear I never poisoned Su Mo. I couldn't possibly poison him. Palladium, ordinary people can't obtain it. Only your lab has access to it. You Su Shuang cannot escape suspicion." Su Wanting stared at her coldly. "Let me tell you, Su Shuang, you'd better think about what you've actually done. This list contains over a dozen entries, each one detailing your abuse of him." "Me? Abuse him?" Su Shuang was astonished. "Isn't it true? What do you think you were doing? Do you think it was just sibling horseplay? Even if you were framed and falsely accused, did you not care at all? Even when you reported him to our parents and he was punished with no food, did you still not care?" Su Wanting stared at her. "Su Shuang, I now believe you are the prime suspect. You are the one who poisoned Su Mo." Su Shuang was stunned, unable to accept it, and suddenly didn't know how to refute. "I know you don't like him, you detest him, you loathe him, but that is no reason to want him dead. Including you, including all of us, none of us have a reason to kill him. You can hate him, you can despise him, you can scorn him, but why would you kill him? Hasn't he been humble enough in our family? Has he committed any heinous acts?" Su Wanting was in tears. "Su Shuang, you should think about what you've done. When did you poison him?" Su Shuang watched her eldest sister cry and felt a pang of panic. She quickly said, "I didn't poison him. I never wanted to kill him. When did I ever want to kill him?" "Then explain to me, how is it that his blood shows heavy metal levels exceeding the norm in palladium poisoning? Are you telling me he ingested it himself? Why don't you ingest it yourself?" Su Wanting fumed. "He might have." Su Shuang was stunned. "I've checked, the palladium came from your lab. If it wasn't you, then it was the third or fourth sibling or someone else." Su Wanting spoke. "Su Shuang, he hasn't done anything unforgivable. In our family, he hasn't taken much money either. Mom and Dad only give him 500 yuan a month for living expenses. He can't even afford to eat properly. In our family no one buys him clothes or shoes. He hasn't offended you, Su Shuang. Even if he wanted to visit your hospital many times and you felt humiliated, unwilling to acknowledge him as your brother, that still doesn't warrant death, does it? After he left home he never told anyone he was being poisoned. But he always knew someone was poisoning him. He always knew someone wanted to kill him." Su Wanting's tears were uncontrollable. "You are one of the prime suspects because the palladium came from your lab. Only you could obtain palladium powder." Su Shuang was stunned, her expression terrified. I didn't. I didn't poison him. How could I poison him? I know you hate him. You think he doesn't deserve to be your brother. I used to think so too." Su Wanting said through tears. "Before, everyone in the family thought that. So at home no one cared about his feelings. He was beaten and scolded at will, had no allowance, and could only secretly work part-time outside. Su Shuang, here's another document. Take it and read it. You might understand some things after reading it. I need you to cooperate to find out who wanted to poison Su Mo." Intimidated by Su Wanting, Su Shuang moved like a puppet, mechanically taking the other document and glancing at it. A conversation immediately caught her eye, making her freeze. "Tang Lei, you know what? The young Dr. Su who came to our orphanage for free clinic is actually my fifth sister. She works at the first affiliated hospital. The first time I saw her I recognized her. Young Dr. Su cured Huanqi's cold and also treated Ban Zhuang's heart condition. I found out that young Dr. Su is the most famous and talented physician at the first affiliated hospital." Su Shuang was stunned, looking up at Su Wanting. Su Wanting sniffled. "Did you once go to the East City orphanage for a free clinic? Did you see Su Mo there?" Su Shuang thought back but had no memory of Su Mo. However, 6 years ago, right after graduating, she had indeed gone to an orphanage for a free clinic. "I don't remember him. He recognized you the moment our parents brought him home. Among all of us he was the first to identify you." Su Shuang swallowed hard, her heart suddenly racing for no reason. She had almost forgotten that Suemo grew up in an orphanage. Trembling, she held the document and tried to recall. After a moment she said, I remember a little. Back then Suemo was very thin, hiding among the crowd. Most orphanage children were like that, insecure and timid. Su Wanting sniffled. Keep reading. I hope you'll find the answer. Su Shuang nodded, picked up the paper and glanced at it. Several more conversations came into view. I'm so happy, Tang Lei. Young Dr. Su is actually my sister. My own sister. My biological sister is a kind and gentle doctor. I heard so many people come to my fifth sister for treatment. She's extremely famous at the first affiliated hospital, an excellent attending physician. Back then we all wished young Dr. Su could be our sister. I never imagined it would come true. When he wrote this, Suemo was clearly excited and overjoyed, sending a dozen emoticons in a row, his elation almost spilling off the page. Su Shuang's heart suddenly trembled. She turned to Su Wanting in shock. Sis, this. He has always admired you. Young Dr. Su. Su Wanting said with reddened eyes, from the moment he first stepped into our home and recognized you, he has never stopped admiring you, looking up to you and being proud of you. He thinks you are one of the best sisters in the world. He knew you long ago. Su Shuang had no memory of this and she opened her mouth in disbelief. He went to your first affiliated hospital many times hoping to see if you were there. For him, for an orphan, having a sister who works at a hospital like the first affiliated hospital was an immense source of pride. He couldn't wait to share this joy and excitement with his friends. He once went almost crazy trying to find traces of you. Su Shuang was utterly stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Watching her elder sister's tears fall, she suddenly felt at a loss. Glancing down at the contents of the paper, her mind involuntarily recalled the first time she saw Suemo during the recognition ceremony. At that time quite a few police officers were present. Su Deming brought a dark, thin little boy to meet them. This is your fifth sister, Su Shuang. She is a doctor. The little boy, initially fearful and at a loss with the others, had his eyes instantly light up with brilliance the moment he saw her. Back then Su Shuang did not know what that meant. She merely shook his hand politely, only to find his hands dirty and, seemingly due to nervousness, covered in unpleasant sweat. After the handshake, Su Shuang quickly withdrew her hand and wiped it with a tissue. Later their father Su Deming asked her to show Suemo around their villa. This is the kitchen, this is the garden, this is the backyard garage, this is the indoor cinema, this is the second-floor karaoke room, and this is the family library. Entering the Su family's luxurious mansion from a barren orphanage for the first time, the little boy was evidently shocked and overwhelmed by its opulence and splendor. He was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, his eyes wide as if he couldn't take it all in. Seeing this, Su Shuang felt a hint of pride and inwardly mocked him for being a country bumpkin. From the very beginning, Suemo seemed extremely cautious and timid in the Su mansion, as if afraid of breaking something and incurring displeasure, completely unlike Su Juinja. Having grown up in an orphanage, he apparently disliked bathing and was rather frail, so Su Shuang did not want to get close to him either. As for his eyes lighting up every time he saw her, Su Shuang only felt disgust, much like she did with her suitors. That kind of gaze was deeply unsettling. Now looking at these things, Su Shuang's mind went blank. She suddenly realized that Suemo was not one of those suitors. Suemo was her own younger brother. As for the fact that Suemo had known her since his orphanage days, some memories began to surface in her mind. She had indeed once gone to the Chengdong orphanage for a free clinic. He never wronged you, Su Shuang. No matter what he did, he didn't deserve to die. Why did you poison him? They all died, some with rotted hearts, some driven mad, some just withered away. They all died clean and clear. They all perished, and I am an orphan. On the day Suemo became the top scorer in the college entrance exam, they all went to watch his interview. Upon hearing these words, Xia Bingyan, Su Deming and the others were furious. She, along with Su Mani and the others, was also angered, believing Suemo was cursing them to die, thinking he was utterly malicious. Yet in light of these events, Su Shuang felt a chill run through her body. Her entire body turned cold. He was poisoned. That's real. The palladium powder came from my lab. So did I. Su Shuang suddenly looked at Su Wanting, her face pale and panicked. Suemo knows he was poisoned. He probably also knows the palladium powder was yours. So he must think you poisoned him. Su Wanting sniffled. He must think you wanted to kill him. Su Shuang nearly suffocated. Of course. He also thinks it could be me and Shuehui. Last time I went to ask him if he knew about his poisoning, it turned out he already knew, but he didn't say anything. He said it was the poison from me and Shuehui. Su Wanting's eyes reddened, tears forcing their way out. She looked at Su Shuang. You know what? Once in the living room, fourth brother's dog almost bit Suemo. Suemo scolded the wolfhound, and then fourth brother forced him to apologize to the dog. At that time many people were in the living room, mom and third sister were there, and not a single person said a fair word. Su Shuang was stunned. Forced to apologize to a dog. Maybe you all think it's a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Sibling squabbles might be like that. But Su Shuang, your disgust and aversion were completely uncontrollable. None of us could hold it back. Su Wanting cried out. Over this time your second sister and I have reviewed many things Su Mo went through in our home. Each and every one is shocking. No one in our family ever cared about him. To this day no one cares. Mom and Dad went on a trip to Paris, they're enjoying themselves abroad now. But what about Su Mo? Where is he? They didn't even inform him. And Su Mo is the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Su Wanting wiped her tears and continued, if he hadn't accumulated enough disappointment and become utterly disheartened, Su Mo wouldn't have left our home. Now it's highly likely he won't come back. Su Shuang recalled Su Mo's 150 million yuan financing. She also remembered the evaluations of Su Mo from Jiang Pingting and some investors, and that hospital director Tang wanted to adopt Su Mo but was rejected. So many things pressed down on her, nearly suffocating Su Shuang. I have done many things to wrong him. Su Shuang's throat suddenly felt dry. A few days ago I even cursed him. We need to find out who really poisoned Su Mo. If it wasn't you, then the next suspect is Manny. Manny is highly suspicious. She has tried many times to drive Su Mo away. Su Wanting said, do you remember the trip at the end of last year? Manny hid Su Mo's phone, preventing him from contacting us, not wanting him to come home. Su Shuang was taken aback. Third sister hid Su Mo's phone. Exactly. Su Wanting nodded. That day we only realized Su Mo hadn't come back when we got home. We didn't notice him on the way. Do you know? Our family of nearly 10 people, not one remembered he hadn't returned. He walked alone for a long time before finally contacting the police. I don't know what Su Mo was thinking as he trudged alone, but all I can imagine is cold, bone-chilling cold, as if my blood had frozen. I can't fathom how a family could be so heartless. Su Shuang didn't know about Su Manny hiding the phone, but upon hearing this she immediately recalled what happened last year and stood frozen. Your second sister also did many things. She's just like you. Or rather, we're all about the same. Now Su Mo has come to hate us, utterly hate us. Su Shuang didn't know what to say. Recalling her encounter with Su Mo a few days ago, he indeed looked thoroughly disgusted and unwilling to speak with her. At that time she was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson. Now she realized that if she had made a move, Su Mo likely wouldn't have indulged her. Sister Su Mo's bike sharing project seems to be succeeding. Su Shuang spoke after some thought. Oh. Yesterday Jiang Pingting took him to a charity gala. He presented his business plan and secured 5 billion yuan in angel investment. What? 5 billion for bike sharing. Su Wanting had been busy investigating family matters and hadn't looked into Su Mo's affairs. Su Shuang nodded. Yes. After leaving home, Su Mo seems to have been working on a project called bike sharing. He placed bikes on the streets all the way to our hospital. A few days ago I thought he would fail, but unexpectedly some investors saw potential and invested 5 billion. Now his project's valuation has exceeded 15 billion. Su Wanting's eyes widened slightly. She was stunned. I always thought he couldn't make it, that he would definitely fail, but I never expected anyone to see his potential. Also, our hospital's director Tang wanted to adopt him as his son. The Tangs have no children, but Su Mo refused. Su Shuang continued. Su Wanting's breathing quickened. She remained silent. Slowly she walked to the computer and sat down, gazing out the window. After a long silence she spoke softly. Shuang, do you know? When Su Mo found out I was his eldest sister, he always wanted to come and see our company. Oh. But I never let him in. When he came to the door I had the security guard chase him away. He always envied people working in such a building. Su Wanting said, tears streaming down her face. And now he has succeeded too. He didn't rely on any of us, not on the Su family. He proved his excellence with his own hands. He is a true top scorer in the college entrance exam. He is far more outstanding than you, than me, than any of us. At just 18 he has achieved what many cannot in a lifetime. Su Shuang opened her mouth wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. What is this bike sharing project? Can you tell me more about it? Su Wanting turned back, sniffled, tears streaking her beautiful face. Although this wretched, rotten-hearted eldest sister failed to give him comfort and support when he needed it most, at least now I know I was wrong. Su Shuang, seeing her elder sister weeping uncontrollably, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Without hesitation she began explaining the bike sharing project to Su Wanting. On the other side, Sumo was celebrating with Tang Lei and the other two. Securing 150 million yuan in funding meant the total valuation of their project had soared to 1.5 billion yuan. For mere high school students, this was nothing short of an astronomical figure. With such a massive injection of capital, their project began to expand at a frenzied pace, allowing them to blanket the entire city of Shanghai before venturing into other cities. Covering all of Shanghai would require approximately 600,000 bikes, and other cities would demand no less. China, with its vast population and numerous cities, 4 first-tier metropolises alone alongside second and third-tier ones, offered immense potential. Their market space was enormous. Upon returning, Tang Lei, Gu Wanqi and the others were so exhilarated they couldn't sleep. Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang went to the market to buy a pile of seafood and cooked together, preparing a feast to celebrate. We need to hire people, at least 60 of them. There are so many things we need to get started on. People to find bikes, to arrange them, to maintain them for after-sales operations, warehouses, legal affairs, and liaising with city management. We need a plan, finish the work in Shanghai within a month, then start expanding to other cities. Our next city, the capital, Jingcheng. Sumo spoke with enthusiasm, laying out their plans. They had all finished the college entrance exams, received their scores, and submitted their applications. With excellent results, the 4 of them decided to attend Qingbei University. Since they were heading to Qingbei, their bikes naturally had to move to Jingcheng as well. The market space there was similar to Ziyahai's. Once they expanded there, their business would truly take off. Should we recruit people in Jingcheng and set up a branch there? Gu Wanqi asked with a smile. Exactly. We need to establish a branch there. This month we'll cover Shanghai, and next month we'll launch the Jingcheng plan. If we succeed in Jingcheng, we'll start rolling out to other first-tier and second-tier cities. Sumo laughed. 150 million isn't the end, it's just the beginning. We can secure even more funding and grow the company even larger. Tang Lei chuckled. Sumo, we can scale up, but we need to build a solid organizational structure. Of course. We need to perfect our internal management. To conquer the outside, we must first secure the inside. We must hire quickly and complete training fast. Moving forward, we need to be more comprehensive and accelerate our growth. Sumo nodded. Great. Seeing Sumo's ambitious spirit, everyone was thrilled and began discussing the next steps. With money in hand, they could do much more, including advertising, to build their reputation. Sumo estimated their window of opportunity was only 1 or 2 months. After that, imitators and major capital players might enter the fray, so they needed to act swiftly. After the discussion, everyone plunged back into work. Short on manpower, Sumo still had to go out occasionally to move bikes. New hires were undergoing training and they couldn't start until it was complete. His work area remained near the first affiliated hospital, where he ran into Jiang Pingting several times. He was of course deeply grateful to her. If not for her, they wouldn't have secured such substantial funding. When he saw her approaching, he set down his things and struck up a conversation. We're growing rapidly. With the money, we'll expand across all of Shanghai. It'll take about 600,000 bikes to cover the city. Yesterday, Mr. Zhou visited our office to review the data. He seemed very satisfied and quite interested in the project. Hearing this, Jiang Pingting smiled. I heard Mr. Zhou's feedback too. It far exceeded my expectations. I didn't realize your data was so impressive. Sumo replied with a grin. If everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better place. Ha, you're quite ambitious. You mentioned earlier that the concept of sharing is just gaining traction and there's more to come, right? Jiang Pingting laughed. Of course. This is only the beginning. In the future, our cities and our world will become much more convenient. We're also launching a new internal project called shared scooters. Sumo said. No pedaling needed, just scan and go fast and easy. Jiang Pingting was astonished. Your shared scooters will be like the bikes covering the streets. Sumo laughed. Of course. That's one of our goals. With these, transportation will become even more convenient and efficient. We've already calculated the loss rate. The cost per scooter is higher, but not prohibitively so. We can definitely make it work. Jiang Pingting gave him a thumbs up. You're truly ambitious. You don't seem like a high school student at all. Sumo looked at her and said, I owe a lot to Miss Jiang's help, otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Oh, stop it. I didn't do much, you earned this yourself. By the way, our Dean Tang asked me to pass along a message. She thinks very highly of you. Jiang Pingting said with a smile. Sumo turned to glance at the first affiliated hospital. On the 10th floor by the window, a kind-faced woman in a white coat was looking down. He nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you so much. We'll grow even faster from here on out and live up to everyone's expectations. Jiang Pingting laughed and continued their discussion. Dean Tangjinyi, now in her 50s, was said to have no children and wanted to adopt one. Besides Jiang Pingting, she had also asked about their progress several times. Su Mo answered all her questions openly. Work was progressing rapidly. Perhaps due to the newspaper coverage, more people were learning about the project. Bike usage surged and his user base began skyrocketing again. After talking with Su Wanning, Su Shuang went to work at the hospital as usual. To verify the bike-sharing project, she and Su Wanning drove through the streets of Xujiang district for a look. On the streets there were indeed many of Su Mo's bikes and plenty of people were using them. They saw riders scanning QR codes to unlock bikes. It was incredibly convenient and had become quite popular. Scan to ride, pay a deposit and you're off, simple, easy and intuitive. As long as we don't lose bikes, the profit margins should be substantial. Su Shuang explained. Su Wanning glanced around and nodded, wiping the corner of her eye. I used to think this project wouldn't work at all. I felt he was just wasting money and I still have that anxiety. This project is great, sharing, giving your things to others, Su Wanting sniffled. It's hard to believe he created something like this. Back in our home no one was willing to share even a tiny bit with him. Su Shuang was taken aback. Do you know, Shuang, what Su Mo wanted most when he was with us? Su Wanting asked. Su Shuang shook her head. You do know. You've been to the orphanage and seen those children. What an orphan craves most is family and parents, Su Wanting said. When he first came to our home he must have been so excited and hopeful. But none of us understood that, not even mom and dad even now. Su Shuang frowned, her heart tangled with complex emotions. Without saying more she continued walking with Su Wanting through a few more streets before heading back. Su Wanting still had to investigate who poisoned Su Mo, a very serious matter. Knowing she couldn't clear herself of suspicion, Su Shuang could only return to work. Perhaps due to the bike-sharing project, Su Mo's fame had grown. On several streets near the first affiliated hospital, Su Shuang encountered him moving bikes again. Unlike before, there were now many people around him. Once she saw a few girls gathered around chatting with him. It was clear he had become quite popular with girls lately. But whenever he saw Su Shuang he mostly pretended not to notice her. He wouldn't even greet her, as if he didn't know her at all. Once Su Wanning tried to approach him, but Su Mo with a look of annoyance quickly walked away, leaving her seething with anger. That top scholar is truly remarkable. 150 million in funding and they say every street will be filled with bikes. And they're expanding to Jingcheng. This concept of sharing has really made a name for itself. Back in the office, Ansong and Jiang Pingting were both marveling as if witnessing a miracle firsthand. Right before their eyes Su Mo was growing strong. For some reason hearing these words made Su Shuang's heart ache deeply. Actually Su Shuang had always known that Su Mo liked her very much. Very, very much. Perhaps because they were close in age, Su Mo preferred to chat with her. When he first returned home he would talk to her almost every day, asking all sorts of questions, which was quite annoying. Su Shuang was busy with work and only replied to him occasionally. Later, as his messages grew more frequent, she became increasingly irritated and stopped replying to his WeChat altogether. Su Shuang opened WeChat and saw that the last message between her and Su Mo was from 2 years ago. That is, since 2 years ago Su Mo had never sent her any more messages. She still remembered that in the first few months after Su Mo returned home he would send dozens of messages every day. Until 3 years ago Su Shuang still received at least one message from him daily. But then how did it gradually stop? When did she realize it was gone? Only now did she realize it. Before she had no memory of it at all. At that moment, listening to Jiang Pingting and Ansong's discussion, Su Shuang remembered the documents her eldest sister had given her, which contained many things she hadn't finished reading. Now she suddenly felt as if something was missing in her heart, empty and uncomfortable. Sister Ing, did you know? Our class played football today and won first place in the whole school. Sister Ing, this monthly exam I got first place in math again. Sister Ing, today someone from the hospital came to the school for a checkup. I thought it was from your hospital and I was so happy. Sister Ing, today I saw someone outside who looked a lot like you. Su Shuang in a daze opened her phone and looked at her chat history with Su Mo. She suddenly realized that after 2 years ago, when Su Mo stopped sending her any messages, there were still 30 or 40 records above. But these records were all sent by Su Mo. She had never replied to any of them before. This lasted for a full 3 months, with him sending a message every 2 or 3 days. Later, perhaps because he saw she never replied, Su Mo gradually stopped sending altogether. Was she busy back then? Actually, not really. Her job was relatively easy, except for occasional rush surgeries. She was mostly idle. In these years when she had free time, she would occasionally travel, go shopping with her best friends, eat and drink and have fun, but she never even looked at those messages. Back then he must have been very proud to tell her that he got first place in math and first place in the monthly exam. He must have had no one else to share with. His relationships with others were not good and his relationship with her was the closest, so he shared and boasted about his progress with her. He must have wanted a little response or a little recognition. But she never even looked. Until he finished the college entrance exam and became the top scorer, she still thought it was impossible. Su Shuang suddenly dared not finish reading those dozens of messages, most of which were about things he encountered at school or happy things he saw excitedly sent to share with her. Every single item in them made Su Shuang at a loss. She suddenly didn't know how to face this world, how to face Su Wanting and the others. Dean Tang went down to deliver food to that top scorer. Dean Tang really cares about him. Who doesn't like an outstanding child? Dean Tang said she felt a connection with him. As for the financing matter, Dean Tang had already received the news. He has been without parents since childhood, truly pitiable. It's normal for Dean Tang to want to care for him now. Just don't know if he's willing to be adopted. The chatter of Ansong and Zhang Pingting continued in her ears. Su Shuang hugged her arms, curled up in her seat, trembling. Old Dean Tang Jingyi brought a meal with a bowl of soup. It was not the first time, this was the fourth time. Su Mo found it strange, wondering why she wanted to adopt him. But yesterday, hearing from Zhang Pingting that old Dean Tang had no children, he felt a bit relieved. Perhaps she just hoped to have someone to rely on in her old age. Su Mo naturally didn't want to get involved in her family matters, but now he suddenly thought of another issue. His household registration was still not moved out of the Su family. This was a very big problem for Su Mo. In the future he would need his household registration very often for various things. Only by moving it out would things be more convenient. It seemed he still had to go back to the Su family to move his household registration. Aunt Tang, don't trouble yourself preparing meals for me. I can just eat out. Thinking this, Su Mo said to old Dean Tang. Old Dean Tang smiled. Why are you being so polite? I'm alone at home, making one more portion doesn't take much effort. Don't you have a place to eat? How about this, for the time being come to my place for meals? Su Mo laughed. I do have a place to eat. I eat with my friends. You kids, how can your cooking match Aunt Tang's? Let me tell you, your Aunt Tang has studied culinary arts. If you have time tomorrow, bring your friends to Aunt Tang's place for a meal. It just so happens that Aunt Tang's home is empty and I want some liveliness. Old Dean Tang laughed. Aunt Tang, you're too kind. We have to go on a business trip tomorrow. Then come in a few days. Old Dean Tang laughed. Seeing her so warm-hearted, Su Mo thought for a moment and finally nodded. He didn't want to get involved in these matters, but he heard from Zhang Pingting that old Dean Tang's family was very influential both in the capital and in Shanghai City, a very large family. Building a good relationship with her would be very helpful for his future career. Moreover, if he wanted to move his household registration out of the Su family, he needed another household head. If the Tang family was good, moving in wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, he would move out of the Su family first, or else it would be very troublesome later. After exchanging pleasantries with old Dean Tang and seeing her off, Su Mo, feeling the heat, took off his shirt and began moving bicycles bare-chested. The financing money had arrived and the workload ahead would be very heavy. Many things needed promotion, so Su Mo had to finish the tasks at hand as soon as possible. As he moved the bicycles and planned his next step, suddenly a faint fragrance reached his nose and a figure appeared before him. Su Mo looked up and frowned deeply. It was Su Shuehui. Move aside. Su Mo pretended not to see her, immediately stepped aside and continued moving his bicycles. The weather was hot and he had been busy for a while now, sweating profusely, his skin tan dark. Su Mo, your second sister is sorry. Su Zului's eyes were red and teary. Su Mo immediately looked disgusted, as if he had eaten a fly, ignored her and quickly loaded the last few bicycles onto the truck. Let's go. All loaded. Su Mo. Su Shuehui called out. But Su Mo didn't look back, didn't even glance at her, got on the truck and left. Seeing this, Su Shuehui started crying. Second sister. Su Shuang saw this from upstairs and was surprised. But Su Mo was already gone, paying no attention to them. Su Shuang saw her second sister crying and felt even more distressed. She had heard from her eldest sister that Su Mo used to like his second sister very much, even secretly attending classes at her school. But now. How ruthless. Seeing her second sister crouched on the ground weeping, Su Shuang hurried over to console her and escorted her into the hospital. As Su Mo walked away, Su Zuhui's tears continued to flow and she wiped them furiously. Su Shuang quickly took out a tissue and handed it to her, urging her to dry her eyes. Second sister, pull yourself together. Su Shuang comforted. Su Shuehui sniffled. Shuang, did you see? Lately Su Mo has been like a madman, working with relentless fervor. Su Shuang was taken aback. Back when he was the top scholar in the college entrance exams, he always hid a knife in his backpack. When he pulled it out, it terrified Mom, Dad, and all of us. We couldn't believe it. Su Zuhui's tears welled up again. Su Shuang hadn't been at the back gate of No. 27 middle school that day and hadn't seen Su Mo draw the blade, but hearing about it later left her deeply shaken. There's so much hatred in his heart, he's become incredibly fierce. He showed no mercy even toward mom and dad. We didn't understand it before, but looking back now it tears at our hearts. Su Shuevue looked at Su Shuang with tearful eyes. I feel that once Su Mo succeeds he will definitely seek revenge on us. Su Shuang's face froze instantly. What I fear most now is that he'll do something foolish. When I look at him I feel he has fallen into a state of hysterical frenzy, a terrifying state indeed. He shouldn't be so utterly despairing of the world nor of our family. Su Shuevue continued. Su Shuang pondered for a moment and said, the project he's working on now is quite remarkable, sharing full of love. That's contradictory, you know. Utterly contradictory. Given Sumo's current state he would never engage in such a project. I'm truly worried about his condition now. Su Shuevue sniffled. Su Shuang also felt that this project might be somewhat cruel for Su Mo. She had heard his slogan, if everyone shares a little love the world will become a better place. How could such a project and slogan come from Su Mo? Not to mention Su Shuevue, even she found it distorted and unreal. Su Mo was already close to success. He secured 150 million in funding and has been making big moves lately. After a moment of thought Su Shuang spoke. He will definitely take revenge on us. In the future he will surely retaliate. Su Shuevue sobbed. He doesn't want to associate with us now because his wings haven't fully grown. Once they have, he'll return to the Su family and reclaim everything that belongs to him. Shuang, I've seen people like Su Mo before. They compress their rage to the extreme, never showing it on the surface. But once it erupts it's earth-shattering. We all underestimated him. He has ability, wisdom and cunning. Even without the Su family he thrives on his own. I believe he will make us pay for every wrong done to him step by step. Hearing Su Zuhui's words, Su Shuang's expression turned grim. You know. He said it was me and our eldest sister who poisoned him, trying to kill him. Su Shuevue continued through tears, we never meant to poison him. But he knows someone in the Su family wants him dead. He never forgets that. Second sister, stop. Su Shuang suddenly felt a chill of fear. We may dislike him, ignore him or despise him, but there's no need to poison him to death, right? Shuang, I hope you'll help us investigate who really poisoned Su Mo. Only by uncovering the truth can we give him justice. Su Shuang was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. That day Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were in high spirits. The five of them had gone to Paris and shared many photos in the family group chat. They visited the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, the Arc de Triomphe, the Champs-Élysées, and also went to the Sacré-Cœur Basilica and the Seine. They had a wonderful, joyous time. Since 4 or 5 family members hadn't joined the trip, they shared the photos back home filled with laughter and happiness. At some point Su Mo had been removed from the family group chat. Perhaps it started when he lost his phone. He never said a word, but it seemed he had given up on the Su family long ago, perhaps since last year. In the group chat, Xie Bingyan along with Su Juanjia and others bought many gifts, jewelry, cosmetics, clothing, everything imaginable. They even asked what the others wanted, promising to bring back souvenirs for those who hadn't come. The sixth sister, Su Yuechan, was probably studying in the capital and couldn't make it. Seeing their offer, she eagerly requested a list of items. Su Shuang had initially wanted to ask for something too, but her enthusiasm faded. They'll be back soon, probably loaded with gifts. But I suspect Su Mo still won't get anything. I've confirmed it. Su Wanting told. Su Shuang felt a chill run through her. She wondered if she should talk to Xie Bingyan about Su Mo's entrepreneurial venture before they returned. But then she thought better of it. Mentioning it might ruin their vacation mood, and even if she did, it probably wouldn't change anything. Su Shuang chose to remain silent for now. Perhaps, as her second sister had said, Su Mo already harbored deep hatred for them, a hatred so profound that they could only wait to uncover the truth about who poisoned him. The prime suspect now was the third sister, Su Mani. They would have to wait for her return. Su Mo's progress was swift. The Phoenix Bicycle Factory was operating at full capacity to produce bikes for him. After settling part of the payment, Su Mo placed an order for another 200,000 units. With the 150 million in funding secured, most of the streets were already stocked with bikes, and Su Mo's user base was growing at an impressive rate, now adding at least 10,000 users per day. Once Xiahai City was nearly fully covered, Su Mo along with Tang Lei and 3 others traveled to the neighboring cities of Daning and Yangzhou. These 2 second-tier cities close to Xiahai and acting as its satellite towns were Su Mo's next target. He wanted to finish the deployment before heading off to university. These cities didn't require many bikes, 2 to 300,000 would suffice. Once done, he could leave for the capital to enroll. The start of the semester was only a few days away. We need to equip the company with vehicles and drivers, just a few cheap trucks for collecting the bikes. I want every bike to have a designated person responsible for gathering them. We need area managers to assign tasks to collectors bring back damaged bikes for repairs. Minimize the loss rate as much as possible. Tang Lei laughed. Sumo, aren't we moving too fast? There's still so much we haven't set up. Sumo glanced at him and said, I've heard that others are planning to start similar projects backed by major capital. We can't compete with those big investors, so we have to speed up and seize the market. Our brand needs to be established first. Everyone must know our little monster bikes. Others are planning to do this too. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi were astonished. Sumo nodded. Soon. If we don't hurry, the market will be snatched away. Our window of opportunity is closing fast. Alright then. Let's move even faster since we have the money now. Tang Lei nodded. But Sumo, old Aunt Tang is here again. As they were talking, Li Banzwang suddenly spoke with a mischievous smile. Sumo looked up and saw an elderly woman approaching carrying something in her hand. It was none other than old Dean Tang. Sumo, I think the Tang family is quite good. Aunt Tang probably means well. Gu Huanqi said with a hint of envy in her eyes. Sumo shook his head. She doesn't know my full story yet. I'll explain it to her in a few days. If she still feels the same way after that, well, talk then. Your household registration is a big problem. Without it, many things will be difficult. You need to resolve this soon. Tang Lei said. All right. The household registration issue should be relatively easy to resolve since Su Deming and Xia Bingyan do not mind such matters. However, Sumo was lacking a household head to move in with. In fact, moving back to the orphanage would also work without a household head. Sumo had already cut ties with them, and the police should recognize that. Several people busied themselves. When they saw old Dean Tang Jingyi approaching, they quickly greeted her and chatted. The old Dean was very kind-hearted. After learning that all four of them were orphans, she often invited them to her home for meals. As they became more familiar with each other, there were more topics to discuss. The old Dean seemed to fear loneliness, so she simply invited the four of them to eat at her place every day. Sumo and Tang Lei naturally declined, but after the old Dean's warm invitations several times, they occasionally went over to chat with her. The old Dean's husband was named Zhao, full name Zhao Weigua. He was a chip engineer who had spent his entire life dedicated to domestic chip development, extremely focused and equally kind-hearted. It seemed that the house had been too quiet for too long, so old Mr. Zhao was also very pleased to have the four of them over for meals. Our progress is very fast. We've already grown to over 60,000 users. Currently we're running ads to establish our brand first. While eating, Sumo and the other three explained the company's development to old Dean Tang and her husband, hoping to get some advice from them. Both of them were highly educated intellectuals with extensive knowledge and experience. With their advice, Sumo and the others could move forward more smoothly. The loss rate has increased significantly. Recently someone has been stealing our bikes and others have secretly pushed them into the river. We're working on solving this problem. Also, most importantly, the city management authorities have already expressed some concerns about the bikes. Some of our bikes have been confiscated by them. Old Dean Tang and old Mr. Zhao asked why would the city management confiscate them. Sumo shrugged and smiled. Too many, they said. It affects the city's appearance and obstructs pedestrians. Of course the number confiscated is not large, only a small portion. Upon hearing this, old Dean Tang smiled. That's good to hear. Your project is convenient for pedestrians and it plays a significant role in environmental protection and reducing traffic congestion. Xia Hai City should support it. We also hope they will support it. We're working hard to communicate with them. But these are minor issues, we'll solve them one by one. Good. You children have ideals, courage and intelligence. You will definitely succeed. I have faith in you. Old Mr. Zhao said with a smile. Dean Tang also said, if you four don't have time to cook, just come to Aunt Tang's place every day. Aunt Tang's home is quiet and empty, and I hope you can come every day. Sumo exchanged a glance with Tang Lei and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Tang and old Mr. Zhao. Well, come over when we have time. Good. Dean Tang was delighted upon hearing this. She went to cook and Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang quickly went to help. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were nimble and diligent, making Dean Tang very happy. Sumo and Tang Lei continued watching TV and chatting with old Mr. Zhao. Xia Bingyan fell ill. She was extremely ill. The plane from Paris arrived in Xia Hai City at around 9 in the evening. After getting off the plane, Xia Bingyan began to have a fever, vomit and became delirious. She was rushed to the first affiliated hospital. It was likely due to climate change causing physical discomfort. Not only Xia Bingyan but also Su Deming, Su Juanjia and Su Mani all started to have fevers simultaneously. Since Su Shuang worked as a doctor at the first affiliated hospital, the entire family was sent there for treatment. When they heard that Xia Bingyan was delirious and vomiting, Su Wanting and Su Shuehui also rushed over to check. It should be climate change causing physical discomfort. She's already developed a high fever. Juanjia and Mani are relatively better, but mom's constitution is weaker, so it's very serious. She's now on intravenous fluids. Well, need to see how she is tomorrow. Su Shuang treated Xia Bingyan and the others looking worried. Will they be alright? Su Wanting asked. Yes. It's just a fever. Once the fever breaks they'll be fine. Su Shuang said. Good to hear. Su Wanting, seeing that several of them were ill, did not dare leave the hospital and stayed to watch over them. This time they had traveled and brought back many gifts with several suitcases. Judging from the photos they posted in the group, they seemed to have had a great time. Su Juanjia and Su Mani's symptoms were milder while Xia Bingyan's was more severe. Su Wanting, wearing a mask, pushed open the door and entered, seeing Xia Bingyan lying in bed with an 4 drip. If Su Shuang said it was nothing, then it was nothing, just a high fever. Su Wanting looked at Xia Bingyan's pale face, uncertain whether she should inform Su Mo and ask him to come. Let's ask Su Mo tomorrow. Mom is quite ill this time. I hope she recovers soon. Su Shuehui, knowing what Su Wanting was thinking, said. Su Wanting nodded. That night Su Wanting, Su Shuehui and Su Shuang did not leave the first affiliated hospital, taking care of the 5 patients. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui also went to check on Su Mani. Seeing her lying in bed listless, they felt solemn. They had originally planned to investigate whether Su Mani had poisoned anyone, but now they decided to wait until she recovered. Su Mani was also delirious at the moment. A day passed quickly. The next day Su Mani and Su Junxia's symptoms improved and they regained some consciousness. However, Su Shuang examined them and found that they still had a fever and were still groggy. The diagnosis was viral influenza, a severe case. Su Shuang then checked on Xia Bingyan and Su Deming and found that Xia Bingyan had worsened. She was breathing rapidly, her lips were cyanotic, and she felt cold all over. It's likely a foreign virus strain. We need to treat it immediately. Mom's symptoms are severe. She has a fever of 41 degrees. If it gets worse, she'll need to be admitted to the ICU. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui hadn't expected them to be so ill. Alarmed, they said, then what are we waiting for? Admit her to the ICU. Okay. The Su family was wealthy and had no shortage of money. Moreover, Su Shuang was a doctor. When she noticed Xia Bingyan's worsening symptoms, she immediately had her admitted to the ICU, where a ventilator was prepared to assist her breathing. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui waited outside anxious. Time passed as the treatment continued. By the afternoon of the next day, Su Mani and Su Juanjia had improved significantly and their fevers had begun to subside. Xia Bingyan, however, remained in the ICU without any improvement. This fever is quite severe. Fortunately, we started treatment early, otherwise it would have been very troublesome, Su Shuang said with a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Su Mani and the others recover. But Mom still needs close attention. I hope it doesn't get worse. Okay. After Su Mani, Su Juanjia and the other 2 recovered from their fevers, their symptoms improved greatly and they could gradually eat, and Su Wanting and Su Shuehui chatted with them briefly but didn't spend much time on them. They turned their attention back to caring for Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan, wearing a ventilator, lay in the hospital bed. She vaguely opened her eyes and asked, Wanting, what time is it? 4 in the afternoon. Mom, would you like some porridge? Su Wanting wanted to feed her some porridge. Good. Wanting, I feel terrible, probably due to the fever. Xia Bingyan's face was pale and her lips were purple. Su Wanting glanced at her and quickly said, once the fever breaks you won't feel bad anymore. It'll be better soon. Wanting, you should start thinking about your marriage. Xia Bingyan suddenly said. Su Wanting's expression froze. Shuehui should also start considering it. Otherwise you'll keep working and become old maids. Xia Bingyan said. Su Wanting nodded and replied, well, think about it, Mom. Don't worry. That's good. Xia Bingyan said a few words and then began to drift off to sleep. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Su Wanting set the porridge aside and walked out with Su Shuehui. Shuehui, watch over Mom. I'll go find Su Mo. Sis. Su Shuehui quickly looked at her. Mom is in the ICU and hasn't broken the fever yet. He should come and see her. Su Wanting said. Su Shuehui sniffled, what if he doesn't come? If he doesn't come? Su Wanting's face showed difficulty and she sighed. I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. In any case, he has the right to know about this. Su Shuehui didn't know what to say. She only felt that Su Mo indeed should know. Although Xie Bingyan might not be in grave danger, merely suffering from a persistent high fever that would subside in a few days, yet since she had already been admitted to the ICU for treatment, the two of them still hoped Su Mo would come to visit. After all, they were his biological parents. Even if the family had grown estranged, they were still closer than outsiders could ever be, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui also wished to take this opportunity to have a proper conversation with Su Mo, as it had been a long time since they had spoken normally. Every time they visited him, he wore a look of utter disgust. Su Shuehui and Su Wanting knew they had done wrong in the past, and they could swear they would never act that way again, hoping only that Su Mo would come home. Su Wanting grabbed a simple parasol and was about to head out. Ting Jia, where are you going? Su Shuang suddenly approached and asked. I'm going to find Su Mo. Mom has been admitted to the ICU and I hope he can come visit. After all, we are family. Su Wanting said softly. Su Shuang hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then said, I'll go with you. I know where he is. All right. Su Shuang was actually a bit hesitant to see Su Mo now. The last few times she met him, he ignored her, acting as if he didn't know her at all, leaving her feeling lost and unsettled. She had already read part of the chat history with Su Mo from a few years ago, 30 or 40 unread messages, most of which were trivial matters he shared and things that made him happy. He used to have so much to tell her, so many things he wanted to share, but now he pretended not to know her. Presumably Su Mo had long understood it all. Does Su Mo know about our chat group too? As they left the hospital, Su Shuang suddenly asked. She was quite sensitive about their sister's chat group, where most messages were actually mocking Su Mo. She, like Su Manny, had sent. Su Mo knows. Su Wanting nodded. Su Shuang's face changed color and her breathing suddenly quickened. Su Wanting looked at her and said, he knows very well that you don't like him, that you exclude him from the family and sometimes even bully him. He must have endured it for many years until he came of age and got his ID card. When he left home, he did so almost without looking back. I thought he was just playing around. Su Shuang said with difficulty. Su Wanting couldn't be bothered to argue further. Where is he now? Take me there. He rented an office near the hospital at Mingding Building. Su Shuang replied. Mingding Building. Su Wanting was taken aback, then quickly followed her to a tall building. This building was very high, with 30 or 40 floors, a rather luxurious structure near the first affiliated hospital. Most of the floors in this building were office spaces. Yet when Su Wanting looked up at it, her eyes reddened. This building was very similar to Tianhao Building, where her company was located, similar in design, height, signage and decor style. The two buildings were actually constructed using the same blueprint. Which floor is he on? Su Wanting sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. On the 23rd floor. He rented an entire floor as his office. They say the company has already expanded to 120 employees. Su Shuang said. The 23rd floor. Su Wanting felt tears welling up, as it was almost the same floor as her own office. That one time Su Mo had visited her office, looking around with the awe of a country bumpkin entering a grand garden full of curiosity. He had even vowed that one day he would work in a place like that, wanting to be as accomplished as those office workers. He had looked at everything with hopeful anticipation, his heart filled with longing. Yet he had only been there once and was never allowed up again. Now with his own strength he had rented an entire floor for himself, and no one could ever drive him out again. He had fulfilled his dream. But why did Su Wanting feel only sorrow and regret, as if a piece of her heart had been torn away, a heavy lump in her chest with tears streaming from her eyes? Ting Jia. Su Shuang noticed her distress and called out urgently. Su Wanting quickly wiped her eyes. I should have let him visit Tianhao Building. He used to long to work at Tianhao Building, but now he doesn't need to go, he has his own. He never has to look up to anyone again. Su Shuang's expression froze. Come on. Let's go find him. Su Wanting sniffled and said, as long as he's willing to visit Mom in the hospital, everything will be fine. Su Shuang didn't know how to comfort her, so she simply nodded and followed her toward Mingding Building. Su Mo was probably upstairs. Lately, besides moving shared bikes, he had been upstairs training new employees, explaining the company's future plans. Little Monster Bikes was growing rapidly, having already deployed 300,000 to 400,000 bikes, with numbers still swelling daily. According to Zhang Pingting and An Som, Little Monster Company had expanded to neighboring cities. These past few days Su Shuang had specifically looked into the concept of internet sharing economy, which many internet entrepreneurs praised as an emerging economic trend and a new opportunity. She recalled that day at the banquet when Su Mo had spoken eloquently to some people, outlining the future of the internet sharing economy. Even in the presence of many business magnates, he remained composed, calmly presenting his ideas. Shared bikes were not the only thing. There would be more sharing economies in the future: shared books, shared electric scooters, shared cars, shared power banks, and so on. These concepts were now being widely discussed. People wanted to see if these ideas could succeed. From this perspective, if someone were to bring these concepts to life, Sumo's foresight would be terrifyingly accurate beyond ordinary comparison. A person like that Su Shuang found hard to judge. The company was on the 23rd floor and the two took the elevator, arriving quickly. A large sign hung there with a yellow background and black lettering quite conspicuous, boldly reading "Little Monster" in calligraphic strokes. A receptionist was on duty and many employees were working inside, orderly and efficient, showing that Sumo had done an excellent job in planning. Even a high-level executive like Su Wanting, who managed a billion-dollar cosmetics company, could find no fault. It was hard to imagine that Su Mo had built his business to such a level in just a few months. "Who are you looking for?" the receptionist asked as they entered. "We're looking for Su Mo." "Where is he?" Su Wanting said. The receptionist looked at the two exquisitely dressed elegant women and said with slight surprise, "Please leave your names and identities first and I'll inform our CEO Su." Su Wanting and Su Shuang nodded and left their information. "What business do you have with CEO Su?" "We are his sisters and want to see him," Su Wanting said. "CEO's us sisters." The receptionist was surprised, sizing them up. "Here is my business card." Su Wanting handed one over, afraid Su Mo wouldn't see them. The receptionist glanced at the card and was taken aback. You are. She seemed unable to believe that Su Wanting and Su Shuang were Sumo's sisters and looked astonished. But then she muttered, "CEO Su has sisters. I thought he was an orphan." These words stung Su Wanting and Su Shuang deeply. "Wait here. I'll go inform CEO Su. He's in a meeting," the receptionist said hurriedly. "All right." The receptionist, unsure if their identities were real, quickly left. Su Wanting turned to Su Shuang and said, "Let's follow her up. Su Mo might not see us." Su Shuang nodded and followed the receptionist inside. Inside the company office, many people were working, looking quite busy. The receptionist soon reached a general manager's office, knocked and entered. Su Wanting and Su Shuang hurried over as well. "No, tell them to get lost." As soon as they reached the door, Sumo's cold voice came from inside. "Su Mo." Su Wanting quickly pushed the door open. Inside the office, several people were seated, apparently discussing the company's future plans, holding documents. When they saw Su Wanting and Su Shuang push the door open, everyone was startled. Sumo's face immediately darkened. "Su Mo, I know you're here. Big sister needs to talk to you," Su Wanting said quickly. "It won't take much time. Can you talk to your sister, please?" Sumo's face darkened like charcoal, puzzled as to why they kept coming to find him time and again. At that moment he harbored no goodwill toward them. Su Wanting and Su Shuang were far from pure-hearted maidens. In his past life their hands had brought about his demise, and it was no accident. After a moment of thought, Su Mo turned to Tang Lei and said, "Tang Lei, you all step out for now. I'll call you when I need you." Tang Lei glanced around and nodded. "All right." With that he headed for the door. "Oh, and call security for me. No outsiders need to linger in the office," Su Mo continued. Tang Lei acknowledged. "Okay, I'll get security." The group quickly rose and filed out, clutching documents. Su Wanting's eyes reddened at his mention of summoning security. The office was sparsely furnished with minimal decoration. On the wall hung the words "green sharing" in large letters, and beside it stood a yellow bicycle. On the other side, two bicycle wheels were placed, suggesting they had just been discussing optimizing the bike's configuration. Unlike the days before, Su Mo now wore a suit and tie, sharply dressed, and with this attire he exuded an air of vigor. He was no longer the slovenly high school student clad in a uniform, no longer the little brother who trailed behind his sisters like a shadow. Now Su Mo felt utterly unfamiliar to them. As voices outside suggested security was being summoned, Su Wanting dared not hesitate and rushed to say, "Su Mo, did you know Mom is in the hospital? She's in the ICU at the First Affiliated Hospital." At these words Sumo's dark expression froze momentarily as he fixed his gaze on them, his face impassive. "They just returned from abroad and caught a virus. They're being treated at the First Affiliated Hospital. Su Mo, won't you go see Mom?" Su Wanting pressed on urgently. Hearing this, Su Mo suddenly laughed. Su Wanting's face stiffened. "She didn't die, huh?" His tone dripped with mockery. Su Wanting's eyes widened in shock. "Did you come to tell me to set off firecrackers? Or to do it at the First Affiliated Hospital?" Su Mo wore a gleeful expression. "If that's really the case, I should buy a string of firecrackers to celebrate. Today is truly a joyous day." Su Wanting and Su Shuang felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies turning cold at his laughter. Su Mo, what are you saying?" "That's Mom," Su Wanting said in disbelief. "She's your mother, not mine. My mother died long ago, my whole family is dead." Su Mo said flatly, "I don't know why you're here. But the news you bring is excellent, worth celebrating." Su Shuang felt a pang of anguish and quickly interjected, Sumo, no matter what, you can't say such things. Mom is still in the ICU. She has a viral infection and hasn't passed the critical period. How can you talk like this? Then how should I talk? Su Shuang, how should I say it? Sumo suddenly smiled at her. Should I beg you? My dear fifth sister, I beg you to use your medical skills to treat her well, okay? You. Su Shuang was left speechless. Aren't you highly skilled in medicine? Back then you and the others cured many children at the orphanage. I used to envy that so much. Sumo said with a smile, but then his expression shifted, turning icy. But not anymore, Su Shuang. I'm no longer that naive little boy. Don't think you can shackle me with your damn family ties. I tell you, I don't care about any of that now. I've cut off all kinship. I really should buy a few strings of firecrackers and set them off at the first affiliated hospital. Finally in the ICU, truly a cause for celebration. This is the best news I've received today. Su Wanting's tears spilled over. Sumo woo and sorry sister is sorry. It's all my fault. Sumo didn't even glance at her, then suddenly laughed again. Came back from abroad with a virus. Went with that adopted son, did you? When did you leave? Did you have fun, enjoy yourselves? All those days must have been quite pleasant. I know what you're thinking, but your retribution has only just begun. Sumo, though I've wronged you too, our mother is still fighting for her life. No matter what, you can't refuse to see her. Saying such things is truly heartless. Su Shuang couldn't help but retort. Sumo laughed. Is that so? Is what I say really that heartless? Didn't your words back then show me to the bone? Don't be naive, Su Shuang. I know exactly what kind of worthless person you are. Want me to see her now? Fine, I'll send her a coffin. Su Shuang was stunned, her eyes wide. Do you want coffins? If so, I might consider going to see. Sumo stared at her, his expression turning ferocious. I'm telling you, Su Shuang, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I never want anything to do with you again. Even if every last member of the Su family dies, I won't spare a glance. And Su Shuang, you and I have many scores to settle. He'll settle them with you slowly, so don't think you can weasel out of them. Su Shuang's face paled, her lips parting slightly. At that moment 2 security guards approached. Mr. Su, did you call for us? Throw these 2 out and never let them into the office again. Sumo ordered the guards. Then he turned to Su Wanting and Su Shuang. We are no longer family. The next time we meet we might be enemies. With that, Sumo turned and gazed out the window. Sumo's sister is sorry. Su Wanting began to sob. The 2 security guards exchanged startled glances but dared not defy Sumo's command. Ladies, please leave. Don't make us escort you out. Su Wanting, her eyes blurred with tears, had no choice but to turn and exit. Su Shuang hadn't expected Sumo to become so terrifying. Her face was ashen. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. The 2 were quickly ushered out of Mingding Tower by the guards. Once outside the building's entrance, Su Wanting suddenly crouched down and burst into loud sobs. Seeing this, Su Shuang's eyes reddened. We've wronged him. We've wronged him. Su Wanting cried out. Su Shuang's heart ached as well. She sighed. Tingjia, get up first. If it weren't for us he wouldn't have turned out like this. Shuang, it's all our fault. Su Wanting couldn't stop her tears, sobbing bitterly. Now he won't even go see Mom. He might never come back to our family. Su Shuang said helplessly, let's go back and take care of Mom and Dad first. That's the priority now. As for Sumo, if he's willing to visit he will. If he's not, we can't force him. Didn't you hear him? This isn't over. He truly hates us, wishing we were dead. Su Wanting wept. Shuang, we've wronged him. Su Shuang recalled how Sumo used to share his joys with her, how he'd tell her about coming first in his studies. Remembering the mockery and snide remarks in their sister's group chat, a wave of deep regret and guilt washed over her. She remembered once screenshotting the messages he sent and sharing them in the chat to laugh at. Back then she had found it amusing. She must have been a cold-hearted person, utterly cold, and now Sumo had become even colder with an air that promised she would suffer. A flicker of panic stirred within Su Shuang. With no other recourse, the 2 dejectedly returned to the hospital. Su Wanting had sobbed at the entrance of Mingding Tower for a long time, and by the time she reached the first affiliated hospital her eyes were still red. Su Shuehui was startled to see them return and quickly asked, has Sumo not come? Su Wanting didn't answer, just sniffled. Su Shuang shook her head, unwilling to elaborate on their meeting with Sumo. Seeing this, Su Zuhui's eyes also reddened. She could imagine what had transpired. It must have been far from ordinary. A moment earlier Suemo stood silently on the high balcony watching Su Wanting and Su Shuang weep below, then support each other as they hobbled away from Mingding Tower, his face expressionless. Not far from Mingding Tower was the first affiliated hospital, a bustling place teeming with traffic every day. The streets around the hospital were lined with Sumo's shared bikes. Just in this area alone there were 200 to 300 of them. He stood motionless by the railing watching Su Wanting and her companion gradually vanish from sight. Suddenly a knock sounded from behind. Suemo did not turn around or speak. The office door swung open and a graceful figure stepped in softly, then closed the door again. It was Gu Wanshi. She came to the balcony and stood beside Suemo, gazing toward the first affiliated hospital, a flicker of complexity in her expression. Yet she remained silent, not looking at him. She suddenly reached out a hand to feel the sunlight streaming through the glass as if trying to grasp a ray of it, her face serene. Suemo, are you all right? She turned her head suddenly. I'm fine, Suemo replied calmly. Gu Wanshi pondered for a moment, then smiled. Remember when we were 8 years old? In the orphanage we longed so desperately for these things. At least you're fortunate, you know they're still alive. They're already dead, Suemo said flatly. Gu Wanshi let out a soft laugh. Tang Leiban Zhuang and I are worried about you. You haven't been yourself lately. You've been rushing to prove yourself, working tirelessly. Suemo shook his head. I don't need to prove anything to them. I'm doing this only to secure a better future for us. All right. Whatever you say, Gu Wanshi chuckled. Remember that year when the four of us played that family game in the room? We pretended to be each other's families, imagining what they might look like. Except for Ban Zhuang, who had a faint memory, the rest of us had none. We drew their possible faces with pens, made masks and wore them. We had so much fun back then, believing that might be their true appearance. We all dreamed of meeting them in our dreams someday. Suemo fell silent, saying nothing. Often just a single photograph or an item they left behind was something we cherished and guarded as if our lives depended on it. We all believed they couldn't have abandoned us for no reason. Our ending up in the orphanage must have been due to circumstances beyond their control. Someday they would surely come for us. Tang Lei and I waited for that day, waited and waited until now. But nothing happened. It seems they will never come, never appear. Remember when you were 14 and your identity was confirmed? Tang Leiban Zhuang and I cried in our room for an entire day, hating that they didn't all come together. Suemo turned to look at Gu Wanshi and saw tears streaming down her delicate face. Her voice grew hoarse as she spoke. But I don't even know what they look like. They never showed up. Suemo thought for a moment, then gently patted her on the back. Gu Wanshi sniffled, tilted her head back to keep the tears from falling, then suddenly smiled again. We once yearned for these things, to see them, to receive their love, to have everything they could give. But now we no longer yearn. We've finally grown up. Suemo paused for a moment, then opened his arms. Gu Wanshi, still crying, let out a soft laugh and stepped into his embrace. Suemo immediately pulled her close, holding her tightly. This was the first time he had embraced her since turning 18. Previously they had avoided such intimate gestures due to propriety. As he held her, he caught a faint, delightful fragrance emanating from the young woman, a scent that was remarkably pleasant. Gu Wanshi was resilient and hardworking, as were all the children from the orphanage, never pampered. She had always been strong. After a moment she finally stopped crying, gently struggled and freed herself from his arms. I don't know what happened in the Su family, but Tang Leiban Zhuang and I are very worried about you. You've been a bit crazy lately, Gu Wanshi said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm fine. It's just that some things haven't been resolved yet. Suemo said coldly, I wish they had never appeared. Gu Wanshi reached out and gently stroked his face. But they did appear. No matter what, that's something to be grateful for. Even if they have 1,000 faults, they still took you back. Suemo shook his head. Wanshi, you don't understand. They don't deserve it. In all my years I've never seen people so despicable and vile. Gu Wanshi gave a wry smile. All right. I won't interfere with your affairs. Tang Leiban Zhuang and I just want you to be well. We still have so much to do, so many places to explore and so many experiences we've never had. Now that our business is thriving, we can truly start living. Suemo nodded. The Su family matter won't end here. I just haven't been prepared. Is the enemy strong? Gu Wanshi tilted her head. Very strong. He hasn't made a move yet, he's been watching the situation. Suemo said calmly, last time I provoked him I thought he might lose control, but he held back. He didn't move at all. If you need help, tell us. I believe if we work together we can get through anything, Gu Wanshi said. Suemo paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. I'll go to the first affiliated hospital after work this afternoon. For now let's focus on our work. School is about to start and there's still much to finish. Sumo's face stiffened as if to say something, but Gu Huanqi had already turned and walked out. We all have things we yearn for. Even if they are flawed, we never truly want them to die. Tang Lei and I have never seen what they look like. I've always thought that even if they abandoned us, even if they despise us, we still long to see them. Even if only in a dream. At the door, Gu Huanqi spoke again. Don't worry about it. Huanqi, I wish they were all dead. Su Mo emphasized. I know, Gu Huanqi smiled. So from now on let's work hard. There's no need to let them affect your mood. Su Mo sighed inwardly. All right. I'm leaving. Thanks for the hug just now, I feel much better. She winked at him playfully, then opened the door and left. Watching her leave, Su Mo turned back to glance in the direction of the first affiliated hospital, his face stern. Gu Huanqi thought he still longed for those things, but she didn't know that Su Mo had long abandoned any illusions. As someone who had died once, Su Mo understood exactly what kind of scum the Su family was. Even if they were cut into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be unjust. If he weren't so busy, Su Mo would have bought a string of firecrackers and set them off at the hospital entrance to celebrate. He couldn't care less whether those people lived or died. Su Mo dismissed these thoughts, took a moment to rest, then called Tang Lei and the others back in to continue the meeting. As the company grew and new concepts emerged, Su Mo needed to attend several meetings to explain the idea of the internet sharing economy. This was requested by Zhou Shiming, an investor in Little Monster Bikes, to pave the way for the next round of funding. Su Mo would likely need to secure another round of financing, hoping to increase the company's valuation by 5 or 6 times. Currently his company was valued at about 1.5 billion, and with such growth it could reach between 7 and 8 billion. Once it reached that level and continued to develop, Su Mo could consider selling it off to cash out. The shared bike project had drawn widespread attention and competition would become fierce. If not managed carefully, it could spiral out of control and lead to bankruptcy. Thus cashing out at the peak valuation and taking the money was the best option. Su Mo hadn't yet discussed this with Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi. They needed to develop first before considering it. Once the company was sold and the money secured, Su Mo would need to plan his next move. He had already mapped out his next steps, a project far more valuable and innovative than shared bikes and the true career path for the 4 of them. Su Mo became busy continuing his expansion. Meanwhile, at the first affiliated hospital, the intense treatment had concluded. Xia Bingyan was in the ICU without serious issues, and by the afternoon she was moved out of the ICU to begin regular treatment. Su Deming, Su Juinja and Su Mani gradually recovered from their fevers, regaining consciousness. Su Wanting took care of them. She hadn't yet told them about Su Mo, planning to wait until they recovered fully, fearing it might disrupt their recuperation. A day and a night passed quickly. Su Deming and Su Juinja began to recover, able to move freely, but Xia Bingyan still suffered from a severe fever, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. Su Wanting waited another day until Xia Bingyan improved significantly, her fever subsiding to a normal level. She asked Zhao Ma to prepare some porridge and bring it for everyone to eat. Is Mom feeling better? Su Juncha's voice suddenly rang out as she was feeding Xia Bingyan. Su Wanting turned to look much better. Sis, go take a break. You've been tired for days. Let me take care of Mom. Su Juinja approached with a flattering smile. He had fully recovered, having just exercised in the ward to show off his muscles and strength. I'll do it. You're not fully well yet, you need another day of rest. Su Wanting shook her head. I'm fine. This trip to Paris was strange, such a severe cold breaking out. Su Juinja walked over, took the bowl from Su Wanting's hand and laughed. Sis, rest a while. I can see you're tired. Seeing his eagerness, Su Wanting hesitated, glancing at Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan, touched by her adopted son's behavior, said, Wanting, you really are tired. Let Juinja take over. I'm almost well. Su Wanting, seeing no reason to object, yielded her place to Su Juinja. Juinja, you'll be heading to the capital for school soon. School starts in a few days. You need to prepare well. Su Deming spoke from the other side. Dad, I know. I'll prepare right after we go home tomorrow. Su Juinja smiled. Are you looking forward to Tsinghua University? Su Deming looked at his adopted son. Of course. I've longed for it for so long. Big sis and second sis studied there. I've wanted to see it since I was little. Su Juinja laughed. Su Deming also smiled. Good that you're looking forward. Once in school, focus on studying. Thank you, Dad. I will. Su Juinja smiled, then held the porridge to feed Xia Bingyan. Mom, be careful, it's still hot. All right. Xia Bingyan nodded and smiled. Our Juinja is so filial. In school you'll study hard and do well. Remember, if you encounter any problems, call Mom, okay? I know I will. Su Juinja replied. Good. Xia Bingyan was deeply satisfied, her love for her adopted son ingrained in her bones. Su Wanting watched their affectionate mother-son bond, wanting to mention Su Mo but unable to find the right moment. She feared speaking up would severely affect Xia Bingyan and Su Deming's mood. She stood and walked outside. Sis, about Su Mo. Su Shuehui looked at her hesitantly. Let's wait until tomorrow. They aren't well yet. Su Wanting said. Oh. Su Shuehui had no choice but to nod. Neither mentioned it. After half a day, Su Juinja, still not fully recovered, went to sleep in his own ward. Su Deming seemed to recall something and called Su Wanting over. Number 1, come in. Su Wanting, resting outside, hurried in upon hearing him. Dad, you called. Su Deming nodded. Make me some tea. My cup is empty. Oh. Su Wanting quickly prepared the tea. Wanting, where is Su Mo? Su Deming suddenly asked as she busied herself. Su Wanting froze, turned to look at him, a trace of panic flashing across her face. Where is Su Mo now? Su Deming pressed on. Hearing this, Xia Bingyan, lying in bed, also opened her eyes as if they had just remembered another child. Su Wanting flustered, thought for a moment and said, Dad, you and Mom aren't well yet. I'm asking where Su Mo is. What has that ungrateful son been doing? Does he know your mom was in the ICU? Su Deming fumed. Su Wanting, unsure how to explain, quickly turned to Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan's expression turned cold. Number 1, don't you know what he's doing? Su Wanting sighed. He knows Mom was in the ICU, but he didn't come. We informed him. He didn't come. Su Deming stared at her. Su Wanting nodded. He refused to come. At this, both Su Deming and Xia Bingyan's faces darkened like coal, icy cold. Fine. That ungrateful son. I knew he'd be heartless and unfilial. His own mother in the ICU and he doesn't even visit. What can we expect from him? Su Deming roared. Xia Bingyan was also furious. I guessed he wouldn't come. Su Deming, your son is useless, a thankless wretch. She clearly hadn't recovered from the incident when Su Mo drew a knife on them, her heart still full of resentment. Su Wanting felt a pang of grief. After a moment she said, maybe he's been too busy to come. Did he consult you about his school applications? Su Deming stared at her. No. Su Wanting shook her head. He never asked us either. He probably thinks he's grown wings and can fly solo, needing no advice on which school to attend. He didn't even send a single greeting when we went to Paris. Su Deming recalled, seething with anger. And now with such a big incident, that ungrateful son doesn't even ask. Infuriating. Su Wanting was at a loss for words, falling silent. Compared to Juinja, he's far behind. At least Juinja knows to care. Number 1, what has Su Mo been up to lately? Su Deming seemed genuinely angry. Su Wanting hesitated, then sighed. Su Mo has been busy with school preparations and he. And what? Xia Bingyan's eyes were icy as she looked at her, having completely given up on Su Mo. He also started a company recently, busy running it. It's growing fast. Su Wanting said. He started a company. Xia Bingyan was astonished, caught off guard. Where did he get the money? What kind of company? Su Wanting replied, a bike-sharing company. As for where he got the money, I don't know. Su Mo has been busy with this. Yesterday when fifth sister and I went to find him, he refused to come to the first affiliated hospital. Fine, he's grown wings, truly grown wings. Xia Bingyan was livid, sneering, his own parents are sick and he doesn't even bother to check, a thankless wretch. I knew he'd never be grateful. Which school did he apply to? Xia Bingyan stared at her, trembling with rage. I don't know. He didn't tell me. Su Wanting suddenly realized this too. Su Mo had never mentioned it. He won't even come when we're sick. What can we expect from him? That ungrateful son is lawless. Su Deming continued to fume. Xia Bingyan looked at him. Su Deming, did you secretly give him money to start the company? Me? Why would I give him money? Su Deming snapped. If you didn't, how did he get money? Where did it come from? Xia Bingyan refused to believe it. It's all your spoiling that made him so unruly. I told you long ago Su Mo's nature is flawed, it needs to be forcibly corrected. If not, hell be ruined. Hell never enter high society. I'm sure you secretly gave him money. Su Deming retorted, I think you gave him money. Why would I give him money? That ungrateful son is driving me mad. If no one gave him money, how did he get it? Where did it come from? Xia Bingyan didn't believe it and looked at Su Wanting. Su Wanting quickly said, I didn't give him money either. Maybe Su Mo found his own way. Besides, his company has already secured funding. What? Funded? Su Deming and Xia Bingyan were shocked. Yes. They raised 150 million. Now the company is valued at around 1.5 billion. Su Wanting said. Boom. Su Deming and Xia Bingyan were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. 1.5 billion. Xia Bingyan exclaimed. If it were merely 1.5 billion, that would be insignificant for a wealthy family like the Su family. The Su family's business empire was vast, encompassing jewelry, gold and cosmetics. Although most of it was inherited from the previous generation with some assets allocated from the main branch of the Su family, the fact that an 18-year-old possessed 1.5 billion was an immensely significant concept. It was important to note that the Su family's assets were largely illiquid real estate with limited liquid capital. The entire Su family could only muster a few hundred million in liquid assets at most. This was already a colossal concept. Yet Su Mo had built a 1.5 billion company through entrepreneurship in just a few months, a miracle, whether placed in Shanghai City or the capital. Remember, he was only 18, just a high school graduate. Boss, you're not fooling me, are you? How could someone like him build a 1.5 billion company? Xia Bingyan looked at Su Wanting with utter disbelief. Su Deming frowned and asked, has he been scammed? Who gave him funding? Xia Bingyan's face immediately turned stern. Boss, you'd better explain this clearly. That prodigal Su Mo could never build a 1.5 billion company. I know him, he can't accomplish anything. Who tricked him? Are they after the Su family? No. Su Wanting quickly interjected. Su Mo started a project that was very successful. He secured funding some time ago and is still working on it. What project could reach 1.5 billion in just 2 or 3 months? Do you think I'm ignorant? That's not $15 or $150, it's 1.5 billion. You're telling me he made 1.5 billion in 2 or 3 months? With his abilities? Xia Bingyan was furious, refusing to believe such a thing. It was simply absurd. Su Deming remained silent, staring intently at Su Wanting. His project is called Shared Bikes, also known as the Internet Sharing Economy. It's already expanded across most of Shanghai City. No one tricked him. This project is highly regarded by many. Su Wanting quickly explained, seeing her disbelief. Internet Sharing Economy. What's that? Xia Bingyan turned to Su Deming. Su Deming hadn't heard of it either and said gravely, boss, explain this clearly. What is the Internet Sharing Economy? Is it a pyramid scheme? Pyramid scheme. Xia Bingyan's face turned icy cold and she gritted her teeth in anger. I knew he wouldn't learn anything good. I knew he was a lost cause. So he's involved in illegal activities. That prodigal is infuriating. How dare he run a pyramid scheme? No. How could it be that? Sumo's project isn't that, it's shared bikes, a type of bicycle. Su Wanting hastily explained. Bicycles? What kind of bicycle can be worth 1.5 billion? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Xia Bingyan roared, stop making excuses for him. I know all about this. He's never been peaceful since he came to the Su family, not before and not now. Su Wanting felt suffocated hearing these words. In the past, when Su Mo was in the Su family, he likely faced such accusations and prejudice most of the time. He was clearly an excellent student with outstanding talents, but his family always thought he had many bad habits and was a hopeless case. And now Su Mo had succeeded. He had realized his former dreams and owned his own company and office. Even under these circumstances, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming still didn't believe him. Su Wanting felt her eyes redden again. Sniffling, she patiently explained to them. First, Su Mo is not running a pyramid scheme, it has nothing to do with that. He's doing a project called the Sharing Economy, which involves sharing his bicycles for others to use. Second, on the streets outside the first affiliated hospital there are many small yellow bikes that are very conspicuous. Those bikes belong to Su Mo's company. After their successful funding they've grown rapidly and are now said to cover all of Shanghai City. Third, mom and dad, don't be prejudiced. The Internet Sharing Economy is a new economic model proposed by Su Mo and it's becoming popular now. Su Mo once explained the concept of the sharing economy at an investor meeting, receiving a lot of applause. Some investors strongly affirmed this economic model. So is that why he doesn't come home or visit us? Does he think he's outgrown us? Xia Bingyan asked angrily after listening. He might be very busy with work and doesn't have time to come. Busy with work? What work is more important than his parents? Su Wanting, don't make excuses for him. I see him as an ungrateful brat. Xia Bingyan fumed. Even if he can build a 1.5 billion company, so what? A heartless and faithless thing, he will always be a failure. Su Wanting fell silent and turned to Su Deming. Su Deming frowned, wanting. When did you find out about this? A few days ago, Shu Ying told me. Shu Ying only found out recently. Su Wanting said. If it's a 1.5 billion company and it's not illegal, then it's worth looking into. I'm just worried that someone might be targeting him to harm our Su family. It must be to harm our Su family. Xia Bingyan gritted her teeth. If he goes bankrupt and can't pay up, won't the Su family have to cover it? Su Deming, your son is finished. He's completely finished. I've read the reports. Sumo's company is developing well and is unlikely to collapse in the short term. They've reportedly deployed 500,000 to 600,000 bikes across Shanghai City. 500,000 to 600,000 bikes. Placed on the streets. Su Deming looked grim. Su Wanting nodded yes. They're on the streets near the first affiliated hospital and subway stations. There are many. Isn't he afraid they'll be stolen? Su Deming stared at Su Wanting. Su Wanting shook her head. Someone asked him that and he said not to worry, believing no one would take his bikes. But from what I've read, some bikes have indeed been stolen. I knew it. I knew it. Xia Bingyan cursed. That good for nothing is definitely up to no good. What internet sharing economy? I've never heard of it. Those investors are after him to drag the Su family down. That prodigal is driving me crazy. Su Wanting couldn't answer and looked to Su Deming for a proper judgment. Su Deming thought for a moment and said, wait a moment. He'll make a call to find out what's going on. With that he walked to the window, took out his phone and dialed. It was probably a call to a company vice president. As a leader in the jewelry industry, Su Deming had many contacts and was also a seasoned angel investor. Soon Su Deming got the information he wanted and turned to Su Wanting. When did Su Mo start this? It should be several months ago. But he secured funding about 10 days ago. This project is very risky with many uncontrollable factors. It will be extremely difficult for Su Mo to succeed. Su Deming evaluated after some thought. Su Wanting didn't fully understand the project's mechanics, but upon reflection the risks were indeed significant. Su Deming, don't speak for him. If he drags the Su family down, I'll make him pay. Xia Bingyan gritted her teeth in anger. Su Deming sneered, so he really thinks he's outgrown us? That he can leave the Su family and abandon his parents? Su Wanting felt suffocated and asked, Dad, why did you bring him back then? Su Deming's face stiffened. I don't understand why you brought him back from the orphanage. You could have just not done it. Su Wanting said with red eyes. Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? He's already out of control now. If we hadn't brought him back, it'd be even worse. I'm telling you, no one is to speak for him. I see it clearly now. The prodigal came back to the Su family just to collect a debt. Xia Bingyan cursed, struggling to get up from the hospital bed. Where is he now? Take me to him. This time if I don't teach him a lesson, my name isn't Xia. Mom, how can you still teach him a lesson now? Su Mo is an adult. He's already an adult. Su Wanting suddenly burst into tears. If I don't teach him, who knows what other trouble hell caused to drag down the Su family? Those shared bikes are just a scam to make money. Maybe he's just swindling investors. Xia Bingyan said angrily. Mom, how can you think that way? I've told you it's a legitimate project. Even though the risks are high, Su Mo has actually done it. Why don't you believe him? Su Wanting was in tears. How can I believe him? You say it's 1.5 billion, but tomorrow he might lose everything. If he gets into debt, who will bail him out? It'll be the Su family. Xia Bingyan glared at Su Wanting angrily. Su Wanting felt suffocated and couldn't hold back anymore. She cried, Mom. What has the Su family ever given him? You said you only gave him 500 yuan a month for living expenses. 500 yuan. That's not even enough for a pair of sneakers. Sumo had to work part-time for days just to buy sneakers. He never had a decent pair of sneakers in our house. What have you ever given him? And now you say such things. Xia Bingyan glared at Su Wanting. Did he brainwash you? How dare you speak to me like that? If I hadn't done that, how would he know the value of money? I know money doesn't come easily, but at the very least, even the most basic things shouldn't be missing. Su Wanting said through tears. Big sister, don't waste your words on him. I know what you're trying to say. Now you're taking his side, aren't you? Xia Bingyan fumed. Su Wanting fell silent, sniffing. Where is his bicycle? I'll go out and smash them all. I refuse to believe that without our Su family he can amount to anything. Xia Bingyan was burning with rage. Su Wanting desperately wiped the tears from her face, no longer willing to argue with her. Xia Bingyan had always been stubborn. Su Wanting felt she could tolerate it before, but she never expected her to be so unreasonable. Had Su Mo always suffered such grievances in the Su family? Never listening to explanations, always self-righteous, not even allowing an appeal. If it weren't for utter despair, Su Mo probably wouldn't have left the Su family. He didn't leave the Su family because of them, perhaps they bore some responsibility, but it was definitely because of Xia Bingyan. Su Wanting suddenly saw it all clearly. You can't smash Sumo's bicycles, there are 500,000 or 600,000 of them outside, she said in a hoarse voice, her eyes blurred with tears. 500,000 or 600,000. I can smash them if I want. I refuse to believe he can stir up anything. Xia Bingyan raged, then turned to Su Deming. Su Deming, call Shaoli and tell him to take people outside immediately to smash his bicycles to pieces. Su Deming frowned. Xia Bingyan, have you lost your mind? How can you smash 500,000 or 600,000 bicycles? Besides, the matter isn't clear yet, let's clarify it first. What more is there to clarify? Though I don't know how he did it, he must be cheating investors or else it's fraud, a pyramid scheme. If I don't stop him now, he'll eventually ruin the Su family's reputation. Xia Bingyan fumed. We need to get to the bottom of it to know for sure. You're being unreasonable, shouting without understanding anything. How can you resolve anything like this? Su Deming said disapprovingly. Fine. You're yelling at me too. Then let's see how you'll figure it out. I'm telling you, Su Deming, you'd better handle this quickly. If it tarnishes the Su family's name, I'll hold you accountable. Xia Bingyan stared at Su Deming. Su Deming felt a headache coming on, ignored her and turned to Su Wanting. Wanting, investigate Sumo's business venture thoroughly. Also, we'll have people look into it. If he's really involved in fraud or illegal operations, don't blame us for being harsh. If Su Mo isn't taught a lesson, he'll bring about disasters sooner or later. Su Wanting let out a bitter laugh. Dad, you say that without a trace of shame. Even if you had kept him in the Su family, what good would it have done? Don't worry about that. This is serious, I won't let a single trace slip by. Su Deming said coldly. Besides, even when your mother was in the ICU for emergency rescue, he didn't come to check on her. We don't expect him to do anything for us in the future. Su Wanting knew it was pointless to continue. Just then the door suddenly opened and a figure walked in. Who else could it be but Su Shuang? She had likely been eavesdropping outside. Mom, Dad, Dean Tang from our affiliated hospital has always wanted to adopt Su Mo. What? Su Deming and Xia Bingyan were stunned. She has talked to Su Mo many times and he seems about to agree. Su Deming and Xia Bingyan froze, their expressions stiffening. The scorching air seemed to chill instantly and the entire room fell into a dead silence. Tang Jingyi. Yes. Su Shuang nodded at them. Meanwhile, Su Mo accompanied investor Zhou Shiming to a meeting. Quite a few people attended, mostly entrepreneurs. Su Mo gave a presentation with his report, which was quite effective and garnered some response. This speech was aimed at building the company's future brand. Zhou Shiming had invested 150 million hoping these shares would appreciate. Naturally, Su Mo spared no effort in clearly articulating his points, establishing his values and launching his brand. Others were already in the shared bicycle business, but Su Mo was temporarily ahead. He had plans to go to the capital. After the meeting, Su Mo returned to the company and was invited by the former dean of the affiliated hospital to her home for dinner. This time Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi also came along to eat. That's roughly the situation with the Su family. I signed a severance agreement with them, gave them 300,000 and repaid the blood debt. Su Mo said to Dean Tang Jingyi, now for convenience in future dealings I hope to move my household registration out of the Su family. I could move it to the orphanage, but it's a bit troublesome. I'm 18 now, so moving to an orphanage isn't particularly suitable. That's why I thought of you. Dean Tang Jingyi and Mr. Zhao listened, fell silent and looked solemn. The Su family is no small clan with substantial wealth. Are you willing to give that up? Mr. Zhao looked at Su Mo with a complex expression. I haven't taken a single cent from them. Everything I owed them has been repaid in full. The money for my business came partly from selling seafood and fruit with Tang Lei and the others and partly from my investments. It has nothing to do with them. I want to sever ties completely. Su Mo said. Dean Tang Jingyi said, I recall the Xia family has significant connections in the capital. You'll need to go there next, and Xia Bingyan is a daughter of the Xia family. No matter how big their connections are, it doesn't matter. I just want to cut ties cleanly. Of course, if you think it's too much trouble, Aunt Tang, I can find someone else. Moving back to the orphanage is also an option. Su Mo said. Dean Tang laughed. If that's what you truly want, Aunt Tang won't stop you. If they really don't care about you, it's better to break cleanly. Thank you, Aunt Tang. I'll consider handling this immediately. Su Mo said, knowing the household registration issue couldn't be delayed. Since Su Deming and Xia Bingyan were back, the sooner it was resolved the better. Alright, let's eat first. Afterward we can chat a bit more. I heard your meeting was very fruitful. I saw the reports your company's brand is established. Mr. Zhao smiled. Sumo says it's just the beginning. Gu Huanqi smiled. So what's the next step? Go to the capital and cover it or expand everywhere? Mr. Zhao asked with interest. We still need another round of funding about a month from now. This time I hope to raise over $1 billion. With that capital we can expand everywhere. Sumo said. Can you really raise over $1 billion? Mr. Zhao was surprised. It's tough. With such a short time frame it'd be easier if we had more time. But even if we don't reach that scale our growth will still be fast. At least covering the capital won't be a problem. Sumo explained. Mr. Zhao smiles, seeing you so ambitious and spirited is truly nostalgic. If only I had been as confident as you when I was young. Sumo chuckled. You can still be spirited now, Mr. Zhao. Old don't have the energy anymore. Youth is better. Mr. Zhao laughed. Sumo and Tang Lei smiled but said nothing. Sumo, after you've eaten come for a walk with me. Let's chat. Dean Tang smiled. Sure. I have time today. Sumo nodded. Good, eat more meat. You've been so busy skipping meals you've grown thin. Dean Tang said with a look of concern. Meanwhile, Xie Bingyan, Su Deming and the others packed up and left the affiliated hospital. When they stepped outside they saw rows of yellow shared bicycles and looked grim. Xie Bingyan was truly furious. She had nearly flown into a rage. Especially when Su Shuang burst in earlier, infuriating her, and she repeatedly shouted that it was impossible. Su Shuang was immediately too frightened to speak. Now sitting in the car, both of their faces were as dark as coal, silent, the air freezing to the point of ice. To them the idea of Sumo being adopted by someone else was absolutely impossible. It was a direct slap in the face to the Su family. Even if they disliked the son, such a thing could never happen. The car slowly started. Su Deming, Xie Bingyan, Su Wanning and Su Shuang were in one vehicle while Su Juinja, Su Manny and the others took another. The atmosphere inside the car was stiff and icy cold. Especially after seeing rows of conspicuous yellow bicycles lining the streets, the air grew even more frigid. Su Shuang involuntarily pulled her coat tighter, seeking warmth. No one, including herself, had anticipated events unfolding to this extent. Their eldest sister had been weeping just moments ago. As a doctor, Su Shuang was accustomed to witnessing misery, partings, joys and sorrows. Yet when such tragedy struck her own family, it caught her completely off guard. They were still unaware of the situation with Tang Jingyi, the old dean, and Sumo. Even the mere rumors that had surfaced left everyone at a loss. It was unlikely that Su Deming and Xie Bingyan would allow Sumo to leave the Su family, and even she herself was unwilling. No matter what, family was family, blood was always thicker than water. No matter how close an outsider might be, how could they ever compare to one's own kin? Regrettably, she had not understood this truth before. She had once thought it was all just fun, not abuse, and had never considered Sumo's plight within the Su household. During this time her eldest sister had been utterly despondent, speaking at length about Sumo. She had previously been unable to fathom the torment her sister endured, but now she could faintly sense it. She ought to have been better, to have acted more like an elder sister, to have set an example. But sadly she had been even more cruel than the others. Uncle Zhao, drive around the nearby streets for a lap before heading back. Su Deming suddenly spoke. All right. Driver Uncle Zhao nodded and made a turn to circle the area. People were riding bicycles on the streets, quite a few of them, and some were scanning codes nearby, seemingly for convenience and speed. There were also banners and billboards hanging from trees explaining what shared bicycles were and welcoming people to use them. Su Deming watched with a stern expression. As they drove on, two figures in the distance suddenly caught their eyes. Su Shuang and Su Deming took a look and their expressions froze. It was Sumo and old Dean Tang. It seemed to be after dinner in the early evening. The two were out for a stroll and a chat. Sumo appeared to be introducing his bicycle to old Dean Tang. Compared to over a month ago, Sumo had grown much taller, become stronger and looked more spirited, no longer the frail and weak figure he once was. As he spoke with old Dean Tang, he seemed to mention something amusing and laughed, lifting a bicycle slightly to show it off. Seeming to notice Sumo, Uncle Zhao slowed the car down, driving forward gradually. Sumo did not see them. After a few words with old Dean Tang, he headed in the other direction. Su Shuang watched, her eyes blurring with tears. He must still be filled with hope. Trying his best to do his work well. These bicycles looked brand new, as if just placed there. After leaving home he seemed to be eating well, sleeping soundly without any problems. We never gave him money, so where did he get it? Su Deming did not tell Uncle Zhao to stop. He did not want to confront Sumo for now. He made money before by reselling seafood and fruit. Su Wanting spoke. So he had been planning to leave the Su family long ago. Su Deming turned to look at Su Wanting. She did not know either and remained silent. We raised him for 4 years and he has no gratitude at all. Su Deming continued to stare at Su Wanting. She still did not answer, feeling only a deep sorrow in her heart. Seeing her silence, Su Deming dropped the matter and said to Uncle Zhao, let's head back. All right. Uncle Zhao replied, accelerating back. The atmosphere in the car grew oppressive again, sinking into dead silence. Su Shuang and Su Wanting had little desire to speak. They had no right to blame Su Deming and Xie Bingyan, for they knew well that they were all culprits. The thought that Su Mo might have once sought her help made Su Wanting's heart ache. She hated herself for never noticing these things before. The group soon arrived home. Su Juinjia and Su Mani were already waiting, though they were still recovering and needed rest. At that moment, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming had no appetite. They instructed Anjiao to prepare some simple food before heading upstairs to rest. Xie Bingyan in particular had not fully recovered. Su Shuang watched the others leave, thought for a moment, and then walked toward Su Mo's room. She had never been to his room before and wanted to see what it was like. When she arrived, opened the door and glanced inside, she was stunned. The room was secluded and cramped, resembling a prison cell. It had only a small window and, aside from a tiny wardrobe, could hold nothing else. In the drawer were several photo frames containing family portraits. Su Mo had not taken them. Su Shuang picked one up to look, and suddenly cracks appeared in the family photo. One person had fallen out. Su Shuang's expression stiffened. The missing figure was Su Mo. At some point he had cut his own image out. She quickly set down that frame and picked up others, only to discover that they too had been tampered with. In the photos with Su Wanting, Su Shuehui and herself, Su Mo had used a knife to cut out his own image. Shu Ying. As she examined the photos, feeling a pang in her heart, she heard her eldest sister's voice. Su Shuang turned to see Su Wanting entering. Sister, he never wronged us. Su Shuang's eyes instantly reddened. I know, Su Wanting said, nearly breaking into tears. He once asked me for help, sent me many messages, but I ignored him. From the moment he entered our home, he never did us wrong. He did so many things for me, countless things I can't even remember. Su Shuang's tears threatened to spill. What happened to these photos? Su Wanting noticed something odd about one photo. Su Mo removed himself. He cut his own image out. I actually know his project had a chance of success. Zhang Pingting kept talking about that project. I watched him grow step by step, saw him secure funding. Outsiders believed he would succeed, but only I didn't believe. Su Shuang's tears streaked down her beautiful face. Su Wanting said nothing, picked up the photos and looked at them. They were all family portraits from outings. In every one, Su Mo was smiling brightly and cheerfully. Yet he had cut his own image out. It seemed he couldn't bear to discard them entirely, so he had put them back. But sadly, once cut, it was done. He must have hesitated for a long time, made many preparations, hoping for a glimmer of response, a shred of comfort from the Su family. But no one responded. In the end, the severed family photos could never be mended. Let's see what Mom and Dad say, Su Wanting suggested. Su Shuang shook her head, sobbing, Mom and Dad are unlikely to let him leave the Su family, it's simply impossible. But just now Dad and I saw Su Mo and Dean Tang taking a walk. Just now. On the street. Su Wanting and Xie Bingyan had been sitting on the other side of the car and hadn't seen Su Shuang's side. Su Shuang nodded yes. But Dad didn't tell Uncle Zhao to stop. Dad never cared about family matters, he was always an absentee manager. He never saw Su Mo's situation in the Su family. Su Wanting listened but said nothing. Su Deming indeed never concerned himself with family affairs. He was busy with work, rarely at home, mostly on business trips or in meetings with little time to spare. Sometimes he would be gone for 10 days or half a month without being seen. Even when he was home, he mostly scolded and lectured. He hadn't even known that she and Su Shuehui had graduated from university, thinking they were still in middle school. As for Su Mo, he probably felt mostly estranged, lacking any real closeness. Su Wanting now felt only grief. On the other side, Su Mo had a long conversation with old Dean Tang, clarifying the matters of the Su family. After listening, old Dean Tang's expression was very complex. The Tang family and the Su family were not deeply connected, each had its own relationships. Old Dean Tang was unaware that the Su family had an adopted son. Now that Su Mo had explained everything, she could not offer much opinion. If you wish to transfer your household registration, that is certainly possible. If necessary, I can even go to the Su family with old Zhao to discuss this. What you need is not a major issue, according to what you said they should agree. Su Mo nodded upon hearing this. Since you've earned quite a bit of money, when you go back, take a few more people to talk with them and drive as many cars as possible. Tang Jingyi suggested. Although the Su family is not short of money or cars, to avoid being looked down upon, it's better to bring some cars to create a facade. Su Mo smiled. I was thinking the same. Of course it's best not to escalate too much. Resolve it peacefully if possible. You have ideas and courage, you should know how to handle this matter. If handled well, you can move into the Tang family without any problem. Tang Jingyi laughed. Su Mo felt grateful upon hearing this. However, it was not yet time to go to the Su family. According to old Dean, Tang Xiabingyan and the others had viral colds and would need about 5 or 6 days to fully recover. Su Mo could go after they were healed. He had no lingering attachment to the Su family, and he imagined they felt the same about him. Transferring his household registration should not be troublesome. As for bringing a few cars to create a facade, it was worth doing, even if just to annoy them. All right. Since you understand, I won't say more. Old Zhao and I are very optimistic about you all. You children are truly outstanding. As long as you stay steady, your future is limitless. Tang Jingyi smiled. Actually, besides Su Mo, she also liked Gu Huanqi and had been subtly hinting to her wanting to adopt her as a daughter. She wondered if Gu Huanqi would agree. Su Mo said nothing more and followed her back. Over the next 2 days, Su Mo remained very busy. Many bicycles were delivered and needed to be arranged. It seemed that because Su Mo attended a conference with Zhou Ximing, the concept of the internet sharing economy gained more attention. Several reports appeared in the Shanghai City Economic Times. With more money coming in, Su Mo was not stingy. He contacted the advertising departments of several major websites and continued to invest in ads. Since Su Mo's main business was limited to the Shanghai City area, he temporarily placed ads there. With large capital injections, the number of users began to rise sharply. The company now had nearly 15,000 users. As the user base grew, the next step could be initiated. The deposits collected from users are substantial. We cannot just let them sit idle in the bank. Our company is not merely a shared bike company, it's a new type of financial company. We need to understand this concept. Su Mo called a meeting with Tang Lei and the other 3 to discuss the company's investment plan. The money we have must be invested to generate profits and interest. After analyzing the industries that could yield returns, real estate is definitely a huge profit point. Considering our current funds are not very large, I've decided to first withdraw 10 million and invest in a few commercial properties. Directly buying shops. Tang Lei was surprised. Exactly. Direct purchase. I plan to buy one shop for 5 million too for now. Later, if our funds are sufficient, we can buy land. Su Mo said we may face competition and setbacks ahead. We need to have our own real estate. Gu Huanqi smiled. Su Mo, our money isn't enough to expand into the capital market yet. The capital needs at least 400,000 bikes. Just the investment alone would require 120 million. We can expand into the capital slowly, no rush. We can develop and invest simultaneously. With Shanghai City as our base, expansion in the capital will be fast. I estimate we have about 3 months of dividend period. Su Mo smiled. I doubt it's 3 months, probably only 2. Tang Lei laughed. Some people have already started projects. They will soon launch their own bikes. Even so, we are still far ahead. We have 3 months. Su Mo said, with these 3 months we can open up the capital market and develop ourselves. Now I need to warn you, competition in the shared bike industry will be fierce. With our strength, it's nearly impossible to dominate the entire industry. Shared bikes have many practical problems that cannot be solved. What we need to do is use these few months of dividends to grow, make our first fortune. My plan is for each of us to earn at least 500 million. 500 million. Li Banzwang widened her beautiful eyes. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi were stunned. Su Mo smiled. Exactly. At least 500 million. That's our first bucket of gold. Once we have it, we need to consider transformation. Next, he'll tell you about the industries we need to invest in. While we still control a large amount of deposits, we must use this money to generate profits. Su Mo, your ambition is huge. I can't even imagine 500 million. Tang Lei laughed. Only with big ambition can you eat your fill. We can already start transforming. Su Mo smiled. Gu Huanqi, seeing his confident expression, nodded. During this period of operation, they had great trust in Su Mo's judgment. Without him, the shared bikes would not have grown so fast, nor would the internet sharing economy have begun to rise. Now it seemed that some people were already starting shared electric scooters, shared power banks, and shared children's toys. This concept had caught fire on the internet. Sumo had sparked this concept, leading to countless discussions, and their bikes had brought convenience to countless people. Therefore they had almost no doubt about the industries Sumo wanted to invest in. Sumo was very satisfied with their trust. He knew clearly that shared bikes were only the first step, the subsequent investments were the real focus. He still held a large amount of deposits with nowhere to spend, he needed to put them to use. Considering that the Su family might later attack his shared bike project, Sumo needed to make some hidden investments to lay out his own industries. Have you seen the national policies? Urbanization will accelerate and countless people will flood into cities. Housing prices are climbing step by step. Some say it has peaked. I tell you it's far from the peak, because more and more people will buy houses in the cities. We need to invest heavily in real estate. In Shanghai City and the capital, as long as you buy you'll profit. Don't worry about an economic crash causing a drop in housing prices, it's unlikely in 5 years. We need to be the first in this area. Second, invest in liquor, especially Maotai. I predict that in the next few years Maotai will enter a golden development period. It's already showing signs of financialization. We can make small investments. Third, the rise of mobile app development and mobile games. This year web games have grown rapidly, leading many to invest in them. But web games are just the beginning, the next step is mobile games. I predict that in the next decade mobile games will enter a golden development period. Some game companies will grow very fast, earning hundreds of millions or even billions without issue. We can make medium-sized investments. There are other things I'll analyze for you slowly. In short, we need to invest part of the money first. The little monster company had accumulated enough to boldly make some investments without worrying about a cash flow break. The bike business was just starting and wouldn't have problems in the short term. Adhering to the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket, Sumo's investments would be very diversified. He had circled about 7 or 8 key projects, each receiving a share. Tang Lei and the other two had no objections to his plan, so the investments were easily approved and implemented. In fact, Sumo even set up a small investment company called Finching Burning Passion to manage the investment funds. This series of operations immediately attracted a lot of attention. In fact, during this period many people were closely watching the new financial model of the sharing economy. They were very interested in how Little Monster Bikes used the large deposits it collected. What is a deposit? A deposit is an investment in asset. 100 or a few thousand yuan in deposits means nothing, you can't do much with it. But if it's hundreds of millions or billions, it will create a tidal wave of impact. No investor can ignore the role of such a huge amount of capital. In recent days the number of bike-sharing users continued to climb, inching ever closer to the 200,000 mark, a milestone merely days away. Each day a substantial influx of deposits flowed into Sumo's coffers. At the current rate of growth it was projected that within a month the user base of Little Monster Bikes would surpass 400,000. This would yield deposits exceeding 100 million yuan for Sumo. Capitalizing on the relatively low property prices, he decided to withdraw 10 million yuan to purchase commercial spaces while allocating the remainder to small-scale investments to test market reactions. Naturally, Sumo's maneuvers did not escape the notice of certain observers. Within just a few days a torrent of discussions erupted online regarding the novel financial strategies of bike-sharing enterprises. Little Monster Bikes takes its first step into financial territory. An emerging industry rises. Bike-sharing offers unparalleled convenience. A new financial model is born. Little Monster Bikes sees explosive user growth. Some of these news pieces were paid for by Sumo as part of a promotional campaign, but the majority were analyses produced by media outlets and investors. Discussions were particularly fervent in certain economic dailies. A prodigy entrepreneur, the inspiration of a high school valedictorian. Sumo, a valedictorian entrepreneur with a keen eye and an astute sense. Shanghai City witnesses the rise of a prodigy valedictorian, Sumo. His youth, coupled with the prestige of being a valedictorian, quickly captured widespread attention. Many began to bestow upon him the title of prodigy. As these reports reached a broader audience, the number of bike-sharing users swelled significantly. For 3 consecutive days the platform gained 20,000 new users daily. Sumo retained a third of the company's funds as a safeguard against potential cash flow disruptions, deploying the remainder into various ventures. These included short-term and long-term investments, real estate acquisitions and stock purchases. Moreover, he did not overlook the lucrative Bitcoin market. In fact, he had been actively trading Bitcoin throughout this period, causing his assets to expand at an extraordinary pace. Within just a few months the capital Sumo had accumulated from Bitcoin trading exceeded 50 million yuan. His frequent transactions seemed to have drawn the notice of certain individuals on the Huobi exchange. Sumo surmised that Bitcoin was a temporary boon. After this year he would likely need to trade more discreetly. Regardless, Bitcoin remained Sumo's most substantial safety net. With it he had no fear of a cash flow rupture or bankruptcy, allowing him to invest boldly in other industries. The user growth is incredible. The media coverage must have exploded. We're gaining 20,000 users every day. Reaching 200,000 users is only a matter of days. We might hit 200,000 users before we even start school. Gu Huanxi exclaimed, delighted by the data. 200,000 is not our limit. I want more. Su Mo stated. To get more, you'll need to put more bikes on the streets. We're running out. Gu Huanxi laughed. It's time to open new markets. We have the bikes. Su Mo smiled. All right. Investment and expansion proceeded in tandem, accelerating with fervent intensity. As the bike-sharing enterprise grew, Su Mo's name began to gain prominence, attracting extensive media coverage. One day an invitation arrived sent by investor Zhou Ximing, inviting him to speak at an outstanding young entrepreneurs conference. He recalled that in a past life he had secretly attended such conferences after school. They were always packed with people. He had gone because he heard Su Wanting would be speaking, and he was deeply envious of her position at the podium. He had once taken great pride in her. Now the invitation was in his hands. The same conference. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, things were not well after the illness. As the saying goes, sickness comes like a landslide but leaves like unraveling silk. For days Xia Bingyan and Su Mani had been listless and lacking energy. They spent most of their time recuperating in bed. Su Deming recovered more quickly and was able to come downstairs for meals. That morning he went down for breakfast. Su Shuang happened to be at home taking care of them. Su Deming had a habit of reading newspapers or watching the news while eating. That day, as Jiao Ma served the food, he turned on the TV to catch the news. Suddenly a figure appeared on the screen, causing his expression to freeze. Young entrepreneur Su Mo attended the Outstanding Young Entrepreneurs Representative Conference today and was awarded the Outstanding Entrepreneur title. He advocates for green sharing and low-carbon travel, taking Shanghai City by storm. Su Shuang, who had come down for breakfast before heading to work, heard this and froze, her eyes fixed on the television screen. The Su family was wealthy and their large screen was clearly visible from a distance. The news report was a special feature on Su Mo's bike-sharing venture, complete with images, introductions, and even interviews. An interview with Su Mo. Dressed in a suit and holding documents, he spoke eloquently before the camera. He appeared composed and confident, his black suit lending him an air of heroic vigor. He was described with several labels: orphan, self-made man, investor, pioneer, and creator of the internet sharing economy, advocate of emerging finance, outstanding young entrepreneur Su Mo. Perhaps they had forgotten one label: valedictorian. Our user growth rate is exceptionally fast. In recent days we've been adding 20,000 new users daily. We've tracked the riding time of each bike. On average, each bike is used for over an hour a day. We've reduced urban carbon emissions, environmental pollution, and traffic congestion. Our goal is simplicity, freedom, speed, and convenience. Ride anytime, park anywhere, use whenever. We call on more people to join us. This was the first time Su Deming and Su Shuang had seen Su Mo on television. Looking back, when Su Mo lived with the Su family, he had always been timid and never wore a suit, only his faded school uniform. Su Shuang had never noticed these things before until her elder sister mentioned that Su Mo didn't even own a jersey in the Su household. He had to work multiple part-time jobs just to afford one or a pair of sneakers. She remembered one time when she visited him at the first affiliated hospital. A female colleague there had lost her phone, and it was said that Su Mo worked for a long time to save up enough money to repay her for it. Later the colleague's phone was found and eventually ended up in Su Shuang's hands, where it remained in her drawer. She had never thought to apologize. Su Shuang's eyes reddened. Su Deming remained silent, as did she. Jiao Ma, who was serving their breakfast, glanced at the TV, startled, and watched with keen interest. Is that young Master Mo? Jiao Ma wondered silently. But no one answered her. Su Deming's face was stern. Shuang, did you treat his head? Su Deming suddenly turned to ask her. Su Shuang was taken aback. Head? What head? A few months ago his head was injured. Did you treat him? Su Deming asked, recalling the incident. Su Shuang felt a surge of sorrow upon hearing this. The most pressing issue now was not the head injury but the palladium poisoning that her elder sister had been investigating. However, Su Deming was likely unaware of the palladium poisoning, and Su Shuang chose not to mention it for now, as many remain suspects. I never treated him. He didn't come to me, he went to another hospital. He didn't come to you. Didn't he used to pester you all the time? Su Deming asked, puzzled. That was ancient history. Su Mo had long stopped talking to her. No, she had long stopped talking to him. Su Deming truly had no idea what had transpired over the years. Su Shuang felt a deep sadness, holding back tears. He should be fine. He was just physically weak and used to be anemic. But now he looks much better. That's good to hear. Su Deming seemed somewhat relieved and continued watching the news. The broadcast showed various officials shaking hands with the young entrepreneurs and presenting them with badges. Among the officials were even a deputy mayor and the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Su Deming still had to go to work. He had been absent for several days and needed to return to handle his tasks. Su Shuang was in the same situation. Neither spoke, continuing to watch television, which still featured reports about shared bicycles. "Dad, sis, you're up so early." As they watched, a voice emerged. Su Shuang turned her head to see Su Juinja walking out, rubbing his eyes, still looking half asleep. "Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" "There's nothing to do," Su Deming said. "I can't sleep, I'm worried about Mom and want to go see her." Su Juinja spoke, walking to the dining table. "Sis, give me one of those pancakes." With it he picked up a bean paste pancake from Su Shuang's plate and began to eat. Su Shuang glanced at him but didn't stop him, continuing to stare at the TV. "Sis, why hasn't eldest sister come down yet?" Su Juinja remembered that Su Wanning was also at home. "She went to bed very late last night, she probably won't be able to get up this morning," Su Shuang said. "Eldest sister should take better care of herself, she's been looking after us these past few days." Su Juinja spoke with a worried expression. Su Shuang nodded. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything, Su Juinja also sat down to have breakfast. An Chao quickly brought out his breakfast for him. Su Juinja picked up a bean paste pancake and handed it to Su Shuang. "Sis, here, take it back." But before he could finish, he suddenly saw something. His expression froze and he also stared at the TV. On the television many images flashed: small yellow bicycles, meeting videos, and the logo of Little Monster Bikes. Finally several photos and interview clips of Su Mo appeared in succession. Su Deming and Su Shuang were fixated on the TV, looking thoroughly engrossed. Su Juncha's expression instantly turned stiff. "Our philosophy is to promote resource sharing. This is a gift we give to the earth, letting cycling transform the city." The content was extensive, covering user deposits and some novel financial mechanisms. Su Mo appeared on the screen again, speaking eloquently. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Su Deming said nothing. Su Shuang remained silent, and Su Juinja also didn't utter a word. His breathing grew heavy and a fierce gloom flickered in his eyes. "Juinja, you should learn from Su Mo in the future. He's doing quite well outside." Su Deming suddenly spoke. Startled, Su Juinja forced a stiff reply. "Yes. But Dad, is that brother Mo?" "Indeed. It's him. That prodigal son has been up to a lot while we were away from Shanghai City. His project is called the Shared Bicycle Project and it's very popular out there. He'll look into this project when I get to the office later," Su Deming said calmly. Su Juinja nearly choked, quickly replying, I understand. But for now, focus on your studies. Compared to starting a business, studying is more important. That Su Mo kid should also be in school." Su Deming continued. "Dad, sis, I'm full. You two go ahead and eat." Su Juinja couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately stood up and headed toward his room. Su Deming and Su Shuang glanced at him, frowned, but didn't stop him. They were almost done eating and needed to go to work. "Fifth brother, if you have time this afternoon, go talk to Su Mo and ask him to come home. I need to clarify something with him," Su Deming said, remembering something as he was about to leave, turning to Su Shuang. Su Shuang responded, "Dad, have you forgotten? Su Mo refuses to come home. Just go and tell him. I've allowed him to return. His project is no small matter. If mishandled, it could easily blow up. We need to get things straight first." Su Deming seemed to have regained his rationality. Aloud, Su Shuang looked at Su Deming in disbelief. Su Deming said coldly, "Don't think that just because his wings are strong he can fly solo. If he messes up, it will drag the Su family down. Go on, tell him exactly what I said." With that, Su Deming picked up his briefcase and turned to leave. Su Shuang watched him go, suddenly at a loss. She never expected Su Deming to say such things. Could he really think Su Mo left home just for fun? On the other side, Su Juinja hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Breathing heavily, he quickly returned to his room, turned on the computer and searched. His eyes widened in shock. He rapidly skimmed through the information, not missing a single detail, eager to grasp the current situation. The last time Su Mo had wielded a knife at the back gate of No. 27 middle school, nearly slashing him. From that moment, Su Juinja had felt a flicker of wariness. Su Mo's reaction was highly unusual to him. But later, thinking it over, he considered Su Mo merely a top scholar. Even without that title, he was irreplaceable. Su Juinja knew his own advantage as well. Su Mo could never shake them. As long as he acted docile and obedient, ingratiating himself with Xie Bingyan and Su Deming, his place at home was secure. Though surprised by Su Mo's sudden departure, he was secretly overjoyed, especially after hearing Su Mo's spiteful words and seeing him sever ties with Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. His heart sang with delight. The more this happened, the more he needed to appear sensible, filial, and outstanding. He had to present a stark contrast to Su Mo, proving that Su Mo was far inferior to him. Yet now everything had turned upside down. He never imagined that after just a few days away and a few days of a cold, Su Mo would appear on television. Su Deming and Su Shuang had already seen it. They seemed to have known all along. This instantly filled Su Juanjia with an intense sense of crisis. Green sharing. Shared bicycles. Internet sharing economy. Several terms popped up on the website alongside photos of Su Mo moving bicycles. Su Juanjia glanced at them and nearly choked. Damn it! How could this happen? When did this start? That waste. How could he? Su Juanjia refused to believe it. In his eyes, Su Mo was virtually indistinguishable from a good-for-nothing. At home he was timid and submissive, unable even to greet strangers, appearing constrained and cowardly. How could he suddenly create such a vast enterprise? Back home he didn't even have a change of clothes. Who gave him the money to pull all this off? Could it be eldest sister? Su Juanjia also knew that eldest sister had been acting strangely lately. Her eyes were often red, unlike her usual self. A few days ago he thought it was because she was too busy with work and hadn't rested well, but now it seemed otherwise. How many others know about this? Does Su Xuehue know? Su Mani, Su Pundi and Su Yuechan. Why is everyone keeping it from me? Su Juanjia had already noticed that many things in the Su family were being hidden from him. For instance, when discussing Su Mo, Xie Bingyan and Su Wanning often avoided talking in front of him. Previously it seemed they were trying not to provoke him, deliberately avoiding the topic. But now with Su Mo running such a large company, they still kept it from him, severely stinging Su Juanjia's pride. These matters should never have been concealed from him. He had the right to know. Only by knowing could he prepare. But now it seemed he had missed his chance. You pulled a knife trying to cut me. It's clear you know who your enemy is. Su Juanjia stared at Su Mo's photo, a venomous glint in his eyes. But unfortunately you can't change how people see you. Not just me, but everyone thinks you're a waste. You are trash. Su Juanjia's heart seethed with malice. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Uncle Zhang, how it's me. The name is Su Mo. Yes. Check where his money came from for me. No action. Do not take any action against him for now. Do you understand? After hanging up the phone, Su Juanjia's heart was filled with gravity. He had always regarded himself as a member of the Su family, taking immense pride in that identity. Thus, since Su Mo was brought back to the Su family 4 years ago, he had been terrified that Su Mo would usurp his position. Su Juanjia was shrewd, fully aware of where his strengths lay: obedience, filial piety, tactfulness and intelligence. As long as he could maintain these traits, his standing in the Su family would be as solid as a mountain, untouchable by anyone. Reflecting on these 4 years, Su Mo had been like a clumsy performer in the Su family, begging for affection from his sisters and Xie Bingyan and Su Deming with nauseating gestures, a sight that made Su Juanjia laugh. Su Juanjia knew exactly what Su Mo desired, and he was determined to never let him obtain those things. Of course the situation in the Su family was complex. He still couldn't fully grasp the dynamics with Xie Bingyan. It seemed that Xie Bingyan's aversion to her own son was far greater than he had imagined, and Su Juanjia remained unclear about the reasons behind it. He speculated that something might have happened between Xie Bingyan or Su Deming long ago, causing Xie Bingyan to loathe her biological son intensely. But no matter what, Su Juanjia would never allow anyone to take what was his. The third sister, Su Mani, is a fool, can be slightly manipulated. The fourth sister, Su Pundi, is completely on my side, no issues. The eldest and second sisters are a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. They both have irreconcilable issues with Su Mo. As for the fifth sister, Su Shuang. To be fair, Su Shuang did harbor some dislike for Su Mo, but Su Juanjia also knew that she wasn't particularly fond of him either. Having the fifth sister fully on his side was unlikely. But lacking the fifth sister's support isn't a problem. She doesn't meddle in family affairs much. As for the sixth sister, she hasn't graduated yet, is still in a relationship, and can't interfere with family matters. I am a member of the Su family, always a member of the Su family. No one can drive me away. Su Juanjia resolved, his heart filled with ruthless determination, beginning to strategize around his advantages. Having received the Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Medal, Su Mo started heading back. The shared bicycle user base had already surpassed 200,000, with growth still rapid, prompting Su Mo to increase investment. But returning to the company meant he had tasks to attend to. He needed to first move his household registration out. Sumo Dr. Little Su wants to see you. As he was handling matters, Li Banzwang suddenly approached and said. What does she want now? Sumo frowned. I don't know. But she said she really hopes to meet you. Li Banzwang replied. Sumo turned his head and glanced in the direction of the affiliated first hospital. He no longer held much goodwill toward the Su family. Though they cried bitterly, Sumo knew it was all crocodile tears. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui had acted that way over the past 4 years, not merely because they found him clumsy or dirty, they each had other reasons. Sumo simply hadn't exposed their true faces yet. As for Xiebingyan, Sumo also knew exactly why she despised him, and that knowledge chilled him to the bone. Before understanding the reason, Sumo thought he still had a chance to win her over, but after learning the truth he realized just how cold-blooded and cruel his biological mother truly was. That was precisely why Sumo could never forgive her. But if he had to name one person in the Su family he still had some fondness for, without a doubt it was the fifth sister, Su Shuang. Su Shuang was merely somewhat morally flawed, held no particular goodwill toward him, didn't compete with him for anything, and hadn't done much to disgust him. The others were different. It could be said that aside from his father Su Deming and the fifth sister Su Shuang, who were relatively straightforward, not a single one of the others was decent. The third sister Su Mani was a complete fool, easily manipulated with a few screws loose. As for the fourth sister Su Pundi, her name alone made it clear she didn't want Sumo in the Su family, and she harbored deep-seated ambitions of her own. As for the sixth sister Su Yuechan, Sumo had less contact with her, but she was no easy character either. He didn't know why Su Shuang had come, but coincidentally Sumo was also planning to return to the Su family to settle the household registration issue. It was just as well to let her come. Sumo turned around and instructed Li Banzwang. Li Banzwang was surprised. Sumo, you want to see her? Since she's here I might as well see her. At the very least she once treated you and treated Huanqi. Sumo said. Li Banzwang paused for a moment, then said, Sumo, we don't want anything to happen to you. What could happen to me? Don't worry. Sumo smiled. Let her in. It just so happens that I plan to resolve the final issues with the Su family. Seeing this, Li Banzwang could only nod helplessly and go to call Su Shuang in. Standing at the entrance of Mingding building, Su Shuang was still anxious about whether Sumo would see her. Sumo was completely different from before. He had become more mature, more rational, and more decisive. He was no longer the Sumo who used to chase after her all the time. She still remembered seeing him at the orphanage back then, dirty all over with a runny nose. She had actually met him before. Su Shuang looked at the signboard of the little monster bicycle and a wave of discomfort washed over her. Li Banzwang soon returned, informing her to go in. Hearing this, Su Shuang quickly followed Li Banzwang's steps. Dr. Little Su, we've always been very grateful to you. Me, Huanqi and Tang Lei all like you very much. Li Banzwang said. As for Sumo, he feels the same. That day when Sumo heard that you were his biological sister, he was so happy he could hardly sleep, calling the four of us over to tell us several times. We from the orphanage have always been grateful for your free clinic visits. Su Shuang remembered Li Banzwang, who had a heart problem before and underwent a minor surgery but recovered quickly. Hearing this, Su Shuang's expression stiffened. It was nothing. Now that we've grown up, if Dr. Little Su would honor us, Huanqi and I would like to invite you to a meal to express our gratitude for your past kindness. But Sumo, we don't know what happened to him, we hope he'll come too. Li Banzwang continued. He won't come. Definitely not. Back at home she had often joined Su Pundi in framing him. Making snide remarks and taunting him had happened more than once. She was just often busy with surgeries and rarely had time to get involved in family matters. If she had been at home her behavior wouldn't have been much better than Su Manis. Su Shuang fell silent, hoping only to quickly explain the family matters to Sumo. She had been to the office once before. Li Banzwang pushed open the door and let her in. Sumo was sitting inside tinkering with a bicycle. Sumo. Watching him fiddle with the dismantled bicycle, she suddenly remembered that he had once been poisoned by palladium which had come from her lab. Su Shuang's heart ached with guilt. He must also suspect that she intended to poison him to death. Sumo's eldest sister said you were poisoned before. Sumo glanced back at her, a hint of disgust in his expression. Dr. Little Su, after years of practicing medicine, have you ever thought that palladium could kill? It can cause unbearable pain, making life worse than death. Su Shuang quickly covered her mouth upon hearing this. I once admired your work, thinking you were an angel. Sumo laughed bitterly. But unfortunately you're not. So tell me, why are you here to see me? Su Shuang's eyes reddened. Dad hopes you can come home as soon as possible. Dad already knows about the company and project you're working on. He says this project has huge problems and if it's not stabilized it could easily implode. Sue Deming. He has time now. Su Mo laughed upon hearing this. Su Shuang caught the sarcasm in his tone but said nothing, just sniffled. Su Shuang, do you know what will happen if I go to the Su family now? Su Mo looked at her. Su Shuang was taken aback. You should know. But you're on their side. Remember what happened before Su Shuang. About 2 years ago I didn't take Xia Bingjian's bracelet, you and the fourth sister Su Pundi took it. To be precise, the fourth sister took it and you knew it very well. Su Mo looked at her with a smile. But you sat there laughing, eating and laughing, and told Xia Bingyan that I took it. Yet I kept thinking you're Dr. Little Su. A gentle and kind doctor like an angel, how could you do such a thing? At that time I thought it must have been my fault, that I must have wronged you somehow. I'm sorry. Su Shuang burst into tears. Stop. Don't cry here. Su Mo stopped her with a smile. I'm just helping you recall. Don't come to me with any confessions, it's meaningless. In fact, to this day Banzwang and Huanqi still like you very much. After all, you treated them and they don't know your true face. You've disguised yourself well using this white coat to pretend to be upright and kind, but in reality you're colder than anyone else. Su Shuang hadn't expected Su Mo to say this, tears blurring her eyes. Su Mo, sistering. Didn't mean to before. What do you mean didn't mean to? You did it on purpose. You were laughing quite happily that day. Su Mo said with a smile. Su Shuang was at a loss for words, only feeling a deep sorrow in her heart. But don't think Xia Bingyan doesn't know it was you. In fact, Xia Bingyan sees everything as clearly as a mirror. She knows all about you. What? Mom knows what we did. Su Shuang was shocked. Su Mo looked at her and laughed. You didn't really think you could get away with it, did you? You didn't honestly believe Xia Bingyan was completely in the dark. Su Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. She could understand Su Mo knowing these things, after all he was one of the participants. She could also understand Su Pundi knowing, since she was the one who took the items. But Xia Bingyan knew. If Xia Bingyan knew, why would she punish Su Mo? Go tell Su Deming. He'll come to the Su residence tomorrow afternoon. We really do have some things to discuss. Su Mo said calmly. No. Su Mo mom couldn't possibly know about these things. Su Shuang hurriedly looked at Su Mo, her heart racing as she struggled to comprehend such a thing. Su Mo couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you go ask her if she knows? Su Shuang, the truth is everyone is quite clever. Do you really think those little tricks of yours and Su Pundi's could fool everyone? Not just you, actually she knows all about Suju and Ja too. This. How is this possible? Su Shuang found it hard to believe. Nothing is impossible. Su Mo said with a smile, unwilling to say more. You can go now. I won't see you out. Su Shuang wanted to ask more, but Su Mo stopped her. Get out. Su Shuang had no choice but to leave Mingding building. As she stepped outside, the sun blazed fiercely, yet standing in the sunlight she felt no warmth, only a terrifying chill rising from the depths of her heart. She couldn't understand why Su Mo said Xia Bingyan knew about these things. If Xia Bingyan did know, it would be an absolutely terrifying revelation. After all, over the years she and Su Manny had done many things. Every single one of them was terrible. If Xia Bingyan knew about them all, what did that mean for Su Mo's position in the Su family? She couldn't fathom why Xia Bingyan would do this. Su Shuang glanced back at Mingding building and suddenly felt that the sunlight was profoundly dark, as if some filthy things could never be exposed to the light. The most horrifying part was that she herself had once been part of it. Su Mo stood by the window gazing into the distance. Behind him Tang Lei knocked and entered, also standing by the window looking out. After a moment he smiled. The liquor stocks are rising. We should make around 200,000 today. Su Mo glanced at him and chuckled. We're just testing the waters. We haven't officially invested yet. Playing the stock market requires caution. Do you want to get back at them? Tang Lei asked, staring into the distance. Su Mo paused, then smiled. Let's talk about that later. We've only just started. We still lack strength. Tang Lei fell silent. But tomorrow get me a few cars. Luxury cars. We need to go to the Su residence. Understood. Let's see if we can settle this matter. Once it's done we can head to school, Su Mo said with ease. I'll get a few people to go with you, Tang Lei said with a smile. Alright, Su Mo nodded. The company's affairs had come to a close for now and things wouldn't be too busy afterward. Only the Su family matter remained. Because of the bike-sharing project, Su Mo didn't want to escalate things too fiercely with the Su family for the time being. The company needed a period of stable development. He truly didn't want the Su family to have an easy time, but the prerequisite was to protect himself first. Only by ensuring his own safety could he take any action. So tomorrow, if a peaceful resolution was possible, he would take it. Suemo hoped to settle things quickly. By the way, did you look into the Davina facial cleanser I asked about? What were the results? Tang Lei pulled out a test report and handed it to him. I had it analyzed and tested. It does contain what you mentioned. But this report can't be made public for now. Suemo took it and glanced at it. Keep it for now. I'll give you a list later. Continue testing the other items for me. Tang Lei frowned. Suemo, do you really want to do this? Yes, I really do. Suemo nodded. Hold on to these things. Just in case. Maybe one day we'll need them. All right. Davina was the Su family's cosmetics brand, a large-scale enterprise with a vast reach. It was a company with a market value of 10 billion, its business extending to over a dozen countries. Su Wanting was currently in charge of Davina's specific operations. Suemo didn't tell Tang Lei what he planned to do. He handed him a list asking him to have the items tested while he himself arranged for the vehicles. Suemo had agreed to return home. Su Shuang didn't hesitate to notify Su Deming immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Deming nodded. Good. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. You tell your elder sister to come back too. All right. Su Shuang immediately informed her eldest and second sisters. When the eldest sister heard, she was overjoyed. He agreed to come home. Yes, I just went to see Suemo. He agreed to come back, Su Shuang said. Dad said you should come back too. Dad thinks Sumo's project is prone to problems. All right. I'll be there, Su Wanting said, sniffing. By the way, does Mom know? Mom? Su Shuang was taken aback. Not yet. I'll inform her later. Then inform her. No matter what, now that Suemo is coming back tomorrow, we need to find a way to keep him here, Su Wanting said. I understand, Su Shuang replied. Then she called Su Shuehui. Su Shuehui was probably in class, but she was delighted when she answered. Is he really willing to come home? Yes, he's already agreed, Su Shuang said. Good. Su Shuehui seemed to be crying as she responded. Su Shuang didn't say much more and hung up, planning to go home first to inform Xie Bingyan. She wondered what Xie Bingyan's attitude would be. She needed to ask first. In truth, upon reflection, Xie Bingyan's attitude toward Suemo was indeed very strange. It seemed she had never really liked him from the very beginning. Logically speaking, Suemo had spent 14 years outside the family, all of it in an orphanage. Under normal circumstances, any parent would have given their biological son more love and care. Su Shuang could understand her favoritism toward Su Juinjishi, and Su Mani also preferred him because he was obedient and well-behaved. But this shouldn't have come at the expense of her own biological son. Suemo said she saw everything clearly, as if she knew everything. If that were truly the case, it was simply terrifying. What exactly was Xie Bingyan planning to do? Su Shuang found it hard to understand. Yet even so, she couldn't believe Xie Bingyan would resort to poison. A mother wouldn't harm her own child no matter what. With work still waiting, Su Shuang decided not to dwell on it and returned to her job, planning to come back home in the afternoon. When she arrived at the Su family villa, she found Su Manning and Su Pundi already recovered, sipping tea in the living room and playing with the dog. Su Juinja seemed absent, likely out with his many friends. Su Shuang grabbed a bottle of milk from the fridge and took a sip just as Xie Bingyan descended the stairs. The eldest and second sisters hadn't returned yet, presumably running late. Seeing Xie Bingyan come down, Su Shuang hesitated, then decided to speak with them. Telling one was the same as telling all three. She might as well address everyone at once. Fifth, brew me a cup of fruit tea. Xie Bingyan ordered as she sank onto the sofa, looking listless and weary, as if not fully recovered. All right. Su Shuang prepared a cup for her. Fifth, I want one too. Me too. Su Mani and Su Pundi chimed in hastily. Su Shuang sighed in exasperation and brewed a large pot, pouring a cup of fruit tea for each of them. Xie Bingyan took a sip, savoring it with a look of contentment as she reclined on the sofa, her expression brightening. Once they had all finished, Su Shuang thought for a moment and spoke up. Mom, Suemo said he'll come back tomorrow afternoon. A hush fell over the room. At these words, Xie Bingyan's face froze. Oh. He finally deigns to return. Su Mani shot back. Su Pundi chuckled. Suemo is coming back. Such a big deal. Did he hit a dead end out there and have to crawl home? What a rare guest. Su Shuang felt a pang of sorrow hearing this. Third and fourth sisters, Suemo is different now. Different how? Don't think being top scholar makes him special. These days top scholars are a dime a dozen. Without our Su family he's nothing. Su Manny sneered. I thought he'd never come back. Now he's slinking home in disgrace, how laughable. Su Pundi's eyes glinted with mockery. In the past Su Shuang might not have found these words harsh, she used to speak similarly. But now she suddenly realized how ugly and terrifying they truly were. Looking back, she had mostly spoken to Su Mo the same way even when she ran into him near the first affiliated hospital last time, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Mo really has changed. He's not the same anymore. Eldest and second sisters have already met him. Su Shuang urged. Just because he got top scholar. Can he fly now? I knew he'd come crawling back to the Su family eventually. Su Manny laughed. He's been eyeing our family's wealth all along, how could he bear to leave? Su Pundi smirked. Fifth, he begged you to pass the message so he could return, didn't he? Su Shuang shook her head frantically. You don't understand. Let me explain later. Mom, she turned to Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan's face was cold as ice. Good, let him come. He'll see if he dares act up again. Su Shuang quickly added, Mom. This time Su Mo comes home, eldest sister, second sister, and I hope he can stay. Also Dad said this morning to let him come back. Su Mo is so different now. He truly is. I know he's different. So what? Xia Bingyan snorted, glaring at her. Su Shuang was at a loss for words, staring at Xia Bingyan. That business of his is either a scam or a pyramid scheme. I've already sent your father to check. If there's a problem, well, report it to the police. Xia Bingyan declared. Su Shuang's eyes reddened. Dad is already investigating. But yesterday Su Mo shook hands with a deputy mayor and was awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur. What? Xia Bingyan fixed her gaze on Su Shuang. Su Shuang nodded. He was invited to an entrepreneur conference and a deputy mayor presented him with the title. Many investors and entrepreneurs attended. Xia Bingyan was visibly stunned, saying nothing. Outstanding Young Entrepreneur. Isn't that eldest sister's title? Su Manny and Su Pundi, unaware of the details, looked bewildered. Su Shuang said to them, you don't know. You were all sick and went on trips. These past months Su Mo has accomplished so much. He started a company that swept through Shanghai City and even half of China. People call him a genius entrepreneur. Gasps filled the room. Su Manny and Su Pundi were shocked. Genius entrepreneur. Su Mo. Fifth, have you lost your mind? Are you talking nonsense? That's because you don't know. Just look it up on your phones. Su Shuang pulled out her phone and searched for news, handing it to them. It's all about Su Mo, countless reports. This is what he's done in these months, and it's had a huge impact. Su Manny and Su Pundi took the phone and glanced at it. Shared bikes. Exactly. Su Shuang nodded. They read carefully, their jaws dropping in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Su Mo. Impossible. Su Shuang ignored them and turned to Xia Bingyan. Mom, Su Mo's project seems solid. Though some say it might crash, many investors are optimistic. We really shouldn't have let him live outside. Xia Bingyan's face turned grim. I never stopped him from coming home. He chose to leave. Su Shuang thought to herself, if not for you he might not have run away. But she dared not say it. Eldest and second sisters will be back soon, they all want to see Su Mo. We don't want him to leave the Su family with resentment and fend for himself. He deserves the family's support. Xia Bingyan shot her a cold look. If he's obedient, fixes his bad habits and cuts ties with those shady people, I'd be happy to have him home. But if not, there's nothing to discuss. I won't let him use a single cent of the Su family's money. Mom, how can you say that? Isn't Su Mo part of this family? I'm doing this for his own good. He's got so many flaws, how can he ever enter high society like this? The Su family isn't ordinary, we're an elite family. We must follow rules and etiquette. Xia Bingyan said coldly, then turned to Su Shuang. Fifth, don't speak for him. I know what I'm doing. You'll see if he's learned anything when he comes home this time. Su Shuang felt a chill in her heart. She said no more and retreated to her room. In the living room, Su Manny and Su Pundi stared at the phone astonished. They hadn't expected Su Mo to achieve so much in just a few months. They scrolled through several news articles and searched repeatedly, growing more amazed with each read. Time flew, and by evening Su Wanting and Su Xuehue returned home and recounted the same story. Su Manny and Su Pundi were even more stunned. After dinner, Su Shuang went to talk with Su Wanting and Su Xuehue. Mom's still stubborn. She won't budge and I don't understand why. We're family, why can't we get past this? Su Shuang sniffled, her voice trembling. Su Wanting said, I expected as much. Mom's always been this way. But I hope Suemo can move back tomorrow. Do you think that's possible? Su Shuang looked at her. Su Wanting didn't answer, a trace of dejection in her eyes. Suemo still refused to see her. I don't know why he's coming back. It can't be to make peace. The changes in Suemo are so huge I can hardly believe it. Su Shuang said, her eyes reddening. He knows someone wants to kill him, so of course he doesn't want to come back. Su Shuehui murmured. Who? Who is it? Su Shuang pressed. Su Shuehui replied. Su Shuang was struck speechless again. Well, see tomorrow. Dad will be back too, hopefully he can stop him from leaving. Su Wanting said. Su Shuang didn't know what to say, a sense of despair creeping in as she grappled with how to handle the situation. Time quietly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye an entire night had passed. Last night Su Deming returned home late, seemingly after socializing and having had a few drinks. He collapsed into bed as soon as he got back. Since Sumo was coming back, Su Shuang, Su Wanting and the others did not go to work, all taking leave. They hoped to have a good chat with Su Mo. On the other hand, the reactions of Xie Bingyan and Su Mani were somewhat indifferent. Su Shuang couldn't care less about that now. She instructed Uncle Zhao to open the door promptly if Su Mo returned. Uncle Zhao agreed. Meanwhile, Su Mo prepared some good items. First, he called 2 lawyers to accompany him. Originally there was no need to hire lawyers, as there was nothing much to discuss. Su Mo only sought to change his household registration. However, upon careful thought, he preferred not to clash with the Su family for now, so it was better to have 2 lawyers with him. Su Mo had already shown the 2 lawyers the agreement to sever ties. Although such a severance agreement had no legal basis, it could still be formalized as long as both parties agreed. This time Su Mo returned with the intention of making it official. Additionally, Tang Lei called 6 strong men all dressed in suits with sunglasses to accompany Su Mo back. Tang Lei did this to strengthen their presence and to let the Su family see clearly. Although the effect might be minimal, Su Mo still had them follow along. After all, there was nothing wrong with showing off, right? Whether it was being arrogant or demonstrating one's might, one had to make a show of force to gain leverage in negotiations. Thirdly, Su Mo hired 6 luxury cars, all Rolls-Royces and black Bentleys, to make a grand entrance towards the Su family. Indeed, Su Mo aimed to discuss them. Regardless of whether this negotiation would succeed, he could not lose face. Finally, Su Mo, Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi all donned formal suits and sunglasses, their shoes polished to a shine and their hair slicked back, resembling characters from the Matrix, ready for the meeting. He believed that presenting themselves this way would yield better results. It's a pity that the company still needs to develop steadily for a while, otherwise I would confront them directly. Su Mo stood by the company window looking at the luxury cars below, feeling pleased. He understood very well that if he could expose their true colors it would be a spectacular show. Unfortunately, his development had been too brief and he had not yet fully matured. For now, Su Mo prioritized preserving his own career. He did not wish for any major upheaval or unexpected events at this critical juncture. Su Juanja can be set aside for now. This adopted son is probably looking for someone or a way out. There's no rush to deal with him. If I do deal with him, I must make Xie Bingyan feel the pain. As for Su Mani and Su Pundi, one is a fool and the other is insane. There's no need to worry about them for now. Since they are fools, let them continue to be foolish. Only you, Su Wanting. Su Mo glanced in the direction of the Davina company. Perhaps we really should have a good chat. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Su Mo, it's time to go. Tang Lei shouted from outside. Okay. Su Mo did not hesitate, grabbed his suit jacket and headed downstairs. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. When he came down, a crowd was already waiting at the door. Part of them were company staff while others were people invited by Tang Lei along with the lawyers and Gu Wanshi. Let's go. Together. Su Mo said. Let's go. Tang Lei waved his hand and everyone scrambled to get into the cars. Su Mo, Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi rode in a Rolls-Royce while the others got into Bentleys, and the grand convoy set off from Mingding building towards the Su family villa. Su Mo even had someone buy firecrackers, planning to set them off along the empty stretches of road. Upon reaching the Su family entrance, he intended to set off a few large strings to liven up the atmosphere. Today, regardless, was going to be a good day that deserved celebration. The Su family villa was not very far. It took about an hour to arrive, and Su Mo quickly drove the car into the villa area. Once they reached, Su Mo instructed them to start setting off firecrackers. When the car arrived at the Su family gate, he had Tang Lei get out and place the firecrackers on the ground, lighting 3 large strings together. The Su family had security guards. The gatekeeper, surnamed Chen, was responsible for security along with another supervisor, Uncle Zhou. Upon seeing this scene, they were astonished and frozen in place. Su Shuang, Su Wanting and the others were waiting in the living room. While sipping tea and chatting, they suddenly heard a loud series of firecracker sounds from outside, leaving everyone astonished as they rushed out to see. However, they only saw the large black shiny luxury Rolls-Royce slowly driving in, followed by the convoy. They were immediately dumbfounded. 5 consecutive black Bentleys lined up at the entrance. In a swift motion, the occupants of the Bentleys disembarked, all dressed in formal suits. The black Rolls-Royce gradually came to a stop in front of the Su family villa. Before the car door opened, the suited individuals from the Bentleys rushed over to open the door for the Rolls-Royce. Su Wanting and Su Shuang and others were bewildered, their eyes wide open. When the car door finally opened, a foot stepped out first, followed by the upper body. A young man with slick back hair wearing sunglasses and formal attire emerged. He exuded an air of elegance, nobility, and a hint of wildness, holding a cigar in his hand. Suddenly a dead silence enveloped the surroundings. One could hear a pin drop. The door on the other side of the Rolls-Royce opened and 2 young women along with another suited young man stepped out, quickly approaching Su Mo. Su Mo glanced sideways at the Su family villa as if gazing at the sky with a haughty demeanor. Finally his gaze fell upon them and he flicked his cigar. The nearby young woman hurriedly took out a box and presented it to him. Su Mo extinguished the cigar in the box and exhaled a puff of smoke. Clap. Clap. The firecracker sound suddenly erupted again, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Young Master Mo. A surprised voice emerged. It was the housekeeper, Aunt Zhao. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Mo slightly adjusted his sunglasses. Aunt Zhao, long time no see. How have you been? Good, good, good. Young Master Mo, you finally returned. Aunt Zhao exclaimed excitedly. Su Mo smiled at her and then walked towards the Su family villa. Su Mo, you finally came back. Su Wanting hurriedly called out, her eyes shining with joy. Su Mo glanced at her. What? Are you not happy? Of course I am happy. My sister is certainly happy. Su Wanting quickly replied. You don't seem very happy to me. Su Mo chuckled but did not elaborate, continuing to walk inside. Su Mo, why did you bring so many people here? What are they here for? Su Shuang asked, somewhat worried. Su Mo turned back and smiled. Do you really want to know? Of course. Su Shuang nodded eagerly. You won't want to know. Su Mo laughed. Su Shuang's expression froze. Su Mo, I'm sorry for what my second sister did. Su Zuhui's eyes turned red. Su Mo gave her a sly glance. Su Shuehui, I can afford a portion now. But you still make me feel disgusted as always. Su Mo suddenly mocked without courtesy but quickly smiled. However, it's nothing, I'm used to your filth. Su Mo, you're back. At that moment another voice chimed in. It was Su Juinja, who was also at home. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo delivered a swift slap to him. Smack. This slap was quick and fierce, nearly knocking Su Juinja to the ground. In fact, Su Mo had seen him as soon as he entered, so he was naturally unceremonious and struck hard. Su Juinja was stunned, unable to react. Then Su Mo kicked him. You didn't die from your illness. Su Mo laughed. Su Mo, why are you hitting people? Su Pundi shouted angrily, wanting to rush over. Others were shocked and hurriedly came to stop him. Su Mo took a step back, raised his hands and smiled. Su Pundi, don't blame me, who told him to obediently present his face. This adopted son, I have to slap him. I've already told you all that a fake is a fake, an adopted child is an adopted child, you just didn't believe me. The term adopted son seemed to sting Su Juinja, igniting a blaze of fury within him. However, noticing the crowd around them, he swiftly suppressed his anger, covering his face with a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Brother Su Mo, how could you? Su Juinja, you're quite something. To endure this bending and yielding, you're destined for greatness. Su Mo chuckled inwardly, giving him a thumbs up. But it's fine, well, take it slow. A cold, venomous resentment surged in Su Juncha's heart, though he concealed it, murmuring, Brother Su Mo, what are you talking about? You understand. You've always understood. Su Mo grinned. But even if they were here, so what? I can still beat you if I want. An adopted son is just an adopted son, how could you compare to a biological one? Isn't that right, dear little brother Su Juinja? In the past, Su Juinja wouldn't have worried about such words, knowing Xia Bingyan and Su Deming would punish Su Mo, making him stand in a corner, striking his palms or locking him in confinement. But now Su Mo seemed unafraid even to curse Xia Bingyan and Su Deming, showing them no respect. If he truly wanted to hit him, Xia Bingyan and Su Deming likely couldn't stop him. Even if they punished Su Mo severely, they wouldn't dare send him to the police, it would tarnish the Su family's reputation. Moreover, a biological son was a biological son, they were far less likely to let Su Mo face imprisonment. Though Su Deming rarely involved himself in household matters, he held the final say when serious issues arose. When it came to the Su family's tens of billions in assets, Su Deming would likely have little hesitation. No matter how well he treated an adopted son, he could never surpass his own flesh and blood. Such was reality. At that moment, Su Juinja felt nothing but suffocating frustration. To maintain his image of being sensible and obedient, he dared not openly clash with Sumo at home, enduring the blows passively. His resentment surged skyward as he clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. Daring to hit someone. Sumo, you're getting lawless, aren't you? No one can control you anymore. A furious roar came from behind. Sumo looked up. It was none other than Xie. She descended the stairs swiftly, her face contorted with rage. Oh. Another savior appears. Sumo glanced back at Sujuinja, sneering. Go cry on her lap while you still can. Don't be late. Sujuinja, though seething with indignation, turned and ran towards Xie, covering his face with a pitiful look. Mom, don't blame brother Sumo, it's all my fault. Sujuinja said. What fault do you have? It's that rebellious son. Xie glanced at him, noticing his swollen right cheek, and felt a pang of sympathy. She glared at Sumo. You're getting more lawless by the day. Do you think no one can discipline you? Why have you stepped foot back in our Su home? Sumo shrugged, his expression calm. I have something to discuss. Mom. Don't get angry, let Sumo come in first. Suwaning hadn't expected Sumo to strike so suddenly and was taken aback. She quickly turned to Su Shuang. Fifth, go call Dad down. Tell him Sumo is back. Su Shuang nodded and hurried upstairs. Xie was fuming, and seeing Sumo's flashy attire only fueled her anger. Who are you showing off for? For us. Whose car is that outside? Sumo spread his hands. I rented it. Oh. Rented. Xie stared at him. You've grown bold. Haven't you already disowned us? Why come back to the Su family? I'm telling you, Sumo, if you don't mend your ways this time, you'll never set foot in this house again. Sumo remained unfazed, grinning as he spread his hands. Xie, stop shouting at me. There's no need for all that noise. I've made your adopted son cry, go comfort him. You dare call me by my full name? Xie shot up from the sofa, glaring at Sumo with blazing fury. Sumo looked at her with disdain. So what if I call you by your name? Xie, you don't think you're still my mother, do you? I'm telling you that will never happen. You're infuriating me. Eldest, bring me the ruler, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xie rage seemed ready to erupt, smoke practically pouring from her ears. But Suwaning didn't move, her eyes reddened. Mom, sit down first. Let's wait for Dad to come down and talk it out. What's there to talk about? Nothing. This rebellious son, if I don't give him a beating today, I won't feel better. Xie turned to find the ruler. Seeing this, Tang Lei and a few others moved closer to Sumo. Xie grew even angrier. Fine. You brought all these people just to provoke me, didn't you? Sumo, you're unworthy of being a son. Xie, what madness is this? Sumo was about to retort when another voice chimed in. Su Deming, perfect timing. This rebellious son is out of control, he even dared to call me by my full name. No one can discipline him anymore. Xie fumed. Let's handle the matter first. What's all this fuss about? Su Deming frowned, his tone cold. Fuss? Su Deming, are you scolding me too? Xie glared at him, humiliated and enraged. Su Deming sighed helplessly. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Can't you be quiet for a moment? Look at the situation, can we fight? Xie turned and saw Sumo, Tang Lei and the other burly men staring at her with mockery in their eyes. Her fury flared anew. Sit down for now. Let's finish our discussion first. Su Deming was equally displeased with Sumo's behavior. Especially seeing the cars and the crowd outside, he grew more irritated, wondering why Sumo had brought so many people. But this time he didn't let anger cloud his judgment. With a grim expression, he walked over and sat across from Sumo. Eldest, make some tea. He instructed, sensing that Sumo's return with such a crowd signaled something serious. Suwanting nodded and quickly prepared tea, serving it to everyone. What are your plans for that bike-sharing business? Su Deming clearly didn't want to engage in small talk, his tone icy. Perhaps Sumo's direct address of Xie by name made him realize that his biological son had no intention of acknowledging them. Nationwide promotion, nationwide rollout, first tier cities first, then second tier. Sumo smiled. What about the deposits you're holding? Can you manage so many? I've seen analyses saying you've already started investing. Su Deming pressed on. The deposits are one of our profit points. We need to ensure profitability. Are you sure this will be profitable and not a massive risk? If you incur losses, how will you repay user deposits? Suemo replied, investment comes with risks, losses are normal. But as long as we keep growing we're not afraid of losses. This is a recipe for disaster. Su Deming stared at him. Suemo met his gaze with a smile. That's our concern, not yours. That's not what I came to discuss today. Then what do you want to talk about? Su Deming frowned. Suemo scanned the room. Everyone except Suyue-chan was present. Good. Everyone's here to witness. I've also brought 2 lawyers to assist. This is Lawyer Jia and this is Lawyer Chen, say hello. Su Deming and Su Wanting frowned at the lawyers. Mr. Su Ms. Xia, good day. The 2 lawyers greeted them. Su Deming's brow furrowed deeper. Suemo, what do you mean by this? Nothing much, just that your Su family is no longer worthy of me and I want a clean break. Suemo shrugged, taking a document from Lawyer Chen. The severance agreement we signed last time isn't legally binding yet, so I'm back to make it official. I want to transfer my household registration. At these words Su Deming and Su Wanting froze in shock. Transfer your household registration. Su Shuang was shocked. Yes. Make it official. After my household registration is moved out, Su Deming, you will no longer be my father, and Xiebing Yin, you won't have to bother with me. You don't need to shout at me calling me an unfilial son at every turn. I will have nothing to do with either of you anymore. Today I came prepared. I brought many people and a lot of firecrackers. I think today should be a day worth celebrating. Also 2 lawyers are here and we can handle this matter immediately. Attorney Chen smiled at Su Deming and Xiebing Yin, saying, Mr. Su and Ms. Xia, rest assured. Our law firm has connections with the police. We can directly call the officers to handle it here, and you won't even need to go to the station, just sign the documents. Our CEO Su has also prepared some documents for you to review. These are future disclaimers. Once you agree they will take effect. Another attorney Jia smiled and handed them a document. The entire living room fell into a dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard as everyone stared at the document being offered. None of them had expected that Sumo's purpose for returning home was this. Su Wanting's breath quickened as she glanced at the document, which was filled with details about the household registration transfer process. Suemo had already signed his name on it. He had previously signed a declaration of disownment, but no one had taken it seriously since it lacked legal standing. But this time was clearly different. This time the household registration transfer was no joke. Su Wanting's eyes reddened. I've thought about this a lot, Suemo said with a faint smile. Today I did bring some people to prepare for this. I want to resolve these issues peacefully. You all know I grew up in an orphanage without parents and have no connection to you. I came here today only to restore my original identity. Of course I have other considerations too. You know I'm starting a business and it's almost successful. Although the Su family is decent in my eyes, you're no longer worthy of me. You, none of you are worthy anymore. So I want to move my household registration out. Suemo. How can you? Su Shuang was shocked. Suemo glanced at her and interrupted. You should note that I'm not asking for your permission. I'm informing you that we have no relationship. I know you've despised me too, so let's part amicably and go our separate ways. That's the best solution. Suemo took another document from Attorney Jia and handed it to them. Take a good look. I believe you'll agree. Su Deming's face turned livid. Xia Bingjian's expression darkened as well, her eyes blazing with fury. If my words hurt you, you can take them as nonsense. Okay. Suemo grew impatient seeing them unmoving. Su Deming, Xia Bingyan, 4 years ago I didn't know any of you. In these 4 years with the Su family I've repaid everything I owed you. The blood I shed, the living expenses you gave me, I've calculated it all, and 300,000 is more than enough. I hope you won't make things difficult for me and embarrass everyone. Su Deming's face darkened, trembling with rage, but he didn't explode. Instead he became eerily calm. Where do you want to move your household registration to? That's none of your business. I have a place to go and it has nothing to do with you, Suemo replied. The living room fell into another dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Some faces showed excitement, others were pale and at a loss, while still others were dark with anger, their eyes blazing with fury. No one spoke. Suemo, are you serious? After a long pause, Su Deming looked at him again. Of course I'm serious. Suemo laughed. I've been out for 3 months and I think I've been doing quite well. Su Deming, note this: in these 4 years I haven't eaten much of your food or drunk much of your water. Everything can be calculated clearly. You should understand that I don't owe the Su family anything, and I hope you don't owe me either. Suemo, please don't be like this, boo-hoo, it's all Big Sister's fault. Su Wanting suddenly burst into tears. Suemo glanced at her and smiled. Just be a witness so there's no confusion later. If you move your household registration out, what about your company? Su Deming asked. That's none of your business. My company is doing very well, Su Mo replied. And I believe the future of Little Monster Bike will be even brighter. Su Deming Xiabingyan, I came here to resolve this peacefully. Boo-hoo, Su Mo's second sister is sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't move out, I don't agree to this. Su Shuehui suddenly cried. Su Mo frowned at her. Su Mo, this isn't a joke. You can sign the disownment declaration, no problem. But how can you casually move your household registration? I also don't agree to you leaving. It's impossible. Su Shuang approached, her eyes red. Is it because you want to move to Director Tang's place? Is Director Tang going to adopt you? Sumo's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. Su Shuehui, Su Shuang, what do you mean by that? Sumo, it's all our fault. Moving the household registration is absolutely out of the question. I don't agree either. Su Wanting sobbed. Sumo's face darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. Su Wanting, I came in a good mood today, speaking politely. I believe I've never wronged any of you in all these years. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Sumo, it's Big Sister who wronged you. Boo-hoo, Big Sister was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. It's all my fault. Su Wanting wept. Su Mo ignored her and turned to Su Deming and Xiabingyan. Su Deming, Xiabingyan, you can make your decision now. You know very well that everything between us has been settled. You'd better agree to my request or else this won't end well. Su Deming, seeing Su Wanting and Su Shuehui crying, glared at Su Mo with fury. Are you sure you want to move out? Yes. Su Mo nodded. Do you think moving out will sever our relationship and let you leave the Su family? Su Deming stared at him. Su Mo laughed. What else do you want? Su Deming, what more do you want? Do I owe you anything? Su Deming was left speechless. I don't owe you anything. I'm telling you seriously, I don't owe you a single thing. Everything you gave me I've returned in full. Sumo's expression turned cold. If anything, it's you who owe me. The living expenses we gave you. Su Deming started but then stopped, recalling something. Oh. 500 a month for 4 years. Su Mo sneered at him. Forget it, Su Deming. When I was an orphan my living allowance was 800. Su Deming said nothing, his face ashen. If he remembered correctly, Su Mo's living expenses in the Su family were indeed 500 a month. He had been surprised when he learned this a few months ago. Now bringing it up was embarrassing. As for other matters, they seemed equally hard to mention. In his memory, Su Mo had indeed never taken anything from the Su family, not even a car. He usually rode a bike or took the bus. Su Deming had been busy with work and never thought about these things. But now as he dwelled on it, a suffocating weight seemed to press on his chest, making it hard to breathe. I don't agree. Suddenly a voice rang out. It was Xiabingyan. She slammed the table and stood up, trembling with rage. Su Mo looked up at her, his face turning cold. Xiabingyan, I don't want to clash with you today. I want to talk peacefully. You talk. What can you talk about? I don't agree. Xiabingyan glared at him furiously. You want to move your household registration to the Tang family. Impossible. I tell you, unless I die it will never happen. Xiabingyan, I owe you nothing. Sumo's face turned ashen. Xiabingyan retorted angrily, don't think you can just walk away. I'm telling you, Su Mo, even if everyone else agrees I will never agree. Su Mo, now truly enraged, stood up abruptly and snapped. Xiabingyan, ever since I arrived at the Su family you've been targeting me. I endured you before, but I want now. I'm telling you, you'll agree whether you like it or not. Xiabingyan seemed even more incensed. Absolutely impossible. Give up on that hope. You want me to approve your move to the Tang family? Not until I'm dead. Su Mo laughed bitterly, pointing a trembling finger at her. I've never seen anyone like this. Xiabingyan, even a beast doesn't devour its own young. Why do you treat me so harshly? Have I ever wronged you? Xiabingyan's face was livid and she remained silent. From my childhood. Su Mo stared at her coldly. Don't think I don't know, Xiabingyan. I know everything about you, every filthy thought you harbor. I once called you mother and I didn't want to expose you, but don't think I'm made of clay. Su Mo, just listen to your mother. Don't move out. Su Wanting sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Su Mo turned his icy gaze on her. Su Wanting, the day you kicked me out of the Daiwina building I already knew what you were thinking. Sordid, foul, despicable, shameless. I didn't want to expose you, but don't think I'm oblivious. Su Wanting froze, tears still falling. And you, Su Shuehui, you pretend to cry so bitterly, but do you think I don't know what you're really crying about? Each one of you is so despicable, I'm embarrassed for you. You call yourselves my sisters. Ha, you're not worthy. Suemo cursed vehemently, then turned back to glare at Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. Today I'm here to inform you that in moving my household registration not to ask for your permission. In telling you I have to move out. Su Deming was also enraged. Where can you move to? Suemo, you've gone too far today. You've insulted everyone. Have they wronged you? They truly have. Suemo said coldly, if you agree I can speak to you with courtesy. But even a clay idol has its temper, don't regret it later. What regret could I have? What is there to regret? Suemo, you unruly brat, wait until I'm dead. Xie Bingyan glared at him furiously. Suemo looked at her. Xie Bingyan, how far will you go? What do you want to achieve? Isn't this enough? 18 years, isn't that enough? What will it take for you to stop? Xie Bingyan said nothing, her body trembling, her face pale with rage. Fine. Then let me state a fact. 18 years ago you, Xie Bingyan, were the one who abandoned me, weren't you? Suemo took a deep breath, his eyes growing colder. What? At these words everyone's expression changed dramatically. Xie Bingyan froze, her face clearly stiffening for a moment. I know why you abandoned me, Xie Bingyan. But I don't want to meddle in the messy affairs of the Su family, nor do I care about the filth and disgrace between you and your husband. But even a beast doesn't eat its own young, Xie Bingyan, even a beast doesn't eat its own young. Suemo stared at her almost word by word. Did you think you could hide it from the world? Did you think no one would know? No. At least I know. The others, shocked, turned to stare at Xie Bingyan in disbelief. The mystery of Sumo's disappearance 18 years ago had been questioned by many, investigated by the police, but no results. It was suspected to be a kidnapping by human traffickers. Was there more to the story? In telling you, Xie Bingyan, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have spent the first 14 years of my life in an orphanage. If it weren't for you my achievements would be tens or hundreds of times greater than they are now. What right do you have to call me uncultured and stubborn? What right do you have to say I don't know manners and am timid? All of this is your doing. You are the culprit behind it all. Su Wanting burst into sobs. And Su Wanting. Suemo suddenly turned to her. I never knew your heart was so dark and foul. I wonder if your mind is broken. You've always known the situation in the Su family. Daiwina is family property. When I was brought back 4 years ago you've been worried that it would be divided. You've been calculating everything about Daiwina. Su Wanting was stunned, frozen. The first time I visited Daiwina I was so happy, everything was so new. But in your eyes what was I? Someone coming to take a share of Daiwina. Suemo stared at her. I didn't want to expose your true face, but don't think I don't know. Su Wanting, you are the most disgusting. Su Wanting immediately covered her mouth, tears forcing their way out. Suemo, it's not like that, it's not. Not like that. Suemo sneered, you think I don't know? I know you inside out, even what you think in your heart. You want to disgust me. You're not worthy. It's not like that. Su Wanting wept. After cursing her, Suemo felt somewhat relieved. He fixed his gaze on the ashen face. Xie Bingyan, you'd better agree to let me move my household registration or else you won't have an easy time. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Xie Bingyan's face was stark, her body trembling. Su Deming's breathing quickened and he turned to look at her, suppressing his anger. Xie Bingyan, is what Suemo said true? Did you abandon him 18 years ago? I didn't abandon him. Xie Bingyan shouted. Oh. You just left him at the orphanage gate, not elsewhere. Suemo said with a sarcastic smile, just at the orphanage gate. Xie Bingyan was startled, looking at him in shock, a flicker of panic rising in her eyes. She seemed unable to understand how Suemo knew so much. But soon as if she realized something, the panic in her eyes vanished, leaving only coldness and numbness. Orphanage gate. Isn't that considered abandonment? Xie Bingyan. You left Suemo at the orphanage gate. Su Deming was furious, staring at her in disbelief. Xie Bingyan turned to look at him, a deep loathing and disgust in her eyes, but she said nothing. Are you curious why she did it? Suemo laughed. By common sense, a beast doesn't eat its own young. Having 6 daughters and finally a son, it shouldn't be this way. But this matter defies common sense. Su Deming was stunned, then immediately stared at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan, tell me why. Why did you do it 18 years ago? Xie Bingyan said nothing, slumped onto the sofa and slowly took a sip of tea. But her arm was trembling uncontrollably. Suemo glanced at her, not wanting to say more, and gestured with the document. You can sign now. Let's not make everyone's faces ugly. At this, Xie Bingyan glared at him. You know all this? When did you find out? A long time ago. Suemo said. Then when you just... She wanted to ask but choked. When I first arrived at the Su family, right? 4 years ago when I first came. Suemo suddenly laughed again with a touch of irony. Isn't it ridiculous? You saw it all, didn't you? I was like a clumsy clown trying to gain something that didn't belong to me. I once desperately fought yearning for all of this. Eternal love, great love. The most precious and profound emotion in the world. I dreamed of obtaining it countless times. Suemo spoke then laughed full of sarcasm, but it's gone. Xia Bingyan, nothing is left. Everything is barren. Even knowing the truth, I wanted to grasp even a shred of it, but it was never there. Now all I wish is for you to die soon. Xia Bingyan's entire body trembled violently and disbelief flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she could not comprehend how Suemo knew, or perhaps it was the fear of being exposed that caused her hand holding the teacup to tremble uncontrollably, spilling the tea. She hastily slammed the teacup onto the table. Xia Bingyan, tell me why. Su Deming roared, his eyes fixed on her. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui among others were also visibly incredulous. They all stared at Xia Bingyan, unable to fathom that she was the one who had personally abandoned her own son. The Su family was wealthy, not an ordinary household. They lacked for nothing, and there was no financial hardship that would make raising a child impossible. Looking back, when Suemo was found 4 years ago, the police located him at the Changdong orphanage not far from the Su residence. Perhaps for those 14 years Xia Bingyan knew where Suemo was all along, but simply refused to bring him back. As for why she later agreed to bring him home, it was as baffling as her reason for abandoning her own son in the first place. No matter what you say, changing the household registration is impossible. Xia Bingyan clearly had no intention of explaining, looking up at Suemo with a cold stare. Do you have to make things so unpleasant for everyone? Suemo fumed. I am your mother, and that will never change. You can't change it either. As for the rest, I have nothing more to say. Xia Bingyan was evidently done talking to Suemo. She immediately rose and headed towards her room. Xia Bingyan. Su Deming bellowed in rage. But Xia Bingyan did not turn back, hurrying into her room. Suemo had not anticipated such an outcome, and a surge of fury welled within him. He couldn't believe Xia Bingyan could be so obstinate. He immediately turned to look at Su Deming. Seething with anger and unable to stop Xia Bingyan, Su Deming turned back and said, Suemo, I absolutely oppose this too. Don't even think about taking this step. You are my son from the Su family, and that cannot be changed by anyone. Damn it. Suemo erupted in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He grabbed the table and flipped it over. Bang. I came here in good faith to talk, but don't be so ungrateful. You all know what you've done yourselves. Haven't you exploited me enough? Suemo roared, I'm telling you, if you make my life difficult, none of you will have an easy time either. Su Deming looked at the chaotic mess on the table, somewhat taken aback, and shouted, if it's about what Xia Bingyan did, well, find a way to make it up to you. But this one thing is impossible. With that, Su Deming also abandoned him and walked towards his own room. Suemo was furious, waving his hand grandly. Smash it all. Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi were stunned. Smash it. Smash it. Suemo commanded angrily. Tang Lei, seeing this, didn't hesitate. He immediately signaled the men behind him to demolish the entire living room. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui were horrified at the sight. Suemo, please don't do this. It's all Big Sister's fault. Woo, stop it. Su Wanting began to cry again. Suemo cast a cold glance at them, feeling his anger still unsated. He raised his hand and smashed the teapot viciously onto the floor. Let's go. Suemo decided not to linger any longer. Picking up his documents, he turned and left. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui, watching him go, both broke into tears. Suemo quickly arrived outside the villa. The convoy began to turn around and head back. He hadn't anticipated such a failure, nor had he prepared for it, thinking the matter wouldn't be too difficult. But he never expected Xia Bingyan and Su Deming to try and have their way with him. This infuriated Suemo immensely. The convoy sped off, returning to Mingding building. Once back in the office, Suemo plopped down onto the sofa, his expression dark and uncertain. The office was deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A terrifying atmosphere hung in the air. Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi exchanged a look and said helplessly, Suemo, we need to go register at Qingbei University first. Suemo looked up at them and asked, have you ever seen such shameless people? Tang Lei and Gu Wanshi shook their heads. You've never seen anyone like them. Neither have I. I never imagined they could be so despicable. Suemo fumed. Gu Wanshi sighed, if they refuse to relent, things will be very difficult. They seem very determined. Suemo remained silent. Tang Lei also sighed, Suemo, we need to go to the university to register first and wait for a while. Besides, the company still needs to develop. Suemo knew that the company needed a period of stable growth, and a fierce conflict with the Su family would be very detrimental. Having lived with the Su family for 4 years, Suemo was well aware of their immense power. He hadn't originally wanted to clash with them, but he never expected Xia Bingyan to be so shameless and despicable. Suemo took a deep breath, quickly poured a glass of water and gulped it down, but the rage in his heart was still hard to suppress. Suemo. Let's put the Su family matter aside for now. We probably won't need the household registration book anytime soon. Your ID card can handle most things. Gu Huanqi came over to console him. Sumo's eyes blazed with unquenchable anger. This isn't over. Do they think they can control me like this? This is far from over. I know. There's no need to fight with them for now. Just rest for a while and try not to be angry. Gu Huanqi comforted him. Suemo glanced at her and nodded, his face pale. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, the living room was in shambles, most of its contents destroyed. The sofas and coffee table in the Su household were quite expensive, many of them famous brands worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, and most were now broken. Su Wanning hadn't expected Sumo's return to cause such a scene. She collapsed on the floor, crying for a long time without getting up. Su Shuang, her eyes redrimmed, called for the maid Zhao to clean up the living room. Su Deming was already arguing in another room, demanding to know from Xia Bingyan why she had done it back then. But Xia Bingyan seemed unwilling to answer, remaining silent. Su Wanning and the others also had no idea why Xia Bingyan had acted that way, only that the matter sent chills down their spines. Su Shuang waited for Zhao to finish cleaning the living room, then came over and sat beside Su Wanning, handing her a box of tissues. Su Wanning took the tissues and wiped her eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop. He knows. He knows it all. I just forgot. Su Wanting suddenly spoke. Su Shuang looked at her, saying nothing. At first I really did care. I knew father's nature well. Davina was bound to be divided eventually. The very sight of him going to Davina made me terribly impatient. I knew very well that a biological brother is different from others. Father brought him back to take over the family business. Su Wanting said woodenly, utterly dejected. I had the security guards beat him up, hoping to drive him away, to make him afraid to even covet Davina. So he already knew all along. Su Shuang was evidently shocked to discover the side of her elder sister. In her mind, her elder sister had always been fair, outstanding and rational, a top student since childhood, the child other families envied, a prodigy. The others were more or less influenced by Su Wanning, mostly looking up to her as a role model. But now that role model seemed to have crumbled. Part of Davina's growth was indeed Su Wanting's achievement. She had managed Davina for many years, helping it expand rapidly. But ultimately Davina had long been the Su family's asset. If the family estate were ever divided, it would certainly be split up. Su Deming was actually quite traditional. The reason he had desperately wanted a son back then was so that his son could inherit the family business in the future. He indeed loved his adopted son, that was true, but when it came to matters of principle he was very clear-headed. The Su family's assets would most likely be left to Suemo in the future. Perhaps it was precisely this that made Su Wanning wary, eventually turning into deep-seated aversion. She probably hadn't even noticed it herself. But Suemo knew. The darkness in her heart had been exposed. No wonder every time she had visited Suemo before he had never shown a friendly face. At that moment Su Wanning suddenly hugged her knees, curling up under the sofa, trembling all over. Why? Why did mother abandon him? A profound question welled up in Su Shuang's heart. The next 2 days were relatively calm. However, being unable to resolve the Su family's issues left Suemo fuming with frustration. But Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi were right, they couldn't spare too much energy on the Su family or get entangled with them. The bike-sharing business had reached a new stage and investment needed to keep pace. Moreover, they needed to report to Qingbei University. The semester was about to start. Regardless, they had to go to school first. We can slow down the investment a bit, there's no rush. Especially in stocks, we need to observe more. Regarding the shop premises in Xiahai City, I've already scouted a good location and plan to secure it. This is our long-term investment. In real estate, we need to stretch the investment horizon long, 3 to 5 years or even a decade. For funds, we need stability. The primary goal is steadiness. Also, we can spread the word that we have capital. If any mobile game studios are seeking investment, they can contact us. After evaluation, we can invest. Millions, tens of millions, no problem. Good. Suemo made several decisions. Now they needed to shift focus and start acting as angel investors, mainly targeting the mobile game sector. Suemo was well aware that the coming years would be a period of explosive growth for mobile games. This golden period would last about 7 or 8 years. As long as his judgment was sharp, raking in profits would be no problem. Suemo didn't want to develop games himself, there was no need. His team knew nothing about gaming. He just needed to review games from other studios and invest accordingly. Suemo, the analysis results for Daiwina's several products are out. Tang Lei handed him a report. Suemo took it, glanced at it and said, very good. Keep this for now. Suemo, you're not serious, are you? Daiwina is no ordinary company. Tang Lei was a bit worried. No problem. Suemo said calmly. I know exactly what I'm doing. This is just being prepared for any eventuality. As long as you think it's fine. Tang Lei felt reassured. Suemo said no more, placed the document in the safe and continued busying himself with company files. Meanwhile at the Su family villa the atmosphere remained oppressive and terrifying. Su Deming and Xia Bingyan had a fight smashing some things, but Xia Bingyan still refused to relent and explain why she abandoned Suemo. Su Deming dared not do anything to Xia Bingyan. The Su family might seem prominent, but compared to the Xia family they were insignificant. The Xia family itself was a powerful clan in the capital. Xia Bingyan was once a noble daughter of the Xia family. No matter how intense the conflict, Su Deming dared not lay a hand on her. And Xia Bingyan clearly had Su Deming under her thumb for 2 straight days. Her gaze toward him was filled with disgust and revulsion. Su Wanting, Su Xuehui and the others had no idea what was happening and could only hide in their rooms and speculate. Xuehui and I were studying at the time away from home and didn't know about these things. Shuang, you were probably too young to remember. Mom wouldn't abandon Suemo for no reason. Something must have gone wrong back then. Su Wanting guessed, her eyes red and swollen. I also suspect it was back then. Su Xuehui said sorrowfully. Dad wanted a son and grandparents also wanted a grandson. They couldn't do without a grandson. Mom gave birth to us one after another. Now she falls ill easily and is weak. That's the aftermath of those years. When she gave birth to Suemo she apparently had a massive hemorrhage and nearly lost her life. Su Shuang also speculated that the Su family, desperate for a son, had pressured Xia Bingyan to keep giving birth. But if that were the only reason, it probably wouldn't have driven Xia Bingyan to abandon Suemo. Something else must have happened. Mom probably knew all these years that Suemo was in the Chengdong orphanage. She didn't abandon him far away, which is why he was found and brought back. Su Wanting said, but it's clear that the knot from 18 years ago hasn't been untied yet. Su Shuang felt a chill run through her entire body. Do you think Mom wanted to kill Suemo? She suddenly asked. Su Wanting and Su Zuhui's faces froze and they said nothing. From the looks of it, it's highly possible. She hates Suemo so much it's very likely she poisoned him. Su Shuang said. Su Wanting, unwilling to believe such a thing, sniffled and said, even a tiger won't eat its own cub. Su Xuehui and Su Shuang fell silent, unsure whether to refute that statement. So whether she abandoned Suemo to the orphanage or brought him back, Mom's attitude has always been the same, to torment him. Su Shuang's fingers turned icy cold. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui still refused to believe such a reality and remained silent. After a long moment Su Xuehui said softly, Suemo was so happy when he came home. I know he was very happy. Su Shuang said. Back then it was I who took him around showing him everything. He used to tell me everything he saw. But that's gone now. It will never happen again. Su Zuhui's eyes reddened again and she sobbed a few times, seemingly filled with regret. Su Shuang recalled the past and a deep sadness welled up in her heart. What had happened to their Su family? Previously Su Shuang only thought Xia Bingyan was stubborn and harsh, but she never imagined she could be so ruthless. If she really did poison him, that would be terrifying. We've all let him down. We've all let him down. Wah! Su Wanting also burst into tears as if she could no longer hold back. Meanwhile Su Juinja also found the current situation in the Su family terrifying. Lately the Su family was suffocating under a cloud of rage. He had originally wanted to comfort Xia Bingyan and show his filial piety, but he was met with a closed door. Xia Bingyan wouldn't let him in. This was unprecedented, leaving Su Juinja at a loss. 18 years ago it was Xia Bingyan herself who had abandoned Suemo. If this was true, then what did Su Juinja mean to the Su family? Su Juinja suddenly dared not think about it. In fact, he had known for a long time that he was a replacement, not a biological child, that he was adopted. But Su Juinja had never considered himself an outsider. In his heart the Su family was his home. Xia Bingyan and Su Deming were his parents and no one could replace them. But now the truth suddenly told him that he was not a replacement after all. The biological son had not been lost by accident. Xia Bingyan herself had abandoned him. And for 18 years Xia Bingyan had always known where her biological son was, and 4 years ago she brought him back to the Su family. Su Juinja suddenly couldn't ascertain his own position in the Su family. He only felt that if he thought about it too deeply it would be extremely terrifying. Why is this? Xia Bingyan. Why did she do this? A wave of panic surged in Su Juncha's heart. He couldn't understand what Xie Bingyan was thinking. I say, even if Su Mo doesn't come home, so what? I think it's fine for him to move his household registration out. Why won't you let him? In the living room, Su Manny and Su Pundi were eating fruit, looking leisurely at Su Wanting and the others. Now in the entire Su family, only the two of them were relatively calm and carefree. Su Manny. Su Wanting stared at her. Big sis. You've seen it. Su Mo is simply not suited for our Su family. He has so many flaws, completely different from us. I don't understand why you won't let him move out. Isn't he the one who wants to move out? I think it's great. Su Manny said, puzzled. I agree with third sister. He thinks he's so great showing off by driving a Rolls Royce back home. Clearly he wants us to see. Since he's so impressive, moving out is no big deal. Su Pundi chimed in. Su Wanting snapped, both of you shut up. Since when do you two get a say? Big sis and not wrong. What's there to hesitate about? Su Manny insisted. Third sister Su Mo cannot leave the Su family at this time. If he leaves, what will happen to the Su family's future? Su Shuiying frowned. The future of the Su family. Aren't you and I still here? Isn't big sister still here? What's wrong with the Su family's future? Su Manny scoffed, clearly displeased with Su Mo. And Juunja. At the very least, Juunja can inherit the family estate. What need is there for Su Mo? He's never been one of us. Su Pundi also spoke up. Su Manny, do you even know what's happening right now? Su Wanting said angrily. I know. Didn't I say it? He chose to move out himself. It wasn't us who forced him. Su Manny pursed her lips, looking utterly unconcerned. Not forced by us. Wasn't it you, Su Manny, who forced him? Su Manny, dare you say you didn't force him? Su Wanting glared at Su Manny with fury. I really didn't force him. He made the choice himself. Su Manny hastily defended herself. You didn't force him. Su Manny, even at this point you still dare to say such things. I'm starting to wonder if your conscience has been devoured by a dog. I won't mention everything else, but last year when our family went on a trip, wasn't it you who hid his phone? Wasn't it you who tried to abandon him? Su Wanting roared. Su Manny froze, her mouth agape, stunned. You have nothing to say now, do you? Su Manny. There are plenty more things you've done, and I haven't even settled the score with you one by one. And now you say you didn't force him. Su Wanting's eyes were already red. I didn't mean to abandon him, I was just joking. Su Manny stammered, her voice growing softer as she saw Su Wanting's anger. A joke? You hid his phone and made him walk on the highway for over 10 hours. Thousands of miles away, you call it a joke to hide his phone and leave him stranded outside. Su Manny, how can you be so shameless? Su Wanting was especially furious with her. Su Manny, seeing this, dared not speak further, looking both flustered and aggrieved. Su Pundi quickly interjected, big sister, didn't you all used to be like this too? When did you start siding with Su Mo? At this, Su Wanting felt a pang of sorrow and said mournfully, yes indeed. We all used to be like that. So why wasn't it us who forced him to leave? It was us who drove him away. Su Pundi frowned. I think third sister has a point. Our family isn't short of people to inherit the business. Big sister, you can do it, second sister can, and Juunja can too. Why does it have to be Su Mo? Su Wanting said nothing, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Su Shuihui spoke. Lao Si, Su Mo is our brother, our own flesh and blood. I know he's our own flesh and blood, but what difference does that make? Su Pundi was about to continue but saw Su Shuihui glaring at her as if she wanted to devour her and suddenly dared not go on. Su Mo was lost for 14 years outside, and all those years he spent in an orphanage. He didn't have enough to eat or wear, and he had to work part-time constantly to support himself. Even after coming to the Su family 4 years ago, things didn't get much better, they were almost the same. Su Zuhui's eyes were red as she spoke through gritted teeth. And you, Su Pundi, what were you doing as a child? You had a life of luxury, everything you wanted. Why should it be him who leaves and not you? Su Pundi was stunned, frozen in place. No one asked you to speak. At a time like this you're still making sarcastic remarks. Su Shuihui sniffled, feeling tears fall. Su Pundi looked around and suddenly dared not say another word, though in her heart she still couldn't accept this. Su Shuihui for her part couldn't convince her. Now there was also suspicion that Su Pundi had been involved in drugging someone, and that would need to be investigated later. No matter what, Su Mo is our brother, our own flesh and blood. So I also disagree with him moving out and changing his household registration. Finally Su Shuiying spoke up. Even if he no longer sees us as family and wishes we would die soon, it was us who started all this. Third sister, fourth sister, I know you've done far too many things, more than can be counted. You'd better think carefully about what you've done wrong to Sumo. I think over these 4 years you haven't exactly been idle. Su Manny and Su Pundi exchanged a glance and frowned. Unable to resolve the Su family's issues, Sumo chose to temporarily put them aside. Old Dean Tang from the first affiliated hospital came twice to invite them for dinner and to inquire about Sumo. Upon hearing that Sumo couldn't temporarily move his household registration, they both expressed regret. But it was no big deal. Old Dean Tang had set a new goal: Tang Lei Gu Wanshi and Li Banzwang. They decided to adopt the three as their godchildren. The Tang family is quite influential in Shanghai City, and old Dean Tang, once a daughter of the Tang family, has a certain say. Old Mr. Zhao is a director at the Chip Research Institute and also holds a respectable position. I think it's fine. Tang Lei Gu Wanshi and the others asked for Sumo's opinion, and Sumo naturally wouldn't interfere. Old Dean Tang seemed like a genuinely good person with connections not only in Shanghai City but also with a large family in the capital city. Becoming their godparents would likely grant them some support from the Tang family. Sumo understood very well that Tang Lei Gu Wanshi and the others deeply desired this. When they were young in the orphanage, they often played games of having parents and family each pretending to be the other's relative. Sometimes as they played they would burst into tears, their faces streaming with tears. This time gaining a family wasn't such a bad thing. Hearing Sumo say this, Tang Lei and the other two hesitated for a moment, then agreed to old Dean Tang's request and accepted her and old Mr. Zhao as their godparents. Old Dean Tang and old Mr. Zhao were overjoyed and immediately held a celebratory banquet which was very lively. You children are all wonderful kids. You'll surely achieve great things in the future. You've all been admitted to Qingbei University, every single one of you is outstanding. With you joining the Tang family, my family is honored, and old Zhao and I will no longer be lonely. Old Dean Tang said with great emotion. Sumo smiled and said, in the future I'll bring them back to visit you. Although we'll be studying at Qingbei, our work will still be in Shanghai City. Good. Do come back. For the next few days you'll eat here. I've prepared fine wine and good food. Old Dean Tang was deeply moved. All right. Sumo smiled. The group quickly held a ceremony to formally acknowledge the godparents. Old Dean Tang suggested that Tang Lei Gu Wanshi and the others move in with them, but since they were about to leave for university in a few days, they declined for now. We're heading to Qingbei in a few days. We won't be staying here long, so it's not worth moving. Old Dean Tang was a little disappointed. Old Zhao and I will take you to Qingbei. Is that okay? Tang Lei was surprised. Of course. What parent wouldn't take their child to school? Especially a prestigious school like Qingbei. Old Zhao was also a student there. Old Dean Tang said with a smile. The four of them smiled and didn't refuse. School season. It was quite lively and there were many things to prepare. Half a month ago, Sumo had already sent several managers to the capital city to set up the company's branch office. This time they were going to distribute the shared bikes. Most of the preparations were already in place. Sumo only needed one night to deploy 100,000 bikes in the capital. Additionally, some of the company's staff needed to be sent to the capital city first to develop the market. Our user base has already reached the milestone of 300,000 and the growth rate is still very fast. If we succeed in the capital city, we should have 500,000 users by next month. With this data we can grow even faster. Should we start the second round of funding? Our reputation is already very big. Tang Lei asked. Yes, start the second round. Sumo said. All right. However, starting the second round of funding would have to wait until after they arrived at school and settled, and it couldn't be arranged yet. The group began booking tickets for Qingbei University. On the other side, the Su family. After a long period of oppression, the Su family was also quite lively that day. Because that day Su Juinja also needed to report to Qingbei. Su Juinja had prepared a great many things and was just waiting to fly to Qingbei. Many people would accompany him to school. Lauda, have you found out which school Sumo has applied to? Su Deming seemed to recall something and asked Su Wanting. No, Su Wanting replied. Lao Lao San Lao Si Lao Wu. Do any of you know? Su Deming looked at his other daughters. No idea. All the daughters shook their heads. Su Deming suddenly seemed to have aged decades, looking somewhat feeble. All right, I understand. These past few days Su Deming had indeed aged quickly. Not to mention him, even Xia Bingyan was the same. Her hair had turned some gray and she appeared listless, and Su Deming summoned a secretary and instructed him to investigate which school Sumo had enrolled in at the No. 27 middle school. Although it was highly probable that Sumo would refuse their offer to escort him, he still needed to at least know where his son was studying. To be honest, the situation at home had always been rather peculiar. In the past he had been perpetually consumed by work and tangled in corporate affairs, leaving him no time to tend to household matters. He had long established a clear agreement with Xie Bingyan she would manage domestic affairs while he handled external matters and he would not interfere. As a result he remained largely oblivious to what transpired within the family. Judging from Su Mo's account, Xie Bingyan's actions had clearly crossed into the realm of abuse. Now Su Wanting, Su Xuehui and Su Manny were likely among the accomplices in this maltreatment. "Big sister, let's have a talk later," Su Deming suddenly said to Su Wanting. "All right." Su Wanting nodded in response. "Fifth sister. You come along too." Su Deming looked at Su Shuang. Su Shuang glanced at the others and quickly nodded, following him. Tomorrow Su Juinja would depart for Qingbei University. Xie Bingyan and Su Deming planned to see him off. Additionally, Su Wanting's company had business in the capital, so she would likely accompany them as well. Before leaving they needed to clarify matters in Xiahai City as thoroughly as possible. The three of them arrived at the rear garden where a fish pond brimmed with large carp swimming to and fro. He still remembered that when Su Mo lived at home he often delighted in coming here to watch the fish or feed them. He would frequently lie on the rocks and gaze at them for an entire day. Now the rocks remained, but the boy was gone. Su Deming picked up some fish feed and tossed it to the large carp. Seeing Su Wanting and Su Shuang approach, he gestured to the chairs beside him. "Sit." Su Wanting and Su Shuang exchanged glances and sat down. 3 days ago Su Deming and Xie Bingyan had a fierce argument, but Xie Bingyan had refused to relent, leaving Su Deming deeply troubled. He had never expected matters to escalate to such a degree. "How much do you two know about what happened to Su Mo at home?" Su Deming asked, looking at them. "A great deal," Su Wanting replied. "Had it been like this since he first returned home?" Su Deming inquired. "He was quite cheerful when he first arrived. I took him around everywhere, but soon things began to change. It's all my fault, I failed to realize that Su Mo was different from others," Su Shuang said. "I realized it, but I refused to acknowledge it," Su Wanting admitted. "I had the security guards beat him and kicked him out of the company." Su Deming furrowed his brow. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom? Why did she do this?" Su Wanting asked, her eyes reddening as she looked at him. Su Deming shook his head. "She won't say. But 18 years ago it was probably to take revenge on me. I'm not sure which incident it was about yet. Was it because the family pressured Mom to keep having children? I remember she suffered a severe hemorrhage that year," Su Shuang remarked. Su Deming nodded. The older generation's mindset was indeed like that. Not just our Su family, the Xie family was similar. When she returned to the Xie family in the capital, she heard her parents insist that only sons could inherit the estate. Was that the only reason she abandoned Su Mo? Su Deming shook his head. "There might be other reasons I don't know yet. In truth, your mother is stubborn, but she already deeply regrets it." Su Wanting fell silent. In recent days Xie Bingyan's condition had indeed been abnormal. She barely left her room, appearing listless and frail, having lost significant weight. She looked haggard and withered, as if she had aged decades overnight, with wrinkles surfacing. Once Xie Bingyan had always been meticulous, elegant, stern and rigorous in her attire, embodying the image of a wealthy matriarch. How could she have let herself deteriorate to this state? Yesterday Su Wanting went in to see her and was startled. "Is Mom all right?" she asked urgently. "She's fine. Let her rest a few more days. She hasn't explained everything yet," Su Deming said. "Compared to worrying about her, I'm more concerned about Su Mo's situation. Can any of you still reach him?" Su Wanting and Su Shuang shook their heads. "None of you sisters could handle this. Not one of you has his contact information. It's been 4 years, what have you all been doing?" Su Deming said, growing angry. I wronged him." Su Wanting sobbed. "I've done so many terrible things to him. Dad, you don't know, he used to admire me so much, but now there's nothing left. He doesn't even acknowledge me." Su Shuang's eyes also reddened. Old Dean Tang should be able to contact him. And Zhang Pingting from the Zhang family might have his number too. "I'll ask around at the hospital. See if you can get in touch with him," Su Deming said, growing even more agitated at the sight of Su Wanting crying. The three talked for a while, giving Su Deming a general understanding of Su Mo's situation at home. Xie Bingyan had been harsh and demonic. He couldn't fathom her mentality in treating Su Mo so cruelly. For now Su Deming chose not to dwell on it and instead focused on sending Su Juinja to Qingbei University for registration. The plane tickets were booked and they would all travel together. Su Juinja appeared quite cheerful, laughing and chatting with Su Manny and the others. Su Manny would also be going along. Even Xie Bingyan, who had been bedridden for days, finally dressed up and emerged. She applied heavy makeup to conceal her gauntness, but Su Wanting could still see the increasing strands of white in her hair. Dad. I found out Suemo is also studying at Qingbei. At Qingbei too. Yes. That's good. Learning where Suemo was attending university, Su Deming was quite pleased. It was better that they were both at Qingbei, saving them the trouble of traveling back and forth. Don't tell your mother yet. She might go crazy again. Mom's recent state. Su Wanting expressed concern. Su Deming snorted coldly. Don't worry about her. She won't die anytime soon. She brought this upon herself and now she'll have to answer to the family and to Suemo. Su Wanting looked at him and felt the situation was hopeless. Suemo already knew that Xie Bingyan had abandoned him and blatantly mistreated him. He would likely never forgive her. Having failed to transfer his household registration, Suemo was already furious. Once he had the chance, he would probably retaliate against the Su family, demanding recompense for the years of suffering. Neither Xie Bingyan nor herself could escape his vengeance. Su Wanting wasn't afraid that Suemo would harm her, but she was deeply sorrowful. Her awakening had come too late, leaving irreparable damage. I am also guilty. As the eldest sister, if I had been more attentive, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. These 4 years have seen so much happen. I failed Suemo. Su Wanting began to cry again. Su Deming glanced at her but said nothing. Make sure you pack your backpack. Pack your clothes. And your sneakers, phone, hat, bring everything you need. Xia Bingyan carefully checked Su Junche's luggage, speaking softly and attentively. She looked much the same as before, apart from the streaks of gray in her hair. Su Juinja found it strange but smiled. Mom, I've already prepared everything. I haven't left anything behind. Good, good. As long as nothing's left behind. Xia Bingyan said with a warm motherly smile. For some reason, seeing her like this sent a chill down Su Junche's spine. He couldn't comprehend the current state of the Su family. But a dark thought crossed his mind. I will never allow anyone to take what's mine. Never. It's better that Suemo is gone. Su Deming could see that Xie Bingyan was putting on a show for his benefit. Her doting on the adopted son was also a performance, seemingly to spite him. Su Deming felt a headache coming on and wanted nothing to do with this madwoman. Soon the group boarded the plane and flew directly to the capital. Suemo and Tang Lei arrived a bit earlier. Company matters needed to be handled and planned properly. Suemo brought some people along to get them settled. Since the shared bike business was expanding rapidly, it had not yet appeared in the capital city. They were the first to introduce it. Even so, they could not place and develop the bikes haphazardly. They had to carefully adjust where to put them and where not to. Tang Lei and Gu Huanxi took old Dean Tang and Mr. Zhao to visit the Forbidden City and climbed the Great Wall, sightseeing in the capital. Suemo and Li Banzwang stayed behind to handle company operations. I reckon someone in the capital is already preparing to do this. We need to move fast and seize the market. Banzwang, later you'll come with me to scout locations. We need to get a clear picture of the capital as soon as possible. All right. The two made some rough plans and then busied themselves scouting various spots. When they found a good location, they marked it for future bike placement. The capital now had a branch office and a large warehouse containing 100,000 bikes, with another 100,000 on the way. They expected to deploy 200,000 bikes across the capital within 3 days. This would cause an epic expansion of their business. If the plan went smoothly, they could gain 300,000 to 400,000 new users within a month. The capital is great, the streets are clean and wide with many places to put bikes. As long as we don't affect the city's appearance, most areas are fine. We need to avoid waste and be as precise as possible with our placements. Tang Lei and Gu Huanxi returned to work after spending half a day showing old Dean Tang and the others around. Suemo discussed with them and planned to deploy the bikes in batches step by step. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, the 4 of them went to Qingbei University to register. It was the start of the school season and the campus would be packed with people bustling with activity. Knowing they still had work to do after registration, Sumo and the others arrived early and swiftly completed the formalities at Qingbei University. As the most renowned institution in the great Xia nation, Qingbei University was undeniably lively and prosperous, imbued with a rich cultural atmosphere. The 4 of them walked onto campus filled with excitement. This was the university they had once dreamed of. Some freshmen like them had arrived early and there were already people queuing, with upperclassmen helping them with the enrollment procedures. The 4 of them finished quickly. Since they had chosen different majors, they were assigned to different dormitories and departments. Suemo chose mechanical engineering and was placed in the School of Mechanical Engineering. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room. Suemo arrived early before his roommates, so he quickly put away his luggage and went out to find Tang Lei strolling around the campus. Qingbei University was vast and there were many places they hadn't seen. After Tang Lei put his things away, he quickly came out to meet up with Su Mo. Old Dean Tang and Mr. Zhao had gone with Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang, who would accompany them on their tour. Xingbei. The university of my dreams, we finally made it. It's so big. Look, black swans, Xingbei Garden. Tang Lei was in high spirits, visiting several places with great enthusiasm. Su Mo, taking the rare chance to relax, pushed all unpleasant thoughts aside and tried to unwind as much as possible. But just as he began to relax, familiar voices came from not far away. This is Qingbei Garden, such beautiful lotus flowers. And there are even black swans. This is called mirror reflection, the lake's surface is as clear as a mirror. It's been years since I last visited Qingbei Garden. It's still much the same. The last speaker was a male voice, none other than Su Deming. A group was walking toward them: Su Deming, Xie Bingyan, Su Wanning, Su Manny and Su Juinja. The first to speak was Xie Bingyan. She seemed to be revisiting an old place, and upon seeing Qingbei Garden she was overjoyed, letting out exclamations of delight. Let's go. Su Mo said to Tang Lei, a look of disgust on his face. Su Mo. Su Wanning seemed to spot him and quickly called out, running over to block his path. Su Mo, we know you enrolled at Qingbei University. Su Wanning said hastily, her delicate face pale. Su Mo didn't want to talk to her, his face full of disdain as he tried to walk past. Su Mo, where are you going? Can't you even greet us? Su Deming also blocked him, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Su Mo glanced at them and said, you're all dead to me. Su Deming frowned and said, I know we've wronged you in the past and I firmly opposed moving your household registration. But other things we can discuss properly. We came here specifically to find you. Su Mo gave a sarcastic smile. What else is there to discuss? Don't you think that by holding my household registration hostage you can control me? You can't, Su Deming, you'll never get a grip on me. How could we think that? In trying to tell you that the Su family is your home, you should come back. Su Deming said urgently. Come back. Come back to what? Don't be naive, Su Deming. Su Mo sneered and walked past him, then called out to Xie Bingyan on the other side. Xie Bingyan, why don't you tell him why you want revenge? He still thinks everything is fine with the Su family. Xie Bingyan's face turned ashen, but she remained silent. Should I say it for you, Xie Bingyan? Su Mo suddenly laughed, then turned back to Su Deming. 18 years ago did you have a mistress on the side? Su Deming froze, his eyes wide. You stopped at nothing to get a son. Su Mo laughed. But you're no match for Xie Bingyan's cruelty. The day after she got the news she abandoned me. Can you guess what she's done these past 18 years? Su Deming's face turned deathly pale as he turned to stare at Xie Bingyan in shock. 18 years ago. A mistress. Don't tell me it didn't happen. Too bad you never got your son. Of course Xie Bingyan used some tricks to make that woman leave you. Paper can't wrap fire. Su Mo laughed, but his smile gradually turned cold. She thought that taking revenge on me was taking revenge on you. The Su family wanted a male heir, so she threw the boy away and doted on an adopted son. Yes, Su Juinja. Su Mo turned to Su Juinja with a sardonic grin. Guess what your real situation is now? Do you think Xie Bingyan truly cares for you? No. She's just putting on a show for Su Deming. She wants him to see that she's raising an adopted son. Su Deming's face turned pale, his breathing rapid as he stared at Xie Bingyan in disbelief. His throat seemed to seize up, unable to make a sound, his right hand pointing at her, trembling slightly. Xie Bingyan, exposed, looked pale but gazed at Su Deming with a vindicated expression. That's right. Everything he said is true. Su Deming, you'll die a miserable death. So it was me. So it was me. Su Deming's body shook as if about to collapse. Su Wanting was startled and quickly steadied him. Dad. So you knew all along. Su Deming swayed as he stared at Xie Bingyan. I knew. I've known for 18 years. Hatred has filled my heart. I hate you, I hate everyone. I gave the Su family 6 daughters, and what did they give me in return? Su Deming, what did you give me? Xie Bingyan ground her teeth. You gave me illness, pain, I nearly died. These 4 years, every time I saw him I thought of that slut's face. I wished she'd die sooner. I guessed as much, Su Mo said, looking at Xie Bingyan with a smile. When you see me you remember nearly dying in childbirth. When you see me you think of his mistress, even though they've been out of touch for 16 years. Your hatred hasn't faded over the years, it's only grown. You and Su Deming grew up together, childhood sweethearts, once deeply in love. You couldn't bear his betrayal. Su Mo stepped back, clapping his hands with a mocking laugh. But that has nothing to do with me. What does it have to do with me, Xie Bingyan? Not much, right? Xia Bingyan looked at him, a flicker of panic in her eyes before it quickly faded into coldness. Actually, the most pitiful one is Su Juinja. Su Mo turned to Su Juinja with a grin. Dear little brother Su Juinja, now you know why you exist. Hahaha, isn't it all ridiculous? You were never meant to exist. Su Juinja glanced at Su Deming, then at Xia Bingyan, a surge of terror and panic rising in his heart. Don't be afraid, little brother Su Juinja. The future is still long. Su Mo looked at him with a sly smile. Everything will unfold slowly, one by one, bit by bit. No one will escape. We'll all come together in the end. With that, Su Mo turned and walked away. A profound silence reigned, so deep that a falling pin could be heard. A gentle breeze drifted from the east of Qingbei Garden, stirring the willow branches. Not far away, two black swans were leading their cygnets in the water. One mother swan scooped a fish from the stream and fed it to a cygnet, which chirped with delight as it ate. The family swam off together in harmony. Nearby students from Qingbei University passed by, but the area remained utterly silent without a sound. A terrifying atmosphere descended. Su Deming was nearly collapsing to the ground, his arm trembling as he pointed at Xia Bingyan. She, however, stared back at him with eyes full of deep resentment and vindication. It seemed that with the riddle solved, she could finally take revenge on Su Deming, releasing a pent-up bitterness. Su Wanting, caught off guard by the revelation, turned pale and could only support her father to keep him from falling. Xia Bingyan, you are so cruel, so utterly cruel. Su Deming exclaimed repeatedly. Cruel? Am I as cruel as you? Xia Bingyan sneered coldly, gritting her teeth. He was right. For these 18 years I knew where he was, and I simply refused to bring him. Even if I had brought him back 4 years ago, it would have been useless. Su Deming, you should have foreseen the outcome the day you cheated. Now you call me cruel. Look. The orphanage has completely ruined him. He is nothing but a hopeless waste. Didn't your Su family want him to inherit the business? Go ahead and let him inherit. Xia Bingyan's face was filled with glee. You've lost your mind. You're completely insane. Su Deming's face paled with rage. I am insane. Back then, while I was still nursing, I watched with my own eyes as you snuck out to meet that slut on the very day I gave birth. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times. For the sake of your Su family, I have exhausted my heart and youth. You should have known this day would come. Xia Bingyan spoke venomously. I cut ties with her long ago. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Su Deming roared. So that means I should stop hating. From the moment I found out, you were already dead to me. Xia Bingyan sneered. If I hadn't sent someone to find that slut, would she have left willingly? Su Deming, I don't hate that slut, I hate you above all. Every time I see Su Mo, I am reminded of you two whispering sweet nothings to each other. I will never forget that. He is your own flesh and blood. How could you bear to do this? Su Deming roared again. If you have any grievance, take it out on me. He is your own son. If it weren't for this, how would you ever feel the pain? Can't you stand it now? Xia Bingyan continued to sneer. Fine, fine, fine. You are completely insane. I never imagined this was the reason. You lunatic. Su Deming was beside himself. I am a lunatic, but you're not much better. If I can't have peace, neither will you. Xia Bingyan fumed. Madness, utter madness. Everyone has gone mad. Su Deming never expected things to turn out this way, and his heart was filled with hatred. Xia Bingyan seemed unwilling to speak further. She suddenly plopped down on a stone bench nearby, a tear sliding down her cheek. Su Juinja watched the scene at a loss, suddenly unsure of what to do. He seemed to understand Xia Bingyan's purpose in adopting him. He too was merely being used. He was also a pawn. He suddenly felt the wind turn cold, his blood as if frozen, his whole body plunged into an icy abyss. Su Juinja dared not interrupt this matter. He feared the veil of shame being lifted, feared losing everything he had, and even dared not comfort Xia Bingyan. Mom! None of us like Su Mo, did you know that? Su Wanting suddenly asked, looking at Xia Bingyan. I knew, Xia Bingyan replied. I even had people beat him. Su Wanting stared at Xia Bingyan. I knew. He wasn't beaten to death, Xia Bingyan said. Su Wanting was struck dumb and suddenly felt a chill run through her. With difficulty she opened her mouth to ask more, but found herself unable to speak. All of this was too terrifying. Xia Bingyan had watched it all with her own eyes. No wonder Su Mo said she saw everything clearly. Then Mom, why didn't you let Su Mo move his household registration away and sever ties with our family? After a moment's thought, Su Wanting finally spoke. Xia Bingyan remained silent, tears streaming down her face, tracing lines across her cheeks. Or is it that you still see Su Mo as your child and can't bear to let him go? Su Wanting pressed, still staring at Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan said nothing, sniffled, and more tears welled up in her eyes, her hands trembling slightly. She had destroyed her own child with her own hands. All for revenge against her husband's infidelity. Over the past decade she had countless dreams of that child tossing and turning through sleepless nights, and the more she thought, the deeper her hatred grew, the harder it became to bear. Her husband's betrayal during her nursing period was like a steel needle piercing her heart, robbing her of rest and peace. Only the thought of revenge could ease her pain. But after all, he was her child. He was the son she had carried for 10 months and given birth to. No matter what, it was hard to sever that bond. At that moment Xia Bingyan's heart was filled with nothing but hatred. Su Wanting looked at her, suddenly understanding her thoughts, and felt an unbearable ache in her own heart. In her view, Xia Bingyan had brought this upon herself. Yet wasn't she also a pitiable figure? Su Wanting didn't know what to say, her mind now consumed with worry for Su Mo. Learning that his own biological mother had abandoned him and even tried to poison him must have killed any hope in Su Mo's heart. No wonder he had said so bluntly during the media interview that they were all dead to him. Su Wanting could not fathom the depths of despair Su Mo had endured. Thinking of him living in an orphanage for 14 years alone and helpless, hungry and cold, and then returning home only to be abused by his own parents and sister, Su Wanting felt as if she might suffocate, hating herself bitterly. How had she not seen this sooner? How had she not awakened earlier? The family had originally planned to enjoy a leisurely stroll through Qingbei Garden, but now none of them had the heart for it. Su Deming, having learned the truth, wore a dark scowl. Xia Bingyan offered him no comfort, remaining silent as tears continued to fall. Su Wanting and Su Manny could only return for now. Juinja, focus on your studies first. Go to the dormitory. We'll talk about everything else later. What about brother Su Mo? Su Juinja began to ask. Su Wanting said, this doesn't concern you for now, we'll discuss it later. Her mind was in turmoil and she had no desire to explain further. All right. Su Juinja decided not to meddle in this affair either. The Su family was in chaos and he no longer knew where he stood. He needed to find an opportunity to reclaim his place. Su Wanting escorted Su Juinja to the school and then took Su Deming and Xia Bingyan to a hotel. Xia Bingyan reportedly wanted to visit her own family. The Xia family was quite prominent in the capital, a prestigious clan. Xia Bingyan hadn't been back in 2 years and needed to reconnect. Su Deming also had to handle branch office matters, so he left the hotel to attend to them alone. Manny, just stay at the hotel for now. Or go out and find someone to have fun with. I'm heading to the branch office. Su Wanting said. Okay, but sis. Is Su Mo really going to be alright? Su Manny looked at Su Wanting. What do you think could go wrong? Su Wanting replied. I think leaving our family isn't such a big deal. So why are dad and mom crying? Su Manny couldn't understand. Su Wanting sighed. Just get some rest at the hotel. With it she couldn't be bothered to explain further and turned to leave. On the other side, Su Mo left Qingbei Garden in high spirits without a trace of unhappiness. There were still parts of Qingbei University they hadn't explored and he wanted to enjoy them thoroughly. Only after familiarizing himself with everything could he settle in quickly and focus on his studies and work. As for the Su family, he would set them aside for now. He was certain they were not having an easy time. When his enemies suffered, he felt relieved and happy, which gave him more energy and drive to move forward. The shadows had passed and the sun would shine again. After Su Mo and Tang Lei finished their stroll, they went to meet Gu Huanqi and the others for a meal, then saw off Dean Tang and his companion at the airport. Qingbei University was vast, a whole new world. Coming here for college, the four of them were all exceedingly excited. The four found a barbecue restaurant and enjoyed a hearty meal before parting ways to return to their dorms. When Su Mo got back to his dormitory, he found 3 new roommates had already arrived, having made their beds and stowed their luggage. Su Mo had been the first to arrive, but he had been busy all along and hadn't had time to return to the dorm. Now he went back to get acquainted. Their names were Lei Dongqin, Highway Haiyang and Chao Jinya. They were all nearly top scorers in the college entrance exam, ranking among the best in their provinces. After the introductions, they got to know each other and exchanged pleasantries. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye 7 days had passed. Those days were spent in military training, keeping everyone busy. Su Mo and the others, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang, scouted locations in the capital while attending training and also got to know new classmates and teachers. Since Su Mo was in the engineering college, there were few girls in his class, only 11 or 12, while the other 30-odd were boys, a classic case of more suitors than maidens. Su Mo had no interest in these girls at the moment, but a few of his dorm mates were quite enthusiastic, commenting on which girls in the class were prettier, which had better figures. Su Mo was often busy, frequently needing to make calls. The company's expansion plan was already underway. When military training ended, Su Mo gave the order to begin deploying the shared bikes. A total of 200,000 bikes had been surveyed and prepared at many locations. Su Mo intended to deploy all 200,000 bikes overnight. Once that was done, they could wait for users to start using and logging in. Meanwhile, advertisements in the capital had already begun aiming to get the public to accept the service as quickly as possible and to seek a second round of financing. We can initiate the financing round now, or we can wait a bit. This round should raise at least $1 billion and we should get as much money as possible. Our investor Joe Shimming is already preparing. Several capital firms have also reached out to us for discussions. Then what are we waiting for? Contact them and have them come for talks. Tang Lei said enthusiastically. But we don't have enough leverage yet. If we wait a month, we can have at least 500,000 users. With that many users, we'll have enough bargaining power and we'll be more confident in negotiations. Suemo smiled. Suemo will follow your lead. A month isn't long. Gu Wanqi laughed. That's right. We all listen to you. Li Banzwang added. In that case, let's wait a month. Suemo grinned. Fine. Just then the four of them were all quite busy. In the new environment, they needed to study hard, interact with classmates and friends, join clubs and experience college life. Once they had experienced enough, they could take the time to handle financing. There was no rush. Time slipped away amidst the busyness, and before they knew it, a month had passed. During this month, Suemo and Tang Lei remained unchanged, busy every day, but Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang had undergone significant transformations. It seemed that after starting college they had learned how to dress up and apply makeup. With money in hand, Gu Wanqi and Li Banzwang suddenly became much more beautiful. Not only did their skin become fairer and their features more delicate, but they also learned to apply eyeshadow and had double eyelid surgery. Their high ponytails exuded youthful vitality. Now Gu Wanqi was quite prominent at Qingbei University, regarded as a beautiful campus belle. Financing. Financing. Suemo joked. Great. Financing. The other three shouted excitedly. During this month, the development of the shared bikes had been excellent, with users expanding rapidly. They had not only deployed bikes in the capital but also expanded to Shanghai City and Guangnan City. Now in the 4 first-tier cities of Great Xia, their bikes were everywhere in vast numbers. They had even begun promoting in 2nd and 3rd-tier cities. With this data, the name of Little Monster shared bikes exploded across the internet, with major news media frantically reporting on it, and it had become completely popular. Little Monster shared bikes had turned into a rising unicorn, fervently pursued by the investment and media circles. It was a hit. Little Monster bikes was an absolute sensation. Sumo's speech from a few months ago spread rapidly online, his insights and judgments about the internet sharing economy being extremely accurate and widely celebrated. Some had already started sharing car and electric scooter businesses. Suemo had driven the development of this industry and he had created it. Therefore, when Little Monster bikes sought a new round of financing, they didn't even need to find investors themselves. Some investors came to them requesting to join the investment. Because of this, Sumo's first investor Joe Shimming personally rushed to the capital to discuss the next round of financing with Suemo and the others. Joe Shimming was undoubtedly excited. He looked elated and very happy. As long as Sumo's financing succeeded his previous one, 5 investment could rapidly expand, possibly increasing tenfold. So he took this financing very seriously and provided Suemo with much guidance. Your development has exceeded our expectations. Haha, you guys are really bold. Joe Shimming exclaimed excitedly as soon as he saw them. Truly, the young are fearless. We thought this industry would be fraught with difficulties and many practical problems, but we never expected you four to actually make it happen. I fully support your financing this time. Not only that, I've brought a few people to introduce to you, some investors who can help you secure funding. They are all well-known investors and angel investors who are very optimistic about the shared bike business. They've contacted me wanting to invest in you. As long as you present well, 10 billion, 20 billion, no problem. Joe Shimming said with immense excitement. Suemo smiled. Mr. Joe, we've also had many people contacting us on our end. The ones I've contacted are not necessarily better. The people I've found are all top-tier tycoons. By the way, if you are waiting outside right now, I'll call them in. Joe Shimming, brimming with excitement, walked to the door and opened it. Tada! Suemo, let me introduce you. This is an investor from our Shanghai City, the helm of Fengxiang Jewelry, Mr. Su Deming. He is a renowned jeweler and angel investor in Shanghai City, having invested in countless industries, and is extremely well known. As he said this, a familiar face came into view, his hair slightly gray. Who else could it be but Su Deming? Behind him followed a woman in a lady's suit with a slender figure and a heroic bearing. And let me introduce you further. This is the CEO of Dewina Company, you know Dewina, right? A cosmetics company. She is Ms. Su Wanning, also a well-known angel investor from our Shanghai City. Suddenly Sumo's face darkened, becoming extremely unpleasant. The others also changed expression. Su Mo. Su Mo. Su Deming and Su Wanting walked in and greeted him. You should all know about Su Deming's Fengshan Jewelry. He is the CEO of Fengshan Jewelry, a famous jewelry expert. Mr. Su Deming and Ms. Su Wanting are father and daughter, and they both have great confidence in you. Zhou Shiming said with a smile, clearly aware of the power of the Su family but not noticing the change in Su Mo and the others' expressions. He continued, Su Mo. With the help of the Su family of Fengshan Jewelry, your little monster bikes will surely ride the wind and soar to great heights. Su Mo's face darkened. He hadn't expected Zhou Shiming to bring those two along. What are you doing here? He asked coldly. Zhou Shiming quickly replied, what do you mean, what are we doing here? Mr. Su and Miss Su are here to invest. Su Mo, mind your tone. Fengshan Jewelry is no ordinary jeweler, you need to be more respectful. Su Mo glanced at him. Did they ask you to bring them? Exactly. Zhou Shiming nodded. Aren't you looking for serious investors? The Su family of Fengshan Jewelry are excellent investors. They can handle matters not only with the Shanghai city government but also in the capital. With their involvement, the city inspectors won't dare seize your vehicles. They'll put in a good word. Such formidable influence, such arrogance. Su Mo's face twisted into a sneer. Zhou Shiming frowned. Su Mo, this is no joke. We need to be courteous. I hope to secure more investment this time. He then turned to Su Deming and Su Wanting with a fawning smile. Apologies, Mr. Su and Miss Su. Su Mo is usually quite polite. He has an excellent character and brilliant plans. Have you heard of him? He's been a prodigy since childhood, the top scorer in the Shanghai City College entrance exams, admitted to Qingbei University. Yes, he's currently studying at Qingbei University. Speaking of Su Mo, he's already famous in our circles. His vision is incredibly sharp. He accurately predicted the rise of the internet sharing economy. I must say this kid is bold yet cautious, has courage and responsibility, an ideal investment target. Zhou Shiming beamed. I strongly recommend you invest in him, you can't go wrong. Su Deming and Su Wanting exchanged a glance, a flicker of embarrassment passing through them. Su Mo kept his face cold and remained silent. They hadn't seen each other in a month. During that time, Su Mo had been swamped with military training and his company's affairs. Su Deming and Su Wanting seemed to have returned to Shanghai City and recently come back up. Whether Xia Bingyan had gone back, Su Mo didn't know. At Qingbei University there was another member of the Su family, the sixth child Su Yuechan, though Su Mo had yet to meet her. She had probably gone to find Su Juinja. Su Mo, what are you standing around for? Come on, say hello. Zhou Shiming grew annoyed at Su Mo's immobility. No need. Well, just say a few words and leave, Su Deming said, seeing Su Mo's sour expression. How can you leave after a few words? Investment isn't something you settle in a few sentences. Zhou Shiming quickly ingratiated himself. Mr. Su, please have a seat. And Miss Su, you too. Let's talk slowly. Get out. Su Mo finally spoke. Zhou Shiming jumped, whipping around to stare at him. Su Mo, what are you saying? How dare you shout at an investor? It's fine, it's fine. Su Deming said, even more embarrassed. Su Mo, we just want a few words. Yes. Su Mo, we haven't seen you in a month. Can we talk first? Su Wanting added. Zhou Shiming froze, turning to look at Su Deming and Su Wanting. You know each other. He glanced back at Su Mo, whose face was still dark with fury. Even more puzzled, Zhou Shiming looked between Su Deming and Su Wanting, bewildered. Su Mo, if you need investment, we can provide it. Our Su family has money, 1 billion, 2 billion, no problem at all. Dad will transfer the funds to your account tomorrow. Su Deming declared. Dad. Zhou Shiming gasped in shock. Su Wanting, her eyes red, also spoke. Su Mo, big sister is sorry for you. But Dad is right. Our Davina also has money, we've been doing angel investments lately. We can free up 500 or 600 million in investment funds. Big sister. Zhou Shiming stared at Su Wanting in astonishment. She sniffled and nodded. Zhou Shiming stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. You are. He looked from one to the other. Ah, right. He's Su, your Su too. Su Mo, are you from the Fengshan Jewelry Su family? Su Mo said nothing, still seething. Su Deming and Su Wanting nodded at Zhou Shiming. He clapped a hand to his head, mortified. The Su family. I knew it. They're the Su family. Mr. Zhou, please step out for a moment. We need to talk with Su Mo, Su Wanting said. Zhou Shiming sensed the tension in the office. Tang Lei and Gu Wanqi were watching him with amused knowing smile. It dawned on Zhou Shiming that he was the only one out of the loop. But once he pieced it together he grew even more excited. The Su family was no ordinary clan. With connections in politics, the military, and as renowned jewelers and investors in the business world, their backing would propel little monster bikes to soaring heights. Brilliant. He was truly brilliant, had invested in a young master of the Su family. Then, they'll take my leave, he said cautiously, fearing to offend this powerful family. Compared to the Su family behemoth, he was nothing. Had only become an investor thanks to Su Deming's guidance, having once been his subordinate. Su Deming nodded, dismissing them. Meanwhile, Tang Lei and Gu Wanqi also left the office, leaving the space for Su Mo and the other two. Once they were gone, Su Mo poured a glass of water and took a sip to quell his anger. Seeing them had indeed stirred deep resentment. But on reflection, what was there to be upset about? Even if they had come, what could they do? Su Mo, your bike-sharing business is growing fast, expanding rapidly. But Dad and I have predicted that the faster it grows, the higher the risk of a blow-up. Especially this round of financing, it carries enormous danger. Su Wanting analyzed as soon as the others left. And you're not the only one in this industry anymore. Your bike loss rate must have increased significantly. Su Mo looked at her. Su Wanting, since when did you become so kind-hearted? She was choked off. Do you think I don't know how my own company is doing? Do I need your input? Su Mo said coldly. Su Deming sighed. Su Mo. Dad flew all the way from Shanghai to help you. Help me. Help me into hell. Su Mo stared at him. Su Deming said helplessly, we've wronged you. Everything in the past was our fault. But this financing crisis is real. If you can't handle it, the risk of collapse is very high. You're holding a huge pile of deposits. Don't talk to me about this. You have no right to interfere. We know exactly how our company stands. Su Mo snapped. Spare me your helping act. In my heart you're all dead to me. Su Deming said, Dad has let you down. I made many mistakes in the past. Now all we want is for you to come home. Hearing this, Su Mo laughed. Are you okay? Have you lost your mind? You weren't like this before. It was all my fault before. I didn't understand what you went through. Su Deming apologized. What I went through? Su Mo laughed again. Su Deming, who are you fooling? You know perfectly well what happened. Do you think I don't know about your deeds? Su Deming fell silent, his expression mournful. Su Wanting said, Su Mo, the reason we came this time is to sincerely apologize to you. We have wronged you. Whether it's me, your second sister, or your fifth sister, we all want to say this to you. Dad actually hopes you will return to the Su family as soon as possible. Su Mo sneered, I don't listen to dog crap. Get lost. I don't have time for you. Su Mo, please forgive your eldest sister. She knows she was wrong, she never thought about these things before. Su Wanting hurriedly continued. You want me to forgive you? Fine. Su Mo said. Su Wanting exclaimed in surprise, you're willing to forgive me? Of course. I'm very willing. Su Mo stared at her. Just transfer all the shares of Dewina to me and I'll forgive you. How about that? Su Wanting was stunned upon hearing this. What? Unwilling? Su Mo looked at her sarcastically. Don't you feel regret? Haven't you been remorseful all along? Fine. Take out all your Dewina shares. As long as you do, I'll forgive you. Su Wanting, I promise I'll never hold a grudge against what you did before. Su Wanting's face changed, turning pale. Unwilling, aren't you? Su Mo smiled at her. Su Wanting, actually the first time I went to the Dewina building I already knew what kind of person you were. It's just that I wasn't willing to admit it back then. I admit I haven't seen much of the world, haven't witnessed such a filthy heart, nor have I seen someone so outstanding yet so dark. Su Wanting, stop pretending to be noble and righteous. In fact, you have always been despicable. Su Mo, this eldest sister. Su Wanting's face was ashen, her delicate body trembling. Get lost now. Do you think I haven't seen your true colors? No, I have seen them clearly. Su Mo said coldly. I can split off a portion of the Dewina shares. If you need them, I can transfer them to your name. Su Deming said. Su Mo turned and laughed. Su Deming, truly great courage and skill. To transfer them so readily, worthy of the helmsman of Fengshan Jewelry. Remember. 3 years ago one day I once knelt down and begged you not to hit me right there by the backyard fish pond. I still remember it clearly to this day. Sue Deming's expression changed drastically. At that time Xia Bingyan was saying that the collectible had been broken by me and that it was very, very expensive. Hundreds of thousands, millions. I said it wasn't me, but you insisted it was me. Do you know who took that collectible? Sue Mo laughed. Who? Su Pundi took it. Sue Mo laughed. It was never broken, the broken one was a fake. Now Su Pundi has hidden it in the safe in her room waiting for a chance to take it out and sell it. Actually Xia Bingyan knew about this, but she just didn't expose Su Pundi. She's really a good mother who cares for her daughter. Sue Deming was stunned. That day lash after lash fell on my back and I counted them one by one. I didn't understand what was happening at that time. I thought there was still a chance to make things right. But I never imagined that the evil in human nature could run so deep. Sue Mo said with a smile. It was you who did it. Sue Deming, I remember clearly, it was you who did it. Sue Deming's expression collapsed, his face instantly darkening as if half of his strength had been drained away, his face covered with deep wrinkles. He remembered that day. Go back. We have nothing to discuss. These 4 years I have experienced so much far more than just this one incident. Sue Mo turned to look out the window. But you should also remember this is only because I wasn't strong enough. One day I will grow stronger. In the end Sue Deming and Sue Wanting left the office dejectedly. They had brought some money, but of course Sue Mo wouldn't let them invest in little monster bikes. Without even thinking, the two had to slink away. After they left, Tang Lei pushed open the door and came and looked at Sue Mo, and seeing that he was fine felt a bit relieved. We still have other investors. Yes. Sue Mo said. Notify them. Let's set a time and talk to them one by one about the investment. Okay. Seeking 1 billion yuan in investment is actually a huge sum of money. It requires passing numerous assessments to secure it. Sue Mo now had the data in hand, and although it would be a bit difficult, it wasn't a big problem. Sue Mo, Tang Lei and Zhou Shiming had already screened out several capable investors. They would talk to them in detail later and see their terms. When he learned that Sue Mo was the young master of the Su family, Zhou Shiming seemed very excited, repeatedly telling them that the investment was no problem at all. Sue Mo didn't like him linking himself to the Su family, and even less liked getting investment because of the Su family, so he specifically warned him a few times. Zhou Shiming quickly nodded and smiled. I understand. We all understand. Sue Mo, don't worry, this investment won't be a problem. We should easily get the 1 billion. That's good. The growth momentum of little monster bikes was too explosive, alarming countless people. Especially after Sue Mo began promoting in 2nd and 3rd tier cities, the explosion seemed bottomless. Some investors quickly obtained a portion of Sue Mo's data and began calculating the later profitability of little monster bikes. They all had their own teams and assessments came out quickly. Although the risks were high, the returns would also be very high. So after several rounds of negotiations and eliminating a few investors, Sue Mo finally chose 2 investors. These 2 investors invested 500 million and 750 million respectively, taking 5 and 7.5 of the shares. At this point, the market value of little monster bikes began to inflate wildly overnight from a valuation of 2 billion to a scale of 10 billion. It became a genuine unicorn enterprise. Without a doubt, when the news spread, the internet and investment circles experienced another wave of explosion and countless people were astonished. 1 billion is not scary. Many startups can reach 1 billion scale. 2 billion is a bit higher but not impossible. 5 billion is a watershed. Reaching that level can influence many people, and if it reaches 10 billion it is undoubtedly an absolutely explosive figure. In all the years of economic development in the Great Xia Kingdom, there have not been many 100 billion unicorns like little monster bikes. This is a phenomenal existence. This was just a few students spending a few months to start a business with a cost of 10 million, and in the blink of an eye it expanded to a valuation of 10 billion. Such an identity and such data ignited the entire internet. On the day little monster bikes successfully raised funds again, countless news media began reporting. The news spread like wind with ears across the land. Sue Mo saw the reports. I still remember back then Mobike's valuation was also 10 billion, but unlike little monster bikes, Mobike had to compete with OFO. And OFO's highest valuation reached $3 billion, which converted to about 18 billion. The reason Sue Mo's little monster bikes could achieve such a high valuation so quickly was that there was no one competing with him. In the current market it had the largest scale, forming a crushing posture over other small bike companies. However, Sue Mo estimated it would be difficult to reach OFO's highest valuation. After all, his market space was different from OFO's. OFO took 2 or 3 years to reach that valuation, while Sue Mo only spent a few months. Perhaps in a few months his valuation would be very high, but Sue Mo knew he should take the profit and quit. 10 billion, he was already very satisfied. The next step would probably be to seek an acquisition. Su Mo understood clearly that only the money in hand was real money, valuations were all illusory. Su Mo didn't want to spend too much time on the bike business. So he would continue operating for a few months, and once the company stabilized he could contact potential acquirers. Su Mo hadn't told Tang Lei and the others about this yet because they still needed to operate for a while and continue to improve the company. Without a doubt, after the successful financing, Tang Lei and the other two were extremely excited. Each of the three held 5% of the shares. Now 5% was 500 million. They had already reached the goal they had set before. A group of people celebrated. Su Mo waved his hand generously and distributed bonuses to the core staff of the company. With the funds secured, the next step was to continue large-scale promotion and increase investment in bicycles to capture market share. They aimed to achieve at least 60%. Meanwhile, they began collaborating with banks and internet enterprises to launch a deposit-free bike riding model. The company had already changed the world, exerting a tremendous impact and fundamentally transforming people's travel habits. In the future, more shared resources would emerge, making society increasingly convenient. We can now expand overseas. With ample funds, Su Mo no longer intended to stay within the country. He now had over $1 billion in hand. To increase market value, he needed to promote abroad, including countries like Vietnam, Britain, the United States, Japan, and Singapore. Su Mo immediately formulated an ambitious plan and shared it with executives and investors. Unsurprisingly, when Tang Lei and Zhou Shiming, among other investors, saw the plan, they were astonished. Change the world. Exactly. Change the world. We must seize the initiative both domestically and internationally. Then let's do it. Tang Lei said with excitement. Yes. Mobike and Ofo had both promoted their services in numerous countries. Ofo in particular had operated in over a dozen nations with considerable success. Although it eventually went bankrupt due to a broken capital chain, its actions were undeniably remarkable. At that time, bike sharing had truly changed the world. With ample funds, Su Mo decided to take this step. The domestic market was nearly saturated and expanding overseas was urgent. In Beijing, at the western part of the city, stood the Su family villa. As a prominent family, the Zus owned several properties in Beijing and occasionally stayed there for extended periods. Since Su Juanjet and Su Yuechan were studying in Beijing, and after the previous incident escalated, Xia Bingyan never returned to the villa in Xiahai City, instead residing in the Beijing villa. She had visited the Xia family once but didn't stay long, soon moving out to live alone. Su Wanning and Su Deming visited her a few times, but the couple remained silent, locked in a cold war. Xia Bingyan's health had deteriorated. Her emotions had fluctuated wildly, aging her rapidly. Her body had collapsed and the crow's feet around her eyes became more pronounced. Moreover, her hair had turned increasingly white, nearly half of it as if her vitality had been drained overnight. Seeing her like this, the sixth child Su Yuechan left school to visit her. The fifth child Su Shuang also took a few days off to examine her. Her body was essentially fine, but her emotions had drained her energy. Su Shuang sighed and said, Su Mo is doing very well now. His company just secured financing, 1.2 billion yuan in this round, boosting its valuation significantly. The media says his company is now the strongest unicorn in the Great Xia nation, rising rapidly. A freshman achieving this in just a few months is astonishing. The media estimates Su Mo's company is worth 10 billion yuan, with his personal stake valued at over 5 billion. They call him a genius. Xia Bingyan's arm trembled slightly, then fell still. Her gaze remained vacant, silent. She had barely eaten in the past few days, lacking any appetite. Noticing her reaction, Su Shuang said, Su Mo seems to have met a girl at school. I wonder if he's in a relationship. She's excellent and seems to treat him well. I think he might be dating. Dad and sister went to see him, but he kicked them out. He won't see anyone now. I heard he's planning a trip abroad to expand business, with the company deciding to promote bike sharing in Europe. At this, Xia Bingyan suddenly clutched the bedsheet and turned her head slightly. Su Shuang quickly added, but don't worry. Going abroad is nothing. They've researched it, bike sharing can thrive overseas. This is the perfect time for them to go global. Xia Bingyan's expression calmed. But the media is still shocked by their plans. A young person aiming to promote abroad. Some worry he's overreaching. Dad said his company carries huge risks. Su Shuang sighed, but greater risks bring greater rewards. Online people say his boldness is astonishing. Mom, Su Mo wasn't ruined by the orphanage. On the contrary, he's always been outstanding, far more so than me and sister. We just never noticed or admitted it. As she spoke, Su Shuang's eyes reddened. Xia Bingyan's breathing grew heavier. Mom, rest for a while. He'll check on you this afternoon. Seeing her silent and sorrowful, Su Shuang didn't linger. She picked up the bowl and walked out. As she left, a teardrop slowly rolled down Xie Binjian's cheek, silent and unnoticed. Sixth child, have you seen Suemo? Su Shuang asked as she saw Su Yuechan eating watermelon. No, he won't see me. Zhao Jing even went to find him, but he refused to see him too. Su Yuechan took a bite of watermelon and glanced at her. How's mom? Is she okay? She's fine. Zhao Jing, her boyfriend, also studied at Qingbei University. Both had been busy with academics. I can't believe mom would do something like that. Dad must have been terribly wrong. Su Yuechan said leisurely, taking another bite of watermelon. It's not about dad and mom now, it's about Suemo. He probably knew mom was targeting him and we were all her helpers. Nothing anyone says will help. Su Shuang sighed deeply. Su Yuechan looked at her and fell silent. This was an intractable knot. Perhaps Suemo would never forgive them even in death. Try to see him at school. His company is growing fast, meet him if you can. Su Shuang said, looking at her. Okay. Su Yuechan nodded. Suemo allocated 100 million yuan to expand operations in Britain. First he set up a branch there, recruited executives and staff, and then began deploying bicycles. There might be some resistance from foreigners, but it didn't matter. He would test the waters first. If it worked, fine; if not, he would pull out. He estimated Britain would be promising and could be expanded without major issues. Suemo moved quickly, launching operations in Britain and then flying to New York City in the United States to continue promotion. In New York he also invested 100 million yuan. With these two locations, Little Monster Bike's global influence soared, making the rising unicorn even more prominent. Domestically, Suemo connected with a college student named Kai Haoming who had founded a studio called MiHoYo. They were developing a new game, Honkai Impact 2, and urgently needed funding. After discussing with Tang Lei and 3 others, Suemo invested 10 million yuan for a 15% stake in MiHoYo Studio. Investing in mobile games and game studios was part of Finching Capital's medium-term plan, expected to yield returns in 3 to 5 years. MiHoYo Studio had long been on Sumo's radar, but the investment had not been finalized. Recently, Finching Capital finally contacted them. Besides MiHoYo, Suemo also began investing in companies like 37 Interactive Entertainment, Dui Games, and Kunlun Tech to seek investment returns. Like a ravenous capital predator, he voraciously devoured every opportunity to make money, giving his all. He threw out most of the money in his hands, covering long-term investments, short-term investments, and medium-term investments, everything one could imagine. After finishing their tasks, Suemo and Tang Lei did their best to return to school and attend classes, striving not to fall behind. Suemo, that Luya from your department seems quite something. She's been seeking you out frequently lately. Tang Lei seemed to have noticed something. During lunch that day he grinned mischievously. Suemo shot him a glance. Don't think about nonsense.